The title card displays the name of the manga, Poison-Eating Healer. The scene shifts to a chaotic battlefield, where a desperate struggle unfolds. A hand, stained crimson, reaches out from the rubble. As a man shouts in alarm, if they break through, we'll all die. Another voice cries out, injured to the back. Amidst the chaos, a warrior, his face contorted in grim determination, fights back against a relentless onslaught. He curses, damn it, there are too many of them. A woman, her eyes filled with despair, whispers, we're all done for. We're all going to die in the end. A young man, nearby, questions her bleak assessment, what do you mean, die? A glowing light emanates from the woman's wounds as she is tended to. Another person observes, Hunter Nim, your injuries aren't that bad. Look. Haven't you gotten better? The woman dismisses their observation, that's not what I was talking about. Do you know how hopeless the current situation is? A young man, his face partially obscured, stood amidst a chaotic scene. Above him, a terrifying array of monstrous creatures filled the sky, winged horrors and clawed beasts, their forms a blend of avian and mammalian features. He was warned, well, there are a lot of monsters, if you know, then run away. The young man's gaze was fixed on a particularly menacing creature, a monstrous wolf-like figure with dark fur and glowing eyes. He was warned again, this time with more urgency, you're an S rank, an S rank. Do you know how bad it'll be if you die? Another monstrous creature, this one with avian features and dark plumage, loomed closer. The warning continued, highlighting the danger of his situation, if you get stuck in a situation where you can't fight because you're a healer. The young man, seemingly unfazed by the imminent threat, responded calmly, I see, then I'll be back. The scene shifted to a young woman, her body bandaged and bearing visible wounds. She looked at the young man with worry, her voice soft but urgent, yeah, hurry back. As he turned to leave, the woman's concern escalated into a plea, wait, what did you say? You're leaving now? To go over there? Hunter Nim? Please reply. The young man, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, acknowledged her worry but remained resolute, I understand why you're worried, but I won't die so easily. His determination hardened into a promise, his eyes filled with a newfound resolve, I won't let you die. He reassured the injured woman, his tone softening slightly, first, please sit and rest. I'll be right back. The young man vanished, leaving only a lingering aura of dark energy in his wake. He was ready to face the monstrous horde, his resolve strengthened by his unwavering commitment to protect the woman. A surge of purple energy erupted from within Shion Heisun, his eyes glowing with an unnatural intensity. The power coursing through his veins like a venomous tide. As he broke through some unseen barrier. Suddenly, a wave of terror washed over the nearby monster hunters. Something was approaching from behind, and they could feel it. One of them gasped, recognizing the figure emerging from the purple haze, Hunter Shion Heisun. Heisun's eyes, now a vibrant purple, narrowed. He sensed the danger, a cold sweat beating on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. It was dangerous, far more dangerous than he had anticipated. With a sudden burst of speed, he launched himself into the fray. A blur of motion against the backdrop of a crimson sky. Engaging a flock of monstrous, winged creatures. The onlookers watched in stunned silence, their mouths agape. Oh my gosh. That's possible? One of them whispered, remembering something about Heisun's past, wasn't he? Heisun moved with terrifying grace, his movements precise and deadly. The purple energy pulsed around him, a tangible aura of power. A wave of purplish energy pulsed outwards, radiating from a figure whose back was to the viewer. Crimson streaks, like blood, trailed behind the energy, suggesting a violent and powerful event. A muscular man, his body bearing the marks of past battles, stood proudly, a large sword resting on his shoulder. His intense gaze hinted at a warrior's resolve. In the next panel, a man in dark clothing manipulated glowing glyphs, his face partially obscured. Below him, a woman in a nun-like habit was bathed in a golden light, radiating an almost divine aura. The woman's hands were clasped together in prayer, a cross pendant gleaming at her chest. A caption stated that no one could quite define what these individuals were. They possessed game-like abilities and ventured into dungeons. These monster hunters called themselves the Hunters. 3 hunters were shown, a woman with fiery red hair wielding a staff, a muscular man with a large hammer, and a man with long white hair, emanating a mystical energy from his hands. The narrative opens with an expositional panel depicting a swirling vortex of purple energy, a gateway between Earth and another world known as the dungeons. Hunters, venturing into these dungeons, had grown wealthy, but this prosperity inadvertently triggered a catastrophic event. Immediately afterward, monstrous creatures emerged from the gateway. These monsters poured forth from gates connecting the dungeons and Earth, those without the power to defend themselves perished. It seemed to be the end, the fall of Earth itself. Or so everyone thought, before the arrival of the Hunters. A female hunter, clad in dark clothing and wielding a large sword, is shown charging into battle. She unleashes a powerful attack. A blinding flash of light erupts from her weapon, obliterating a section of the ground. However, their goal wasn't to save lives, but to hunt. The narration box explained that although the protagonists of this new world died in a single hit, their impact was enough to make them the protagonists of this new world. The image showed a woman in a red and black outfit, wielding a sword, her back to the viewer. The question was posed, but what's the point in having protagonists or a new world? A doctor, in a white coat and glasses, sat across from a patient, delivering a grim diagnosis, you're terminally ill. The patient, a young man with dark hair and purplish skin blotches, reacted with disbelief, pardon? His internal monologue confirmed the gravity of the situation, since I am terminally ill, I might die any day. The young man, Heisun, boarded a bus, seemingly lost in thought. He pulled out his phone and called his sister, Nuna. Nuna's voice was heard over the phone, hello? Heisun, did you go to the hospital? Heisun replied, yeah, I just finished and I'm heading home now. He continued, explaining that he was doing overtime and asked her not to wait for him, suggesting she eat first. Shion Heisun, a young man with an unusual appearance, received a concerned call from someone worried about his overwork. He reassured them that he was fine and that his sister was also doing well. But his words lacked conviction, a subtle hint of distress in his tone. The call continued, and the conversation took a drastic turn. Heisun's face paled as he heard the life-altering news. A doctor delivered the devastating diagnosis in his office. Heisun sat stunned, his mind reeling from the weight of the news. The doctor explained that Heisun's body was inexplicably addicted to poison, a condition he'd never encountered before. The medical report showed alarmingly high levels of various toxins in his system, leaving the young man speechless and terrified. The doctor's words hung heavy in the air, there was no hope of survival. Hae-sun, struggling to process the grim reality, could only utter a shaky laugh, overwhelmed by the suddenness of it all. The doctor, visibly pained, offered a somber apology. Leaving the doctor's office, Hae-sun's mind raced as he reached for his phone, his gaze fixed on his sister's contact. He prepared to call his sister, Nuna, his thoughts heavy with the weight of his impending death. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, sat on a public bus, wrestling with his thoughts. A profound unease settled over him as he grappled with the difficult task ahead. He had to break some devastating news. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the bus, causing Hae-sun to jolt upright, his eyes wide with alarm as purple blotches spread across his skin. He wondered what was happening. Panic erupted among the passengers. One man, clutching his phone, voiced his fear, suggesting they flee the immediate danger. Another passenger, however, pointed out the impossibility of a hasty evacuation. A far greater threat loomed. An urgent message flashed across a phone screen, a gate explosion in Gibangdong. It was a type of emergency alert unseen in years. Hae-sun's eyes widened as he recognized the location mentioned in the alert. His neighborhood. A chilling realization washed over him, the danger was imminent and directly impacting his home. Suddenly, a monstrous creature burst through the bus's window, its gaping maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. Screams filled the air as passengers scrambled for safety. Hae-sun, however, was thrown back by the force of the attack, his body slamming against the bus's interior. A monstrous creature, its scales shimmering with an unnatural purple hue and eyes burning with malevolent red light, burst from the shadows. Its gaping maw, lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth, was poised to strike. A collective gasp of horror escaped the group of onlookers. As the creature lunged, its massive form a blur of motion. A young man, his face pale with fear, braced for the inevitable impact. But before the creature could reach him, a young woman with long dark hair threw herself in front of him, shielding him from the attack. Her desperate cry echoed through the air. The creature's attack connected, sending the young woman flying backwards. A spray of blood erupted as the monster's claws tore through her body, leaving a trail of crimson destruction in its wake. The scene was one of brutal violence and chaos. The young man, his eyes wide with horror and grief, stared at the carnage before him. A strange, purple substance oozed from the wounds on his body, spreading like a creeping vine across his skin. His body shuddered, racked with pain and a strange, new power. Meanwhile, a woman, presumably his sister, watched in disbelief as the creature attacked. "Honey," she whispered, her voice laced with fear and disbelief. As the creature continued its assault, its tendrils wrapping around the young man. Another onlooker muttered, "No, this isn't happening, this is a dream, right?" But the creature's grip tightened, its form growing larger and more menacing. The young man's eyes widened in terror as he realized the horrifying truth, he was dying. A wave of nausea washed over Cheon Hae-sun as a searing pain shot through his body, dark, vein-like markings spread across his skin, a stark contrast to his pale complexion. His breath hitched in his throat, a silent scream trapped within. Suddenly, a monstrous purple tentacle erupted from the floor of a crowded bus, striking a passenger. Passengers screamed in terror as the creature lashed out, chaos descending upon the vehicle. Hae-sun stumbled through the city streets, his body racked with pain, a low groan escaped his lips as he struggled to maintain his balance. His sister, Manhwa, desperately tried to shield the young woman from the monster's attack, her pleas for help falling on deaf ears. She cried out, "No." I said no, as the creature lunged. A chilling observation cut through the chaos, those at the front moved quickly. Later, at the hospital, Manhwa was instructed to rest after finishing her paperwork. Manhwa SSI, a colleague said. "Rest after finishing that up," the colleague urged, as Manhwa replied, "Ah, yes." Manhwa then stated, "I'll go after tidying this up." She carefully gathered her paperwork, a small bandage visible on her finger. A colleague approached her, saying, "Manhwa SSI. I think you're amazing." Two women sat in a waiting room, sipping from disposable cups. One of them, with dark hair, looked downcast. The other woman, with lighter hair, offered a simple, yet knowing, "You know." The dark-haired woman sighed, her gaze fixed on her cup. Her companion continued, "People your age should be dating and playing around, but you can't do what you want to because you have to help pay your sick brother's hospital fees. I feel sorry for you." The dark-haired woman looked up, a hint of defiance in her eyes. "No, that's not completely true," she replied, a small smile playing on her lips. "It's just that, he's my only family member." The lighter-haired woman listened, a concerned expression on her face. The lighter-haired woman nodded thoughtfully. "Right. The relationship between siblings should be good. Even if you hate everyone else, you should still look after your family." The dark-haired woman's face fell. "My children really don't get along." Suddenly, the lighter-haired woman gasped, dropping her cup as coffee splashed across the floor. "Oh my. Manhwa SSI, are you okay? Did you get hurt?" A news report flashed on a nearby screen, gate explosion in Gupadong and Gabang. Manhwa's eyes widened in alarm, her face etched with fear. A voice whispered, barely audible, "Hey. Hasten." Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, lay on the ground, his body marred by injuries. A dark, viscous substance coated his arm, hinting at a recent struggle. He was surrounded by the aftermath of a brutal attack. A dark purple ooze, mixed with blood, stained the floor around him. Hae-sun, his face contorted in pain, cursed under his breath. His eyes reflected the desperation of his situation. He had tried to escape, but his efforts were futile. He was cornered, trapped by unseen assailants. A monstrous purple limb reached out, ensnaring him further. He realized escape had been impossible from the start. Nearby, the bodies of two victims lay lifeless, a grim testament to the monster's savagery. Hae-sun, defeated and despairing, slumped against a wall, his gaze falling upon a shattered phone. His sister's worried messages filled the screen, a stark contrast to his current predicament. He saw her final message, "Have a safe trip." Overcome with grief and regret, Hae-sun whispered an apology to his sister, Nuna. He had wanted to accomplish something meaningful before his death, a final act of defiance against his fate. A monstrous creature, its skin a sickly purple, loomed over the scene. One of its many tentacles writhed, its bulbous end dripping with a viscous, dark fluid. The creature's single, malevolent eye glowed with an ominous red light. A speech bubble revealed the character's internal monologue. Things had turned out so badly that even saying goodbye would be difficult. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with dark hair and a sickly pallor, his skin marred by purplish blotches, sat alone, his face etched with anger and helplessness. He felt powerless, yet a resolve hardened within him. He couldn't simply sit still. A thought sparked in his mind. He'd heard that medals and rewards were given to those who died fighting monsters. Hae-sun's hand, bloodied and trembling, clutched a shard of wood. He reflected that his sister's death would be a great help to his sister, who would be left alone. Then, a sudden outburst. He roared, "Hey!" Hae-sun's face contorted in a grimace of defiance. His mouth was open, a silent scream frozen on his lips. Hae-sun, his eyes blazing with fury, brandished a knife, blood staining his hand. He spat out a curse, "You dirty monster bastard." A thought crossed Hae-sun's mind. He should prepare the last gift he could give his sister. Another monstrous creature, similar to the first, appeared, its gaping maw filled with rows of sharp teeth. Its single eye glowed menacingly. The creature lunged forward, its tentacle lashing out. A monstrous, purplish-black tentacle lashed out from the shadows, its viscous form striking Shion Hae-sun with brutal force, sending him sprawling through the air, the impact jarring his already weakened body. As he tumbled helplessly towards a gaping maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. The monster, a grotesque creature of shadows and malice, loomed over him. "It was fun, right?" it hissed, its voice dripping with cruel amusement. "You can kill when you want to and live the way you want to live." Its words hung in the air, a cruel mockery of Hae-sun's desperate situation. "I'm sure you've never thought about how much the people who get attacked suffer." The monster's grotesque tongue lashed out, a slimy purple appendage tipped with wicked barbs, aiming for Hae-sun's throat. But before it could strike, a voice cut through the air. "But it's your turn, frog." Hae-sun's sister, her face obscured by shadow, kicked at the monster's tentacle, buying her brother a precious moment, allowing him to scramble away from the creature's grasp. As his sister, eyes wide with desperate determination, plunged a knife into the monster's flesh, a desperate act of sacrifice. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, found himself in a desperate struggle for survival. His neighborhood was under attack by a pack of monstrous creatures, and he fought back with a fierce determination, his movements a blur of desperate action. His weapon a blur as he plunged it into the heart of one of the beasts. Blood splattered across his clothes, painting a grim picture of the brutal fight. The creature collapsing to the ground with a final, shuddering breath. Hae-sun, however, was far from unscathed, his body bore the marks of the battle, wounds bleeding freely. A spray of crimson marking the ferocity of the encounter. He staggered, his vision swimming, the weight of his injuries threatening to overwhelm him. He looked up, his eyes widening in horror as a monstrous face loomed over him, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. A creature far larger and more terrifying than any he had faced before. A wave of nausea washed over him as he realized the full extent of his predicament. He braced himself for the inevitable, but instead of a crushing blow, he felt a strange tingling sensation spreading through his body. A monster's appendage recoiling as if burned. A look of dawning comprehension crossed Hae-sun's face as he realized something extraordinary had just happened. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, clutched his side, blood staining his clothes. His breath hitched in his throat, a cold sweat beating on his brow as pain racked his body. He grimaced, a dark, almost amused expression twisting his features. He muttered to himself, questioning the shallowness of the wound he'd just sustained. A voice, sharp and commanding, cut through the air. Hae-sun was ordered to show the association what he had seen. A grotesque, wounded creature, resembling a large frog, sat perched on a ledge, its presence adding to the grim atmosphere. Hae-sun, falling into a dark abyss, questioned whether this was truly the end of his life. He reflected on his meaningless existence, resigned to his fate. Until a familiar voice pierced through the darkness. His sister, Hae-sun's sister, called out his name. Hae-sun's sister expressed her affection, highlighting his kindness and lack of pickiness. She then admitted to finding him cute. She urged him to get healthy quickly so they could go on many trips together. A wave of dark energy pulsed around them as his sister revealed a heartbreaking truth: their parents could no longer live with them. A surge of crimson energy enveloped Hae-sun, his sister's desperate words echoing in the air. "Hae-sun, I, your older sister, will protect you." The energy pulsed, a chaotic dance of vibrant red and purple, as if a heart was beating violently within the very fabric of reality. A desperate plea against the encroaching darkness. "I don't want to die." The scene shifted, revealing a monstrous figure emerging from the shadows. Its crimson eye gleaming menacingly, a grotesque parody of life itself. A blinding flash of light erupted as the monster lunged forward. Its claws extended, aiming to strike Hae-sun. But before the claws could connect, a wave of dark energy exploded outwards, sending the monster flying backwards. Hae-sun's sister lay lifeless on the ground, the cost of his survival evident in the grim scene. The aftermath of a brutal battle was strewn across the ground, shattered stone and pulverized earth marked the scene of a recent conflict. A young man, his dark hair plastered to his forehead with sweat and grime, lay amidst the devastation. His body was covered in cuts and bruises, a testament to the ferocity of the fight. His labored breaths hitched in his throat as he struggled to stay conscious. A crimson stain spread across his chest, a stark contrast to the ash and dust that coated his clothes. He was clearly near death. An unprecedented event unfolded in the city. A monstrous gate appeared, causing widespread chaos and destruction. However, Chairman Gu Gunai's swift response and the Glory Guild's intervention brought the situation under control, minimizing civilian casualties. News reports highlighted the Glory Guild's efficiency and dependability in handling the crisis, praising their quick response and effectiveness. Meanwhile, in the aftermath of the attack, a young man discovered a bloody, broken ID card amidst the rubble. The news continued, emphasizing the Glory Guild's reputation for always stepping out to protect citizens, solidifying their position as the nation's top-ranking guild. Chairman Gu Gunai then appeared on screen, offering a public apology to those affected by the incident and expressing remorse. He assured the public that they were working to control the situation and urged everyone to remain calm and stay in safe places. Reiterating the Glory Guild's commitment to protecting the citizens, he reassured them of their unwavering dedication. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, found himself in a desperate situation. His face was marred by cuts and bruises, a testament to a recent brutal encounter. A look of pained confusion clouded his features as he struggled to catch his breath. He lay on the ground, his body battered and bloodied. The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow: I was definitely swallowed by a monster. The statement hung in the air, a stark confirmation of his ordeal. Despite the near-death experience, a wave of disbelief washed over him. How am I alive? The question echoed his bewilderment, a stark contrast to the grim reality of his injuries. Hei-san attempted to sit up, but dizziness overcame him. Ugh, I'm dizzy. He groaned, his body weak and unsteady. The world swam before his eyes as he struggled to regain his bearings. He leaned against a nearby building, his head throbbing. Considering I have tinnitus, my body doesn't seem to be fine. The realization settled upon him, his survival came at a cost. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced through the haze of his pain. Hasten. The shout was sharp and urgent, causing him to instinctively react. He looked around, his mind racing. Wait, this voice. Recognition dawned on him, but the source remained elusive. He dismissed the possibility of a hallucination. A hallucination? No, it's faint, but it's definitely her voice. Hope flickered in his heart, a fragile ember in the darkness. Hei-san's vision blurred, his senses overwhelmed. I still can't tell what's what. The world around him remained a confusing jumble of sensations and images. Shion Hei-san's sister, whose identity remains unknown, lay injured on the ground, her hands splayed out. A desperate question formed in Hei-san's mind, why had she come to such a dangerous place? He resolved to find her, no matter the cost. Hei-san, his face etched with worry and determination, began to run, his movements fueled by a desperate need to reach his sister. Meanwhile, a voice called out his name. A frantic cry pierced the air. Hei-san's sister, her face contorted with fear and urgency, desperately called out for him. She pleaded with him to answer, her voice filled with a mixture of terror and hope, as if his presence was her only lifeline in this terrifying situation. Suddenly, she noticed something disturbing. A look of confusion and apprehension clouded her features as she spotted something unexpected. A source of unease, a dark presence that seemed to emanate from the shadows. She called out to Hei-san again, her voice laced with uncertainty and fear. Her eyes widened in horror as she finally saw the source of the disturbance. Terror consumed her as she witnessed a horrifying sight. A alley was teeming with grotesque, monstrous creatures, their red eyes glowing menacingly in the dim light. A wave of nausea washed over her. Overwhelmed by fear, she knew she had to escape. A desperate need for survival propelled her to flee the horrifying scene. Shion Hei-san, a young man marked by an unusual appearance, felt a sharp pain shoot through his foot. He stumbled. As a horrifying wave of grotesque, red-eyed monsters erupted from the shadows, their forms vaguely reptilian and menacing. They surrounded him. Hei-san's younger sister, her face obscured, desperately warned him from a distance, her voice laced with terror, "Don't come near me." But it was too late. The creatures lunged, their movements swift and brutal. Hei-san's sister, attempting to escape the onslaught, was thrown violently to the ground. As the monsters swarmed over her, their chilling shrieks echoing through the night. Despite the danger, she fought back with surprising ferocity, desperately trying to protect herself. Pleading for help as the monsters closed in. From the corner of his eye, Hei-san saw his sister's desperate struggle. He urged her to run faster, a surge of adrenaline coursing through him as he braced himself for the inevitable. Shion Hei-san, his face grim, hurried through the debris-strewn streets. Even faster than before, his pace quickened with each step, a desperate urgency driving him forward. His sister, Hei-jin, watched him from afar, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and desperation. This couldn't be happening, the scene unfolding before her was too horrific to comprehend. The road ahead was completely destroyed, a testament to the ferocity of the recent monster attack. Hei-jin's path was blocked, she couldn't go forward. But what about Hei-san? The thought of her brother's peril spurred her into action. Hei-jin clasped her hands together, worry etched on her face. Was she too late to reach him? No, she couldn't give up. She had to try, she had to save him. She had to save him somehow, even if it meant facing the monstrous creatures that had ravaged their city. A surge of determination filled her. A monstrous creature lunged at her, its gaping maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. But Hei-jin's resolve was unshaken. Were these monsters truly insane? She roared, "Get away from my Noonal," unleashing a powerful energy blast. A young woman with long, dark hair wept openly, her hands clasped together in silent despair. Her voice, laced with desperation, echoed through the desolate cityscape. "When are the glory bastards getting here?" The woman's eyes widened slightly as she strained to hear something above the din of the city. A faint sound reached her ears, and a whisper escaped her lips. "This voice is..." A voice, filled with pain and exertion, called out a name, Hasten. Shion Hasten, a young man covered in grime and blood, gasped for air, his eyes wide with a mixture of pain and determination. A voice, seemingly his own, urged him on, "You can." He gritted his teeth, a fierce resolve hardening his gaze. His sister's voice echoed in his mind, a promise whispered on the wind, "I'll come save you soon." The scene shifted, revealing a horde of small, dark toads surrounding Hasten. The narration box declared, "Monsters against a normal human." He gripped his makeshift weapon, a sturdy wooden staff, preparing for the inevitable clash. First, he assessed his opponents. The narration box stated, "Small dark toads are physically weak." Hasten moved with surprising speed and agility, his staff a blur of motion as he struck down several toads. The narration box explained, "Their main weapon is poison, but their physical capabilities are lower than average." But there was another factor in his favor. The narration box declared, second, Shion Hasten was stronger. Shion Hasten found himself amidst a chaotic struggle against a pack of grotesque monsters. He did not understand how he was involved, only that he had passed out before this. Despite the brutal attack, Hasten felt an unfamiliar surge of strength coursing through his veins. He felt stronger than ever before. A surge of power that stemmed from a desperate gamble, his decision to ingest the dark toad's poison. A wave of dark purple energy erupted from Hasten's body, propelling him forward with newfound power. The dark energy pulsed, a testament to the power he now wielded. The narration box explains that the dark toad's poison is incredibly potent. Hasten should have died from his injuries, but instead, his wounds began to heal. Shion Hasten was certain of his newfound abilities, his gamble had paid off. He smirked, a cruel smile playing on his lips as he prepared to face whatever came next. A monstrous toad lunged at Shion Hasten, its attack repelled by Hasten's desperate efforts. The creature sneered, its words echoing with chilling certainty, "It looks like your attacks don't work on me." Hasten cursed under his breath, "Damn bastards." He realized with grim determination that many more monsters remained. The weight of the situation pressed down on him. Despite the overwhelming odds, a flicker of resolve ignited within him. He muttered to himself, but if I keep getting rid of them one by one, he would face the horde of monstrous toads, their grotesque features illuminated by the dim light of the alleyway. A grim determination hardening his gaze. He believed, with a fierce conviction, that he could prevail. I'll be able to win. However, the sudden appearance of a larger, more terrifying monster was enough to momentarily break Haesun's focus. The monstrous creature's presence caused Haesun to lower his guard, a critical mistake in the midst of battle. A powerful blow sent Haesun flying backwards, crashing into a nearby structure. His sister, witnessing the attack, cried out in anguish, Haesun. The impact of the collision sent a shockwave through the area. A blur of motion and crimson light erupted as a pack of monsters attacked Cheon Haesun's neighborhood. A desperate cry for help pierced the chaos as one of the monsters lunged towards Haesun. But the attack was abruptly interrupted, leaving Haesun disoriented and confused. Haesun found himself on the ground, his vision swimming. He wondered if he had passed out. As his senses cleared, he noticed a mid-sized monster near him, the one that had struck him. He felt a surge of relief at having survived the attack, but his attention was immediately drawn to something else. The person next to the monster was his sister, and she was lifeless. Haesun's mind raced, his voice barely a whisper as he called out to her. Overwhelmed with grief and shock, Haesun's anguished cry echoed through the ravaged street. His sister, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and sorrow, uttered his name one last time before succumbing to her injuries. A young woman, her face contorted in pain, clutched at her arm. A pained groan escaped her lips, my arm. Nearby, a young man, his face bloodied and bruised, desperately warned someone unseen, don't come near. He looked on in shock, muttering, what? The young woman, despite her own injuries, urged him away. Just run away. He was confused. What are you talking about? Suddenly, a monstrous creature emerged from the shadows, its red eyes glowing menacingly. The young man shouted, Nuna. Get out of there. The young woman, her face etched with sorrow, whispered, hasten. I'm sorry. The creature lunged, but the young woman bravely stood her ground, seemingly sacrificing herself to protect her brother. The young man, Hasten, fled the scene, his heart heavy with grief and guilt. He thought of his sister, a woman who had dedicated her life to supporting him. She shouldn't die like this. Hasten stared at a broken weapon, his voice barely a whisper, Nuna. You're joking, right? Cheon Haesun awoke to the chilling words, wake up. His mind raced, filled with questions and a profound sense of loss. He whispered, Nuna, did you fight, because of me? A monstrous figure loomed over him, its grotesque features and multiple eyes filled with malice. A guttural roar echoed through the air. Haesun, already grappling with a terminal illness, despaired. I'm going to die soon anyway. A strange energy pulsed within him. He gasped, what is this? A red snake. A crimson serpent, imbued with immense power, materialized from his body. Its scales shimmered with an ominous glow. Haesun stared in disbelief. This came from my body. A newfound sense of control washed over him as he contemplated the creature. He wondered, is it moving as I will it? He realized a grim truth. Right. I don't know what it is, but we agree on this thing. Rage consumed him as he unleashed the serpent's power, his eyes blazing with a newfound intensity. He hissed, that sickening bastard. With a swift, powerful strike, Haesun's newly awakened power decimated the monster, leaving only a trail of dark energy in its wake. A monstrous, serpentine creature, its scales shimmering with an ominous red light, lunged from the shadows. Its gaping maw revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth as it prepared to strike. A young man with short brown hair, dressed in simple clothing, stood amidst the chaos of a city under attack. He seemed to be wielding some kind of power, a faint golden energy emanating from his hands. Observing the scene from a rooftop, a woman with short, light brown hair, dressed in a white lab coat, watched him with a mixture of surprise and intrigue. She muttered to herself, impressed by his unexpected skill. The camera pulled back, revealing the extent of the destruction. Buildings crumbled, streets were torn apart, and monstrous creatures wreaked havoc. The woman's thoughts turned to the young man's potential. Considering his raw power, but also acknowledging the need for control, she mused that he might be the only one capable of stopping the onslaught. The woman's gaze shifted, her attention drawn to a new sound. She seemed to be considering her next move. Deciding to intervene and help the young man harness his abilities, a monstrous creature emerged from the shadows, its presence adding to the growing tension. The young man, now carrying an unconscious young woman with long black hair, moved through the ravaged streets. He was visibly injured, but determined. The woman from the rooftop appeared, her expression a mix of concern and admiration. She spoke to the young man, acknowledging his efforts. A monstrous horde descended upon the city, their grotesque forms casting long, menacing shadows. Their guttural roars echoed through the streets. The relentless assault seemingly unending. A young man, his face etched with grim determination, watched in horror as the creatures swarmed the city, muttering, it's not over yet? They just keep coming endlessly. He was desperate, his heart pounding in his chest as he witnessed the chaos. A desperate thought pierced through his fear, I can't let Nuna die because of someone like me. The young man knelt beside his injured sister, his face a mask of anguish as he cradled her in his arms. Her breathing was shallow, her lifeblood staining his clothes. A profound sense of loss washing over him. He whispered, my Nuna gave me her life. I can't let that go to waste. A surge of resolve hardened his features. He rose to his feet, his eyes burning with a newfound determination. He declared, so I'll be back. He looked down at his sister one last time before turning to face the oncoming monsters. A single word escaped his lips, Nuna. His sister's breathing was weak, barely perceptible. He knew he had to act quickly. He thought, Nuna's breathing was weak, but I can't delay this any longer. Although I would have run away if it wasn't for the monsters. A weight of responsibility settled upon his shoulders. He resolved, I have no choice but to fight. A monstrous creature, its skin a dark, mottled purple, loomed over the scene. Two glowing red eyes, like embers in the twilight, glared from its shadowed face. Its massive, clawed hand descended, the very air seeming to crackle with menace. Below, a young man with short, dark hair stood defiant, his back to the viewer. A grim determination etched itself onto his features. He resolved, if I can protect my Nuna, then death means nothing. A young woman with dark hair, her face contorted in a grimace of exertion, lunged forward. She shouted, get out of here to get alive, isn't you? So just hold on, no matter what, until a hunter arrives. The young man doubled over, clutching his side. Blood blossomed across his shirt. He groaned, shit, my body. A look of dawning horror crossed his face. He wondered, is this a side effect of the snake from before? He collapsed to the ground, his body racked with pain. Blood seeped from a fresh wound. He lamented, why now of all times? Despite the agony, a surge of adrenaline coursed through him. He resolved, I have to move. If I don't at least try. A monstrous creature, similar to the first but smaller, appeared before him. He gritted his teeth, move. A purple energy erupted from within him, engulfing the creature in a vortex of power. He strained, move. Shion Hae-sun, a young man marked by an unusual appearance, collapsed, blood flowing from his mouth. His body trembled with the exertion of a desperate struggle. A desperate fight against unseen foes that left him weakened and near death. Hae-sun's vision blurred as he heard a voice. You don't use your strength like that, brat. Confusion clouded his mind as he struggled to comprehend the situation. He wondered, what was happening? Another voice cut through the haze. You overused your strength when taking out the small fries. A new figure, Kirill, appeared, their words laced with a hint of amusement. Though destroying a black ether in a single move would be pretty difficult, they observed. Hi, brat. I'm Kirill. Kirill continued, I have a lot to say, but let's clean up the situation for now, yeah? With a swift movement, Kirill dispatched the remaining monster, leaving only dust and debris in its wake. Sorry for this, Kirill apologized, their expression unreadable. Shion Hae-sun, a young man marked by an unusual appearance, lay injured and unconscious, his sister cradling him protectively. A grim determination etched itself onto her face as she shielded him from the unseen chaos. He gasped, a pained groan escaping his lips as he stirred. A wave of nausea washed over him as he struggled to sit up, his vision swimming. In the distance, a monstrous figure loomed, its roar echoing through the ravaged streets. His sister, despite her own injuries, urged him to wait, warning him of the danger. Ignoring her pleas, Hae-sun watched in disbelief as she was violently thrown aside by an unseen force. Hae-sun's eyes widened in horror. He was shocked by the casual brutality of the attack. A person was tossed aside like a rag doll. A monstrous creature emerged, its terrifying presence filling Hae-sun with dread. The creature laughed maniacally, confident in its overwhelming power. But then, a figure in white appeared, moving with impossible speed, a chilling smile playing on her lips. A monstrous creature, its form vaguely reptilian with sharp horns and glowing red eyes, unleashed a torrent of purple energy. The raw power of the attack was palpable, the energy crackling and distorting the air around it. The creature's attack left a trail of destruction in its wake, dust and debris swirling in the aftermath. Its menacing gaze swept across the scene, its massive form a terrifying presence. Shion Hae-sun, his back to the viewer, ran with all his might, his white coat billowing behind him as he fled the scene. A desperate urgency fueled his flight. He dodged a swipe from the monster's clawed hand, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. The creature's attack sending a shockwave through the air. And narrowly escaping with his life. The monster hissed, I'm over here. Hae-sun, defying death, launched himself into the air, a defiant grin spreading across his face. He taunted, where are you looking? His sudden, unexpected counterattack caught the monster completely off guard. Hae-sun's body glowed with a strange purple energy as he landed a powerful blow, his movements imbued with a newfound power. He let out a triumphant cry of hap. A blinding flash of purple energy erupted from the heart of the conflict, obliterating everything in its path. The sheer force of the blast leaving behind only a smoking crater and the lingering scent of ozone. A testament to the destructive power unleashed. Shion Hae-sun, his body battered and bruised, watched the aftermath with wide, fearful eyes. He had witnessed the attack firsthand, the monster's ferocity leaving him shaken. A narration box appeared, she ripped it apart in a single, sharp strike. Has an S-rank hunter arrived, indicating the immense power displayed. Hae-sun's thoughts turned to the mysterious figure who had intervened, a silent awe filling him as he internally mused, she's strong. A clenched fist, veins bulging with suppressed power, reflected Hae-sun's inner turmoil. He silently vowed, I also want to know, if I had even half of that strength, then Nuna wouldn't have gotten hurt. The weight of his sister's sacrifice heavy on his heart. A woman with short brown hair and sharp eyes approached Hae-sun, her expression a mixture of concern and curiosity. She asked, what are you thinking so hard about? Is there something wrong? Startled by her sudden appearance, Hae-sun stammered, surprise. Sorry? A problem? He quickly composed himself, replying, no, there's nothing wrong. A subtle HM escaped his lips, hinting at his unspoken anxieties. A mysterious woman with piercing yellow eyes looked down, a smirk playing on her lips. She spoke, her words carrying an unsettling confidence, your sister can live. The camera focuses on her chest, highlighting the lack of any visible injuries. Shion Hae-sun, his face marred by cuts and bruises, stared at her in disbelief. A single word escaped his lips, what? He looked at his injured sister lying on the ground nearby. His thoughts raced, if I didn't know how to heal, she definitely would have died. The words she can live echoed in his mind. They weren't just simple encouragement, they were a statement of fact. Hae-sun's sister, seemingly unharmed, lay unconscious on the ground. He reflected on the situation, since I couldn't see any trace of Nuna's wounds. And I didn't even think that a battle hunter would know how to heal, I just gave up. That woman, she saved my family. Hae-sun's face was etched with awe and gratitude. Tears streamed down his face as he whispered a heartfelt thank you for saving his sister. A title card appears, reading my Nuna. Below, a speech bubble contains the words, it's a little early to be happy. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with dark hair and numerous purplish lesions covering his face and neck, is shown in profile view. Tears streamed down his face. He is visibly distraught. A woman with short, light brown hair and sharp features, wearing a white lab coat, addresses him, saying that since he's in the same state, he should stop playing around. The woman continues, observing that Hae-sun looks like he's about to drop dead. However, she assures him that he has a long way to go before he dies. Hae-sun, confused, asks if she wants to say it again. His expression is one of disbelief and exhaustion. The woman, with a confident smirk, states that he doesn't have to die, he can live. A close-up on the woman's chest shows a faint, ethereal glow emanating from her. She explains that she'll give him the details after she takes care of the remaining monsters. The scene shifts to show Hae-sun, still weak but seemingly more determined, and the woman, now in motion, saying excuse me. Cheon Hae-sun, his face etched with desperation, voiced a silent prayer. If what the woman before him said was true, he might finally escape the shadow of his impending death. A desperate hope flickered within him. Could he truly become as strong as she was? Hae-sun, kneeling on the cold pavement, breathed raggedly. He didn't want to continue living a life where he was at the mercy of others. The woman, her face partially obscured, watched him with an enigmatic smile. A predatory gleam in her eyes. She was ready to reveal her plan. A wave of dark energy erupted as she announced her intention to show Hae-sun something cool. Suddenly, a horde of grotesque monsters emerged from the shadows, their forms writhing with malice. Hae-sun, his back to the viewer, braced himself for the inevitable. The sphere expanded, unleashing a torrent of poisonous energy that engulfed the monsters. The woman stood triumphantly amidst the swirling purple energy, a sinister smile playing on her lips. A beam of violet energy shot up from the ground, its apex piercing the night sky above a city skyline. At its base, a young man stood, his form silhouetted against the intense light, his posture suggesting both awe and apprehension. He watched, transfixed, as the energy coalesced into a swirling vortex of purple lightning. A voice boomed from the heart of the storm, "Watch closely, brat." The vortex intensified, its energy crackling with raw power. A young man with dark hair, his face etched with exhaustion and worry, watched the display with a mixture of fear and fascination. He muttered to himself, "Since this is the level you have to get to. This is..." From the vortex, streaks of purple energy rained down upon the city below. Each strike leaving a small crater in the street. A narration box appeared, "Hunters are strong. That is a truth that everyone knows." The narration continued, however. "I have never heard of this." A close-up of a monstrous eye, filled with malice and surprise, filled the panel. The narration box read, "Someone being able to bring forth rain with a single hand gesture." The monstrous eye exploded in a shower of purple energy. A torrential downpour lashed against a group of grotesque, frog-like monsters as they swarmed across a desolate landscape, annihilating each one in a brutal display of power. Amidst the chaos, a young man with dark hair and a woman with short, light hair stood, seemingly unaffected by the carnage. The woman's eyes glowed with an unnatural light. The woman addressed the young man, her voice calm despite the violent scene unfolding around them. She reminded him of a past conversation, a question he had posed about gaining strength. With a confident smile, she assured him of his potential, her words carrying a promise of power. Her prediction was bold, he would become the strongest hunter in the world. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance and an unknown illness, lay weakened on the floor. His breath hitched in his throat as he weakly uttered a name. Carol Nim? A woman with short brown hair, his sister, entered the room. She addressed him sternly, instructing, "Get rid of the Nim. No need for that between us." Her expression was a mixture of concern and determination. She mused aloud, would here be better? Hae-sun, still weak, asked, "Then Carol, let me ask you just one thing." "What is it?" He anxiously questioned his sister, "Are you certain I'm gonna make it?" Suddenly, several dark daggers flew into the room, narrowly missing Hae-sun as his sister moved to protect him. The sister caught him as he fell, a look of surprise and concern on her face. She asked, "Huh? What are you talking about?" A figure, his face obscured, coughed violently, clutching his chest. He gasped, "Pweehee." "Ah, all right. I'll stop Pweehee." A woman with striking golden eyes and a sly smile appeared before him. She chuckled, "Ha-hoo. Did I not explain yet? I wasn't going to kill you." She continued, explaining her intentions, "I thought I'd plant this thing called black ether in you." A dark, pulsating orb materialized in the man's trembling hand. As he stared at it with a mixture of fear and confusion, he whispered, "Black, what?" The woman answered, "Black ether." "Ah. Have you never heard of it before?" She pressed further, "Then, have you heard of poisoners?" He responded, "Poisoners? Yeah, I've heard of them." Poisoners, she explained, were once among the most powerful classes. But after a certain incident, they vanished from the public eye. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, was already an outcast in his community. And now, the news only served to deepen the existing prejudice against him. He was labeled as one of humanity's betrayers. A woman with short, stylish brown hair and striking golden eyes entered the scene. Her confident posture and sharp gaze hinted at a powerful presence. Hae-sun, surprised by her appearance, questioned her identity, unsure of who she was. The woman revealed herself as one of the infamous poisoners, a group of powerful but reviled monster hunters. Hae-sun, despite the shocking revelation, insisted he was fine, attempting to downplay his surprise and fear. But the woman noted his lack of fear, finding it unusual given the circumstances. She directly questioned his lack of fear, challenging him to admit if he was afraid of her. Hae-sun, taken aback, simply responded with a confused "Huh?" "Well." As the scene shifted, the camera focused on Hae-sun's sister, lying peacefully asleep in her bed. She was the one who had saved them both. A young man, his face obscured by shadows and a blanket, lay in bed. He was frail, his body weakened by an unknown illness. A woman's voice, laced with concern, cut through the quiet of the room. She expressed her surprise that he had become a hunter, implying it was unexpected given his condition. The young man, Cheon Hae-sun, sat up, his expression clouded with guilt. He felt he had done something wrong, a weight of responsibility pressing down on him. His self-reproach was quickly replaced by a surge of relief. He vehemently declared that he was actually glad, a stark contrast to his previous remorse. A stylish woman with short, brown hair and sharp features appeared, her words echoing Hae-sun's newfound relief. She pointed out that poisoners, a rare type of hunter, are far from normal. She continued, suggesting special was a more fitting description for someone with Hae-sun's abilities. Hae-sun looked confused, prompting the woman to explain further. She adjusted her glasses, a sly smile playing on her lips. She revealed that the survival rate for hunters awakening their powers is only about 1%, highlighting the rarity of Hae-sun's situation. She questioned his source of information, emphasizing the exceptionally high mortality rate among poisoners during their awakening. A visual representation of this statistic was shown, a grid of figures, with almost all but one marked with an X, representing death. This further underscored the rarity of Hae-sun's survival. The woman concluded that most poisoners perish during their awakening, making Hae-sun's survival an extraordinary event. Atop a stark black background, rows of identical brown figures stood shoulder to shoulder, each a miniature representation of humanity. Among them, two figures glowed with an unnatural green light, their presence a stark contrast to the uniformity of the crowd. A visual metaphor for a shared fate. The image shifted to a close-up of a man, his face contorted in agony, his skin marred by dark lesions. Poisoners, it was explained, lived with their poison, but the affliction worsened daily. The narration continued, explaining that when the poison became too strong, it consumed the host. A catastrophic event depicted in the next panel with the word boom, echoing the explosive nature of the transformation. The following panel showed a figure collapsing, their form dissolving into a chaotic spray of dark energy, a stark visual representation of the poison's destructive power. A voice, hesitant and uncertain, whispered the word wait. Two individuals were shown in the next panel, a young man with dark hair and a woman with shoulder-length hair. The man, his face etched with pain and confusion, murmured that the description sounded like him. The woman, however, laughed, finding amusement in his predicament. The woman's laughter ceased as she confirmed his suspicion, stating that his past suffering was a symptom of his transformation into a poisoner. The narration box emphasized that all the pain he had endured was merely a precursor to his awakening as a poisoner. The final panel showed the young man, his face a canvas of confusion and uncertainty, as he grappled with this newfound revelation. Cheon Hae-sun, despite his unusual appearance, was praised by someone who exclaimed, handsome. Cool. You're the best, Cheon Hae-sun. Hae-sun, however, was left utterly bewildered by the sudden praise, his internal monologue questioning everything as he muttered to himself, I'm a poisoner? A woman in a lab coat, appearing confident and composed, interrupted Hae-sun's internal turmoil. He, startled, questioned her, wait. What are you talking about? She responded curtly, silencing him with a dismissive, quiet. No more chit-chat. She continued, explaining that she still had much to explain, urging him to leave with her. Hae-sun, still confused, pleaded with her, don't kick the door. On a rooftop overlooking the city, the woman addressed Hae-sun, reminding him of a previous conversation about poisoners and their unique physiology. You remember me saying poisoners live with poison in their bodies, right? She posed a question to Hae-sun, framing it as a pop quiz, then, a pop quiz. How do we live with poison in us? The woman confidently answered her own question, stating simply, the answer is simple. The woman, momentarily excusing herself, produced a syringe filled with a purple liquid. She held the syringe, a slight smirk playing on her lips, as she looked at Hae-sun. He, in turn, seemed confused, questioning her with a simple, huh? The woman injected Hae-sun with the purple liquid. His reaction was immediate and visceral, a look of shock and pain contorting his features as he exclaimed, WH what? A narration box explained that a poisoner's healing powers surpass all imagination. The narration continued, explaining that these healing powers are always active, whether the poisoner is sleeping or eating. However, it was clarified that poisoners cannot completely eliminate the poison, they only purify it. And this purified poison becomes their energy source, known as black ether. Cheon Hae-sun, his skin marred by purple blotches, examined a syringe containing a purple liquid. Purple? Of course. A woman with short brown hair, smiling mischievously, addressed Hae-sun, it's a gift for you, since you're my hubby. She continued, expressing concern that a second dose of the same substance would be fatal. She wondered what he might need. The woman suggested that improved mobility would be best, and she decided to demonstrate the most basic form of self-reliance. She explained that she had infused some of her power into the substance. As a trained instructor, she proceeded to demonstrate, instructing Hae-sun to flex his foot as if kicking the ground. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man marked by an unusual appearance, approached his instructor, Kirill. He had a question. Hae-sun questioned Kirill about the extent of his abilities, reminding him that he had previously been told his only skill was the poison rain. Hae-sun's concern was evident as he gestured to the purplish blotches spreading across his skin, a stark reminder of his deteriorating health. His confusion deepened as he considered the implications of his newfound abilities. Suddenly, a purple energy erupted from Hae-sun, launching outward in a powerful arc, causing a young woman nearby to flee in alarm. Hae-sun watched her go, marveling at the power he had just displayed. He was impressed by the skill's potency, but also puzzled by its unexpected manifestation. An hour passed. Hae-sun's thoughts turned to the mystery of his own resilience, his ability to withstand such a powerful display of toxic energy. Cheon Hae-sun stood on a rooftop, overlooking the sprawling cityscape. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he anxiously awaited his sister's return, his unspoken question hanging heavy in the air, when would she come back? He slumped against the building, a sigh escaping his lips. Doubt gnawed at him, he questioned his own strength, wondering if he was truly capable of protecting her. The thought that she might believe him to be as strong as her was both a comfort and a burden. Later, seated at a table, Hae-sun's despair deepened. His head hung low, his shoulders slumped in defeat. A voice, sharp and unexpected, cut through his self-pity. A woman with striking blonde hair appeared, her words a challenge to his self-doubt. She questioned the reasonableness of giving up without a fight, pointing out that his potential remained unknown. The woman's piercing gaze held a hint of something else, a knowing smirk played on her lips as she declared that he was already strong. Hae-sun, however, remained unconvinced, his face etched with doubt and uncertainty. The woman's words were followed by a harsh reality, a close-up of Hae-sun's scarred and diseased skin, a stark reminder of his condition. She then unleashed a cruel verbal attack, calling him a monster, an orphan, a bastard, and more. Hae-sun's expression hardened. He had heard such insults countless times throughout his life. Close up on Cheon Hae-sun's face, his skin marred by numerous scars and patches of discolored skin. His expression is one of quiet contemplation, a hint of a weary smile playing on his lips. Hae-sun sits alone, his arms crossed, a pensive expression etched on his scarred face. He thinks to himself that his explanation might sound like an excuse. He admits to himself that he is scared. A woman with striking golden eyes and crimson lips appears. Her gaze is intense, almost predatory. The woman, whose name is revealed to be Master Seo Yoon, reflects on her teaching methods, concluding that they are ineffective for Hae-sun. she realizes she should have been more thorough in her approach. Master Seo-yoon speaks to Hae-sun, warning him that things will become significantly more difficult from this point forward. Hae-sun, startled, utters a confused huh? A young man, Cheon Hae-sun, was being held by someone, his face contorted in a mixture of fear and confusion. He gasped, Kiri. A woman with short, light brown hair, her expression serene yet unsettling, instructed him, just focus all your senses to the bottom of your feet, and explode the senses swirling there. Hae-sun, his face now etched with pain, was lying on the ground. The woman's voice, though calm, carried a hint of reprimand. Curl, your prank is a bit too harsh. The scene shifted to a panoramic view of the city below, emphasizing the height from which Hae-sun had fallen. The woman and Hae-sun sat together on a rooftop, their backs to the viewer. A moment of quiet contemplation passed between them. The woman, Kiri, broke the silence, a sly smile playing on her lips. Isn't the sky really pretty? Hae-sun, looking up at the sky, responded with a mix of awe and disbelief. For real? It's great weather to be reborn. Kiri was preparing to let go of Hae-sun, who looked down with a mixture of fear and uncertainty. He questioned, she's really gonna drop me? Kiri smiled, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Good luck, kid. If you don't succeed, you'll die. With that, she released Hae-sun, sending him plummeting towards the city below. Cheon Hae-sun, his face contorted in pain, collapsed to the ground. A voice, laced with scorn, echoed in his ears. That's obvious. You're insane. He was given a desperate instruction, step on the tower's wall, and jump onto the opposite buildings. Hae-sun, already falling, muttered to himself, what? Opposite building? That's easier said than done. But a primal instinct for survival kicked in. He thought, I'll die for real if I keep falling. I have to at least try. With a surge of adrenaline, Hae-sun focused his will. A strange purple energy erupted from his feet. Senses swirling at the bottom of his feet, he repeated to himself, focus, focus, focus. A spectral voice, filled with cruel mockery, interrupted his concentration. Retard. You're poor Nuna. I would've if I were you. Ghastly, grinning faces surrounded him, their taunts echoing the spectral voice's words, loser piece of shit. Hae-sun, overwhelmed by rage and despair, cursed, fuck, as if I wanted to be like this. Cheon Hae-sun, his body racked with an unknown illness, found himself propelled forward by an unfamiliar surge of purple energy. His movements were erratic, almost uncontrolled. A desperate question forming in his mind, was it unreasonable to give up without trying? The purple energy intensified, engulfing Hae-sun in a blinding flash. As he hurtled downwards, the city sprawling beneath him. He landed hard, a gasp escaping his lips as he looked at his hands, now glowing with the same purple energy. You, he whispered, a dawning realization in his eyes. A question forming on his lips, what do you know? Hae-sun looked at the city below, a strange sense of calm washing over him. I did it, he wondered, a mixture of disbelief and awe in his eyes. But a new wave of uncertainty washed over him as he realized the implications of his actions. He began to run, his body moving with an unnatural speed and agility. A single thought dominating his mind, how do I land? A voice, seemingly from nowhere, answered, good job, kid. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man marked by unusual features, was already grappling with a mysterious, fatal illness. He had lamented the impossibility of his situation. When a sudden attack by monstrous creatures threw his world into chaos. A woman, her face a mixture of determination and grim resolve, rushed towards him, her outstretched hand a beacon of unexpected hope. The woman, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding mayhem, spoke to him, her words carrying a strange reassurance. As she leaned in close, her lips brushing against his. Hae-sun, weak and vulnerable, found himself enveloped in a strange warmth. He felt a profound shift within him, a change that defied his understanding. His sister's sacrifice, it seemed, had unforeseen consequences. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, felt a sharp pain in his arm. His eyes widened as he realized the severity of the injury. He addressed someone named Kirill, expressing concern about the pressure on his wound, worried that he couldn't keep it contained. Hae-sun's eyes darted around wildly, his expression reflecting a growing sense of alarm. A wave of dizziness washed over him as he gasped in shock. He then asked Kirill what he was doing, urging him to stop and talk. Kirill, seemingly distressed, was seen crying and clutching at his eye. Kirill's eyes glowed with an unnatural light, a strange device appearing within his pupil as he exclaimed in surprise. Kirill, ignoring Hae-sun's pleas, continued his actions, a purple energy emanating from his eyes. A device, sleek and futuristic, was presented. The words Poisoner device prototype glowed on its surface, hinting at its extraordinary nature. A young man with striking features watched, his expression a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. He questioned whether this was truly a device, as the screen displayed messages indicating the registration of a new user, testing compatibility, and synchronization with the user's body. The screen continued its process, a flurry of data streaming across its surface. A woman, partially visible, observed the procedure. The woman explained that while similar devices existed, this one was unlike anything the Glory Guild had ever encountered. Two distinct device types were shown, an attach type, resembling a sword, and a gathering type, shaped like a pickaxe. A storage device, resembling a backpack, was also displayed. The woman, now fully visible, cheerfully pointed out that while there was a lens type, these were the standard models. The young man, however, questioned the unconventional method of delivery, expressing his confusion. He stood up, preparing to leave, prompting the woman to ask if he was already departing. His face showed signs of distress, his skin marked with purplish blotches. He seemed troubled and in a hurry. The woman observed his hasty departure, noting his quick understanding of the situation. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, found himself in a precarious situation. He wasn't merely an outcast, he was being pursued, a fact that weighed heavily on his mind. He knew that remaining in one place for too long would prove dangerous. His current circumstances were already perilous. Hae-sun, his dark eyes narrowed, glanced over his shoulder, a grim expression settling on his face as he continued his hurried escape through the city. He was already aware of his failing health, marked by the purplish blotches spreading across his skin. A question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with concern, was this the end? The blotches, a stark reminder of his illness, were spreading. His sister, ever watchful, noticed his distress and urged him to seek help from Dr. Jean. Hae-sun, his face etched with worry, questioned the suggestion. The name Dr. Jean seemed to hold a certain weight, a glimmer of hope in his desperate situation. His sister, a woman with striking golden eyes and a confident demeanor, confirmed the identity. She spoke of Dr. Jean as a brilliant mind, a genius, and more importantly, her partner. She presented him with a mysterious orb, a device that would lead him to Dr. Jean. This was her final gift to him, a last act of love and hope. A parting gift imbued with a sense of finality. As his sister bid him farewell, a sense of melancholy hung in the air. She believed she had given him everything he desired, leaving him with a bittersweet farewell. The scene opens with a question hanging in the air: why is Kirill being treated like a traitor? Two young men stand against a dark, industrial backdrop. One, with short, dark hair, looks distressed, while the other, with lighter hair, observes him with concern. The dark-haired man mutters that this is the first time he's been cared for and felt so thankful to someone. He doesn't understand why she's going to such lengths to help him. The dark-haired young man's face is shown in close-up, his skin marred by purplish lesions. He states that he's sure of one thing. And that is a plea for help. The scene shifts to a night sky, a large moon hanging above. A Korean phrase is written, suggesting a heartfelt request. A woman with short, light brown hair and striking yellow eyes appears, clad in a light-colored trench coat. She exudes confidence and strength. The dark-haired young man insists that she's not an evil person, and that he'll do anything to help her, even if it's tough work. He places a hand over his heart, a look of determination on his face. He firmly states, no. He explains that he's not yet at the level where he can help, he needs to become stronger. The woman, her face partially obscured, speaks of the need to grow strong enough to protect everyone, no matter how strong the enemies are. A woman's voice, sharp and demanding, cut through the air. She was asking for a promise, a guarantee of some kind. And the woman's expression was one of cold calculation, her yellow eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. A predatory smile played on her lips, painted a vibrant crimson. Meanwhile, a man clenched his jaw, his face contorted in a grimace of barely suppressed rage. The tension in his body was palpable. Cheon Hae-sun, his skin marred by purplish lesions, glared defiantly. His voice, though strained, held a note of defiance. A clear response to the woman's earlier demand. He was not backing down. The woman's response was immediate, a low chuckle escaping her lips. She found his defiance amusing. A testament to his stubborn nature, a trait she seemed to appreciate. She was someone who did what she wanted, after all. With a final, dismissive gesture, she vanished, leaving Hae-sun alone with his thoughts. Her parting words were a cryptic farewell. A reminder that their paths might cross again. Kirill's disappearance left a void. Hae-sun stared into the empty space where Kirill had stood moments before, a profound sense of loss washing over him. He was alone, again. Cheon Hae-sun, his face etched with the weariness of a life lived on the fringes of society, stared into the void. A profound change had occurred within him, a new resolve hardened his gaze. He now had a goal. News reports flashed across the screen, detailing the recent events in the neighboring district of Daebangdong. The successful defense of the Gupadong Gate was celebrated, but a shadow of doubt lingered. As the report highlighted the Glory Guild's selective protection of the privileged class, leaving many citizens enraged in questioning their priorities. The incident had sparked a firestorm of controversy. The news spread like wildfire across the internet, fueling the already intense public debate. Online discussions exploded with opinions and accusations. With many questioning the Glory Guild's actions and the state of affairs in Gabangdong, the district Hae-sun called home. Online comments ranged from outrage and accusations of favoritism to expressions of sympathy for the victims and calls for accountability. The situation was far from resolved. The online discussion continued, with various opinions and perspectives being shared. Some expressed anger and frustration, others offered prayers for the deceased, and some simply observed the unfolding events with a detached cynicism. Over the next few days, countless arguments erupted online, dissecting the pros and cons of the Glory Guild's actions and the broader implications of the incident. The debate raged on. And surprisingly, a shift in public opinion began to emerge. People started to express support for the Glory Guild. The online discourse continued, with some defending the guild's actions, others still criticizing them, and many questioning the fairness of the situation. The aftermath of the attack on Gabangdong continued to reverberate. Online, the tide had turned. In a matter of days, the criticism against Chairman Gu Gunli vanished, replaced by an outpouring of support. One commenter expressed their relief, urging him to ignore the negativity and continue his good work, while another scoffed at the sudden change of heart, calling it bullshit. He let out a weary sigh. Gu Gunli, the man in the teal tracksuit, sat alone, his expression one of quiet frustration. He muttered to himself that there was a limit to the kind of nonsense one should tolerate. He sat on the floor, tying his sneakers. The simple act seemed to ground him, a small moment of calm amidst the turmoil. A question formed in his mind: was his destination Cheonggi-sen Mountain? The thought brought a wave of apprehension. It was a considerable distance away. He left his home, stepping out into the bright sunlight. The journey ahead was long, but he was determined. On the kitchen table, a note lay waiting. It was a simple message: I'll be staying out for a few days. Later, walking through the city, he received another item from Kirill. He acknowledged the delivery with a simple "oh, right." He examined the object curiously. A puzzled expression crossed his face as he questioned its nature. He held a dark purple orb in his hand, a strange energy emanating from it. The realization hit him: it was a core. But where was he supposed to use it? The image of the orb, labeled Giant Toad's Core, filled the panel, its ominous purple glow hinting at immense power. Cheon Hae-sun, his face etched with worry, held a dark purple orb in his hands. His sister's instructions echoed in his mind. He remembered her words and the feeling of using poison steps. He resolved to try. If he did this, then. A surge of dark purple energy erupted from the orb, engulfing Hae-sun. The energy pulsed around him, a swirling vortex of dark power. Hae-sun's eyes glowed with an unnatural light as he held the orb aloft. He felt the orb's core being absorbed into his body. A wave of nausea washed over him, but he held firm. The absorption completed, the process reached 100%. A digital display flashed before Hae-sun's eyes, the stark blue light illuminating the words: "User's black ether has increased rapidly." The message continued, detailing a significant jump in his black ether levels, from 1.000 BA to 1.500 BA. It explained that this newly infused energy could be used to strengthen his body. Heisan, his face pale but eyes wide with dawning comprehension, whispered to himself, my black ether increased. A faint purple glow emanated from his palm as he contemplated the implications. He wondered aloud, can I keep getting stronger if I absorb this? He then questioned his current physical capabilities, in that case, how strong is my body currently? The answer was immediate and astonishing, his body was currently at the level of an E-rank knight. Further absorption of black ether could elevate him to the strength of an S-rank knight. A surge of energy enveloped Heisan, his body glowing with an intense blue light. He gasped, what? The realization hit him with full force, he could become an S-rank knight, the strongest hunter in the world. A manic grin spread across his face. A voice, seemingly from nowhere, spoke, no need to thank me. Heisan, still reeling from the revelation, muttered, I guess Kirill wasn't just bluffing. A checkpoint blocked the path. The words checkpoint were starkly displayed. At the Gabangdong checkpoint, a tense scene unfolded. A woman, clutching a young boy, questioned the guard about the unusual checkpoint and lack of announcements. Her frustration growing as she challenged the guard's authority, questioning their right to stop them without proper credentials. The guard, a burly man with a stern expression, harshly ordered the woman to be quiet, threatening violence if she didn't comply. His face contorted in anger, the guard explained that their actions were per orders from higher-ups. He then questioned the woman's responsibility should her child become infected and spread the poison. The woman, her face etched with worry and anger, retorted with a scathing remark about the guard's hypocrisy, accusing them of only caring about appearances. She accused them of abandoning their post when the gate opened and now trying to save face. The guard, taken aback by her words, demanded to know who dared to speak to him that way. A young man, seemingly unfazed, approached, questioning the guard's actions and their lack of concern for the boy's condition before the situation escalated. Shion Heisan, a young man with an unusual appearance and an unknown illness, stood defiantly on a city street. A smirk played on his lips as he challenged an unseen opponent, don't you think so? His challenger, a burly man in a uniform emblazoned with a prominent G, emerged into view. The man's face was contorted in a mixture of anger and disbelief. He demanded, do you know who we are? The uniform's insignia was clearly visible, a stylized G within a geometric pattern. A symbol instantly recognizable to anyone familiar with the Glory Guild, a powerful organization of monster hunters. The man continued, a company affiliated with the Glory Guild. Everyone in Korea knows that pattern on your shirt. The man's anger escalated. He spat, fucker. You dare say that to me despite knowing who we are? Heisan, unfazed, stared up at his towering opponent. The tension crackled between them, thick and heavy. Heisan's eyes glowed with an unnatural purple light. He challenged, what? You going to hit me or something? A sudden burst of energy erupted from Heisan as he smirked, the first fight that I tried to pick. A figure, clad in a dark teal and yellow outfit, was violently thrown back, the force of the impact sending tremors through the ground. Dust and debris erupted around him as he crashed into the earth. He admitted to himself, despite the bravado, that fear gnawed at him. The thought, it'd be a lie to say I'm not scared as you get beat up, echoed in his mind. The figure, now identified as Jion Heisan, launched a powerful counterattack, his body a blur of motion as he delivered a swift kick. The impact exploded in a burst of white energy, the force of the blow sending shockwaves outward. A large, imposing man with a yellow shirt watched the scene unfold, a cruel smile twisting his lips. However, he mused, a question forming in his mind, what? Heisan's hand gripped a dark, imposing staff, his knuckles white with tension. He declared, with newfound confidence, you know I'm entitled to self-defense from here on, right? His face, bruised and battered, held a fierce determination as he brandished the staff. A sinister grin played on his lips. He declared, I won't hide anymore. The man in the yellow shirt sputtered in disbelief, how did you do that? He was clearly shocked by Heisan's sudden display of power. A narration box revealed, Shion Heisan has never exercised before. Shion Heisan, a young man with an unstable posture and irregular breathing, stood his ground, his body bearing the marks of a recent struggle. He threw a punch, a weak, amateurish blow. Yet, the force behind it belied its clumsy form, it connected with surprising power, sending his opponent sprawling to the ground. The narration box explained that metahumans possess vastly superior physical capabilities compared to ordinary humans. Heisan, witnessing the aftermath of his punch, could only express his astonishment. A metahuman assailant lay defeated on the street. Heisan, looking at his hand, realized he had become significantly stronger. Another metahuman, his face contorted in pain, lay bleeding. Heisan, showing a hint of annoyance, admonished the defeated metahuman for his pathetic display. A young woman with reddish-brown hair anxiously asked her companion, do you know? One punch. That's what people kept shouting when the gate burst open? They waited, believing that you guys would come to help them. A young man in a teal jacket stood over a fallen figure, his expression grim. The fallen man was a monster hunter, his uniform torn and dirty. He muttered to himself, ugh, this is just a waste of my breath. It's not like you're listening to it. His face was marred by strange, dark splotches. He continued walking, stating, I'm passing through then. The young man in the teal jacket walked past another fallen monster hunter, seemingly unconcerned. A young man, his face etched with worry, stood before a tranquil landscape. He questioned the location's suitability, but a voice, confident and unwavering, reassured him that he was indeed in the right place. He approached a lone payphone, its presence striking in the secluded area. The young man paused, noting the unusual placement of the public phone in such a secluded spot. He wondered aloud if it was even functional. He doubted the phone's functionality. Despite his doubts, he picked up the receiver and began to dial, a sense of urgency in his movements. Wondering why anything would be in such a remote location, he pressed a button on the phone. A sudden, unexpected reaction followed the button press. He questioned what had just happened. A look of surprise and slight confusion crossed his face as he realized he might have pressed the wrong button. And he hung up the phone, a sense of unease settling over him. Shion Heisan, a young man with an unusual appearance, found himself precariously perched above a dark, circular opening in the floor. A white cap tumbled down the shaft, a silent testament to the unseen depths below. And a sudden, unsettling sound echoed from the darkness. Above, a section of the ceiling violently gave way. A monstrous creature burst through, its form obscured by a torrent of debris and shadow. Hae-sun landed hard, a sharp pain shooting through his back. Ugh, my back hurts. He looked around, his face contorted in a grimace. What a horrible design, you could kill someone. His gaze fell upon a dark opening in the wall, a thought crossing his mind, is that the door for me to enter? A flicker of determination hardened his expression as he approached the opening. A young man with a bruised face and disheveled hair sat alone, his expression one of quiet contemplation. He was Cheon Hae-sun, and a doctor's words echoed in his mind, that he was no ordinary person. Suddenly, Hae-sun felt a strange sensation, a subtle shift in his surroundings. A splash. His eyes widened in alarm as he registered the sound. He looked down at his hands, a growing sense of unease washing over him. Why was there blood there? The crimson stain was unmistakable. He realized with dawning horror that he was in the wrong place. A wave of dizziness washed over Hae-sun as a sharp alarm blared in his ears. A warning system had been triggered. An unauthorized person had intruded. The room's security system was engaging, its base defense mode activated. Hae-sun's sister's worried face flashed before his eyes. The system identified a single intruder and began its extermination protocol. A dark purple gas spurted from a pipe on the ceiling, splashing across the room. Multiple pipes released the same noxious substance, filling the room with a toxic cloud. A man cursed under his breath, damn it. The purple gas continued to flow, its ominous shadow spreading across the floor. A young man, his face partially obscured, coughed, his eyes wide with alarm. He wondered aloud, is this poison gas? The purple gas enveloped him, clinging to his clothes, leaving him gasping for breath. He questioned, but why? The young man stumbled through the purple haze, his thoughts racing. He mused, wasn't Dr. Jean close friends with Kirill? He considered the possibility, did he change sides? No, it could be that someone ambushed Dr. Jean. He coughed again, the purple gas still clinging to him. He muttered to himself, damn it. I think I breathed some of the poison gas in. A sudden realization struck him. He thought, wait a minute, if this is really poison. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance and a mysterious illness, sat alone, lost in thought. His face bore the marks of recent trauma, a testament to the monster attack that had ravaged his neighborhood. A question formed in his mind, a desperate hope clinging to the edge of his awareness. He wondered if his strange new condition would truly leave him unaffected. Hae-sun attempted a shaky smile, trying to convince himself and anyone watching that he was all right. But his body still bore the evidence of his ordeal. A strange sensation washed over him, a surprising sense of renewal. It was as if his body was actively repairing itself, a process that felt oddly refreshing. Suddenly, a sound pierced the silence. He heard it clearly, the distinct sound of approaching footsteps. Hae-sun's eyes widened in alarm as he recognized the sound. Realizing with a jolt that someone was approaching. A figure emerged from the shadows, a man in a lab coat striding purposefully down a corridor. The sound of his footsteps echoed ominously. Hae-sun's heart pounded in his chest. Was this an enemy? The approaching figure was partially obscured, but Hae-sun could make out a gas mask. He wondered if this was an ally, or if he was about to face another threat. A muttered curse revealed the man's identity and his frustration. He was a member of the Persistent Association. A wave of purplish energy crackled around Cheon Hae-sun as he braced himself against the wall. His eyes were narrowed in grim determination, a cold sweat beating on his brow. He muttered to himself, knowing there was no time for hesitation. With a surge of adrenaline, Hae-sun lunged forward. His movements a blur as he collided with the attacker. The impact sent the masked assailant sprawling. But Hae-sun's counterattack was swift and brutal. He landed a vicious blow, a triumphant grin twisting his lips as he snarled, I gotcha, son of a bitch. Hae-sun's opponent, momentarily stunned, sputtered in disbelief, how dare you try to kill me? Rage contorted Hae-sun's features as he glared at the attacker. His face was marred by scratches and bruises, but his eyes burned with furious energy. A silent observer watched the scene unfold, a question mark forming above their head, what's with this guy? What's this? To the observer's astonishment, Hae-sun's opponent suddenly collapsed, his body going limp. A gasp escaped the observer's lips, did he just faint with that charge? Bound and gagged, Cheon Hae-sun, his face obscured by a gas mask, struggled against his restraints. He was clearly distressed, his breaths hitching as he tried to speak. The man who had captured him, Kirill, stated that he had helped Hae-sun and seemed to understand the situation. Hae-sun, gasping for air, pleaded with Kirill to release him, explaining that he was starting to suffocate. Kirill, however, refused. He explained that he couldn't risk releasing Hae-sun, unsure of what he might do. He introduced himself as Dr. Jean, emphasizing that he wasn't just anyone. Hae-sun, his face partially visible, angrily questioned Kirill's motives, wondering why he had set such a dangerous trap. He pointed out that anyone else would have died. Kirill seemed to hesitate, wondering aloud if he had tied Hae-sun too tightly. Hae-sun, noticing the rope, realized the nature of the trap. Kirill then calmly explained that the tight binding was intentional, it was a key part of his plan. Hae-sun's expression hardened. He didn't believe Kirill was joking. A surge of dark, purplish energy emanated from Hae-sun, his eyes glowing menacingly. His appearance was clearly changing. Dr. Jean, still wearing his gas mask, warned Hae-sun not to be mistaken about the location. He explained that only monster hunters and Kirill himself could enter this place. Cheon Hae-sun, a scientist of considerable renown, began his narration with a slight air of embarrassment. He admitted to being a highly capable scientist, a fact that, as he would soon reveal, had made him a target. His skills were in such demand that many sought his help. Despite the challenges, Hae-sun found his work fulfilling, even if it was exhausting. The satisfaction he derived from helping others outweighed the fatigue. However, his success came at a price. Hae-sun realized, with a growing sense of unease, that he was being followed. His peaceful night was shattered by a sudden attack. A shadowy figure, wielding a knife, lunged at him from the darkness. Hae-sun cried out in terror as the attacker closed in. He was being hunted, not just by common criminals, but by assassins from foreign countries, dubious organizations, and even monster hunters from the association. There were many reasons why so many people wanted him dead, his money and his technical skills were likely among them. Initially, Hae-sun fought back against his pursuers, attempting to survive each encounter. But as time went on, the relentless pursuit began to take its toll. The image shows him wounded and reporting the attack to a police officer. The image shows Cheon Hae-sun, his white shirt slightly rumpled, his arms restrained by a police officer. The officer's dark blue uniform and badge are clearly visible. Hae-sun's face is etched with a mixture of fear and exhaustion, his eyes are wide, reflecting a deep-seated distrust. He thinks to himself that it has become difficult to trust others. A flashback shows a hand wielding a knife, plunging it into Hae-sun's back. The image is dark and violent, emphasizing the betrayal he suffered. The narrative shifts back to Hae-sun's present. He explains that after the attack, he stopped meeting people, attributing his behavior to paranoia. He continues, describing how he lived only in quiet places to avoid further encounters. Despite his precautions, however, people kept finding him. The scene changes to a dark, blood-stained room. A voice, presumably that of an unseen individual, declares that no blood in that room is clean. The camera focuses on the blood-soaked floor, leading to a heavy, metallic door. The atmosphere is ominous and foreboding. Back in the present, the police officer tells Hae-sun that he'll be released, but remains suspicious of his unusually friendly demeanor towards an outsider like himself. Hae-sun explains that his friendliness is due to a specific reason, leaving the explanation hanging. A man wearing a gas mask, identified as Kirill, is shown. Hae-sun reveals that Kirill sent him. A man, his face obscured by shadow, pondered silently. He voiced his trust in someone, stating that because he trusted her, he would also trust the person she recommended. His thoughts then drifted to that person, wondering about her recent activities. The scene shifted to a dark, rain-slicked alleyway, where a figure could be seen collapsing in the downpour. The man reflected on the situation, a sense of unease settling upon him. The rain continued to fall as a young man, his clothes soaked and stained with blood, clutched at a deep wound in his side. The injury was severe. His legs splayed out helplessly as he gasped for breath. The word "ajusi" was spoken, indicating someone was nearby. A young girl, holding an umbrella, approached the injured man. She questioned his presence in such a dangerous place, revealing concern for his well-being. The girl's face was partially obscured by the umbrella, but her concern was evident. The girl, noticing the similarities between the man's injuries and her own, questioned if he was also alone in his suffering. Her own wounds visible on her arms and face. The girl's eyes held a haunted look, reflecting her own experiences. The injured man, his face now clearly visible, showed signs of similar injuries to the girl. He muttered a name, Dr. Jean? A man's hand, calloused and strong, gripped a thick rope. The observer noted a striking resemblance to someone else. A man in a gas mask, his face obscured, pondered the uncanny similarity between himself and a student. He mused about the nature of this resemblance. He questioned whether their only commonality was their shared status as poisoners. Cheon Hae-sun, his skin marred by dark spots, looked concerned. He pointed to his own body, a question hanging in the air. He wondered about the nature of his condition, comparing it to someone named Kirill. The spots, he realized, were a significant difference. Hae-sun reflected on Kirill's appearance, noting that Kirill was quite pretty without the spots. A woman, striking and elegant, appeared, confirming Hae-sun's thoughts. The man in the gas mask suggested a quicker explanation while walking. Hae-sun, agreeing, followed the man. The man in the gas mask asked Hae-sun about his thoughts on the poison within his body. Hae-sun admitted he hadn't given it much thought. A single, dark silhouette emerged from the shadows, its form vaguely humanoid but undeniably ominous. The figure's face was partially obscured, but the intensity in its eyes was unmistakable. A voice, sharp and authoritative, cut through the silence. A single drop of your poison could kill an A-rank knight. The figure, Cheon Hae-sun, recoiled in surprise. He was still reeling from the recent events, the near-death experience and the subsequent awakening of his powers. The voice continued, no chemical weapon can even compare to you. That's how strong a poisoner is. Hae-sun's mind raced. The implications of this revelation were staggering. It can kill an A-rank knight with a single drop. My body is at the lowest A-rank. I'm not looking down on it. I do feel several times stronger compared to before I awakened. He considered the information, a flicker of determination in his eyes. But I heard that when one becomes around A-rank, most attacks are useless against them. The voice, seemingly aware of his thoughts, responded, one drop of blood? However, it's still too early for you to be satisfied. The speaker continued, emphasizing the gravity of Hae-sun's newfound power. An ability that can't be controlled is useless. If we leave you be, then you'll eventually become a disaster in itself. Hae-sun, his face etched with concern, looked down at his hands, a mixture of fear and determination in his eyes. What do I need to do then? What else? A figure appeared in the background, seemingly observing Hae-sun. The scene shifted, revealing a new character. A large, imposing man wearing a gas mask, accompanied by a slender young man. The gas-masked man spoke, his voice muffled but firm, of course, you'll have to train. A high-angle shot shows Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, standing in a dimly lit gym. He looks down, his expression unreadable, as if lost in thought. The camera sweeps across the empty space of the gym, emphasizing the isolation of the scene. The perspective shifts, creating a sense of unease. A woman, her face obscured by shadow, speaks to Hae-sun. She explains that the scars marring his body are a symptom of his inability to fully control his newfound poisonous abilities, assuring him that they will fade with training. Another figure, partially visible, wearing a gas mask, speaks reassuringly. They identify themselves as Kirill's trainer, dismissing Hae-sun's concerns. Hae-sun's face is shown in close-up, his expression is one of quiet contemplation. The trainer continues, predicting that Hae-sun's appearance will change drastically by the time his training is complete. Suddenly, the trainer's voice cuts through Hae-sun's thoughts. They sharply ask why he is simply standing there, lost in thought. The trainer urgently commands Hae-sun to run. A sense of impending danger fills the panel as Hae-sun's face is partially obscured by his gas mask. He is clearly reacting to something unseen. A stout man in a gas mask cheered on a young man, his words echoing encouragement, you're doing great. You can do it. But his encouragement quickly turned to a stern warning, don't slack on your posture. Do you want to do this from the start? The young man strained, his muscles bulging as he pushed himself to the limit. The man in the gas mask urged him further, you can handle more weight. Add another 50 kilograms. With a surge of effort, he lifted a heavy weight plate, electricity crackling around it. But the strain was evident as a groan escaped his lips. Ugh. Sweat beaded on the young man's brow as he gritted his teeth, pushing past the pain. The man in the gas mask continued to encourage him. That's right. You can do it. Go for it. A guttural cry escaped him as he pushed beyond his limits. He lifted the weight, his face contorted in exertion. The man in the gas mask exclaimed, "Why, you're lifting it." The young man's eyes widened as he successfully completed the exercise. The man in the gas mask nodded in approval. Nice. Next would be training to strengthen ether. 7 days after entering his laboratory, Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, found himself in a sterile, white room. He was pale, his dark hair pulled back from his face, and his expression was one of quiet contemplation. Dr. Jean, a stout man in a check shirt, entered, his arrival seemingly unexpected. Hae-sun greeted him with a subtle nod, his voice calm despite the circumstances. He noted the changes in the lab, a silent acknowledgement of the passage of time. The most striking change, however, was that Dr. Jean had removed his gas mask. A small smile played on Hae-sun's lips, the seemingly insignificant act held a deeper meaning for him. He felt a surge of cautious optimism. Hae-sun's question hung in the air, a simple inquiry masking a deeper curiosity. Dr. Jin's response was equally blunt, revealing a pragmatic approach to their current situation. 2 additional hours of training were added to his schedule, a testament to the urgency of their situation. Dr. Jin's observation about Hae-sun's changed appearance was sharp and insightful. The doctor's comment about Hae-sun's improved running ability was a subtle but significant observation, highlighting a physical change that had occurred since his illness. A second significant change was the awakening of Hae-sun's sister. Her note revealed her anxiety and concern for her brother's well-being, highlighting the close bond between them. Hae-sun's internal monologue revealed his attempts to manage the situation and maintain his sister's trust, even as he grappled with his own anxieties. A third and final change was the introduction of a new device, the nature of which remained unclear, adding another layer of mystery to the unfolding events. Surrounded by several doctors, Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, sat patiently as Dr. Jean examined him. A question mark hovered above Hae-sun's head, reflecting his own uncertainty about his condition. Suddenly, Dr. Jean produced a new device, surprising Hae-sun. Dr. Jean presented Hae-sun with a mysterious, dark cube containing a glowing purple gem. It was an improved version of a device previously given to him by Kirill. The device, a marvel of engineering, had taken only 3 days to design and develop, leaving Hae-sun awestruck. The device rested on a table amidst technical schematics, while Dr. Jean and Hae-sun looked on. The implication of the device's creation was clear. The biggest change, however, would be to Hae-sun himself. Later, Hae-sun stood before a mirror, his back to the viewer, revealing numerous dark bruises scattered across his body. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. He considered giving up on his training, overwhelmed by fatigue and self-doubt. While washing his hair, Hae-sun contemplated the physical changes his body had undergone during training. A sigh escaped his lips. His gaze fell upon his reflection, his expression a mixture of weariness and determination. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man marked by an unusual appearance, observed his own body. The dark spots that had plagued him for so long seemed less pronounced. A subtle shift, almost imperceptible, yet it filled him with a flicker of hope. He was surprised by this unexpected change in his condition. A faint crackling sound accompanied the change, as if something within him was shifting and reforming. Dr. Jean, Hae-sun's physician, entered the room. His expression revealed his astonishment at Hae-sun's dramatically improved appearance. He commented on Hae-sun's newfound handsomeness, a stark contrast to his previous sickly appearance. Hae-sun, still somewhat weak, stood before the doctor, a towel around his waist, revealing a body that was far more muscular and defined than before. The doctor's words, though meant as a compliment, were met with a confused expression from Hae-sun. Hae-sun's initial confusion quickly turned to annoyance at the doctor's focus on his appearance. He retorted, expressing his frustration at the doctor's superficial observation. Dr. Jean, seemingly unfazed by Hae-sun's outburst, simply stated his name. Meanwhile, in a separate scene, another character, presumably a colleague of Dr. Jean, was seen eating lunch, seemingly oblivious to the events unfolding elsewhere. He was interrupted by a voice questioning his boredom. The scene shifted to Hae-sun, who was now engaged in what appeared to be a form of energy manipulation or training, described as ether-strengthening training. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, sat alone in a sparsely furnished room. His surroundings were stark, the only features being rows of canned food lining the walls. A friend, concerned about his isolation, expressed worry about his solitary existence, noting the length of time he had spent alone. He explained that his diet consisted solely of canned goods, further highlighting his isolation. Hae-sun, however, countered that he wasn't entirely alone. The friend, intrigued, pressed Hae-sun for clarification, prompting him to reveal the unexpected truth. Suddenly, a dark, purplish energy began to emanate from Hae-sun's shoulders. A shocking revelation that left him questioning the source of this strange phenomenon. Hae-sun's confusion was palpable as he examined the strange markings appearing on his skin. The friend, however, seemed to know exactly what was happening, excitedly urging Hae-sun to greet his new companion. The friend's words were followed by a dramatic reveal. A small, dark creature, seemingly attached to Hae-sun's back, startled him. He reacted with shock and disbelief. While his friend, seemingly unfazed, explained that the creature was a pori, a type of monster harmless to humans and a fascinating specimen. An elderly man, his face etched with concern, explained that even if someone were bitten by a pori, they would only feel a slight itch. However, he mused that something about the situation felt fundamentally different. But what was even more surprising was something else. The fact that it's able to absorb the poison from its owner. A small, dark, bat-winged creature clung to Hae-sun's shoulder. The creature had been latched onto Hae-sun for 2 days already. Hae-sun found this ridiculous, considering his heightened senses from rigorous training. It was no surprise that he hadn't detected it earlier. Because the creature possessed the stealth ability to become invisible. The creature disappeared, leaving Hae-sun amazed. Hae-sun concluded that the pori was no simple monster, its stealth capabilities were extraordinary. A surge of teal energy enveloped Cheon Hae-sun, its ethereal glow illuminating his face. He felt a power within him, something potent and unfamiliar. A raw, untamed force that pulsed with an otherworldly energy. It was a power unlike anything he'd ever experienced, a rare ability even among the strongest esper. Dr. Jean stared at Hae-sun, his expression a mixture of awe and concern. He wondered how Hae-sun had come to possess such a remarkable ability. Hae-sun, still weak from his recent ordeal, asked what was troubling the doctor. A voice, sharp and insistent, cut through the quiet of the room. It was a reminder of his duties, a call to action. Despite his exhaustion, Hae-sun obeyed the order to get up. He knew he had to continue training, even if his body screamed in protest. A report was presented, detailing the recent events and the state of the guild. The report highlighted a significant decrease in resources harvested from the dungeons, indicating a potential problem. The report continued, revealing an unusual phenomenon observed by one of the exploration teams in the dungeons. Despite efforts to suppress the news, riots continued in Gabangdong, a testament to the growing unrest. A tense meeting unfolded within the sterile confines of a modern office. A stern-faced man in a dark suit sat across from a younger, bespectacled man in a beige suit, who nervously held a tablet. The older man abruptly commanded him to stop. He then instructed the younger man to increase the number of missions for teams 1 and 2 by 30%. The Glory Guild chairman, Gu Gunai, a man of sharp features and intense gaze, continued to give orders. He directed Team 3 to investigate the phenomenon and report back without delay. He emphasized the importance of completing the experiment without any further complications. Addressing his chief secretary, Gunai's expression remained serious and resolute. The chief secretary, visibly distressed, voiced his concerns. He kept hearing the word Gabangdong, a place name that seemed to unsettle him. He pleaded with Gunai to make the unsettling name disappear from his ears. Gunai, though seemingly unmoved, placed a comforting hand on the secretary's shoulder. The secretary, overwhelmed by emotion, finally conceded, muttering that he understood. A man in a suit extended a hand towards a nervous-looking man with glasses, suggesting a long-term collaboration. He smiled warmly, his expression conveying confidence and assurance. But before the agreement could be finalized, the suited man paused, a new thought occurring to him. He then abruptly asked about the whereabouts of someone named Maria. The suited man turned away, his back to the other man, his expression unreadable. The man with glasses reacted with visible alarm to the question about Maria, a cold sweat beading on his brow. His anxiety palpable as he braced himself for the response. The suited man's expression darkened, a hint of worry and concern clouding his features as he received the news. The man with glasses revealed that Maria had locked herself in the healing room again. The scene shifted to a stained glass window in a large, Gothic-style building, a young woman with long blonde hair standing before it, her back to the viewer. The young woman, Maria, sat alone, her back to the viewer, a single word escaping her lips, I'm. Ria, a young woman with long blonde hair, clutched her arms, her body covered in deep, bloody wounds. Tears streamed down her face as she whispered a repeated apology. She sat on the cold stone floor, her body trembling, the blood staining her clothes. It was clear that her injuries were self-inflicted, a grim testament to her despair. The narration box explained that this was a symbol of her connection to the guild. A bloody knife lay discarded nearby, a stark reminder of her actions. The narration box added that this was a room dedicated to her self-harm. A man, sharply dressed in a suit, entered the room. He looked at Ria with a mixture of concern and weariness. He asked her how long she intended to continue this self-destructive behavior. He stood over her, his shadow falling across the blood-soaked floor. The narration box explained that her actions stemmed from guilt over her inability to protect someone. The man sighed, stating that they had done everything they could. He continued, explaining that despite witnessing such acts many times, he still couldn't get used to the sight. The narration box emphasized that Ria's self-harm had reached a critical level. The final panel showed Ria's face, tears welling up in her eyes, as she continued to inflict wounds upon herself. A narration box declared, it would have been fatal if this was someone else. But the narration continued, explaining that her healing ability regenerates the moment she is injured. A tearful woman, Maria, questioned, we did our best. The image showed Maria, her blonde hair framing a tear-streaked face, sitting amidst a dark, bloody scene. A caption identified her as Maria, the world's best healer, and a symbol of the Glory Guild. Maria's voice, filled with grief, addressed someone called Chairman, stating, numerous innocent people died. She continued, specifying, more than 500 people died. Maria's anguished voice rose, how can you say that we've done our best? We don't have the right to say things like that. Her words trailed off, those people, why did they have to be sacrificed? A man, presumably the chairman, sighed, Ria, it was really an accident this time. You know there's nothing we could have done. The chairman's thought bubble showed a sudden shift in his thinking, what if? His internal monologue continued, what if? I went there. What if we split the team into 2 teams? A man, his face obscured, reflected on the recent tragedy. He mused that if they had arrived at the scene sooner, they could have saved at least one more life. A young woman with long blonde hair sat amidst a pool of blood, tears streaming down her face. Her body trembled with grief and despair. The scene shifted to a dark, ominous background. The narration box identified the location as Gabangdong, where a catastrophic monster attack had recently occurred. The name Ria was mentioned. A monstrous creature, vaguely reptilian with multiple eyes and sharp claws, loomed large in the panel. Its menacing presence filled the frame. Its sheer power was evident, even the seasoned hunters couldn't have easily dispatched it. The man from the first panel, now visible, spoke to Ria, expressing his self-reproach. He felt inadequate, blaming himself for the loss of life. Tears streamed down his face as he confessed his feelings of inadequacy and failure. Ria, still distraught, vehemently disagreed with the man's self-blame, stating that the events were not solely his fault. She insisted that he was not weak, and that the situation was far more complex than he realized. The man, however, continued to grapple with his guilt, revealing his own internal struggles and emotional turmoil. Shion Hae-sun, a man whose unusual appearance has marked him as an outcast, covered his face with his hand. Tears streamed down his cheeks, a silent testament to his despair. He let out a heavy sigh, his green eyes, visible beneath his fingers, reflecting a profound weariness. His hand moved to his throat, a grimace twisting his features. He was starting to get sick of this. A familiar discomfort settling in his chest. He knew his sister was struggling too, but she needed to endure it. His sister, a woman with long blonde hair, wept silently, her face etched with worry and sorrow. If it was truly hard for him, she would do anything. He nodded, agreeing to her unspoken offer. Then, he asked about the hunter examination location. His sister, still visibly upset, questioned the necessity of attending the hunter examination. She didn't understand. He explained that they needed to recruit more talented hunters to save more people. It was a matter of life and death. His sister's reflection appeared in his eyes, a silent question hanging in the air. Could she do this? She finally agreed, addressing him as chairman. A man in a dark suit addressed a blonde woman, his hand resting on her shoulder. He offered a curt assessment. Good, that's a great decision. An aerial view revealed a city street ravaged by a monstrous attack. A gaping chasm tore through the pavement, spewing dark, ominous smoke. The man's voice, calm yet serious, echoed in the aftermath. He turned his attention to a young man, Hey son, asking, Hey son, what do you intend to do when your training is over? Hey son, his body now enveloped in a purple aura, replied, of course, I need to become a hunter. The man responded, I guess that means becoming a knight then? Hey son, upside down, struggled against the strange purple energy coursing through him. He gasped, what? The man's voice cut through Hey son's confusion. A strong person that I don't know about. Hey son, wiping sweat from his brow, shook his head. No, I'm thinking of doing something else. The man thoughtfully spun a pen between his fingers. He observed, there's so few talented people. We need healers. Hey son, a faint green glow emanating from his hand, smiled knowingly. He had a new path in mind. Shion Hey son, a young man bearing the marks of past trauma, stood resolute. His body, scarred and bruised, reflected a life far from easy. Yet, his gaze held a newfound determination. I'm going to try and become a healer, he declared, his voice filled with quiet resolve. His resolve was met with skepticism. A sharply dressed man, his face etched with cynicism, countered, this will only create more innocent victims, just like what Kirill did to us. He continued, his voice laced with disdain, healers are rare. I don't care if a few beggars die, but it's a different story if our guild members are injured. Hey son's response was a quiet, almost unsettling smile. For now, he murmured, his eyes gleaming with a hidden intensity. The man's expression remained unchanged, his thoughts hidden behind a mask of composure. One thing's for sure, he stated, his voice low and measured. Hey son's face, partially obscured, revealed only a hint of his inner turmoil. His determination, however, remained unshaken. He was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. A subtle shift in his expression hinted at the complex emotions churning within him. Hey son's thoughts turned to the future. I'm thinking of taking the hunter examination, he mused, so I'll need to go to the hunter examination location. The man's eyes, sharp and intense, followed Hey son's unspoken words. A glint of something akin to anticipation flickered in their depths. His silence spoke volumes, hinting at a plan already forming in his mind. Shion Hey son, a young man with an air of quiet resignation, shook hands with his doctor. He admitted, with a hint of melancholy, that he felt he would soon be alone. The doctor, in response, confessed that he had grown rather attached to Hey son during their short time together. The scene shifted to show Hey son and his doctor, a stout man with a kind face and spectacles, standing in a hallway. The doctor reassured him, promising frequent visits and urging him to eat well, noting Hey son's habit of relying on canned foods. Hey son's pale skin and slight build were visible, hinting at his underlying illness. The doctor chuckled, mentioning something about Pori. A small, dark, dragon-like creature appeared beside Hey son, who stated that it would accompany him. Hey son reflected on the bittersweet nature of goodbyes, acknowledging that they often follow greetings. The doctor, addressing the creature, affectionately instructed it to take good care of Hey son. A monstrous roar, Kawang, echoed through the air, signaling the arrival of unseen creatures. The sound was followed by a flurry of movement as a dark, winged creature swooped down. The scene shifted to a residential area, where a desperate shout pierced the chaos, Shion Heijuan. A sense of urgency filled the air as the camera panned across the neighborhood, showing the monster's approach. Another cry, Uya, echoed, adding to the growing panic. A young woman with dark hair, glasses, and a pink shirt fiercely confronted a young man with dark hair, who appeared to be struggling for breath. Do you think just leaving behind a piece of paper is acceptable? Or not? The young man, gasping for air, pleaded, and Nuna, wait. I'll explain. His face was contorted in pain, and he choked out, I can't breathe. A chibi-style depiction showed the young woman looking down at the young man, her expression a mix of worry and concern. Heijuan. Shion Heisun, a young man with an unusual appearance, knelt on the floor, his body bearing the marks of recent trauma. A profound weariness settled over him as he reflected on the events that had transpired. He had just explained everything to someone, the weight of his revelation heavy on his shoulders. That's how things turned out. Heisun's sister, her face etched with concern, questioned his account of his rescue. She voiced her doubts about the mysterious hunter who had supposedly saved him. She challenged his certainty, demanding to know why he was so sure about the hunter's identity. The sister continued her interrogation, expressing skepticism about the hunter's age and affiliations. She even questioned the validity of the hunter's name, suggesting it might be a fabrication. Her skepticism deepened. She argued that there was no reason for such a powerful person to be so kind to them. She conceded that a normal hunter might help civilians, but this person's actions went far beyond the call of duty. This extraordinary level of assistance led her to a startling realization. A conclusion that fundamentally altered her perspective on the mysterious hunter. She whispered a name that hinted at a deeper connection and a reassessment of the hunter's character. The sister concluded that the hunter was not a bad person. Shion Heisun, a young man with an unusual complexion marked by purplish blotches scattered across his skin, stared pensively at his reflection. His expression was one of quiet contemplation, tinged with a hint of worry. A voice, sharp and unwavering, cut through his thoughts. It was a statement of cold pragmatism, devoid of warmth or sentimentality. The speaker, Heisun's sister, stood with her arms crossed, her face a mask of stern disapproval. Her dark eyes burned with intensity. Heisun, his gaze downcast, considered his sister's words. He seemed to be wrestling with a difficult truth, a heavy weight settling on his shoulders. The unspoken implication hung heavy in the air, accepting help always comes with a price. A price he might not be ready to pay. Heisun's sister sighed, her expression softening slightly. A hint of weariness clouded her features. She posed a question, her voice laced with a mixture of concern and resignation. Heisun looked down at a hunter application form, his sister's question hanging in the air. The weight of his decision pressed down on him. He picked up the pen, a silent affirmation of his choice. A faint, almost imperceptible nod escaped his lips. His decision was made. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance and a fatal illness, stared resolutely ahead. His face bore the marks of hardship, yet his gaze held a newfound determination. Then do it, he muttered to himself, a silent vow forming in his heart. His younger sister, Hae-dang, watched him with a mixture of concern and confusion. Ha. Why, she questioned, her voice barely a whisper, her eyes wide with uncertainty. Hae-sun, however, remained steadfast. He turned to her, his expression unwavering. What do you mean why, he asked, his tone firm but laced with a hint of weariness. Hae-dang's face was a mask of worry, but her voice was surprisingly calm. Whatever it is, it's your choice. There's no reason for me to stop you. A heavy silence hung in the air as Hae-dang's gaze dropped, her lips parting slightly as if to speak, but no words came. Hae-sun hung his head, a sigh escaping his lips. The weight of his decision, and the unspoken understanding between siblings, pressed heavily upon him. Ugh. His thoughts drifted back to a past tragedy. Nuna. I've thought a lot since that incident. I think that incident could have been prevented. That's how it's always been. A steely resolve hardened his features. I'm gonna save people. I don't want anything like what happened in Gabangdong to happen again. He looked at his sister, his eyes filled with a newfound purpose. I don't know if I can do well, but I want to try. Hae-dang, though worried, offered a small, encouraging smile. She knew her brother better than anyone. She worried about me more than anyone. A young woman, her face partially obscured, offered a reassuring smile to Hae-sun. Don't worry, Hae-sun, she said, her voice calm and gentle. Her expression shifted, a determined glint appearing in her eyes. She pointed at him, her voice filled with conviction. You're gonna be a hunter greater than everyone else. Fighting. But her unwavering belief in him ran deeper than mere encouragement. He knew she believed in him more than anyone else. Hae-sun's gaze fell upon the purplish blotches marring his skin, a grim reminder of his illness. Could it be a coincidence? The weight of this realization settled upon him, the two people he trusted most had both told him the same thing. A small, determined smile touched his lips. Yeah. I'll try my best. His resolve hardened, mirroring the unwavering belief of his sister. A new voice interrupted his thoughts. Nuna, the hunter exam fee is 50 million won. Hae-sun's sister looked up from her phone, her expression a mixture of surprise and concern at the cost. She voiced her concerns about the dangers of being a hunter, suggesting a safer alternative. Hae-sun, however, already had a plan to earn the money. Hae-sun's sister voiced her concern, her tone laced with disbelief. What? How are you going to get that much money? She exclaimed, suspicion clouding her features. Her worry deepened as she added, Hae-sun, are you perhaps selling an organ, or? Hae-sun quickly denied the accusation, his voice tinged with panic. It's nothing like that, Nuna. He clarified his intentions, his words resolute. He came to earn money. The scene shifted to Hae-sun, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, standing in a verdant forest. He wore a casual blue t-shirt and white sweatpants, a small bag slung across his shoulder. He seemed to be searching for something. He approached a clearing, a question forming on his lips. Is it here? He wondered, his gaze fixed on a swirling vortex of purple energy. The vortex pulsed with ominous power, a beacon of danger and opportunity. He recognized it as the place where his dungeon dreams would come true. The Poison Dungeon. A narration box explained the dungeon's infamy. It poisons not only the dungeon itself but also the surrounding area, making it one of the most infamous types of dungeons. Because of this, people are forbidden from approaching within a certain radius. A map depicted a restricted region surrounding a poison dungeon, its infection region clearly marked. A perimeter of stakes and warnings indicated that distance was maintained to control the spread of the poison. But the further the restricted region extended, the more problems arose. A young man with dark hair observed, a troubled expression on his face as he witnessed the ominous purple energy surge. Cheon Hae-sun, his face marred by purplish blotches, closed his eyes, his illness clearly worsening. Despite his condition, a surge of determination filled him. Let's go, he resolved, his voice firm despite his internal turmoil. He plunged into a swirling vortex of purple energy, falling headfirst into the unknown depths. Emerging from the vortex, Hae-sun found himself in a breathtaking landscape. A majestic dragon soared overhead, its presence both awe-inspiring and slightly terrifying. Oh, he breathed, his eyes wide with wonder. Oh, he exclaimed, the sheer scale of the world before him overwhelming. He stared in disbelief at the alien scenery. This is a whole other world. It's like I'm inside a game, he mused, his mind struggling to process the reality of his situation. The camera focuses on a patch of vibrant, unusual plants, their leaves a deep purple hue, almost glowing in the dim light. A pair of feet, clad in sneakers, are visible above the foliage, suggesting someone is standing nearby, observing the vegetation. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with dark hair and a serious expression, stands amidst the peculiar plants. He thinks to himself, I guess, as expected of a poison dungeon, but I can feel the thick poison in the air. Other hunters wouldn't even be able to breathe here. Hae-sun's face is shown, a smirk playing on his lips despite the visible bruises and dark spots marring his skin. He says, well, that doesn't concern me though. His nonchalant attitude contrasts sharply with the dangerous environment. Hae-sun continues walking through the poisonous plants, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. He thinks, there isn't much time until the test. I hope I find that plant soon. The scene shifts to show a close-up of the ground, with a slight tremor visible. Hae-sun stops abruptly, his eyes widening in surprise as he notices something moving in the undergrowth. He questions, what is that? A large, clawed purple foot emerges from the bushes. Is it The panel ends with a cliffhanger, leaving the creature's identity unknown. A monstrous shadow loomed over the neighborhood, heralding the arrival of a deadly Hamud. The creature, a purple, reptilian monstrosity with sharp spines along its back, advanced with terrifying speed. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, watched from the shadows, his breath catching in his throat. He wondered if the monster had noticed him yet. A data box appeared, revealing the monster's stats, a deadly Hamud, poison-type warrior, physical level E, other level D. Hae-sun concluded that it was weak enough for him to fight. A detailed description of the monster's abilities appeared: telekinesis, element attributes, and poison. The narration clarified that other level referred to all other attack types. The image shifted to focus on a woman with striking features, her hands glowing with purple poison. The text emphasized that this was in addition to physical capabilities. Hae-san realized that the Hamud's difficulty was only 2 stars due to its poison weakness. He also noted that the monster's level was either similar to his or below his own. Hae-san felt a surge of confidence. He believed he could handle this. A determined expression settled on his face as he prepared for battle. A young man, Chion Hae-san, clenched his fist, his knuckles white. Beads of sweat dotted his brow as he muttered a curse, fuck. He struggled against a violent tremor racking his body, his internal monologue a desperate plea, stop shaking. He gasped for breath, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and fear. His body trembled uncontrollably. A low groan escaped his lips. Hae-san gritted his teeth, his voice strained with effort as he commanded himself, I said stop shaking, you dumbass. A wave of nausea washed over him. He cursed under his breath, damn it. A horrifying realization dawned on him as a monstrous shadow loomed over him. Terror seized him as he whispered, it's a monster. Run. The monstrous creature's gaping maw filled his vision, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. Hae-san's voice cracked with fear as he cried out, when are the hunters gonna get here? A woman with long, dark hair appeared, her face streaked with dirt and blood. Her voice was a low, desperate whisper, Hae-san. Run. Hae-san's eyes widened in terror, his face a mask of despair. He could only manage it choked, damn it. A surge of energy coursed through him, a sudden, unexpected power. He gasped, damn it. Kuwang. A small, dark creature with large eyes appeared beside him. He stared, bewildered, what? How long have you? This little dude. A small, winged creature, seemingly a familiar, looked up at Chion Hae-san with wide, innocent eyes. A soft, grateful whisper escaped its lips, thanks. The creature, its name seemingly Kuwang, flapped its wings excitedly, a joyful sound accompanying its movements. Chion Hae-san, his back to the viewer, walked through a forest, his mind preoccupied. He muttered to himself, questioning the whereabouts of something crucial, where was it? He reflected on his recent ordeal, attributing his composure to the help of someone named Pori. However, a sense of unease settled upon him as he sensed a nearby presence. He realized the monsters seemed to have noticed his arrival. 3 monstrous figures emerged from the shadows, their reptilian forms menacing. Hae-san observed them calmly, acknowledging their approach. 2, 3, they keep coming. No, I guess it doesn't matter? A sudden realization washed over him as he found what he was looking for. Hae-san, a triumphant grin spreading across his face, held up a mysterious cube-shaped object. He exclaimed, "Tada, what could this be?" His resolve hardened, he declared his intention to eliminate the approaching monsters, regardless of their number. I'm gonna kill them no matter how many of them there are. Back at what appeared to be a medical facility, Hae-san presented the cube to a doctor, his expression a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. He asked, "Doctor, what is this?" The doctor, anticipating Hae-san's need for a weapon, gave him instructions on how to use the cube. I thought you'd need a weapon. Hold it in your hand and shout move. A portly man, comfortably seated in an office chair, sipped from a mug of hot chocolate. He looked up, a thoughtful expression on his face, and pointed a finger upwards, questioning, move? Meanwhile, Chion Hae-san, his face bearing the marks of recent trauma, sat silently, a contemplative escaping his lips. The man's voice, sharp and commanding, cut through the silence. He barked, move. A dark, cube-shaped device pulsed with an ominous purple light. The narration box explained, hasten, this device is in the form of a cube at most times, but once you say the activation word and put in ether, it'll change. The cube began to shift and reform, its structure warping and reforming into something new. The narration box stated, its functionalities are endless. The narration box continued, explaining, it'll react to your ether to increase its output, or change into a whole new kind of device. The device transformed, its dark metallic form shifting into a sleek, bladed weapon. A dark, powerful-looking blade now held in Hae-san's hand. He asked, what's its name? A narration box revealed the weapon's identity, the century's genius Dr. Jin's original device II. Hae-san muttered to himself, as I thought. A dark, purplish energy swirled and coalesced into a dagger-like shape. It was small, barely larger than a typical hunting knife. But it pulsed with an ominous power. Chion Hae-san, a young man with dark hair and a worried expression, held the newly formed weapon, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. Despite his apprehension, a spark of defiance ignited within him. He muttered to himself, unconvinced but resolute, that he wouldn't lose this fight. The scene opens with a tranquil landscape, a rainbow arcing over a distant mountain range. A picturesque view of a forest, bathed in soft sunlight. But the idyllic scene is shattered as a sense of impending doom fills the air. A monstrous creature, its maw agape, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth and dripping with a viscous purple substance, looms into view. The text poison rain appears ominously below it, foreshadowing the impending attack. A beam of purple light descends from the sky. The light intensifies, forming a concentrated column of toxic energy. The energy explodes outward, a wave of purple destruction engulfing everything in its path, leaving behind only a trail of devastation and blood. A pack of reptilian monsters, their purple scales gleaming ominously, descended from the trees, their jaws snapping hungrily. Their beady eyes fixated on their prey below. A swift and brutal attack ensued, the forest floor stained crimson with blood. The scene was one of chaos and carnage, limbs flailing as the monsters tore into their victims. Amidst the chaos, a young man, Chion Hae-san, found himself caught in the fray. He stood amidst the carnage, his blue shirt splattered with blood, a grim realization dawning on him, damn, I got blood splattered on me. His thoughts turned to his sister, a worry etching itself onto his features. He wondered, Nuna won't get mad at me, right? Hae-san examined the bloodstains on his shirt, a mixture of fear and guilt evident in his posture. A strange purple energy emanated from the bloodstains, and Hae-san felt an inexplicable urge to absorb it. The word absorb echoed in his mind. Close up on Chion Hae-san's face. A wide, almost unsettling grin stretched across his lips, revealing slightly pointed teeth. His cheeks bore faint, dark blemishes. Multiple notifications appeared, each proclaiming, user's black ether has increased. Hae-san's laughter echoed, a triumphant ah ha ha. Hae-sun stood in a forest clearing, his laughter echoing as purple energy pulsed from the ground around him. The purple energy intensified, he looked around, his eyes wide with surprise. A thought bubble appeared above his head. What is this place? A buffet. Hae-sun's eyes gleamed. He muttered, there's so much ether. There's poison all around me. He exclaimed, ooh. There's one more over there. He spotted a small, lizard-like creature. He realized, this is a dungeon made just for me. Hae-sun grinned, running towards it. He thought, with this one, it's a total of 50. I might even be able to collect 100 today. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, sat amidst a vibrant green landscape, his expression etched with worry. A faint purple glow emanated from his hands as he examined a strange, ancient-looking stone, muttering to himself about the cryptic symbols etched into its surface. The more he studied it, the less sense it made to him. He frowned, his gaze falling upon a peculiar weapon he carried, a sleek, dark blade with a vibrant purple gem embedded in its hilt. He mused silently about its nature. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered. A monstrous creature, vaguely reptilian in form, emerged from the shadows, its silhouette menacing and sharp. Hae-sun, realizing the danger, braced himself for the attack. With surprising speed and power, Hae-sun effortlessly dispatched the creatures, leaving them lifeless on the forest floor. The purple glow around him intensified as he moved, a stark contrast to the dark forms of the fallen monsters. A wave of purple energy washed over the scene, leaving only the faint scent of decay in its wake. Despite the ferocity of the attack, the wounds inflicted upon the monsters were surprisingly superficial. A mere scratch on one of the creatures was all that remained of the encounter. A young man with dark hair, his face etched with worry, stared intently at his hands. A single bead of sweat trickled down his temple. He muttered to himself, the words barely audible, the synergy between his abilities and poison was far too potent. He held a pair of wicked-looking daggers, their hilts adorned with glowing purple gems. A shiver ran down his spine as he thought, you scary thing. With this, I was sure, no matter who gets caught by this thing. It's one hit for anyone. He raised both daggers, a look of grim determination on his face. Then, that means. He smirked, a chilling realization dawning on him. So weak. He thought, a hint of cruel amusement in his eyes. Another individual, a person with light brown hair and striking golden eyes, clutched a bloody cloth to their mouth, their expression one of pained surprise. Kiak. Damn it, they hissed. Their eyes widened. Maybe I've already reached the strongest class, they exclaimed, a surge of hope momentarily eclipsing their pain. The young man from earlier, now with a more confident expression, thought, if I grew this much in the dungeon, I should check my progress. He dashed off into the forest, a burst of energy propelling him forward. A triumphant grin spread across his face. He called out, his voice echoing through the trees, now, come out. I won't expect an S. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, examined a device displaying his physical stats. His eyes widened as he processed the information, questioning whether the reading was even accurate. The device, Professor Jin's original device, V1, clearly displayed Hae-sun's status as a metahuman, class level 1, with a possessed BA of 1627, a physical level of E, a healing level of S, and a poison step skill at level 1. Hae-sun reacted with disbelief and frustration. He questioned the healing level, confirming it was indeed an S rank. His frustration intensified as he cursed the device for showing him such seemingly useless information. Hae-sun dismissed his low physical level, declaring his intention to become a healer. He confidently strode away, his laughter echoing through the quiet forest. His laughter continued, but a hint of uncertainty clouded his expression. As he questioned whether he should simply go home. He reflected on his unsuccessful search for a specific flower, deeming it a waste of time. Hae-sun expressed his hope of finding the flower in the next dungeon, a determined glint in his eyes. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, felt a familiar unease settle over him. His face was etched with worry, his eyes clouded with apprehension. What? He thought, a question hanging heavy in the air as his unease intensified. He stood there, his breath catching in his throat as a cold sweat beaded on his brow. The feeling was growing stronger. This uneasy feeling. I can feel it. The forest loomed before him, dark and ominous. A sense of dread washed over him. This one, it's on a different level from the monsters from earlier. A low growl echoed through the trees, confirming his fears. From the shadows emerged a monstrous creature, its teeth bared in a terrifying snarl. Its eyes glowed with malevolent intent. A polluted hyena, its form radiating a dark, unnatural energy. The creature advanced, its presence a palpable threat. The creature's massive paws landed heavily on the forest floor, the ground trembling beneath its weight. Hae-sun gripped his weapon, a dark blade pulsing with a faint purple light. A cold sweat slicked his palms as he braced himself for the inevitable confrontation. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, stood amidst the shadows, his gaze fixed on something unseen. He muttered to himself, confident in his assessment despite the lack of visual confirmation, he could tell what was coming. He gripped a strange, dark weapon, its purple energy thrumming ominously, a warning flashed in his mind. The weapon's internal system assessed the threat, the approaching enemy possessed superior combat capabilities. A monstrous beast, its eyes burning with malevolent red light, emerged from the darkness, its terrifying maw agape. Hae-sun recognized the creature as the leader of the pack. He internally acknowledged the enemy's superior other-level rating, but dismissed it, confident in his own superior poison. However, a significant problem remained, his own physical capabilities were drastically inferior. His physical level was ranked E, while the boss monster was C. This represented a massive disparity in strength, akin to a child facing an adult in a fight. Despite his apprehension, Hae-sun prepared for battle. The monstrous hyena-like creature lunged at him. A question echoed in Shion Hae-sun's mind, a desperate hope clinging to the edge of despair, is there a possibility? He spoke to his small, familiar companion, a creature resembling a miniature dragon, instructing it to remain hidden for a while. Hae-sun's internal monologue urged him to calm down first, to compose himself before acting. Despite his fear, a grim determination settled upon him. He resolved to watch carefully, even if the monster's physical capabilities were low. Suddenly, a swift, dark projectile hurtled towards Hae-sun, forcing him to react instinctively. The speed of the attack was alarming, he knew he had to defend himself. With a surge of adrenaline, Hae-sun drew a small knife, preparing to confront the approaching threat. A monstrous creature lunged at him. In a desperate act of self-preservation, Hae-sun channeled his inner strength, a dark purple energy emanating from his hand. A wave of purplish-black energy erupted from the unseen attacker, striking Cheon Hae-sun with brutal force. The impact sending him sprawling as a pained cry escaped his lips. Hae-sun collapsed to the ground, clutching his bleeding arm. He gasped, his face contorted in agony. A sharp, agonizing pain unlike anything he'd ever experienced before. Confusion clouded his mind, he couldn't understand the source of this intense suffering. A question forming in his mind, what was happening? He struggled to comprehend the sudden, overwhelming pain, his vision blurring. A horrifying realization dawning on him, he couldn't see the source of the attack at all. His thoughts turned to the grim possibility, was this how he would die? Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, sat alone, consumed by despair. His anguished cry, why the hell would I die, echoed the turmoil within him as he grappled with a terminal illness. He clutched his wounded arm, the blood a stark contrast to his purple shirt. Despite his grim situation, a defiant thought arose within him, I've beaten death many times. Hae-sun stood, his back to the viewer, a dark, purplish aura emanating from his wounds. He was determined to fight, even in the face of death. His resolve hardened as he silently vowed, do you think I'm going to die in a place like this? A sudden, sharp question pierced his thoughts, sitting still? A monstrous hyena-like creature emerged from the shadows, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The attack had begun. The creature lunged, its snarl a testament to its savage nature. Hae-sun, however, remained unfazed, a grim smile playing on his lips as he thought, cocky bastard. He prepared to meet the challenge, his inner monologue continuing, stupid. But a flicker of hope ignited within him as he realized, thanks to that, I have a chance to win. The hyena-like creature responded with a chilling growl, hey. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, stood defiantly amidst a chaotic scene. His dark eyes, filled with a mixture of defiance and desperation, glared at his unseen attackers. What are you doing? Come at me, he challenged, his voice tight with barely controlled fear. He held a dark, ornate dagger, its purple gem pulsing faintly. Blood stained his arm, a grim testament to the fight already underway. With a sudden burst of speed, Hae-sun launched himself forward. Dodging a swift, clawed attack from a monstrous, shadowy beast. Purple energy crackled around the creature, hinting at its unnatural power. The impact of his counterattack sent a shockwave rippling through the air, a display of unexpected strength. Then, I have to put my trust. Hae-sun found himself grappling with the monstrous creature, its sharp teeth bared in a vicious snarl. A desperate struggle ensued. A surge of power, unexpected and potent, coursed through Hae-sun's veins. Healing power, he roared, a new ability manifesting itself. The monster recoiled, its eyes wide with surprise as Hae-sun's newfound power erupted. A pained yelp escaped its maw. A thought echoed in Hae-sun's mind, how can they freely control a poisoner? A microscopic view of Cheon Hae-sun's bloodstream revealed a strange phenomenon, vibrant purple globules pulsed with an unnatural energy, weaving through the crimson pathways of his veins. The unusual particles seemed to interact with his blood cells, a mesmerizing dance of life and something else entirely. A diagram appeared, illustrating two scenarios involving poison and healing. The first showed healing power remaining after neutralizing poison, the second depicted poison being perfectly controlled, eliminating the need for healing. A question arose, does the excess healing disappear? The answer was a resounding no. Hae-sun, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and exertion, wielded a dark, glowing dagger. A guttural cry escaped his lips as he braced himself for something. The narration box explained that the healing power simply circulated endlessly, a fact known to Professor Jean more than anyone else. Hae-sun, his eyes blazing with determination, lunged forward, his dagger aimed at his attacker. He shouted a word that sounded like die. He unleashed a swift, deadly strike. The impact sent a shockwave through the air, leaving behind a trail of purple energy as he effortlessly dispatched his foe. Cheon Hae-sun, despite his abnormal appearance, was determined to overcome his fatal illness. He needed to prepare his body for the healing power he sensed within him, a power that was also poisonous. A sudden interruption came in the form of a hostile voice. A shadowy figure, wielding a dark purple blade, appeared, demanding to know Hae-sun's whereabouts. Hae-sun, however, was not dead. A milestone had been reached within his body, a creation of Professor Jin's third original device, the circulator. He declared, with a newfound confidence, that he was still alive. A bright, golden light pulsed from his chest, a clear indication of the circulator's activation. This device, it seemed, was the key to his survival and the source of his newfound power. The attacker lunged, but Hae-sun was ready. He effortlessly deflected the blow, his movements now imbued with an unnatural speed and precision. The healing was complete. Cheon Hae-sun, his arm still bearing the fresh wounds of battle, raised a sword imbued with a faint purple glow. He grinned, a fierce glint in his eyes, as he declared the start of the next round. A serene landscape of lotuses bloomed under a soft purple sky. As a powerful energy surged through Hae-sun's body, a purple aura spiraling around him like a vortex, leaving him breathless but empowered. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man marked by an unusual appearance, found himself caught in a desperate struggle for survival. A monstrous beast, its eyes burning with malevolent crimson, lunged at him, its claws extended. The creature's attack a blur of motion and shadow. Hae-sun, despite his fear, reacted instinctively, grabbing a nearby weapon, a sword imbued with a strange, purplish energy, as he braced himself for the impact. A desperate cry escaped his lips as he swung the sword, a desperate attempt to defend himself against the overwhelming force of the monster. The clash of steel against monstrous hide sent a shockwave through the air, the force of the blow momentarily stunning the beast. The monster, weakened but not defeated, roared in fury. A dark stain spread across the grass where Hae-sun stood, a grim testament to the ferocity of the battle. Damn it, he cursed, his breath ragged. A sudden realization washed over him. I see. Heal. A quiet command, born from desperation and a flicker of newfound understanding. Hae-sun's wounds, deep gashes across his arms and torso, began to glow with an eerie purple light. A searing pain giving way to an unnatural healing. He glared at the monster, his eyes burning with a newfound intensity. That bastard, he hissed, his voice laced with a chilling resolve. A monstrous creature, its form vaguely canine but imbued with dark, purplish energy, loomed over the landscape. Its presence was unsettling, a palpable threat to the surrounding environment. Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair, his face etched with worry and exhaustion, clutched at a wound on his arm. Blood stained his blue shirt. He questioned his judgment, his breath catching in his throat. His body trembled with the effort of staying upright, the weight of his injuries pressing down on him. The young man, despite his injuries, attempted to fight back, wielding a dark, bladed weapon. A surge of purple energy erupted from the weapon, but it was quickly repelled. The monster lunged, its speed blurring into a purple streak across the field. An hour had passed since the battle began. The young man, his face grim, continued to fight, his weapon glowing faintly. He wondered aloud if the creature would ever tire. Each attack from the monster pierced his defenses, weakening him further. He braced himself for another attack, the monster's energy lashing out. Frustration mounted as he realized he hadn't landed a single effective blow. The monster's final attack tore through his defenses, leaving a deep wound across his chest. He fell to his knees, his body drenched in sweat and blood. He focused his energy, muttering to himself that simply decreasing the monster's stamina wouldn't guarantee victory, but it would improve his chances. Despite his resolve, the monster lunged, its claws tearing into his flesh. He was getting used to the creature's movements, he noted, as he braced for another attack. The fight was unfair, but not impossible. A monstrous hyena, cloaked in dark purple energy, advanced. Its arrogance was unsettling. Wounds covered his body, but he realized something crucial: the monster instinctively knew the importance of spirit in battle. The hyena's menacing grin widened as it prepared to strike again. He braced himself, his back to the approaching beast. Exhausted, he knew he couldn't keep this up much longer. Shion Hei-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, stumbled through the undergrowth, his hands trembling. A dark stain marred his blue shirt, and several deep gashes crisscrossed his arms, oozing a dark fluid. He was clearly injured and in distress. He desperately tried to conceal something, a hidden power he couldn't reveal. He knew that showing it would bring unforeseen consequences. Because the moment he did, a monstrous wolf-like creature lunged at him, its maw open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth and a purple, venomous aura. Hei-sun knew he was in mortal danger. If he didn't act fast, he would be devoured. With a surge of adrenaline, Hei-sun braced himself for the inevitable attack. A blinding flash of purple energy erupted from his body, sending the monstrous creature flying backward with a powerful force. The impact leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Hei-sun, battered but alive, collapsed onto the forest floor, gasping for breath. He had survived, but at a cost. He muttered to himself, a mixture of disbelief and self-deprecation, wondering how he had managed to survive such a brutal attack. He realized the creature's headbutt had sent him flying, a lucky break that saved his life. A faint purple glow emanated from his wounds, a subtle indication of his newfound, toxic healing ability. He was a poisoner, a rare type of monster hunter. Shion Hei-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, walked away from the scene of a recent monster attack. His back was turned, revealing injuries and dirt staining his blue shirt. The narration box below him stated a grim truth: in this situation, he was not holding up well. His face, partially obscured by his dark hair, showed clear signs of distress, sweat beaded on his brow, and his expression was one of grim determination. He was clearly struggling. A thought bubble revealed his inner turmoil. He cursed the bastard who had caused this situation. A hyena-like monster, its fur speckled with dark spots, scratched itself nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by the recent conflict. The monster's speech bubble indicated it wasn't giving its all in the previous fight. Hei-sun, enraged, lunged at the creature, shouting his defiance. He was thrown back by a powerful blow. A blur of motion as he tumbled across the ground. A strange energy emanated from him. The narration box above him simply stated, shame. A flashback shows a young man, Shion Hei-sun, clutching a dagger. He recalls the words of his mentor, Carol, I thought I'd get you this time. Suddenly, a monstrous hyena-like creature lunges from the shadows, its eyes glowing menacingly, purple flames licking at its jaws. Hei-sun, visibly shaken and wounded, covers his mouth, tears streaming down his face. He remembers Carol's further advice, to not despair, no matter what enemy may be in the way. He continues to recall Carol's words, Carol's strong. If that Carol was to despair, then the enemy would be incomparably stronger than you. A dark pool of blood spreads across the ground, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Hei-sun, determined, picks up the dagger, his resolve hardening. He mutters, so. I cannot fall. His face contorted in pain and exertion, he whispers, heal. A surge of purple energy erupts from him, swirling around him in a violent vortex. A swirling vortex of purple energy filled the panel, suggesting a powerful, possibly magical, event unfolding. Shion Hei-sun, a young man with dark hair and distinctive markings on his face, wielded a glowing purple blade, his expression grim. He moved with a fierce determination, the blade a blur of motion. The energy from his blade slicing through the air with incredible speed. He seemed to be fighting off multiple unseen attackers. Hei-sun continued his relentless assault, his movements a whirlwind of deadly strikes. Each blow infused with the same potent purple energy. He fought with a desperate, almost frantic energy, sweat beading on his brow. The scene shifted to Hei-sun's face, his eyes wide with exertion, his breathing ragged. He was clearly pushing himself to his limits, his body strained from the intense battle. A surprised doctor, with short, light brown hair and glasses, rushed into the scene, his mouth agape in shock. You summoned the Red Viper? The doctor, clearly agitated, warned Hei-sun, miracles don't happen easily. He continued, explaining, it was a miracle that you summoned the Red Viper and survived it. That power is not something you can handle. A notification appeared, the word notification glowing brightly against a dark background, hinting at a significant development in Hei-sun's abilities. The narration boxes describe the ongoing struggle. Shion Hei-sun, the protagonist, is locked in a desperate battle against an opponent far stronger than himself. His very being is changing. His black ether, a source of power linked to his mysterious illness, is undergoing a transformation. Hei-sun grips his weapon, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. He realizes something crucial: this transformation, this pain, is something he needs to endure to survive. The narration box reveals Hei-sun's black ether level has reached gunfire. Blood splatters across the panel as he pushes himself to his limits. A voice urges him to hold on, as his physical capabilities are being tested. Hei-sun, battered and bruised, is on the verge of collapse. He hears a voice declaring that he has met the requirements. But the physical strain is immense. The narration box explains that if he perseveres, his physical level will increase. Hae-sun pushes through the agony, his body screaming in protest. He endures the pain. And his physical level upgrades from E to D, a significant improvement. Hae-sun, exhausted but alive, reflects on his near-death experience. He thought he would die from the pain, but a miracle has occurred. The final narration box reveals that Cheon Hae-sun, known as Gabangdong's crazy dog, has been revived. The manga introduces Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with striking features and a reputation as Gabangdong's crazy dog. He is described as someone who can bite, is violent, yet also possesses a cool demeanor. A surge of purple energy erupts from Hae-sun, a powerful force radiating outwards. The energy coursed through him, enhancing his speed dramatically. Sweat beaded on his brow as his eyes glowed with an unnatural intensity. But it wasn't just his speed, his power, reflexes, and overall capabilities had been amplified beyond recognition. He moved with impossible speed, his movements a blur as he engaged in a fierce battle against an unseen opponent. Hae-sun reflects on his newfound strength, noting that it surpasses anything he's experienced before. He faces a monstrous wolf-like creature, its eyes glowing menacingly. Despite his enhanced abilities, Hae-sun acknowledges that even in his empowered state, he is still fatigued and the creature's power is beyond his current capabilities. He continues to fight, pushing himself to his limits despite the overwhelming odds. Recognizing that this is his last chance to defeat the monster, Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, gripped his blade. A purplish-black energy pulsed around him, staining his skin. He muttered to himself, realizing that if he used more of this potent, dark energy, he would struggle to control the poison coursing through his veins. He knew he needed to focus his power. A single, decisive strike was his only chance. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he braced himself for the coming confrontation. His breath hitched in his throat. Hae-sun channeled his power, the purple aura intensifying around him. His torn shirt revealed the extent of his injuries, but his resolve remained unshaken. He made a decision. Defense was futile, he would focus solely on attack. With a surge of determination, he prepared for a final, all-out assault. It was a gamble, but one he was willing to take. But he knew the risks. Such a reckless attack could leave him vulnerable and unable to control his own powers. The monster lunged, forcing Hae-sun to make his move. His eyes burned with a fierce intensity as he prepared for the ultimate confrontation. He knew the consequences of failure. If he lost control, he would be destroyed. Then, with a roar, Hae-sun unleashed the full force of his poisonous power, transforming into a whirlwind of purple energy. Despite his failing health, Cheon Hae-sun resolved to maintain a rigid posture. He silently affirmed to himself that it didn't matter if he couldn't control his body's reaction. Hae-sun, his body racked with pain, clutched a dark, purplish blade. He would hold this position, no matter the cost. A surge of purple energy erupted from the weapon, radiating outwards in a violent display of power. The energy intensified, forming a swirling vortex of purple flames, threatening to consume everything in its path. Hae-sun's plan was simple, to channel this energy, causing a devastating explosion without any further movement from himself. The technique, known as poison steps, began to unfold. A blinding flash of light erupted from Hae-sun's position. A wave of destructive energy coursed outwards in a straight line. The power of the attack was immense, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Leaving only scorched earth in its path. A monstrous, looping creature, its fur ablaze with violet energy and eyes glowing crimson, lunged forward with terrifying speed. Its teeth, bared in a ferocious snarl, were clearly visible as it prepared to strike. Despite the imminent danger, a calm thought crossed the creature's mind, at least its attack had been worth the effort. The creature's attack connected, but its target, a young man with dark hair, showed no reaction to the blow. The creature was surprised by this. The young man, Cheon Hae-sun, stood there, seemingly unfazed by the attack. The monster's jaws were inches from his face. A sudden, violent energy erupted from Hae-sun's body, sending the monstrous creature flying backward in a bloody explosion. Hae-sun stumbled back, his body battered and bleeding, but he stood his ground. He clutched a dark, wicked-looking blade. His legs were torn and bleeding, his clothes shredded, but he held onto his weapon, his expression grim. A single tear rolled down Hae-sun's cheek as he looked at his ruined clothes. He worried about his sister's reaction to the state of his clothing, knowing she would be upset. The image shows Cheon Hae-sun's scarred and battered torso. Deep gashes mar his skin, evidence of a recent brutal encounter. His muscular physique is visible beneath the torn remnants of his clothing, hinting at the physical toll he has endured. He hopes the next dungeon will prove less challenging. His whispered wish reflects his exhaustion and the lingering threat of his unknown illness. However, fate has other plans. A monstrous spider, its multiple eyes glowing menacingly, emerges from the darkness, signaling a new and immediate danger. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with a somber expression, introduced himself from within a dark, cavernous space. Stalactites hung from the ceiling, dripping water into the gloom below. He then posed an unexpected question to unseen companions, his words echoing in the cavern's silence. Do you exercise regularly? Hae-sun, his face etched with worry, began to run, his movements suggesting a desperate attempt to escape something unseen. Explaining that regular exercise slows aging and reduces stress. He found this fact surprisingly relevant to his current situation. Hae-sun, breathless and slightly panicked, insisted that he exercises every day. He continued, explaining that his daily routine left him feeling refreshed, despite the unusual circumstances. But a giant spider was now chasing him. A desperate cry escaping his lips as he fled the creature's relentless pursuit. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with dark hair, clenched his fists, his face contorted in frustration. He muttered to himself, questioning how things had turned out so badly. He had thought he was finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. His thoughts shifted to the recent confrontation with a hyena. A fight he had won, a glorious victory, he recalled. He was shirtless, his body covered in cuts and bruises, but he stood tall, a dagger clutched in his hand. But that victory was short-lived. Hae-sun's triumphant moment was immediately followed by humiliation. He stood amidst a crowd of onlookers, his injuries on full display. Gasps and whispers of disgust filled the air. One young girl even exclaimed, "Mommy, why's that appa naked?" His sister, trying to shield him from the stares, hissed at the onlookers to stop looking at someone like that. Hae-sun, mortified, begged people not to look at him. He felt utterly embarrassed. Then, a woman's voice cut through the commotion. Student? A woman with reddish-brown hair approached, recognizing him from their previous encounter at the checkpoint. She confirmed that she had indeed met him at the checkpoint earlier. A menacing figure loomed in the background, his face obscured by shadow. The chapter opens with a close-up of a man's enraged face, his mouth wide open in a silent scream. Below him, another man looks down, his expression one of grim determination. The background is a deep crimson, suggesting a scene of intense conflict. A young man, his face partially obscured, expresses gratitude to a larger, more muscular figure. Thanks a lot for helping us last time, he says, his tone polite but strained. The larger man, however, cuts him off abruptly. Sorry, you got the wrong person. Bye. He turns and walks away, leaving the younger man stunned. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with a frail physique and numerous scars across his chest, stands alone, his arms crossed protectively. A voice calls out, student. Hae-sun's internal monologue screams, humiliation. A woman's voice cuts through the air, filled with anger and disgust. Shion Hae-sun. You ripped up all your clothes. And you're even going around naked? Are you a pervert or what? Hae-sun is violently attacked, falling to the ground in pain. The word humiliation appears in a narration box, emphasizing his distress. He cries out for help, his voice barely a whisper. A piece of medical tape is shown tearing from his back, revealing a wound. His sister's voice echoes, filled with desperate concern, Hae-sun. He clenches his fist, a surge of anger and regret coursing through him. This wouldn't have happened if that had come out, he thinks, referring to something he has kept hidden. A monstrous spider-like creature descended upon the neighborhood, its sheer size causing a young woman to recoil in disgust. This thing is already gross, she muttered, but it's so big that it's even more disgusting. A young man, Shion Hae-sun, fled the scene, a purple mark blooming on his arm, evidence of a recent attack. He desperately wished he could fight back against the monstrous spider, but he was powerless. The creature unleashed a devastating attack, sending Hae-sun sprawling. Wounded and desperate, Hae-sun sought refuge in a nearby crevice, his breath ragged. He tumbled further into the darkness. Landing hard on the ground. Covered in dirt and dust, he noticed something unusual. A strange, glowing flower. He recognized it immediately, the bronze sunflower, a legendary plant said to possess potent healing properties. I found it. Hae-sun's face lit up with a mixture of relief and determination. I finally found it. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance and an unknown illness, knelt on the ground, his body marred by dark, spreading lesions. A desperate cry escaped his lips as he clutched at the ground. He had found the flower he'd been desperately searching for. A peculiar flower whose color indicated the difficulty of the dungeon it was found in. There were 3 variations, a golden gold sunflower for hard dungeons, a silver sunflower for normal dungeons, and a bronze sunflower for easy dungeons. Hae-sun had found a bronze sunflower, the lowest quality variant. He questioned its worth, wondering if its low quality diminished its value. But he was quickly corrected. The flower, despite its appearance, was worth at least 10 million won. That's right. 10 million won. Overwhelmed with sudden joy at the discovery's financial implications, Hae-sun's eyes gleamed with dollar signs as he laughed in disbelief. He learned that the highest quality sunflowers could fetch up to 50 million won. While the monetary value was astonishing, Hae-sun began to understand the flower's true significance. A radiant, golden light enveloped a figure, its intensity suggesting immense healing power. The narration boxes explained that this was the gold sunflower, a plant with healing capabilities surpassing even those of an S-rank healer. Even the bronze sunflower possessed significant healing properties, but the gold sunflower was legendary, capable of performing miracles. However, these miraculous flowers only grew in the perilous poison dungeon, specifically near boss rooms. This presented a significant challenge for anyone seeking their healing properties. The scene shifted to a young man, Shion Hae-sun, confronting a monstrous spider-like creature in the poison dungeon. The narration boxes highlighted the difficulty of obtaining the gold sunflower, emphasizing the dangerous locations where they grew. The monstrous spider loomed large, its multiple eyes gleaming menacingly. Hae-sun's situation appeared dire. Hae-sun, his back to the viewer, muttered to himself that he had forgotten about the spider, admitting that he had been running away from the fight. He questioned whether his retreat was due to the creature's strength. Concluding that it wasn't the spider's strength, but something else that caused his flight. The spider lunged forward, its massive form filling the panel. Hae-sun's internal monologue revealed his reasoning for avoiding the fight. He found the creature disgusting. He reflected that he could kill anything if he hit it with his poison, and this spider was easier to defeat than a previous opponent because of its dull nature. However, he dismissed the idea that his disgust was the sole reason for his earlier avoidance. The close-up on the spider's face emphasized its repulsive features. Hae-sun's internal monologue concluded that while his disgust played a part, it wasn't the whole truth. A narration box appeared, revealing a cryptic message. I don't know what kind of bullshit characteristic this is, but the bronze sunflower dies, too, if the dungeon's boss dies. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with dark hair, stood before a colossal spider-like monster. The creature, pulsating with an eerie yellow and purple glow, repeated, hit me, hit me. Hae-sun realized the implications of the cryptic message. He muttered to himself, meaning, I have to get the boss under control. He lunged forward, attempting to subdue the monstrous spider. However, a pentagonal graph appeared, showcasing Hae-sun's abilities. His healing power was exceptionally low, while his attack and defense were even weaker. Another narration box stated, unfortunately, my skills don't allow for that. Hae-sun despaired, it's either hunt or mercy. I can't do anything with just my fists. Is there no other option? He examined his weapon, a dark blade with purple energy pulsing within. A sudden realization struck him, and he muttered, There is. Confused, Hae-sun asked, there is? What do you mean? Hae-sun stood amidst the rocky terrain, his weapon held firmly in his hand. His resolve hardened. The narration box revealed the solution, X's non-lethal mode, White Dream. A narration box details X's secondary mode, White Dream, a non-lethal function designed to subdue enemies through paralysis or sleep. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with dark hair and a worn green jacket, holds a glowing dagger. His expression is one of dawning comprehension as he realizes the weapon's nature. It's Dr. Jin's custom mode, designed to amplify the user's attack power. A nearby figure, unseen but heard, chuckles. Hae-sun, still awestruck, murmurs oh my. as he examines the weapon more closely. He presses further, demanding, no, more importantly, why are you telling me this now? Answer well. A dark, ominous aura begins to emanate from him. Haesun's eyes blaze with a furious intensity as a purple aura intensifies around him. A notification appears, the user did not ask. Haesun, a strange smile playing on his lips, seems amused by this. Someone urges Haesun to calm down, warning him not to get angry about this now. Haesun's breathing quickens as another notification appears, the user's breathing has quickened. A voice commands, let's get rid of him first. Cheon Haesun, a young man with an unusual appearance, stood defiantly, a small, glowing dagger clutched in his hand. His blood pressure was spiking, a clear indication of his body undergoing a significant change. He shouted, fighting. Suddenly, a monstrous spider emerged from the shadows, its multiple eyes gleaming menacingly. Haesun, undeterred, called out, hey, spider. The creature loomed over him, its massive form casting a terrifying shadow. The spider spoke, its voice echoing with an unnatural resonance, listen up, my name's Cheon Haesun. A surge of purple energy erupted from Haesun, a violent display of power unlike anything seen before. He wielded his dagger with newfound skill, a sinister purple aura surrounding him. He announced, they call me Gabangdong's Beef Bulgogi. A technique that instantly put his opponent to sleep. Haesun mused, call it White Dream? It sure works well. A sinister smile crept across his face, a chilling contrast to the exhaustion etched on his features. Cheon Haesun, a young man with an unusual appearance, stood amidst the rubble of his neighborhood, a grim determination etched on his face. He clutched a small, sharp object in his hand, muttering to himself that he'd had enough of the nonsense and needed to take the flower. Nearby, a large, slumbering monster lay defeated, its body a grotesque blend of yellow and purple. Haesun cautiously approached the creature, noting that it was in a deep sleep. A wicked grin spreading across his face as he contemplated his next move. He asked himself, should he begin? Finally, Haesun's moment arrived. He reached for the luminous flower. And with a triumphant laugh, declared that it was finally in his possession. Suddenly, a small black cat, Pori, darted towards the flower, prompting Haesun to shout at it to stop. Pori, startled by Haesun's outburst, hesitated, fear evident in its wide eyes. Haesun, though disappointed, reminded himself that dwelling on it wouldn't change anything. He promised Pori that he would give him a treat later. With a determined expression, Haesun carefully held the flower, a strange energy emanating from it. Cheon Haesun, a young man with an unusual appearance and numerous dark bruises covering his body, knelt on the ground, clutching a luminous, golden flower. He seemed to be contemplating its significance, a hint of determination in his eyes. While two other figures, a bespectacled older man and a sharply dressed woman with striking yellow eyes, engaged in a heated discussion. The older man insisted on the importance of finding the flower, while the woman, with a cynical smirk, declared that money was the only thing that truly mattered. The older man, clearly agitated, emphasized the urgency of finding the bronze sunflower, even if it meant risking one's life. But Haesun, seemingly unconvinced, questioned the connection between the flower and healing, expressing his confusion. The woman, her expression unwavering, confidently asserted that all components related to healing are intrinsically linked to poison. The older man, startled by her statement, reacted with a surprised exclamation of agreement. The woman explained that this connection is the reason why opposites work together, a principle she seemed to find quite amusing. The two adults' confident expressions contrasted sharply with each other as they emphasized their points. Haesun, left alone with his thoughts, let out a soft "oh." As he processed the new information, his expression a mixture of surprise and contemplation. Cheon Haesun, a young man with an air of weariness, questioned the woman before him. What's that supposed to mean? He asked, his tone laced with skepticism. The woman, with a smirk playing on her lips, retorted, you're good at saying bullshit like they're cool. The woman then swiftly struck Haesun, a sharp smack echoing in the air, causing him to wince in pain. Ouch, he exclaimed. The woman simply replied, you'll realize later on. And don't talk back. She then gave a knowing smile, a hint of amusement in her eyes. As Haesun, still confused, muttered, I still don't get it. Later, walking down the street, Haesun pondered the woman's actions. Why did she hit me then, he wondered, as a small, strange creature appeared beside him, making a kuwang sound. The creature seemed to be communicating with him, prompting Haesun to realize something. Right, you don't get it either, right? This plant selling is work too, you know? He questioned the creature's methods. What's wrong with just selling it normally? Haesun sighed, admitting his laziness. Ha! I'm too lazy for this. The scene shifted to a bustling black market, the underground economy center. Cheon Haesun, a young man with an unusual appearance and an unknown illness, stared blankly ahead. His face bore the marks of recent trauma, a grim reflection of his desperate situation. Meanwhile, a voice, tight with urgency, instructed someone to be on the lookout for suspicious individuals. The instruction was not unfounded. A group of menacing figures, their faces obscured by masks, stood out amidst the mundane commuters on an escalator. Among them was a man with striking blonde hair and intense red eyes, exuding a dangerous aura. Haesun, still bearing the wounds from a recent attack, found himself caught in the midst of this ominous scene. A dark, shadowy creature seemed to lurk just behind him, adding to the growing sense of dread. One of the masked figures, their eyes narrowed in suspicion, spoke, their voice barely a whisper, yet heavy with menace. Cheon Haesun, a young man with an unusually gaunt appearance, sat alone in his humble abode. His posture slumped, reflecting a deep weariness that went beyond physical exhaustion. Scattered around him lay the tools of a monster hunter, a worn sword, a dented canister, and various other implements, a stark contrast to his current state of debility. Outside, Haesun encountered an elderly woman selling weapons. She offered him a suspiciously cheap deal, commenting on his appearance. He found himself in a bustling city street, his thoughts filled with a sense of unease. The old woman warned him about his surroundings, urging him to be cautious. Haesun, however, was more concerned with the chaos unfolding before him. A large-scale battle between monster hunters and monstrous creatures had erupted in the heart of the city. He noted the sheer scale of the conflict with a grim expression. Amidst the chaos, Haesun observed the unusual concentration of suspicious individuals, a detail that piqued his curiosity. Cheon Haesun, a young man with an unusually gaunt appearance, found himself amidst a tense situation. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation, it felt as if everyone was about to attack him. He observed the scene unfolding before him, a silent observer in the midst of brewing conflict. A question flickered in his mind: should he watch the fight? And then, Hae-sun realized something about the impending battle. It seemed natural, he mused. A tall, powerful A-rank knight and a much smaller, slender D-rank knight were about to clash. The question hung in the air: who would win? Hae-sun considered the physical disparity. If they were ordinary people, the larger knight would undoubtedly have the advantage. But what if they were monster hunters? A sudden, sharp cry pierced the air, a guttural scream of pain and surprise. The smaller, D-rank knight swiftly and decisively defeated the larger opponent, a shocking display of skill. The larger knight fell to the ground, his body collapsing under the force of the blow. While physical strength might matter in ordinary fights, in the world of monster hunters, skill and abilities often prove to be the ultimate deciding factor. This was a stark reminder of the realities of their world. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, found himself in the heart of a bustling black market. He mused that without the proper exploration-type device, assessing the strength of an opponent by appearance alone would be incredibly difficult. A place known for its lawlessness. Suddenly, a violent scene unfolded before him. A man lay on the ground, groaning in pain, as several onlookers watched with a mixture of fear and morbid curiosity. One of them scoffed, incredulous that someone would dare enter such a dangerous place unarmed. Hae-sun, observing the scene, felt a surge of suspicion towards the injured man. He thought it was natural to suspect something was amiss. He decided to leave, but a voice suddenly shouted, "Kill him!" A shout that startled him. He was relieved to hear someone else dismiss the injured man as a weak-level D threat. Hae-sun felt a sense of gratitude as he blended into the crowd, thankful that people mistook him for someone to be avoided. He noticed exploration-type devices on a nearby table. He picked one up and examined it, only to discover that its function was far inferior to the V1 models. It couldn't even accurately determine a target's level. Despite its flaws, Hae-sun held the device, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Suddenly, the device began to malfunction, emitting a strange energy. Hae-sun's eyes widened in alarm. He gasped, utterly bewildered by the strange phenomenon unfolding before him. A series of sharp, almost painful, sensations pulsed through his body. The number 20 million appeared in large, bold letters, causing a stir. A tag with the number 20 million was shown, and a man decided to put it down first. Carefully, the man placed a device on the ground, his expression one of anxious concentration. He questioned the value of the seemingly useless metal, pondering who would buy such an expensive item. His companion, a woman, pointed out that with that amount of money, he could buy many boxes of instant noodles. The woman excitedly recognized the device as an exploration tool, expressing her surprise at her good fortune. His companion's excitement was met with skepticism. The man found the price of 20 million won unreasonable. He considered the price too cheap, recalling that he had never seen such a low price since the disappearance of a legendary scientist. The man and woman examined the device together, their expressions filled with curiosity and uncertainty. The man, now impatient, demanded the device, offering to pay immediately. The scene shifted to the bustling black market, where the man lamented the time constraints of his current task. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, walked through the bustling dream market. He was searching for a specific item, an eastern sunflower, his gaze scanning the various shops. But his search proved fruitless. He frowned, a sense of frustration evident on his face. He didn't see any shops that looked like they would sell such a rare item. Turning to his sister, Pori, he asked for her help. He hoped she might have better luck spotting the elusive flower. Hae-sun's expression shifted from frustration to concern as he heard a distant scream. A chilling sound that cut through the market's usual noise. He wondered what could be happening. Pori's desperate cries for help echoed through the air as a monstrous bat-like creature attacked her. Hae-sun rushed towards his sister, his heart pounding in his chest as he witnessed the brutal attack. He yelled out to her, his voice filled with alarm and concern. Overcome with a mix of terror and desperate determination, Hae-sun vowed to heal his injured sister. He felt a surge of resolve, promising to help her immediately. A strange, glowing light emanated from Hae-sun's hands as he focused his energy. He was about to attempt a healing unlike any he'd ever done before. With trembling hands, Hae-sun touched his sister's wound, his body filled with a strange energy. The healing process began, but it was clearly different than anything he had ever experienced before. A young man, Shion Hae-sun, found himself in a desperate situation. He cried out, a panicked "hey," escaping his lips as shadowy figures, monstrous in form, swooped down from the sky. The creature's attack leaving him injured and kneeling on the ground, his breath ragged. A blur of motion indicated a hasty retreat. Hae-sun, dazed and confused, could only utter a questioning "huh." His mind raced, trying to make sense of the chaos. His thoughts drifted to the black market, a place he knew well. All sorts of weird people are gathered in the black market, huh? He observed a figure fleeing the scene, noting the stealth of their movements. Stealth is not that common a technique though. Suddenly, Hae-sun heard a familiar sound, "kwang," a word that held a significant meaning for him. A realization dawning on him as he clenched his fist. The implications of that sound hit him hard. He looked down to see that the small, bat-like creature that had been following him was gone. Yeah, it's gone, he muttered, a sense of relief washing over him. But his relief was short-lived. He knew he needed to leave immediately. I should get out of this place quickly. With a sigh, Hae-sun turned and walked away, leaving the scene of the attack behind him. A wave of purple energy pulsed through the city streets, a harbinger of the chaos to come. The ominous purple energy coalesced into monstrous shapes, their forms twisting and shifting. Meanwhile, a young woman with vibrant red hair, clad in a gray hoodie, anxiously awaited news, a worried frown etched on her face. She clutched a small bag, her gaze fixed on a distant point. A thought bubble above her head revealed her inner turmoil. I should have lost him by now, right? She seemed to steel herself, a grim determination hardening her features. A small, almost imperceptible smile played on her lips. Her internal monologue continued. I thought he was strong, but he's a total pushover. He just put the eastern sunflower in a black plastic bag and came here? She shook her head, muttering, that's just way too stupid. A sudden, sharp pain shot through her, causing her to cry out in surprise, ah. What the fuck, she exclaimed, her hand flying to her head as she recoiled from the unexpected agony. Elsewhere, Shion Hae-sun, his face marred by cuts and bruises, felt a surge of dark energy coursing through his veins. His eyes widened in alarm. The scene opens with a close-up on a young woman's vibrant red hair, her head tilted slightly down. A purple energy crackles around her, hinting at an unusual power. Revealing Cheon Haesun's younger sister, Pori, her face partially obscured by a bandage across her cheek. Her expression is fierce, her fists clenched. She seems ready for a confrontation. Haesun, his dark hair partially obscuring his face, holds a small, bat-like creature. He looks concerned, but also relieved. He says that what's important now is what's happening, not who knows about it. He praises Pori for doing great. Haesun proposes a quick exchange, he'll make it short and asks for the item back. He offers forgiveness in return. Pori, initially annoyed, reluctantly agrees to return the item. She mutters that she thought he was an idiot. Pori hands over the item, her expression still somewhat defiant. She states that she will return it. Haesun, with the bat-like creature perched on his head, observes her, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He comments on how easily she returned the item. Haesun extends his hand towards Pori, initiating a new proposition. He suggests a deal. He asks Pori if she would like to make a deal with him. A young woman with vibrant red hair, clad in a dark jacket and casual attire, looked at her companion with a questioning expression. A deal? What are you suddenly talking about? The young man, dressed in a simple green shirt, responded, explaining his familiarity with the city's underbelly. I was born and raised in this place. That's why I'm familiar with all the confusing streets of the black market. He continued, highlighting his unique knowledge of the city's hidden corners. There are places that normal people wouldn't ever know about. The red-haired woman's curiosity was piqued. For example. She pressed, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Places that deal with eastern sunflowers? The young man explained the rarity and restricted nature of the eastern sunflowers. The sunflower is an item that's managed by the association. Deals regarding it aren't permitted usually. A visual representation of a golden sunflower with a restricted object stamp appeared, emphasizing its highly regulated status. In the first place, it's pretty rare, so not many people know about it. The red-haired woman, undeterred, pressed further. So, what do you want? He then proposed a 6:4 split of the profits. We'll split 6:4. You're 6 and I'm 4. The young man inwardly scoffed at the woman's seemingly naive proposal. This little brat, she's totally underestimating me. Cheon Haesun, a young man with an unusual appearance, found himself in a tense standoff. He was facing a woman, and his internal monologue revealed his reluctance to fight her, noting that she didn't seem like a bad person. Meanwhile, a red-haired woman with cat-like features approached, saying hey. Haesun's companion suggested they scare her a little. Haesun's immediate response was disbelief, questioning their actions. Suddenly, Haesun's appearance shifted dramatically, a dark, ominous aura enveloped him. The transformation intensified, his features obscured by shadows. He revealed his intention to spare her, but his tone and expression suggested otherwise. Instead, Haesun declared that he would kill her. Fear consumed the red-haired woman as she realized the danger she was in. The red-haired woman, seemingly trying to maintain composure, muttered a single D. With a fierce expression, she unleashed a powerful attack. Cheon Haesun, a young man marked by his unusual appearance, felt a strange itch on his arm. He muttered to himself, questioning the sensation. The itch intensified, spreading across his skin as a dark, purplish energy pulsed beneath the surface. His sister, noticing his distress, asked him what was wrong. Haesun explained that the bite from his familiar, Pori, was the cause of the discomfort, but that it was nothing to worry about. However, he secretly worried, his sister was completely unaware of the true nature of Pori's poison. Pori, a small, seemingly innocuous creature, was in fact capable of delivering a deadly toxin, potent enough to kill even a high-ranking knight. Haesun's sister, oblivious to this danger, offered a prayer for his well-being. Despite the danger, Pori urged Haesun to maintain a brave facade. Meanwhile, Haesun's sister reflected on the harsh realities of the black market, where only strength and deception mattered. In such cutthroat environments, appearances were everything. A shadowy, serpentine figure emerged from the darkness, its eyes glowing menacingly. The creature's presence filled Haesun with dread as he stood before it, his sister watching from behind, her face etched with worry. A figure, seemingly a young man, was seen fleeing from an unseen threat. A narration box appeared, stating dismissively that the current situation, while not involving the actual Red Viper, was still relevant. The young man's pursuer, a woman with vibrant red hair and striking blue eyes, was shown in close-up. Tears streamed down her face as she contemplated her strategy. She mused that a few carefully crafted circumstances would make her claims believable, ensuring her opponent would be too paralyzed by fear to think clearly. She predicted that her opponent would begin to piece together various clues, ultimately becoming certain of her assertions. Meanwhile, the fleeing young man was confronted by his pursuer. She mocked his attempt to escape, declaring him already as good as dead and vowing to hunt him down regardless of his location. The young man, his face etched with fear, pleaded for mercy, uttering a desperate plea for his life. His desperate plea was met with the woman's cruel laughter and a scathing insult. The woman's laughter echoed as she watched her prey succumb to fear, their own suspicions fueling their terror. The young man, now alone, fled into the city streets, leaving a trail of dark, swirling energy in his wake. He continued his desperate flight, the dark energy intensifying around him. The woman, still watching from afar, reflected on her actions, questioning if she had been too harsh, but acknowledging the difficulty in dealing with her opponent's stealth. She admitted to having feigned calm while secretly searching for her target. Cheon Haesun, his dark eyes narrowed, pursued his target. He mused that if she had truly tried to escape, she would have easily evaded him. A new voice interrupted his thoughts. I'm Cheon Haesun. You are? He let out a sigh of relief. Things had gone better than expected. His pursuer, Bai Su, stood before him, her face bearing the marks of a recent struggle. She gasped, Bai Su. A title card identified her as the daughter of the black market. Bai Su, addressing Haesun, proposed a proposition. Since we're friends now, can you do me a favor? Be my guide, she requested. A faint blush colored his cheeks as he weakly replied, oh okay. A large, muscular man with dark skin and long white hair sat at a table, a piece of raw meat in his hands. He mused to himself, wondering who had brought him such an interesting specimen. He commented that his little kitty had brought him quite an interesting fellow. The man, whose name is Yacha, examined the meat closely, muttering the name Bai Su. Meanwhile, a young man with short, dark hair, Cheon Haesun, stood before him, looking apprehensive. He realized he hadn't yet introduced himself. Hae-sun introduced himself as Hae-sun, then paused, unsure of how to continue. Yacha interrupted, declaring himself the strongest person in that place, a statement underscored by his imposing figure and confident smirk. Yacha's title, Black Market's father, was revealed in a text box as Hae-sun's feet were shown walking towards him. He angrily demanded to know who had brought him there. Hae-sun, still apprehensive, pondered the situation. A young man, his face obscured, stood before an imposing figure. He inquired, "This means you are the person managing this place, right?" The imposing figure, a monstrous man with white hair, sharp teeth, and glowing yellow eyes, grinned, a piece of raw meat stained with blood clutched in his hand. He responded with a chilling chuckle, "That's the case?" The young man, now partially visible, showing signs of bruising, continued, "It's strange, isn't it? I just came here because I wanted to make a deal, but suddenly the ultimate boss appears." He looked down, his expression one of weary resignation. He muttered, "And it's for a trivial matter." A young woman with reddish-brown hair, a bandage on her cheek, appeared in a separate scene. She spoke, her voice laced with worry, "My precious daughter came here because she's worried about something. Should I, as her father, find out what's happening?" The young woman continued, nervously, "Father, there's a visitor out here." The monstrous man responded, "Daughter?" He then said, "Yeah, daughter." He leaned closer, his voice dripping with menace, sounding weak. His gaze locked onto the young man, a chilling question hanging in the air, "You know it too, don't you?" A narration box declared a simple truth of the black market: in such a ruthless environment, only the foolish lose. The scene shifted to a man with striking features, long, silver hair, piercing yellow eyes, and a cruel smirk playing on his lips. He was powerfully built, his muscular physique hinting at immense strength. He wore a leopard print coat, casually draped over his bare torso, and a skull-shaped belt buckle. A young man, his face bruised and bearing the marks of a recent struggle, groaned. "I know this is the black market, but isn't it too much?" He continued his internal monologue, a mixture of pain and resignation. "She's still his daughter after all." The silver-haired man let out a boisterous laugh. "Kid, looks like you haven't mastered the art of hiding how you feel." He added, his tone shifting to a more thoughtful observation, "Also, that thing he's been eating since earlier." The focus returned to the silver-haired man, who was now savagely devouring a large piece of raw meat. The young man's voice was filled with disgust as he exclaimed, "That's fucking monster meat, why is he eating something like that?" The young man's thoughts turned inward again. "I was thinking you're like a monster too. But this is way beyond what I can understand." He concluded, his voice flat and resigned, "Whatever. Well, let's start with the deal first." A tense exchange unfolded. One figure, unseen, barked a sharp order, "Get out of here." The other, whose voice was heard but not seen, responded with a defiant counteroffer, "What I have is the Eastern Sunflower, are you still going to make a deal?" The scene shifted to reveal Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with a weary expression and visible injuries, clutching a bag. He seemed apprehensive as a voice, smooth and sly, observed, "Ho, you've got some really precious stuff in that bag." A powerfully built man with long, white hair and a predatory grin emerged. He spoke, his voice confident and assured, "There's been a lack of supply recently, and you also have the best quality ones." "All right. Let's deal." Hae-sun, observing the man's swift decision, thought to himself, he decided rather quickly. Is he someone who's very decisive in deals? The older man, seemingly pleased with the quick agreement, stated, "I like that we get it over with quickly." The scene showed Hae-sun and his younger sister across a table from the imposing figure, who sat comfortably in a large chair. A tense silence hung in the air. Suddenly, a hand reached out from Hae-sun's side, and a voice whispered, "If you kill this guy." Hae-sun's eyes widened in shock as he realized what was happening. "Wait a minute, that's..." The older man chuckled, seemingly amused by Hae-sun's surprise. "Are you surprised?" From behind the man, a monstrous, polluted hyena emerged, its eyes glowing menacingly. Hae-sun's voice, filled with disbelief, echoed, "A polluted hyena? Where did that suddenly appear from?" The imposing Hunters Association building loomed large, its imposing structure a stark contrast to the quiet street below. Inside, the organization managed the flow of monster-related materials, carefully controlling the distribution of resources. However, a caveat existed. Obtaining such materials from dubious sources was a recipe for disaster, only those personally acquired held true value. A gruff, powerfully built man with striking white hair and glowing yellow eyes explained, emphasizing the point that self-acquired materials indicated a hunter's prowess, suggesting the ability to take down even a hyena. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with dark hair and a serious expression, listened intently. He scoffed at the man's words, expressing his disdain for empty boasts. The man, unfazed, pressed Hae-sun to make a decision. A menacing wolf-like monster appeared, its eyes glowing menacingly, the question of whether Hae-sun would flee or accept a dangerous proposition hanging heavy in the air. The choice was stark, run or risk his life. The man observed Hae-sun's lack of equipment, advising him to flee if he intended to give up. With a sinister smile, the man prepared to make his next move. A surge of purple energy crackled around Cheon Hae-sun, the air shimmering with an unnatural light. He stood amidst the chaos, his form partially obscured by the toxic aura, and asked, "How much will you pay me for these?" The energy pulsed, a tangible manifestation of his newfound power. Hae-sun, his back to the viewer, clutched a bag, seemingly unconcerned by the spectacle unfolding around him. From the shadows emerged a deep voice, cutting through the silence. It demanded, "Give me your offer first." Hae-sun turned, his face partially obscured by shadow, a hint of defiance in his expression. A monstrous figure emerged, its single, glowing yellow eye piercing the darkness. A guttural sound, "Raha," escaped its lips. The creature let out a booming, maniacal laugh, "Ha ha." Its full form revealed itself, a hulking beast with graying hair, sharp teeth, and a powerful physique. It declared, "Great. Very interesting." The monster continued, its voice dripping with sinister amusement, "My daughter brought someone very interesting." Hae-sun, impatient, pressed, "So, how much are you going to pay?" A young woman with fiery red hair appeared, scolding Hae-sun, "Are you deaf? Watch how you speak to father." A powerfully built, older man with long white hair and a leopard print shirt sat heavily in a chair. His expression was grim, his brow furrowed in thought. He muttered the name Baisu, a low rumble in his chest. Then snapped his head up, his golden eyes blazing with barely contained fury. "Did I say you could speak?" he growled, his voice sharp and dangerous. Baisu flinched, his head dropping as he visibly cowered under the man's intense gaze. The older man's voice boomed, silencing him completely. Know your place. Suddenly, a powerful wave of pressure slammed into Baisu, throwing him backward. He crashed into a nearby building, the impact echoing through the street. A look of dawning horror spreading across his face as he gasped, "What intense pressure!" Another young man, with dark hair and a green shirt, watched the scene unfold from a distance, his eyes wide with shock. "Wait a minute, this is..." The older man chuckled, a chilling sound that sent shivers down the young man's spine. "Oh. Sorry about that." The young man's face contorted in a grimace of pain and disgust. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he muttered, "Bloodlust, crazy bastard." The older man smirked, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Just because his daughter interrupted his conversation. Shion Hei-sun, his gaze fixed on something unseen, sat with his hands clasped together. A question formed in his mind, was the intense aura he sensed emanating from the unseen figure one of bloodlust? He was speechless, utterly stunned by what he had just witnessed. The sheer intensity of the unseen presence left him awestruck. A chilling realization dawned on him, the unseen figure's bloodlust had somehow caused him a physical injury. A small cut appeared on his arm. A grim expression settled on Hei-sun's face as he stared at the cut. He wondered just how powerful this unseen being truly was. Meanwhile, Baisu had completely vanished from the scene. Hei-sun knew he would have to tend to her injuries later. His thoughts then shifted to the financial aspect of the situation. A gruff, imposing figure with white hair and piercing yellow eyes appeared before Hei-sun. He was clearly impressed, even amused, by Hei-sun's abilities, calling him the craziest son of a bitch he'd ever seen. The man then began to discuss payment, suggesting 60 million as a suitable amount. Hei-sun imagined the man as a gentle person, a stark contrast to his intimidating appearance. Hei-sun questioned the offer, pointing out that 60 million was above the market price for such a service. The man laughed, dismissing Hei-sun's concerns and thanking him for the good deal. He then expressed his anger at Baisu for stealing such an amazing father. A young man with dark hair, his face partially obscured, held an older man's hand. The older man, with dark skin and visible wrinkles, looked concerned, murmuring, "Oh, great Surya Cha. What are you suddenly doing?" The young man, his expression now one of quiet determination, looked up at the older man and asked, "Can I also call you father?" The older man smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners as he gently held the young man's hands. The older man, whose face was now fully visible, revealed a wild, almost predatory grin. He chuckled, "Ha ha ha ha. You're truly an interesting one. Sure, now that you're done with the deal, are you leaving?" The young man nodded, replying, "Yes, I don't have any other business here anyways." As the young man turned to leave, clutching a wad of cash, a young woman with vibrant red hair suddenly appeared, calling out, "Hey, where are you going?" The red-haired woman, her face bearing visible injuries, demanded, "You still need to heal me." With a flourish, he pointed a finger, and a golden light erupted from his hand. He muttered, "Abracadabra." The red-haired woman watched, amazed. The young man commented, "The incantation might be lame. How's the effect?" "Amazing like a miracle." Shion Hei-sun's sister, her body battered and bruised, sat on the ground, a look of utter astonishment on her face. Her wounds, moments before gaping and bleeding, were completely healed. "Oh. All my wounds are healed," she murmured, her eyes wide with disbelief. Hei-sun, his expression grim, approached cautiously. "There wasn't any poison or anything," he stated, his voice low and serious. He gently touched her arm, his concern evident. She looked away, shame evident in her posture. "Sorry for lying," she mumbled, avoiding his gaze. A nervous energy crackled between them. "Yeah, sorry." Hei-sun's sister's shoulders slumped. A wave of self-reproach washed over her. "That means I cried just because I was scared and stupid?" She clenched her fist, frustration and self-loathing evident in the gesture. "Yeah, really sorry." Hei-sun's face hardened. His voice, though quiet, carried an undercurrent of icy fury. "Shion Hei-sun, go to hell." His sister flinched, but stood her ground, defiance flickering in her eyes. She lunged forward, a furious expression contorting her features. A small, fierce attack. Hei-sun easily sidestepped, his expression cold and calculating. What happened to in the black market, the one who loses is the foolish one. You're so naive. His sister, undeterred, clenched her fists. "Just wait and see. I won't let you get away with it next time." Someone scolded a young pickpocket, advising them to find honest work. The pickpocket, seemingly unfazed, bid farewell with a playful gesture, dismissing the advice. The pickpocket, a young woman with dark hair, vanished through a large opening, leaving behind only a faint trail of sparkling particles. The opening led to a dimly lit garage-like space, where the young woman's presence was no longer felt. In a different location, a powerfully built, older man with long white hair and a leopard print garment sat, observing something unseen. He muttered that someone had left. A young woman with vibrant red hair entered the room. The older man noted that her wounds had vanished, expressing surprise. She confirmed that her wounds were gone, but added that a scar remained as a reminder. The red-haired woman is shown in a close-up, her face revealing a small scar. The older man, seemingly pondering her words, asked if she was still angry. He then dismissed the matter. A muscular, older man with long, white hair and dark skin stared intently at something off-panel. His expression was one of grim contemplation, his brow furrowed in thought. "Is that so?" he muttered, a hint of disbelief in his tone. A swirling mass of purple energy pulsed on the ground, leaving a trail of dark residue in its wake. The man observed it with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. That fellow's ether." The man's eyes widened slightly as he recognized the nature of the energy. His suspicion solidified into something closer to alarm. The man examined the purple ether more closely, his fingers brushing against it cautiously. "I understand why you were tricked. This ether is sticky, and feels disgusting." He grimaced at the unpleasant sensation. He continued to study the ether, his expression thoughtful. "Even after being hit by my bloodlust, there was only a reverberation of our ethers. But still, it's at this level." A figure, seemingly weakened and in pain, pleaded desperately. Sweat beaded on their brow, their voice strained. "This is like... Please kill me. Please kill me." Another figure, seemingly younger and more composed, appeared, their expression cold and unsympathetic. Why are you acting so annoying and asking me to kill you? The younger figure approached the weakened one, their movements swift and decisive. Get up, you can still fight, can't you? A surge of dark purple energy erupted around the weakened figure, obscuring their features. The younger figure stood defiantly, ready for a confrontation. The younger figure addressed the now empowered figure, their voice laced with a hint of challenge. Do you want to get up and fight? And do you want to be ripped apart in pain while being kept alive? Cheon Hae-sun, a young man whose unusual appearance has made him an outcast, revealed a chilling smile. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light, a stark contrast to the grim determination etched on his face. A sudden surge of power coursing through him. He cursed under his breath, the memory of his sister's sacrifice, a painful reminder of his desperate situation, flooded his mind. That memory brought a wave of bitter regret. Cheon Hae-sun's sister knelt before him, her voice laced with urgency. She implored him to remain calm and present a composed demeanor to the judges. She stressed the importance of making a good impression, emphasizing that his appearance was crucial to their success. Hae-sun's sister, brimming with nervous energy, prepared him for the upcoming evaluation, meticulously styling his hair. Hae-sun, though he nodded in agreement, a subtle apprehension clouded his features. He understood the instructions, but his silent worry lingered. He revealed that he wasn't taking an exam, instead, he was registering for something else entirely. His sister reacted with surprise and a hint of frustration, questioning why he hadn't informed her earlier. At the registration building, a man in a suit inquired about another problem, his tone suggesting a sense of unease. He pointed out Hae-sun, commenting on his frail appearance and questioning whether individuals of his physique even participated in the trials. A heated discussion unfolds between two individuals. One chides the other for speaking like an amateur, highlighting the immaturity of judging a hunter solely by their appearance. The scene shifts to a young man, Cheon Hae-sun, whose appearance evokes discomfort in others. He is a patient, and his presence is met with disdain by two men in suits, who express their disgust at the sight of him. Despite the obvious aversion, another individual cautiously suggests that it might be alright, implying a potential benefit to Hae-sun's presence. Their acceptance hinges on a condition: if Hae-sun proves useful, their gratitude will follow. Hae-sun walks down a hallway, his back turned to the viewer, in a building marked with a symbol suggesting a hunter's organization. The atmosphere is tense. Hae-sun stands alone, his expression hardening. He is clearly aware of the whispers and judgments surrounding him. His face contorts in anger. He can hear the spiteful comments of those around him, and a surge of fury rises within him. He vows to remember the faces of his detractors, specifically mentioning the big-nose guy and long-face guy. He delivers a chilling warning: he will never heal them, underscoring his newfound power and resentment. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, nervously handed his documents across the desk to a clerk. His hands trembled slightly as he awaited the outcome of his application. He thought it had improved a great deal, but a lingering doubt gnawed at him. His gaze fell upon his own reflection, a question forming in his mind: did he still look that bad? The clerk, seemingly unfazed by Hae-sun's appearance, informed him that the application had been submitted and he could leave. Hae-sun, however, was far from reassured. He received his rejected application, a large X marking its disapproval. Despite the rejection, the clerk offered a surprising compliment, noting Hae-sun's stoic expression. Hae-sun, though grateful for the unexpected kindness, felt a surge of frustration and disappointment. He crumpled the rejected application in his hand. As he left, another applicant, a man in sunglasses, entered the office. Hae-sun noticed him and wondered who he was. The clerk's whispered comment about the new applicant registering as a healer sparked a wave of disbelief and resentment in the office. The man in sunglasses, seemingly oblivious to the tension, casually approached the counter, a smirk playing on his lips. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man whose unusual appearance has made him an outcast, found himself the subject of whispered speculation amongst his classmates. Their hushed tones and wide eyes betrayed their surprise as they questioned if he was indeed Yu Jaiwan Nim. Hae-sun, however, felt a pang of anxiety. He had just submitted his hunter registration application, a secret he desperately wanted to keep. Now, it seemed his secret was out. He pleaded with his classmates to pretend they hadn't seen him, his nervousness palpable. The girls, however, were far too excited by the revelation that a celebrity hunter was amongst them. Their excited chatter escalated into a shriek of surprise as Hae-sun nervously asked them to keep his secret. He was relieved when they readily agreed. He reassured himself with a silent promise, a finger pressed to his lips. The girl's enthusiastic response was a comforting balm to his anxiety. Having completed the application process more quickly than anticipated, Hae-sun reflected on his next step, going home. The weight of his secret, however, remained. He walked away from the Hunters Guild building, a sense of accomplishment tinged with the underlying anxiety of his secret. His thoughts turned to the simple pleasure of a home-cooked meal. Lost in thought about his dinner plans, Hae-sun continued his walk home, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. The application was done, and that was all that mattered for now. His quiet contemplation was interrupted by a sudden, jarring thought: the Glory Guild. The implications of this powerful organization loomed large in his mind. As he walked, Hae-sun noticed a man holding a sign protesting the abandonment of Gabangdong, a poignant reminder of the harsh realities of his world. The question of why so many had to die weighed heavily on his mind. A lone figure stood in the middle of a city street, holding a sign that read, "Abandoned Gabangdong." Why did we need to die? He demanded an explanation from the Glory Guild. A nearby observer watched the protest, commenting that protests were becoming less frequent. The observer reflected on the disaster, despite its scale, and a feeling of familiarity with the scene. Approaching the protester, a young man wearing a hooded jacket cautioned him, "You can't be doing this here, ma'am." He warned that the protester might get taken away by the police. The protester, a woman, reflected on what could have been had she awakened sooner. Suddenly, another woman appeared, overcome with grief, shouting, "You could have come." She lamented that the young man could have rescued and saved those who perished in the disaster. Overcome with grief, the woman cried out, "Why did my child have to die?" The young man tried to calm her down, pointing out that it was only the third day and she was at risk of collapsing from exhaustion. Cheon Hae-sun, desperate for a solution to his fatal illness, pleaded, "At the very least, let me meet the president of the association just once." His request was met with a hesitant response. The man replied, "That's difficult even for me." Hae-sun, his face hidden beneath a shadowed hood, resolved, "For now, I'll try to do the best I can." A frustrated voice cut through his determination. You stupid bastard. The scene shifted to a city street where a man in a suit was berating a seemingly homeless individual. A sharp voice interrupted. I told you to quietly put this to an end, but what are you doing? A man with striking red hair, a cigarette dangling from his lips, appeared, exuding an air of nonchalant menace. The suited man, startled, exclaimed, Who's that? The red-haired man simply commanded, Move. The red-haired man effortlessly dispatched the suited man, revealing his identity, Nam Heidi, a night-class hunter affiliated with the association. Hey-sun, observing from afar, wondered, a hunter. Level E. Is he affiliated with the association? A man with vibrant red hair, dressed in a sharp suit, nonchalantly smoked a cigarette. His expression was one of controlled irritation, a faint smirk played on his lips as he muttered to himself that the mood was a little off. A woman's voice, polite but firm, cut through the air. Excuse me, lady. He glared at the woman who had approached him, a woman with short, dark hair and a concerned expression. His voice was sharp, laced with menace. I told you I won't let you be if you come crawling back here again. The woman looked truly uneasy, her apprehension evident in her posture. She wondered why he was ignoring what people were saying. He let out a short, dismissive sound, before continuing, Lady, do you think the president's an easy person? He emphasized his point, I gave you a warning. The one who went against that is you. The red-haired man turned to address another individual, a newcomer, with a curt instruction, Newbie, watch closely. The newcomer, startled, stammered, W8. The red-haired man explained, you need to keep it short. And powerful. A figure, cloaked in shadow, spoke with grim determination. Their words hung heavy in the air, that way, they'll understand. The scene shifted, revealing two figures locked in a desperate struggle. One, a young man with dark hair, lay on the ground, his face contorted in pain. While the other, a taller figure with fiery red hair, loomed over him, their movements blurred by intense speed. A violent energy erupted, sending shockwaves through the city streets below. The impact was devastating, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A voice, laced with bitter regret, echoed through the chaos, you should have listened to me from the beginning. The aftermath of the explosion settled, revealing the extent of the damage. Another voice, filled with disbelief, whispered, if you did, then this wouldn't have. The young man on the ground gasped, his eyes wide with shock. He stared at his own hands, noticing something terribly wrong. A horrifying transformation taking place before his very eyes. What? Elsewhere, a young man in a suit watched the scene unfold from afar, his face etched with worry. He called out, hey. He frantically tried to reach the struggling figures, shouting, what are you doing right now? A figure, cloaked in shadow and radiating an ominous purple aura, was violently thrown backward. The impact echoing in the sudden silence that followed. A voice, filled with raw fury, cut through the stillness, who is this bastard? The question hung in the air, directed at the mysterious figure, whose face was now visible, etched with a mixture of fear and defiance. I asked you a question, you bastard, the unseen speaker continued, their voice dripping with menace. The figure, still reeling from the impact, struggled to regain their composure. Who are you? Where did you come from all of a sudden, they stammered, a desperate plea barely audible above the pounding of their own heart. Move, a curt reply cut them off, I have work to do. A man with vibrant red hair and sharp features emerged from the shadows, his expression cold and calculating. He was dressed in a sharp suit, a stark contrast to the disheveled figure before him. Stay still, he commanded, his voice laced with authority. He warned, his eyes narrowed in a silent threat. Before he could act, the mysterious figure raised a hand, defying the red-haired man's command. The tension crackled in the air. You're affiliated with the association, right? The red-haired man asked, his tone shifting from threat to interrogation. The mysterious figure's eyes widened in disbelief. An association hunter is using their power against a civilian? Are you insane? The red-haired man's expression hardened. Who are you to interfere with my official work? Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, scoffed inwardly. Official work, my ass. He thought, his expression a mixture of disdain and weariness. He stood defiantly, fists clenched. I'm a hunter entrant, what are you going to do about it? He challenged, a spark of defiance in his eyes. A gruff voice interrupted his bravado. Hey entrant, remove your ether while I'm still talking nicely. The newcomer, a man with striking red hair and a sharp gaze, addressed Hae-sun with a chillingly calm tone. A purple aura emanated from Hae-sun as he hesitated, unsure of what to do. His eyes narrowed, a surge of dark energy coursing through him. I don't, he retorted, his voice laced with a newfound power. The red-haired man smirked, a fiery aura erupting around him. Then you need a thrashing. He prepared for battle, flames engulfing his form. A nearby woman watched in alarm, shouting, young man. It's dangerous. Hae-sun, undeterred, responded calmly, ma'am, I'll win anyways. A surge of purple energy enveloped Cheon Hae-sun, his body racked with an otherworldly power. The raw energy visibly coursing through his veins as his eyes glowed with an unnatural light. A sneer twisted the lips of his attacker, a man with fiery red hair and a cruel glint in his eyes. You talk big, kid, he scoffed, let's see if you can talk big after you're beaten to a pulp. The attacker lunged forward, but Hae-sun was ready. Hae-sun, however, remained defiant, arms crossed. I told you to stay still, he retorted, a sigh escaping his lips. Why don't you listen to what people say? His opponent, unfazed, simply replied, I warned you. A cold sweat beaded on Hae-sun's brow as he realized the truth in his opponent's words. The one who didn't listen is you, the attacker stated, his voice dripping with malice. With surprising speed, Hae-sun dodged the attack, leaving his opponent momentarily stunned. The attacker recoiled, clutching his face in pain. Who's this bastard? He roared, his voice filled with disbelief and fear. A beam of purple light erupted from Hae-sun, striking the ground with immense force, creating a massive shockwave that rippled outwards. The scene opens with a narration box declaring, he isn't just an entrant. This is followed by a speech bubble containing a dismissive comment, sheesh, you're all talk. A young man with dark hair and a slightly pained expression is shown. A speech bubble above him reads, for someone like you to be an employee of the association. He is clearly injured, but he attempts to stand. Another man, with reddish hair, lies injured on the ground. A speech bubble above the standing man asks, what, you're going to get up? Shouldn't you just lay still? The reddish-haired man, struggling to breathe, curses him, "You son of a bitch." His face contorted in rage, he continues, "You." The reddish-haired man's face is shown in extreme close-up, his eyes blazing with fury. He shouts, "To kill you. You son of a bitch." The dark-haired man responds with a smirk, "Kill me? You're a funny guy. Hey, Mr. Master of War." The dark-haired young man challenges the other, "If you can, try killing me." The reddish-haired man, still seething, mutters, "Deceptive footwork." The dark-haired man asks, "How?" The dark-haired man sits calmly, observing the injured reddish-haired man. A speech bubble appears, reading, "Pursuer." Shion Hae-sun, his face marred by blood and a look of utter disbelief, gasped, "How?" He glared at Kitak, his mind racing. "This bastard, how does he know my skills?" Kitak, seemingly unfazed, calmly produced a golden pin bearing the letter H, a symbol of the Hunters Association. Kitak's voice was firm, devoid of emotion. "Then set an example." He offered the pin to Hae-sun, who stared at it with a mixture of confusion and dawning understanding. Hae-sun, defeated but resolute, finally accepted the pin. "Okay?" Meanwhile, a concerned woman's voice cut through the tension. "The thing you need to protect is not the Glory Guild's reputation, but the civilians, okay?" The camera focuses on Hae-sun's feet as he walks away, leaving a trail of destruction behind him. "There are only gangster-like hunters." A voice interrupts him, "Excuse me, you." A group of figures approaches Hae-sun. "What are you doing right now?" Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, found himself in a desperate situation. A monstrous attack had ravaged his neighborhood, leaving destruction in its wake. He lay amidst the rubble, his mind racing. The question inside the sacred association echoed in his thoughts, a desperate hope flickering within him. A stern-faced man, his eyes glowing ominously, interrupted Hae-sun's contemplation. "If you want to cause a commotion, then do it outside," he commanded, his tone brooking no argument. The manga showcased the pinnacle of human strength, a hunter at the peak of their abilities, a testament to the power sought by many. A monstrous figure loomed, its multiple eyes glowing ominously, a harbinger of death. The creature descended, its shadow engulfing 3 figures below. A desperate struggle ensued, ending in apparent failure. Yet, from the brink of despair, a glimmer of hope emerged. A swift, decisive strike cut through the monster's defenses. The manga panel depicts a chaotic scene, filled with the raw energy of a monster attack. The text overlay reads, "Danger alerts that any hunter would experience." A squad of heavily armed hunters, clad in tactical gear emblazoned with a G, confronts the monstrous threat. One hunter, a woman with long, dark green hair, leads the charge, her face partially obscured by a mask. But, this is not a typical confrontation. The panel shifts to show a man with worried eyes, his expression reflecting the gravity of the situation. A young woman with dark hair stands beside the worried man, her face etched with concern. The text below reads, "Different." That's pretty heavy. The scene cuts to a powerful monster, its massive fist descending upon a lone figure in the center of the fray. Because they're not normal hunters. A new character, a man in shining armor, surveys the scene, his expression serious. He asks, "Anyone hurt?" They don't fall. The camera focuses on the armored man's powerful physique, emphasizing his strength and resilience. A powerful woman with long blonde hair and a muscular build steps forward, commanding attention. She orders, "Everyone, step aside. You'll get hurt if you're around us." The woman's words are laced with a warning, her gaze intense. She mutters, "Oh, flames." They don't. The panel closes on the woman, who is calmly smoking a cigarette, her expression unreadable. Enveloped in flames, Shion Hae-sun, a young man with striking, otherworldly features and long, flowing white hair, channeled a torrent of fiery energy from within. His body, partially bandaged, bore the marks of past battles and a present struggle. A surge of determination filled him as he silently vowed, "Burn it all away." The inferno intensified, transforming Hae-sun into a fiery humanoid figure, his form shifting and reforming as the flames danced around him. His eyes burned with an inner fire, reflecting the turmoil within. A voice echoed in his mind, "Despair, or lose." He recognized the voice, a chilling realization dawned on him. That's... Meanwhile, a group of monster hunters watched in horror as a monstrous entity, engulfed in flames, began to fall from the sky. One of them shouted, "Get away from it." A young woman with long blonde hair, among the hunters, looked up to the heavens, her eyes filled with desperate hope. She whispered a silent prayer, "Oh God," they pleaded, "please protect us." A celestial being, with large, radiant wings, descended from above, its presence radiating divine power. The hunters braced themselves for the impending impact. The celestial being unleashed an absolute barrier, a golden shield of light that deflected the falling monstrosity, shattering it into fiery fragments. The chapter opens with a close-up of Gu Gunai, a level S hunter, his intense gaze hinting at a powerful presence. His title, the Mountain, and class, Knight, are displayed, underscoring his formidable reputation. Next, Maria, a level S healer known as the Miracle, is shown. Her expression is serious, reflecting the gravity of the situation. A man, seemingly caught off guard by the commotion, explains his presence. He is seen walking down a staircase with Gunai and Maria, their serious expressions suggesting a shared concern. Someone praises their accomplishment, highlighting the influence of the Hunters Association. But the scene shifts to a sudden, violent event, as a large hole appears in the floor, suggesting a powerful attack. A man with red hair and blood on his face is shown, his expression filled with shock and horror as he witnesses the violence of an association hunter. The scene opens with a close-up on a man's torso, clad in a dark suit and tie, his attire suggesting a position of authority. Scratches mar the fabric of his jacket, hinting at a recent struggle. A young man, his face etched with defiance, stands before the suited man. He wears a gray hoodie, his appearance contrasting sharply with the other's formality. The suited man addresses him, questioning his recklessness. The suited man continues, chiding the young man for his impulsive actions, implying that his strength does not excuse recklessness. The suited man's expression hardens as he delivers a sharp rebuke, urging the young man to think before acting. The young man's response is immediate and defiant. He curtly dismisses the other's advice with a blunt retort, his words laced with irritation. The suited man's eyes widen in surprise, his expression shifting from annoyance to something akin to shock. A close-up on his face reveals a hint of fear. The young man, realizing he has inadvertently spoken his thoughts aloud, offers a sheepish apology. The young man's apology is met with a further challenge. A woman and another man in suits approach, their presence adding to the tension. The woman speaks, questioning the young man's methods. The scene shifts to show a cracked section of pavement, suggesting a recent struggle. The young man reflects on the situation, acknowledging that his actions might be easily misinterpreted. The young man, still slightly disheveled, looks apprehensive, his expression a mixture of concern and defiance. A question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. Was it permissible for a hunter, an entrant not yet fully accepted into the association, to use their abilities against ordinary citizens? Shion Hae-sun, his face etched with worry and a hint of confusion, stared blankly ahead. His breath hitched slightly as he processed the gravity of the situation. The man beside him, his face contorted in distress, continued his argument. Should hunters be allowed to use their powers on innocent people? A woman with blonde hair, her face a mask of shock and distress, gasped. What? If that's permitted, then I apologize. If I knew, I wouldn't have stopped him. My goodness. The man in the suit beside her, his expression grim, clarified, I'm talking about a knight being allowed to hit citizens. Hae-sun, a flicker of defiance in his eyes, responded, but since someone as ignorant as me stop that. He concluded, his voice low but firm, I ought to be punished accordingly. The man in the suit stroked his chin thoughtfully, his gaze distant. His eyes narrowed as he considered the implications of Hae-sun's actions and the blonde woman's distress. Hae-sun's head drooped, a sense of resignation settling over him. A young man, his face etched with exhaustion and worry, stared blankly ahead. His eyes, heavy-lidded, hinted at sleepless nights and a burden too heavy to bear. Meanwhile, a stern-faced man in a sharp suit listened intently to a report. His gaze was sharp, his expression grim as he considered the details of a recent monster attack. He was focused on the hunter responsible for the incident, but his thoughts turned to the victim. A question arose in his mind, Vice Association leader? The man's expression shifted, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he processed this new information. Outside, a distraught young woman wept openly, her shoulders shaking with sobs. A concerned man in a suit offered comfort, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. The scene spoke volumes of grief and loss. A group of people, including the man in the suit and the weeping woman, made their way down a set of steps. A man in a dark suit, his face impassive, watched them go, then spoke, indicating he would handle the situation alone. The young man from the beginning, now alone, reflected on the events that had transpired. He thought to himself, I guess it didn't turn out to be a total mess. But his quiet contemplation was interrupted. Someone spoke, questioning his intentions, aren't you leaving? The stern-faced man from earlier reappeared, his expression unreadable. He simply asked, me? The young man's response was sharp and accusatory, do you really not know? Shion Hae-sun, a young man with a pensive expression, stroked his chin thoughtfully. He muttered to himself, well, okay. Hae-sun continued his internal monologue, recalling a piece of information, that man is from Gabangdong. The scene shifted to a man with sharp features and dark hair, his gaze intense and serious. He seemed to be contemplating something significant. A woman with long blonde hair, her face etched with sorrow, covered her mouth with her hands. The narration box revealed a tragic detail, she lost her child during the dual gate incident. Hae-sun's face showed a mixture of contemplation and concern as he looked upward. He reflected, since that could have been prevented. Hae-sun walked up a flight of stairs, his gait purposeful. He continued his ascent, his thoughts still preoccupied. And then he spoke, making an observation, don't you agree that the buildings around here are very clean? Pointing out a detail about the building before them, this building doesn't even have any dirt or stains. It's a really nice building. The aftermath of a brutal monster attack was evident, the neighborhood of Gabangdong was drenched in blood. Amidst the carnage, a young man, Shion Hae-sun, stood, his clothes stained with blood, his face bearing the marks of a recent struggle. Facing a sharply dressed man who seemed unfazed by the bloody scene. The man confirmed Hae-sun's location. Hae-sun, confirming his own residence in Gabangdong, revealed his presence in the ravaged area. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played on Hae-sun's lips. As the man offered his congratulations on the successful defense of Gupadong. Relief washed over the man's face as he noted the relatively low number of casualties. Hae-sun's smile widened, a stark contrast to the grim surroundings. He then questioned the man's absence during the attack. His question hung heavy in the air. Hae-sun explained that he had tried to understand the situation before intervening. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, stood alone, a troubled expression etched onto his face. His hand instinctively went to his neck, as if in discomfort or pain. A woman with long blonde hair approached him, her face a mask of sorrow and accusation. Did you really not have the means to save us? She demanded, her voice laced with grief. She continued, her voice softening slightly, am I blaming you when it's not your fault? Hae-sun remained silent, his guilt palpable. The scene shifted to a security room, where a large man with glasses sat before a wall of monitors. To conclude, he began, his tone suggesting a weighty revelation. But that wasn't the case, he stated, his voice heavy with implication. If the Glory Guild had come, the number of victims could have been reduced by half. The man continued, his expression grim, from what I heard, the boss monster could be a little tough to deal with. He turned his gaze to Hae-sun, his voice hardening. The question here is why did you abandon lives that you could have saved? A sharply dressed man, seemingly Hae-sun's superior, appeared, his expression cold and unforgiving. Say something if you have a mouth, he commanded, his tone dripping with disdain. The man's gaze was intense, unwavering, as he waited for a response from Hae-sun. Hae-sun, his face contorted in anger and frustration, finally snapped. I said say something if you have a mouth, he roared, his voice filled with barely contained rage. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, clenched his fists. His knuckles were white, betraying the turmoil within him. A voice, laced with a hint of pity, whispered, so young. Hae-sun's face, marred by cuts and bruises, was a mask of defiance. His gaze was sharp, unwavering. A calm, yet critical voice observed, you move with your emotions instead of thinking rationally. Since your vision is narrow, you can't tell right from wrong. The speaker, a sharply dressed man standing before the Hunters Association building, continued, you can't tell when it's appropriate to speak or not. He addressed Hae-sun, I understand that you're full of vigor, but you should at least realize who you were talking to. A sinister green aura emanated from the man as he added, and calmly say what you think. Hae-sun, his expression hardening, responded internally, as long as you're a human and not a beast. A smirk played on Hae-sun's lips as he retorted, "What? A beast? Know who I'm talking to? CEO Gu, you sure know how to say things quite eloquently." The CEO's expression shifted slightly as he muttered, "How could I not know who you are?" The scene opens with a narration box revealing a shocking truth. The man before us is the former #1 knight in Korea, now defeated by someone known only as Kong Hyun. The camera focuses on the knight's back, his shoulders slumped in defeat, as he stands before an ominous, dark background. A single word, entrant, appears, hinting at a new challenger entering the scene. Suddenly, a burst of green energy erupts, as the defeated knight, along with two other individuals, a woman with blonde hair and a younger man, find themselves facing a powerful, unseen force. The energy intensifies, forming a swirling vortex of green light that engulfs the trio, leaving only the knight, now radiating a faint green aura, standing amidst the dissipating energy. He reflects on his attempt to reason with his opponent. But his words are met with a retort about his rudeness. The opponent, seemingly confident in his abilities, questions the knight's overconfidence. And a purple blade of energy materializes, signaling an imminent attack. The knight, caught off guard, can only utter, "What's this?" Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, stood amidst a swirling vortex of purple and green energy. His dark suit was immaculate, a stark contrast to the chaotic energy surrounding him. A voice, sharp and accusatory, cut through the air. He was being questioned about his actions. Hae-sun, facing his accuser, a man in a sharp suit, calmly responded, acknowledging his lack of strength but asserting his confidence in his decision. He explained that true strength is not always apparent, and that one must act to discover their limits. He resolved to proceed despite the uncertainty, and vowed to never yield to his accuser. A young man, seemingly a bystander, pointed towards a figure in the distance, his voice filled with a mixture of surprise and awe. He exclaimed that everyone should look over there. The focus shifted to a stylish young man, impeccably dressed, casually sipping from a juice box while leaning against a red car. Another bystander, equally astonished, questioned if the stylish man was real. The well-dressed young man, adjusting his sunglasses, mused internally whether this was yet another one of his fans. He decided that attracting more attention would be tiresome, so he opted for a quick autograph session to send them on their way. Approaching the two onlookers, he politely excused himself and requested a pen and paper. The two were taken aback by his sudden request, one of them expressing confusion. He reiterated his request, his tone slightly sharper this time, implying that they should simply comply. The other onlooker, equally confused, wondered aloud about the strange behavior of the stylish young man. Someone gushed to Yu Jaiwan about his popularity, stating that he charmed even strangers. Jaiwan, slightly embarrassed, politely disagreed, suggesting a misunderstanding. Another person, pointing towards something in the distance, asked Jaiwan if he saw it. The person explained that the newcomer was a hunter applying for a position. Jaiwan's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized the famous knight Gu Gunai. The knight Gu Gunai's arrival was announced, causing a stir among the onlookers, who recognized him instantly. A mysterious figure, Cheon Hae-sun, appeared, seemingly emerging from a purple mist, and was identified as a new entrant. A man in a suit, seemingly an official, offered Hae-sun forgiveness if he apologized. The man's gesture suggested a dismissive attitude towards Hae-sun. A man with piercing green eyes loomed over Cheon Hae-sun, his voice a low, gravelly whisper. He urged the young man to make a decision he wouldn't regret. Hae-sun, his face etched with worry, mumbled a reluctant thanks, but his left hand seemed to have a mind of its own. His defiance, however, was met with a chilling observation from the man. It looked like Hae-sun was digging his own grave. The man, seemingly unfazed by Hae-sun's growing unease, simply shrugged. He considered the situation quite an expensive lesson, but ultimately, he didn't seem to care. A surge of purple energy erupted from Hae-sun, engulfing the man in a swirling vortex of light and shadow. The man's expression shifted from indifference to surprise. The man, President Gu, smirked, stating that Hae-sun would be the exception to the rule. His words were laced with a chilling confidence. But Hae-sun's response was immediate and sharp. President Gu's joke had gone too far. A woman with blonde hair, unseen until now, spoke from the shadows, her voice laced with disapproval. Hae-sun's eyes glowed with a newfound power as he channeled a surge of energy, a complex glyph appearing in his hand. With a fierce determination, Hae-sun unleashed a torrent of emerald green energy towards President Gu, the force of the attack leaving a visible trail in its wake. President Gu Gunai stood before a crowd, a radiant golden aura emanating from her. She declared her understanding of the president's intentions and questioned whether the display of power was intended to encourage a particular entrant. However, a subtle shift in her expression hinted at underlying concern. A worry that the demonstration might be easily misunderstood. Her apprehension was shared by a man in a dark suit, who approached her, suggesting they halt the demonstration, as it was deemed too intense. Meanwhile, a group of onlookers discussed the event, one commenting that the demonstration was merely a show for the lottery winner, who had won the chance to witness Gu Gunai's power firsthand. Another onlooker expressed their desire to witness such a display themselves. Gu Gunai, observing the onlookers, pondered the situation. A hand gently rested on Cheon Hae-sun's shoulder, the contact a stark contrast to the numerous scrapes and bruises marring his young face. His eyes, dark and shadowed, held a hint of apprehension. The older man beside him, impeccably dressed in a dark suit, offered a wry smile. It's quite embarrassing, teaching you with these lacking skills of mine, he remarked, his tone laced with a subtle mockery. He then leaned closer, his hand still on Hae-sun's shoulder, and asked, "Did you learn something?" Hae-sun's response was visceral, "I'm so disgusted, my vomit's coming up." The older man's smile widened, his eyes gleaming with amusement. His expression was one of unadulterated satisfaction. A silent observation from Hae-sun's perspective, he's shameless and spiteful. The older man's voice, though soft, carried an undercurrent of command. "Don't wear such a sour expression," he said. Continuing, "since I think we'll be seeing each other often." The older man's words were a thinly veiled threat. "Please leave it at that, President. Although I sent the people away, if you cause more trouble, I won't stand by." As the older man turned to leave, he paused, a question hanging in the air. "And, entrant?" A woman in a business suit bowed deeply before two men, one of whom looked on with a stern expression. Her voice, though barely a whisper, carried a weight of apology. "I'm sorry." The woman continued, her voice strained, "I don't have anything to say about the gate incident." Tears welled in the woman's eyes as she spoke, her voice thick with emotion. I promise to give an appropriate apology and compensation to those affected. One of the men, skeptical, questioned her promise with a single, sharp word, promise? A loud dee-bang-dong reverberated through the air. The sound startled the woman, but the other man seemed unfazed. He turned to the second man, his voice laced with disdain. That's something even a 3-year-old child knows. The second man, however, retorted, his tone sharp and questioning. Seems like that wasn't also a promise? The woman stammered, her face pale. About that. The second man's expression hardened. His gaze was intense, his features sharp. He seemed to be considering something. The first man, still observing the scene, posed a question, his voice low and thoughtful. What's the strongest shield? The scene opens with a sharply dressed man, his back to the viewer, a question hanging in the air. And what's the miracle? He continues, his voice laced with a hint of impatience. What's an appropriate apology? And what's compensation? A woman with long blonde hair asks, tears welling in her eyes. The man's voice cuts through the silence, sharp and cold. What's the point when they're dead? A document is shown, the words abandoning the bangdu visible, a question mark hanging over the reason for their abandonment. The man's fist clenches, a silent display of anger. A plea to stop, addressed to President Gu Ganai, hangs in the air. The blonde woman's head hangs low, defeated. The narration states, nothing he said was wrong. She admits, it's true, that we're in the wrong. A young man with dark hair and a sinister smile appears, his inner thoughts revealed. Someone would think I'm the bad guy. Courtesy from these bastards. A clenched fist, veins bulging, filled the panel. Rage, barely contained, radiated from the image. The accompanying text revealed the source. The memory of his sister's near-death experience fueled his fury. His face, etched with grief and anger, spoke volumes. He scorned the idea of monetary compensation, his words sharp and bitter. The death of his sister couldn't be undone with money. Shion Hae-sun, his face partially obscured by shadow, stood before the Hunters Association. A palpable sense of guilt weighed heavily upon him. He accepted responsibility for his sister's near-fatal injury, his words a stark admission of his failure. He stood before 2 Hunters Association representatives, his posture slumped with self-reproach. He blamed himself for believing their promises. Hae-sun turned and walked away from the Hunters Association, leaving the 2 representatives behind. His departure was abrupt and resolute. The blonde woman from the Hunters Association called out to him, her voice laced with a hint of concern. She inquired about the type of hunter's license he had applied for, a question that hinted at a potential path forward. The blonde woman's hands clenched together, a subtle gesture that suggested her own internal conflict. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusually harsh appearance, stood alone, his face etched with a grim determination. Scars marred his skin, a testament to a life lived on the fringes of society. The word healer appeared, stark and bold, hinting at a transformation yet to come. A woman with long blonde hair, her expression a mixture of worry and concern, observed from a distance. Hae-sun, his face grim, muttered to himself, admitting his inability to save everyone, but vowing to not abandon those he could help, unlike someone in his past. He clenched his fist, a fierce resolve hardening his features. He would not repeat the mistakes of the past. The scene shifted to a bustling city street, the setting sun casting long shadows. A large building, possibly a hospital, loomed in the background. The blonde woman from earlier and a man in a suit exchanged surprised comments about Hae-sun's unexpected healing abilities. The man in the suit observed Hae-sun, noting his rough exterior, unusual for a healer. The scene ends with the man's thoughtful expression, leaving the reader to wonder about Hae-sun's future. Someone hoped that Shion Hae-sun's worth as a healer would be high. Hae-sun walked down the stairs, his head bowed, a picture of dejection. His face contorted in a grimace of defeat, he had lost. He hadn't expected to win the fight, and the commotion had already drawn a crowd. A woman in a hat spoke anxiously to a taller man smoking a cigarette. More importantly, they spoke of Maria. The man reflected that Maria would have stopped the fight. Hae-sun trembled, fear etched on his face. He felt insignificant, small. From afar, a man in a suit observed Hae-sun from a snowy mountain peak. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusually somber expression, stood before a colossal mountain. A sense of discouragement washed over him. He sighed, his shoulders slumping. He had hoped to feel stronger, but his progress felt painfully slow. Returning home, Hae-sun paused, noticing something unexpected. A visitor was waiting inside. Hae-sun entered, showing his sister, Yuni, a trendy new pair of shoes. She seemed unimpressed. Yuni explained that those types of shoes were quite popular these days. Yuni showed Hae-sun a box filled with strange, whimsical items. He acknowledged her display with a simple "I see." Yuni then questioned Hae-sun about a new friend he seemed to have made. Hae-sun was taken aback. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock and a cold sweat beating on his brow. He could only stammer, "Why you?" A woman with vibrant red hair and an unsettlingly cheerful demeanor appeared before him. She greeted him with a playful, almost mocking tone, "Hi, long time no see?" Hae-sun's sister, startled by the unexpected visitor, exclaimed, "Why are you here?" The red-haired woman tilted her head, a playful expression on her face as she responded, "Huh? What did you say?" Hae-sun, his fear palpable in his wide eyes, stood rigidly, a surge of panic rising within him as he braced himself. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across a quaint, hilly neighborhood. A quiet residential street, lined with brick buildings and lush greenery, was bathed in the warm hues of twilight. The scene seemingly peaceful, save for a lone broom leaning against a wall near a set of stone steps. Suddenly, a young girl with vibrant red hair zipped past, a blur of motion, leaving a trail of sparkling dust in her wake. The girl, however, abruptly stopped, her body impacting the ground with a jarring thud. A look of intense pain contorted her features. As she gasped for air, a fresh wound visible on her cheek. Nearby, a young man with dark hair watched, his expression unreadable. He rushed towards her, but she weakly uttered a farewell, her voice barely a whisper. He hesitated, a conflict of emotions evident in his eyes. Before turning away, leaving her alone. He explained that he had only come to visit her, his words laced with a hint of guilt. A young woman, her expression sharp, questioned a young man, "Did your sister ask you to come here?" The young man, his face partially obscured, seemed startled by the question. A surge of purple energy emanating from him as he silently vowed, "If he dares to approach me like this again, I won't deal with him anymore." The purple energy intensified, swirling around him. Meanwhile, the young woman continued, I'm quite an important seller to him, too, right? If he wants to maintain our relationship, he better observe some boundaries. Her face showed a mix of apprehension and determination. Suddenly, a voice called out, Cheon Haesun. The young man, now identified as Cheon Haesun, looked up, questioning, Nuna? A blinding flash of light erupted. As a powerful force impacted the young woman, sending a shockwave through the air. The scene opens with a question mark and an exclamation point, symbolizing the uncertainty and sudden danger about to unfold. Cheon Haesun, a young man with brown hair, stumbles and falls, his body reacting to an unseen force. As a monstrous creature attacks his neighborhood. His sister, a young woman with vibrant red hair, attempts to defend him, but is clearly outmatched. Haesun is thrown back by the force of the attack. Landing hard on the ground, his eyes wide with shock and pain. Haesun's sister, furious, confronts him. How could you ask your friend to go away instead of inviting her in? She continues her angry outburst, did you not think how hurt she'll feel? The sister demands an immediate apology from Haesun. Overcome with guilt and remorse, Haesun's sister begins to cry. Despite her distress, she runs to embrace her brother, muttering an unintelligible sound of comfort. Cheon Haesun, a young man with an unusual appearance, lay unconscious, his sister's worried face hovering above him. A small, whimsical-looking spirit with dark spots floated nearby. The scene shifted to a city street, where a car sped past. Inside, a young woman with vibrant red hair addressed a sullen-looking man. She asked if he was still sulking. He mumbled an apology for his earlier behavior towards her sister. He insisted that they had no intention of harming her, swearing his innocence. But she questioned his sudden change of heart, wondering why he acted so sensitively after his initial aggression. He simply responded with a single word, Yacha. The perspective shifted to another man, a muscular figure with elaborate tattoos covering his back. He expressed his distrust of Yacha, stating that while he was good at making deals, he harbored too many secrets. He admitted to being unaware of Yacha's past, goals, and potential future actions. The red-haired woman, concerned, wondered aloud if Yacha had secretly placed a dangerous artifact on her without her knowledge. A young woman, her face partially obscured, questioned someone off-panel, her voice laced with uncertainty, can you say with certainty that nothing would happen to my sister? The question hung in the air, unspoken anxiety swirling around the young woman's worried expression. Behind the wheel of a car, a young woman with vibrant red hair and a noticeable scar on her cheek responded, her tone hesitant, Hannah. I can't say I can. But she continued, a hint of defiance in her voice, but father wants to become good partners with you. She explained further, her words revealing a calculated strategy, that's why he sent me to support you personally. He's just monitoring me with you. Her revelation caused a visible shock in the other person, who exclaimed in surprise, How did you know? The red-haired woman calmly explained the reason for her father's actions, I heard the supply of sunflowers is lessening. The image shifted to show several shadowy hands reaching towards a single glowing flower, symbolizing the dwindling resource. Concluding her explanation, she posed a question, and someone with sunflowers suddenly appeared during such times? The scene shifted to a young man with dark hair, his back to the viewer, a dark aura emanating from him. He muttered to himself, I'd also monitor that person if I were him. Cheon Haesun, a young man marked by his unusual appearance, found himself caught in a web of unexpected events. He had already discovered he was terminally ill, and now, a group of monsters attacked his neighborhood. His inner thoughts reflected his surprise at the situation, but I didn't expect you to do it so obviously. Aren't you guys underestimating me too much? His sister, having sacrificed herself to save him, was now before him, her words laced with a hint of amusement and concern. Guess we got caught, huh? However, you're a special case. Haesun, still reeling from the events, listened intently as his sister continued, her expression serious. I've never been ordered to monitor anyone before. A sudden shift in the conversation, a revelation that would change Haesun's understanding of his family. The image of a powerful, imposing figure filled the panel, his words echoing the gravity of the situation. I don't know if you already know this, but father and I aren't blood related. The sister continued, explaining the complex relationship between herself and her so-called father. He's also called father because that's the nickname the black market gave him. A weight of this revelation settled upon Haesun as his sister concluded, which means we're not real father and daughter. Objectively speaking, I'm no different from a homeless man on the street. Haesun, left to ponder the implications of this newfound information, voiced his confusion. I don't know why though. His sister, however, seemed to have a different perspective, a glimmer of something akin to excitement in her eyes. Maybe I'm special? She emphasized her point with a playful gesture, a stark contrast to the gravity of the previous revelations. Haesun, still struggling to process everything, reacted with irritation. Why are you acting like this? Shut up and listen. An older man with gray hair and dark skin, his face etched with worry, spoke to someone off-panel. He noted that something about their father was not ordinary, a fact that had likely already been sensed by the other person. The camera focused on the older man's mouth, a knowing smirk playing on his lips as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. The focus shifted to a young man with vibrant red hair, a jagged scar marring his cheek. He stated that this scar was evidence of something significant. The older man, still off-panel, continued the conversation, expressing his confusion about the father's actions. The young man, still visible, recounted the day he was sold to the black market and his father's unsettling gaze. He then described how his father had slashed his face. The narration continued, showing a flashback of the violent act. The young man's recollection was punctuated by the visceral imagery of the attack. At that moment, he recalled wishing for death. His despair stemmed from the prospect of living the rest of his life with such a person. The young man's narrative continued, describing how his difficult life began on that day. He then mentioned his father. And stated that his father did nothing after the attack. The scene shifted to a conversation with another person, who questioned the young man's memory loss, suggesting that the beating he suffered might have caused it. Cheon Haesun, his face pale and bearing the marks of recent trauma, gripped the passenger seat as his younger sister, driving with surprising skill despite her own injuries, vehemently denied his assessment of the situation. Haesun, bewildered, questioned his sister about the events that led to their current predicament, reminding her of the incident where she was flung against a wall. He struggled to find the words to explain the inexplicable. Haesun's sister, seemingly unfazed by his confusion, nonchalantly acknowledged his point. Then, with unsettling casualness, she shifted the conversation, asking him how he thought the previous owner of the car had died. Hae-sun, visibly disturbed by the question, confessed his unease, admitting that the situation was unsettling. He wondered if this was some sort of twisted test of his sanity. Ignoring his apprehension, Hae-sun's sister pressed further, questioning her brother's uncanny ability to drive the car so naturally. She then questioned his possession of a driver's license, highlighting the illegality of his actions. Hae-sun's sister, growing impatient with his silence, decided to reveal the answer herself, reminding him that she had asked about the driver's license. A young man with dark hair, his expression a mixture of curiosity and apprehension, sat in a vehicle. He was being questioned about a plant called poison poppy. He responded that he thought he had heard of it, and was informed that it was a famous plant, seemingly normal but capable of causing loss of emotional control and hallucinations if ingested. A pause followed, punctuated by the image of purple leaves against a bright sky. A new thought occurred to him. The young man was then told that poison poppy was, in fact, a highly addictive drug. The narration continued, describing its addictive nature and ease of acquisition. But the most alarming aspect was its lack of physical harm, making its addictive properties even more dangerous. The final panel showed a man, seemingly carefree and euphoric, surrounded by the remnants of the drug, highlighting the insidious nature of the addiction. He was clearly enjoying the effects of the drug. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with striking dark hair and intense eyes, sat beside his sister, whose bright red hair contrasted sharply with his. A question mark floated above his head as his sister anxiously chewed her lip. "Did you just think it's not that bad?" she asked, her voice laced with worry. Hae-sun's expression hardened. He replied, "If you think that, then you'll fall for it too." The scene shifted to Hae-sun's sister, her face pale and drawn. She spoke, her voice low and grim, "That's how poison poppy ruins people's lives." Hae-sun drove, his hands gripping the steering wheel. His sister's words echoed in his mind as he continued, "While it's easy to buy poison poppy, it's not that cheap. It's because there's way more demand than supply." The next panel showed a mountain of gold coins, a cell phone resting atop the pile. Desperate hands reached for the riches. Even when they're running out of money, they can't stop using it. "That's just how addicting it is," Hae-sun stated, his voice filled with a grim understanding. "That's what happened to the owner of this car." The camera panned to a speeding blue car. Hae-sun continued his explanation. It came to the point where he could no longer afford to buy poison poppy. He couldn't pay father on time. The scene shifted to a dark, gritty room. A muscular man with long white hair sat on a stool, his expression grim. A bloodied figure lay at his feet. Hae-sun asked, "What do you think father will do when the payment is late by a day?" The man's eyes glowed menacingly as he grinned, revealing sharp teeth. He then brutally ripped the limbs of the bloodied figure apart and fed them to his dogs. A monstrous wolf, eyes blazing with malevolent fire, clamped its jaws around a human arm, its teeth sinking into flesh. Blood splattered across the dark background, a stark contrast to the creature's glowing eyes. The scene shifted to show a brutal aftermath. Several wolves surrounded a pile of lifeless bodies, their forms still warm from the recent attack. A voice, filled with chilling understanding, observed, "Do you understand now? He doesn't possess the common sense that humans usually do." A young woman with vibrant red hair, a jagged scar marring her cheek, stared at the scene with a mixture of horror and disbelief. She whispered, "They really all died." The narration continued, explaining the cause of the carnage, people who got on his nerves, people who tried to take his money, and even people who failed to execute his orders. The panel showed a chilling scene. Several corpses lay scattered on the ground, their lifeless eyes staring blankly upwards. The implication was clear. This was the work of a ruthless and powerful individual. A man with striking silver hair and piercing yellow eyes loomed over the young woman. His expression was one of cold calculation. The young woman, her face etched with fear, confessed, "I disobeyed him, and even tried to steal his money." She continued, her voice trembling, "I really thought I was about to die when I saw his eyes back then. But nothing happened." The silver-haired man stood behind the young woman, his imposing figure casting a shadow over her. The scene ended with a sense of foreboding. A young woman with vibrant red hair, her face etched with worry, sat in the driver's seat of a car. She murmured to herself, reflecting on her current predicament. She gripped the steering wheel, a bandage visible on her arm, her expression conveying a mixture of apprehension and resignation. She continued her quiet contemplation, acknowledging the unusual circumstances. Despite her worries, a reassuring thought settled in her mind, there was nothing to fear. The scene shifted to a dark alleyway. A man with dark hair and a serious expression confronted a gruff, older man with white hair and a leopard print garment. The younger man's question hung heavy in the air. The older man, his face contorted in anger, responded with a threat, implying the consequences of defying him. Back in the car, the red-haired woman listened to the older man's words, a wave of relief washing over her as she processed the implications. The car sped towards a mountainous region, the journey marked by a sense of urgency and anticipation. They arrived at their destination swiftly. The red-haired woman, now visibly excited, pointed towards a mysterious location. Her anticipation was palpable as she revealed the location's significance, a dungeon rumored to hold a powerful artifact. A swirling purple vortex opened before them, promising both danger and untold rewards. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, pondered aloud. He wondered if the monsters guarding this silver sunflower would be exceptionally strong. His sister, Hae-jin, offered a heartfelt farewell, her voice laced with worry. She hoped he would return safe and unharmed. Hae-jin's smile, however, held a strange, almost unsettling intensity, a hint of something hidden beneath the surface. Meanwhile, Hae-sun let out a confident chuckle, seemingly unfazed by the danger that lay ahead. He dismissed his sister's concerns, assuring her that her worry was unnecessary. Hae-sun declared himself the master of his own destiny, a king in his own right. As he walked away, a dark, purplish energy emanated from beneath his feet. The scene opens inside a poisoner dungeon. A young man, Cheon Hae-sun, stood amidst a sunny landscape, his gaze fixed on something unseen. Considering two items. His sister, Hae-jin, lay nearby, seemingly injured. Hae-sun wondered if both items would be necessary. Hae-jin, noticing something else amongst her belongings, exclaimed that she almost forgot about it. Revealing a small vial. She excitedly declared that she had found it. Hae-sun, observing the various items scattered around, questioned the abundance of objects. As Hae-jin explained that the vial contained a potion her family had recently developed. Heijin continued, explaining that the potion was ideal for luring monsters. She then teased Hae-sun, suggesting he shouldn't underestimate the technical skills of the black market. Hae-sun, holding the vial, proposed that they first dig a trap, then use the potion to lure in the monsters for an easier hunt. A purplish, viscous liquid erupted from a container, splashing dramatically across the panel. A voice, laced with a hint of mocking curiosity, asked, "How's that? Are you impressed by the scheme of the Great Baisu?" The scene shifted abruptly. A young man, seemingly startled, exclaimed, "Hey! Wait a minute!" He looked up, a single drop of the purple liquid falling from his hair onto his forehead. A wave of dizziness washed over him as he stumbled back, his expression one of confusion and disorientation. A young woman with vibrant red hair appeared, her voice sharp with concern and a touch of exasperation. "If you want to die, then die alone," she snapped. "Why are you dragging me into this? You're a total nutjob, aren't you?" "Don't worry." The young man, his face now grim, muttered to himself, "I just need to kill them all, don't I?" A dark, glowing blade materialized in his hand, the purple energy crackling around it. The woman watched, her expression a mixture of disbelief and apprehension. "Wow, you're seriously super obnoxious." The woman, seemingly unfazed by his sudden display of power, calmly instructed him, "Stop talking nonsense and take this." A small, golden pill materialized in her hand, glowing faintly. She offered it to him. He cautiously took the pill, his eyes wide with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. "It's a pill that can detoxify. It only lasts for 3 hours, so make sure you keep track of time." The woman, her expression softening slightly, added, "I'll get out of this place by myself once the time is up, so make sure you do the same for yourself." Shion Hae-sun, a young man with dark hair and a somewhat brooding expression, stood calmly amidst the chaos. He was clearly prepared for whatever was to come, a stark contrast to the panic around him. A voice, unseen but clearly impressed, commented on his readiness. His sister, a young woman with vibrant red hair and striking blue eyes, appeared, her face partially obscured by a bandage. A sense of quiet determination emanated from her. Despite her calm exterior, a deep-seated resentment simmered beneath the surface. She addressed Hae-sun, her words laced with unspoken pain and a refusal to forget his past actions. She warned him against manipulating her emotions, her voice firm and unwavering. Hae-sun, understanding her feelings, conceded. She then reminded him of a crucial task, to prepare himself for the next dose of the mysterious pill. Hae-sun, surprised by her concern, questioned her selflessness. His sister's expression was one of quiet resolve. Hae-sun, seemingly lost in thought, inhaled deeply, commenting on the pleasant scent of the surrounding nature. Suddenly, a voice called out to Hae-sun, interrupting his moment of reflection. The narration box ominously stated that the black market was more than just a place to buy and sell goods. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with dark hair, ran across a field, his expression grim. He was pursued by a large pack of shadowy figures. Hae-sun's face was shown in close-up, his eyes reflected a steely determination. He knew he couldn't ignore the threat. A horde of infected goblins, their forms grotesque and menacing, emerged from the horizon, their numbers overwhelming. The goblins advanced relentlessly, their crude weapons glinting in the sunlight. Hae-sun, assessing the situation, wondered how many goblins were there. He estimated at least 100, perhaps even 200. The goblins continued their advance, their snarls echoing across the field. Regardless of their number, Hae-sun resolved to face them. He chose a spot to make his stand, believing it offered a tactical advantage. He knew that regardless of the danger, these goblins would serve as valuable experience points for his growth. Shion Hae-sun, a young man marked by an unusual appearance, found himself fleeing across a verdant field. His movements were swift, almost desperate, a stark contrast to the serene landscape. A pack of goblins closing in on him. He gripped a strange, dark dagger, his face grim as he muttered a single word, "Activate." The goblins, a snarling horde armed with crude weapons, advanced with a terrifying war cry. Hae-sun's new ability, Poison Steps, was his only hope. As purple energy pulsed around him, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Level 2 appeared before him, a sign of his newfound power. The purple energy erupted, forming a barrier between Hae-sun and the oncoming goblins. He moved with unnatural speed, a blur of motion as he weaved through the goblins' attacks. His hand glowing with a deadly purple aura. Unleashing a devastating blow that sent a wave of crimson across the field. Leaving only a trail of destruction in his wake. Hae-sun stood victorious, but the cost of his newfound power remained unknown. A wave of purplish energy pulsed outwards, emanating from an unseen source. As 3 goblins, their faces contorted in fear, stumbled through a shadowed alleyway. From the darkness, a young man with dark hair emerged, his voice laced with playful curiosity as he called out to them. He grinned, a mischievous glint in his eyes, as he dashed towards them, his words a taunt. The goblins, startled by his sudden appearance, turned to face him, their fear giving way to alarm as they raised their crude weapons. A dark aura enveloped the young man as he charged, his movements blurring into a terrifying speed. With a triumphant grin, he grabbed one of the goblins, his eyes gleaming with a strange, unsettling light. A dark, viscous substance oozed from his hand, seeping into the goblin's arm. Then its leg, causing the creature to shriek in agony. The remaining goblins watched in horror as their companion withered and collapsed, their own bodies beginning to show similar signs of decay. A pack of grotesque goblins, their skin a sickly green, swarmed the neighborhood. Their crude weapons glinted menacingly in the dim light. Their wild cries echoing as they lunged at their unsuspecting victims. Purple energy crackled around one of the goblins as it was struck by an unseen force. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with dark hair and a grim expression, stood amidst the carnage. He wielded a scythe, its blade glowing with an unnatural purple light. The goblins lay lifeless around him. A chilling calm settling over his features as he surveyed the scene. Isn't this way too easy? He mused, a hint of unease creeping into his thoughts. Hae-sun effortlessly dispatched more goblins that appeared, his movements precise and deadly. He reflected on his technique, using acceleration skills is truly the best when fighting low-level monsters. He continued his assault, his scythe a blur of motion. Come to think of it, other than White Dream, which puts enemies to sleep, isn't there anything else I can use? He wondered, his brow furrowing in concentration. He considered seeking help from Six, but a surge of pride stopped him. No, my pride wouldn't allow that, he thought, his jaw tightening. With renewed determination, Hae-sun unleashed a flurry of attacks, his scythe carving through the air, leaving a trail of fallen goblins in its wake. Each swing precise and deadly. He felt a growing confidence in his abilities. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he looked at the mountains. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusually somber expression, sat atop a pile of defeated, low-level monsters. He surveyed his handiwork with a quiet satisfaction, muttering to himself that he had taken care of them all. The scene before him was a testament to his prowess, a sizable mound of slain goblins, their crude weapons scattered around them. He decided to check his status window, as it had been a while since his last update, and was astonished by what he saw. His level had increased significantly. The status window revealed that Shion Hae-sun, now classified as a metahuman, had reached class level 1, with impressive gains in physical and healing attributes. His poison step skill had also leveled up to 2. He commented on the remarkably fast growth speed. Hae-sun reflected on his rapid progress, noting that the rate at which he reached level D was quite abnormal. This led him to believe he could likely become much stronger than anticipated. He expressed a desire to see the results of this accelerated growth soon. Hae-sun looked around, his gaze lingering on one of the fallen goblins. Suspecting there might be something more to this encounter than just a simple goblin hunt, he doubted that ordinary goblins would possess something like the silver sunflower. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with striking, unusual features, felt a familiar unease settle over him. His eyes, wide and dark, reflected a deep-seated anxiety. He stared intently at something in the distance, a question forming in his mind: is it really over there? This place might be a dungeon. A strange, unsettling sight. A grotesque mound of earth rose before him, teeming with strange, monstrous creatures. They appeared to be trapped, their forms half buried in the soil. The juxtaposition was jarring, but to think a forest is right next to a desert. Hae-sun's suspicion grew. It definitely looks suspicious. He began to approach cautiously, his senses on high alert. As he drew closer, Hae-sun noticed something peculiar about the monstrous creatures. A strange stillness hung in the air. It's as if he felt a strange pull towards the desert beyond the forest. He started walking towards it, a sense of foreboding growing with each step. There's something in this place. Suddenly, Hae-sun stopped, a look of surprise dawning on his face. Oh! A powerful shockwave erupted from the ground, sending debris flying as Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, found himself at the epicenter of a monstrous attack. A realization dawned on him: there was another monster lurking nearby. Hae-sun stood amidst the carnage, surveying the scene. Several grotesque creatures lay defeated around a large, pulsating mass of what appeared to be their leader. But his attention was drawn to a subtle movement in the distance. He paused, a question mark forming on his face as he considered the new development. Suddenly, a monstrous form emerged from the sand, startling Hae-sun. He exclaimed in surprise. The creature's appearance was far more menacing than the others he had just defeated. Hae-sun quickly realized the truth: this was the true leader of the pack. The monstrous centipede-like creature revealed itself in all its terrifying glory. Hae-sun, despite his fear, confronted the creature, boldly stating his assessment of its position. The giant centipede monster loomed over Hae-sun, its many legs poised to strike. He stood his ground, a small knife in hand, ready to face the challenge. Shion Hae-sun, a young man marked by an unusual appearance, stood amidst a desolate landscape. The day had begun early, but already a sense of foreboding hung in the air. A purple, venomous aura emanated from his palm, a manifestation of his newly discovered, toxic abilities. The information box identified the source: a venom centipede, a poison-type monster with a physical level of 8 and a difficulty rating of 4. The centipede, seemingly vanquished, dissolved into nothingness. But a far greater threat loomed. Hae-sun, airborne and armed with a blade, found himself facing a monstrous dragon-like creature, its scales shimmering menacingly. He muttered to himself, recognizing that this encounter would be far more challenging than he initially anticipated. A new technique, poison steps, appeared in his mind, a glimmer of hope in the face of overwhelming odds. A small, brightly colored spider scuttled through the grass. A young woman with vibrant red hair, perched on a fallen log, watched it with a worried frown. The effect of the pill she was taking was wearing off. How do you expect me to last? She wondered, a sigh escaping her lips. She continued to watch the spider, her expression shifting from worry to apprehension. A sudden realization struck her: no way. She thought, her eyes widening in disbelief. A monstrous, segmented creature, resembling a giant centipede, burst from the sky. Did he leave me and play somewhere else? She cried internally, fear gripping her. A young man with dark hair, his face partially obscured, leaped onto the creature's back. The young man struggled against the creature's tough exoskeleton. Shit! He muttered, frustration evident in his posture. He continued to fight, his efforts proving futile. How is its exoskeleton so hard? I can't stab it, he groaned, his muscles straining. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusually somber expression, stood amidst the aftermath of a fierce battle. He muttered to himself, reflecting on his repeated, unsuccessful attempts to subdue the monstrous creature before him. The scene was one of devastation, the ground littered with the remnants of his struggle. He continued his internal monologue, his worry deepening. The sheer scale of the monster's resilience was daunting. He despaired at the seemingly endless nature of the conflict. His thoughts shifted from the immediate challenge to a more pressing concern: his own survival. The sheer scale of the monster's power made him question his ability to escape with his life. Hae-sun's resolve hardened. A close-up revealed his determined expression and the weapon he held, a sleek, dark blade. He launched a swift attack against the monstrous creature, the impact of his strike creating a shockwave that sent debris flying. The force of the blow was considerable, but the monster remained largely unscathed. Hae-sun found himself perched atop the creature's massive form, observing its resilience with a mixture of awe and apprehension. He noted the creature's seemingly impervious exoskeleton, yet also observed a surprising lack of coordination in its movements. He winced, feeling the strain of his near miss. Had he been even slightly slower, the outcome would have been far worse. The monster continued its advance, its movements clumsy yet relentless. Hae-sun recognized the futility of purely physical attacks. He was forced to retreat, his mind racing to find a new strategy. This was proving to be a far more difficult challenge than he had anticipated. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, found himself in a precarious situation. He wielded a dark, glowing blade, perched atop a monstrous creature. He muttered to himself, recognizing the inherent danger of his position. He glanced down, his face etched with worry. More pressing than the immediate threat, however, was the unsettling nature of his surroundings. The environment itself seemed to pose a significant risk. Hae-san considered his options. He knew of a technique called poison step, but it required a firm surface to execute effectively. The current unstable terrain presented a significant challenge. Despite the limitations, Hae-san attempted the poison step. He realized, however, that the unstable desert ground significantly reduced the technique's effectiveness, cutting its output by more than half. Despite the reduced potency, Hae-san felt a glimmer of hope. He was still able to utilize the technique, albeit with diminished power. Using his weakened poison step, Hae-san launched himself into the air. He was able to locate a faint signal from a silver sunflower, a rare plant known to grow in specific locations. The signal was weak, barely perceptible, but it was enough. He recognized the plant's significance, even from a distance. He spotted it, a silver sunflower, blooming amidst the desolate landscape. The sight was unmistakable. However, Hae-san remained cautious. The ease with which he found the flower raised concerns. It seemed too convenient, too easy. Despite his apprehension, he knew he had to investigate. He understood the risks involved in reaching the flower, but the potential rewards outweighed the dangers. A colossal centipede-like monster emerged from the sea, its chitinous exoskeleton gleaming menacingly under the bright sun. Its many legs churned the sand as it advanced, a terrifying sight that filled Shion Hae-san with dread. Hae-san, a young man of frail build, stood a considerable distance away, his eyes wide with fear. He was already aware of his terminal illness, and now this monstrous creature threatened to end his life even sooner. He knew he was outmatched, there was nothing he could do to pierce that monstrous hide. The centipede lunged forward, its many mandibles snapping with terrifying speed. Hae-san's heart pounded in his chest, he knew this was it. Despite his fear, Hae-san drew a slender, dark blade. He knew he couldn't defeat the monster head-on, but he had to buy himself some time. He resolved to hold out as long as possible. He braced himself for the impact, but instead of the expected crushing blow, the ground beneath him gave way, sending him tumbling into a chasm as the monstrous centipede descended upon him. He felt a surge of despair, he was trapped and utterly defenseless. In a desperate attempt to survive, Hae-san swung his blade, unleashing a desperate attack. But the monster's thick hide proved impenetrable. He felt the creature's massive weight bearing down on him, certain that this was the end. A blinding flash of light erupted from Hae-san's body as a powerful energy surged through him. The centipede recoiled in pain, its body visibly damaged. Hae-san, though severely wounded, felt a strange surge of power coursing through his veins. He had somehow survived, and something within him had changed. Shion Hae-san collapsed to the ground, his body racked with pain. Every bone felt shattered, he knew that if the monster's attack had landed a little differently, he would have died. A single word echoed in his mind, heal. He looked down at his weapon, a dark blade with a purple gem embedded in its hilt. At this rate, he wouldn't survive. Hae-san gasped, a pain sound escaping his lips as he struggled to his knees. He knew he couldn't win this fight. If only he had some supporting power. A plan formed in his mind. While the monster was distracted, he could collect the silver sunflower. His blade couldn't pierce the monster's defenses, using white dream was pointless. Without his usual techniques, everything felt useless. A strange, dark energy pulsed within his weapon. A new power, unexpected and unknown, erupted from the blade, bathing Hae-san in an otherworldly purple light. Shion Hae-san, a young man with an unusual appearance, lay on the ground, his body radiating a faint purple glow. Fragments of dark energy, seemingly part of him, drifted away. His eyes widened in alarm as he stared at his own hands, a look of utter confusion etched on his face. He muttered in disbelief, questioning the strange phenomenon unfolding before him. Meanwhile, the purple energy coalesced into a dark orb, pulsating with an ominous light. A notification appeared, indicating that something called Extha was reassembling. Hae-san's attention was drawn to his feet, where the purple energy began to infuse his shoes, transforming them into something more advanced. A notification confirmed the change, Extha's shift was complete. A surge of power coursed through his legs, leaving trails of dark energy in its wake as he floated slightly above the ground. Another notification appeared, announcing the addition of a booster mode. A smirk spread across Hae-san's face as he noted the significant difference. He felt as if he were standing on solid ground, even while suspended in the air. This newfound stability was remarkable. With his enhanced abilities, Hae-san felt a surge of confidence. Suddenly, a monstrous centipede-like creature appeared before him, its menacing red eyes fixed on Hae-san. He prepared to engage the beast. Shion Hae-san, a young man marked by an unusual appearance, stood alone in a desolate, sun-baked landscape. His posture was tense, his fists clenched at his sides, a stark contrast to the seemingly endless expanse of sand around him. A sudden surge of power coursed through him, his eyes blazing with an unnatural violet light. His face, already bearing the marks of hardship, was now contorted in a grimace of exertion. He found himself facing a monstrous creature, its gaping maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, ready to strike. Hae-san's breath hitched in his throat, but he stood firm. The monster lunged, but Hae-san reacted instantly, his new ability, poison steps, activating. A surge of violet energy pulsed from his feet. The energy shot out, striking the monster with surprising force. The creature roared in pain, its movements faltering. Hae-san, using his newfound power, moved with unnatural speed, dodging the monster's clumsy attacks. The monster, weakened and disoriented, lunged again, its movements slower, less precise. Hae-san, anticipating the attack, sidestepped with ease, his movements fluid and deadly. He unleashed another wave of violet energy, this time aiming for the monster's legs. The creature stumbled. The monster crashed to the ground, its massive body creating a small crater in the sand. Hae-san stood over it, panting but victorious. Shion Hae-san, a young man with an unusual appearance, stumbled through a desolate landscape. Purple, poisonous-looking energy pulsed from his body, a stark contrast to the sandy terrain. He muttered to himself, recognizing the danger of his situation. He stopped, his breath catching in his throat as he saw something emerge from the sand, a shimmering, silver flower. A look of dawning recognition crossed Hae-san's face. He knew what this was, a silver sunflower, a rare and powerful plant. With a triumphant laugh, Hae-san approached the flower, his movements betraying a mixture of excitement and desperation. Someone called out to him, their words laced with a hint of mockery, "Did you get some sun?" Hae-san, holding the silver sunflower, stood defiantly, purple energy swirling around his feet. He was ready to face whatever came next. He addressed his unseen opponent, his voice cold and resolute. Now, shall we finish this guy up? Hae-san held a small device, preparing to activate it. He muttered instructions to himself, changed to white dream dot. A large, menacing insect-like monster appeared, its presence filling the panel. Hae-san's narration box revealed his thoughts, although it'll be good to get the core after killing it. Shion Hae-san, a young man with an air of quiet determination, stood before a vast, desolate landscape. A monstrous creature lurked in the distance, its menacing form partially obscured by the swirling dust. He muttered to himself, recognizing the unfortunate reality of the situation. The monster's lair fell under the jurisdiction of the Hunters Association, limiting his options. He gripped his sword, its ethereal glow reflecting in his somber eyes. The weight of the situation pressed upon him. A single mistake could cost him everything, even his hard-won status as a hunter. Hae-san's gaze fell upon his weapon, White Dream. He devised a plan. He would pierce the monster with his sword, injecting it with a sleeping poison. His reasoning was simple. If the boss monster died, the dungeon would disappear, leaving him with no other choice. But a significant obstacle presented itself. The creature's exoskeleton proved too tough for his blade to penetrate. He recalled a past experience, a time when his powers reacted unexpectedly to a seemingly useless action. This led him to a startling realization. His will and his abilities were intrinsically linked. The solution, he concluded, lay in focusing all his energy on maximizing his sword's penetrating power. It wouldn't be enough to simply pierce the monster's body. All he needed to do was imagine the optimal form. A weapon capable of piercing his enemy with maximum output. With a surge of focus, Hae-san channeled his will, his body glowing with an otherworldly light as he unleashed a devastating attack. Shion Hae-san, a young man marked by an unusual appearance, found himself in a desperate struggle for survival. A wave of monstrous centipedes attacked his neighborhood, their chitinous bodies glistening under the harsh sunlight. He dodged the first attack with surprising agility, his movements fluid and precise despite the overwhelming odds. And prepared to counterattack, a grim determination etched on his face. He focused his energy, his intent clear, to penetrate the monster's defenses. Hae-san unleashed a torrent of energy, a blinding flash of light erupting from his hands. A concentrated blast aimed at the heart of the creature. Even if it was just once, he had to strike true. The impact was devastating. A shockwave rippled outwards, the force of the blow shaking the very ground beneath his feet. The centipede recoiled, its armored shell cracking under the assault. A desperate plea escaped its mandibles. A silent scream of pain and fear. Hae-san pressed his advantage, his resolve unwavering. The final strike landed, a devastating blow that shattered the centipede's body. The creatures remained scattered, leaving behind only dust and silence. With the immediate threat neutralized, Hae-san stood amidst the wreckage, his breath ragged, his body aching. But a new threat loomed. A larger, more terrifying centipede emerged from the shadows. A colossal insectoid monster, its chitinous carapace gleaming under the harsh sunlight, descended from the sky. Its segmented legs, tipped with razor-sharp claws, scraped against the earth, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Shion Hae-san, his face marred by injuries but a chilling smile playing on his lips, watched from below. A guttural sound escaped him, aloha. That spoke of both pain and grim determination. The monster's attack had ended, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Hae-san, his back to the viewer, surveyed the damage, a question forming in his mind. How many hours did it take me because of this guy? He turned his gaze towards the forest, a worried expression clouding his features. His thoughts raced. What's Baisu doing? It's been 7 hours since we've entered the dungeon. Emerging from the trees, Baisu appeared, her face contorted in a furious grimace. Her red hair seemed to bristle with barely contained rage. Shion Hae-san, a young man with an unusual appearance, held a luminous flower to his chest. He murmured to himself, finding its beauty captivating. He mused that selling it would solve his immediate financial worries, allowing him to enjoy life's simple pleasures for a while. His sister, Baisu, sat on a tree stump, looking forlorn. Hae-san approached her, surprised to find her still there. Baisu, startled by his arrival, exclaimed that he was late. Hae-san walked towards her, a little flower in his hand. But Baisu questioned his use of the term a little late. Baisu's demeanor shifted dramatically. She accused Hae-san of taking 7 hours of her time. Hae-san, shocked and contrite, apologized. Baisu's hands began to glow with an unnatural purple light, a prelude to a shocking event. Shion Hae-san anxiously observed his sister, her condition worsening despite having taken a pill 7 hours prior. He worried that she was reaching her limits. Hae-san's thoughts turned to his sister's sacrifice, questioning if she had waited for him. He dismissed the idea, realizing something far more significant was occurring. A medical bag lay open near his sister, its contents scattered on the forest floor, hinting at the desperate measures taken to save her. Hae-san, his face marked with faint bruises, looked on with a grim determination. He quietly thanked his sister. As a radiant energy enveloped her, emanating from his hand. Hae-san stood behind his sister, a golden aura surrounding her as he channeled his energy. His sister's expression shifted, a look of confusion and slight pain crossing her features. His sister's eyes widened as she recognized the sensation. It was the same as before. A warm, relaxing feeling washed over her as the energy coursed through her body. A subtle, knowing smile played on his sister's lips as she turned to look at him. Shion Hae-san, a young man with an unusual appearance, hurried along a path, a small, shadowy creature flitting at his heels. Behind him, his sister, Baisu, called out, her voice echoing through the trees. He slowed, glancing back at his sister. Baisu's words hung in the air between them, a silent instruction. 2 months passed since their battle with the centipede. The sun shone brightly on a peaceful neighborhood. Hae-san examined a map, his sister's words echoing in his mind. He had successfully completed the task she set for him. He looked at the collection of sunflowers he had gathered, a single silver one among the bronze. A simple yes confirmed his success. A contented smile spread across Hae-san's face. He was experiencing a happiness he hadn't known before. His sister, Baisu, called out to him from the kitchen, her voice filled with warmth and excitement. Hae-san readily agreed to join her, but a sudden realization caused his expression to shift dramatically. A wave of unease washed over him as he noticed something was wrong with the food. His sister's cheerful demeanor couldn't mask his growing apprehension. Shion Hae-san, a young man with an unusual appearance, grinned, showing a mischievous glint in his eyes as he presented a small, yellow note to his sister. His sister, Baisu, a vibrant young woman with fiery red hair, responded with a playful scoff, her words laced with exasperation. We can't afford things like that. Baisu, seemingly flustered, exclaimed over a bowl of ramen, oops. I can't believe I made such a mistake. I'll put it in right away. Hae-sun then suggested, Captain, how about putting 2 slices of cheese, to which Baisu replied, isn't it a little too early for that? Baisu continued to eat, commenting, guys, the ramen is going to get all soggy. The conversation shifted as Hae-sun asked, is Baisu going to leave tomorrow? Sitting alone outside, Hae-sun reflected, it's kinda sad since I've gotten pretty close to her. He continued his internal monologue, a hint of worry in his thoughts, I'm still worried about her. Observing his sister's house from afar, Hae-sun noted, the same thing she says at the same time every day. Suddenly, a desperate plea escaped his lips, don't do it. Dad. The scene shifts to Baisu, asleep in her bed. Hae-sun's internal voice observes, this is probably a sleeping problem that she doesn't even know she has. Or. A young man with vibrant pink hair lay curled in bed, his face buried in a pillow. A palpable sense of fear emanated from him as he whispered desperate pleas to his father, begging him not to sell him and promising to do better. The scene shifted to a man with dark hair, his expression grim. He observed the sleeping boy, his thoughts revealing the traumatic event the boy was trying to repress. The use of dad instead of father hinted at a deep-seated emotional wound. He pondered the possibility that the person in the boy's dreams might not be his real father. A full moon hung in the night sky, casting a melancholic glow on the scene. His thoughts turned to the perceived failings of both men. He sighed, the weight of the situation heavy on his shoulders. The scene shifted again, showing a young man lying on the floor, exhausted. He muttered to himself, acknowledging the difficult circumstances he also faced. Outside, a conversation unfolded between 2 young people. One asked if the other had brought the items to sell, while cautioning them against interacting with strangers. A young woman with reddish-brown hair and a young man stood near a table, a third person, a young woman with dark hair, watching them. The atmosphere was tense. The dark-haired young woman's expression showed concern. Suddenly, the dark-haired young woman embraced the reddish-brown-haired girl, calling her Baisu with affection. The reddish-brown-haired girl, startled, whispered Uni. 2 months had passed since Hae-sun's sister, Baisu, had last visited him. Hae-sun's sister's face was filled with concern as she pondered the time that had passed since their last meeting. Baisu smiled warmly at Hae-sun, her expression radiating affection. She gently reminded him that she considered him her younger brother. And invited him to visit whenever he wished. Tears welled in Baisu's eyes as she expressed her longing for his presence, promising to wait for him. Hae-sun, though touched by his sister's words, responded with a hint of doubt, acknowledging the invitation but expressing uncertainty about when he could visit. He wasn't sure he could visit anytime soon. Despite his reservations, Baisu reaffirmed her desire to see him again, promising a future visit. Baisu tearfully called out to Hae-sun, her voice filled with emotion. Hae-sun, though uncertain about the near future, expressed his hope that his sister would visit again soon. The scene then shifts to a bustling black market. Shion Hae-sun, the protagonist, found himself in a familiar place, yet something felt different. He noted the unusual quiet, a stark contrast to his past experiences there. Reflecting on how this area was usually filled with the sounds of conflict. Walking beside him was his sister, her presence a silent comfort in the unsettling calm. Hae-sun's sister, seemingly unfazed by the unusual quiet, offered a casual observation about the infrequent nature of the fights in the area. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, shattering the tranquility. Both Hae-sun and his sister reacted with surprise. As they witnessed a heated confrontation between 2 men. One, a burly figure, angrily accused the other of deceit, demanding the return of his money under threat of violence. The other man, visibly shaken, pleaded for the aggressor to stop, pointing out that their deal had already been concluded. His pleas fell on deaf ears. As the enraged man continued his tirade, his anger escalating further. The escalating conflict drew the attention of passers-by, including Hae-sun and his sister, who found themselves caught in the crossfire of the argument. Observing the fight, Hae-sun's sister pointed out the obvious, prompting a curt response from her brother. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Hae-sun remained passive, prompting his sister to question his inaction. He simply stated that the situation seemed serious enough to warrant intervention. A young man with blonde hair and a floral shirt effortlessly kicks a larger, heavily built man to the ground. The fallen man groans in pain, but the blonde man remains calm, assuring him, don't worry about that. While the blonde man explains that it's true the loser is at fault when in the black market, there's a reason why that seller is letting himself lose. The fallen man asks why. The blonde man explains that there's someone who takes care of commotions. He's like the police of the black market. The blonde man pleads, please stop. A man in a gray robe appears, and the blonde man is quickly subdued. The man in gray warns that if disruptions continue, he won't be able to just stand by and watch. A woman in a gray coat appears, seemingly surprised by the scene. She asks, what? The blonde man looks concerned. A young man with a floral shirt approached a stern-looking man in traditional garb, his question cutting through the air, who are you? Are you in charge here? The man in traditional clothing responded curtly, no. I'm sorry if that's how it looked like. A subtle yet palpable pressure emanating from him. The young man noted a familiar weight in his voice, a similarity to a past encounter. There's something in his voice. This is a similar pressure to what I felt from Gugunai the last time. The man in traditional clothing clarified his position, stating, Father is the only person in charge of this place. I'm just a part of the cleanup team that takes care of commotions. The young man's thoughts raced, a question forming in his mind, a hunter that's as strong as Gugunai? A nearby conversation between 2 other individuals provided a clue. One of them remarked, I guess, it has to be someone as strong as him to subdue a level B, huh? The other person responded, what? How do you know the troublemaker is level B? The first person explained, huh? Well, an instinct of mine? Something like that. The panel then displayed information about him Wonho, a knight of the Tiger Guild, with a physical level of B. The young man from the beginning of the scene addressed the man in traditional clothing again, he doesn't look like some random nobody. Hey, cleanup guy, let me ask you this. That guy rigged the prices and I'm the victim here. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, found himself in a tense confrontation. He was dressed in a vibrant Hawaiian shirt, a stark contrast to the somber attire of the man before him. Hae-sun questioned the older man, his voice laced with suspicion. Do you guys overlook those who scam others here? The scene shifted to Hae-sun's inner thoughts. He pondered the potential consequences of his actions. How would he react? The narration box provided further context. The black market is a place where once a deal is completed, it's a done deal forever. He decided against pursuing the matter further. Hae-sun dismissed the question with a dismissive wave, muttering, forget it. But the other man's patience had run out. He declared, I'll just beat you up as well. A swift, brutal attack followed. Hae-sun was caught completely off guard. The older man landed a powerful blow. The older man, clearly angered, stated, I gave you a chance. But his attack was interrupted by a sudden, powerful energy surge emanating from Hae-sun. The older man, now visibly concerned, commented, but you've brought trouble upon yourself. He continued his assault. Let's see if you have multiple lives. The ensuing struggle sent the older man flying backward. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an air of quiet contemplation, stood amidst the bustling streets of his neighborhood. His expression hinted at a weariness that belied his age. Beside him, his sister, Hae-jin, watched him with a mixture of concern and admiration. Her bright eyes, however, held a spark of youthful wonder as she exclaimed her surprise. Suddenly, a monstrous figure emerged from the shadows, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. A guttural curse escaped the creature's lips as it lunged towards Hae-sun. The monster, its features contorted in rage, snarled a threat, promising a swift and brutal end. Hae-sun, despite his fear, found a surge of defiance within him. He declared that the longer he fought, the stronger he would become. A crimson aura enveloped him as his body underwent a dramatic transformation. His physical capabilities increased dramatically, fueled by a berserk rage. A narration box explained that this berserk trait amplified his combat abilities when he saw blood, but prolonged use diminished his rationality. Hae-jin, witnessing her brother's transformation, observed that his newfound ability, while dangerous, was triggered by the sight of blood. The monster, sensing the shift in power, grinned, his eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger. He could sense the surging power emanating from Hae-sun. An alert blared, indicating that a target's berserk level had reached its peak. A nearby observer muttered that the target was no longer a mere level B knight. The scene shifted to a man with brown hair, his expression unreadable. Someone taunted him, asking if he felt like he was in a dire situation. The man's face was revealed, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light, fangs bared in a cruel smile. He sneered, offering a chilling ultimatum. He declared that he wouldn't go easy on his opponent, despite the offer. A violent clash of energy erupted. The force of the impact was immense, comparable to a level A attack. An observer commented on the sheer power displayed. The man's eyes widened, a look of surprise and confusion crossing his features. He muttered a single word, what? But then, a thought struck him, his opponent was right in front of him. The scene showed the man and another figure, seemingly a bystander, observing the situation. The bystander expressed doubt. He stated that his plan wouldn't work against the man. The man's face contorted in a grimace of frustration and rage. A muscular man with short brown hair and a floral shirt scoffed, declaring that petty tricks wouldn't work. He lunged forward. But his attack was met with an unexpected counter. A fist, glowing with an unnatural purple light, connected with the attacker's face. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with dark hair and a haunted look in his eyes, watched in shock. What is that? He stammered. Hae-sun, in a swift counterattack, landed a blow, sending the attacker sprawling. The attacker, stunned, could only ask, how the hell did he do that? Hae-sun stood, his expression grim, a faint purple glow emanating from his hand. A question echoed in the air, a silent query hanging heavy with doubt. Can this even be done, in terms of skills? The scene unfolded. Shion Hae-sun, a man of striking, unusual features, stood opposite a powerfully built man in a vibrant Hawaiian shirt. Tension crackled between them, a silent prelude to conflict. The Hawaiian-shirt man lunged forward, a ferocious roar escaping his lips as he unleashed a powerful blow. But Hae-sun effortlessly evaded the attack, his movements fluid and precise. The blow landed harmlessly on empty air. Hae-sun's calm observation cut through the Hawaiian-shirt man's aggression. He tried to attack, wrong place. The attacker continued his assault, his fists wildly flailing, but each punch landed harmlessly in empty space. Hae-sun remained unmoved, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Concern etched itself onto Hae-sun's face as he spoke, his voice laced with worry. I'm worried that you're seeing ghosts or something. The attacker, seemingly oblivious to his own ineffectiveness, dismissed Hae-sun's concern with a dismissive wave of his hand. Don't be too worried. Hae-sun's expression hardened. He calmly stated, I'll help you rest in peace shortly. With a swift, precise movement, he struck. Shion Hae-sun, his face etched with strain, eyes wide with exertion, beads of sweat trickling down his temples, muttered to himself, not yet. A surge of energy, a blinding flash of light, erupted from within him. A wave of ethereal, green energy coursed through his body, leaving him drained but strangely calm. He looked down at his hands, a faint green glow still lingering. He whispered, have a good rest. A muscular man in a Hawaiian shirt lunged forward, fists raised, aiming a blow at Hae-sun. But Hae-sun, with surprising speed and agility, dodged the attack, countering with a swift, precise strike that sent a shockwave of crimson energy rippling outwards. The force of the blow sent the attacker reeling back, his face contorted in pain. Hae-sun, eyes closed, a serene expression on his face, brought his fingers to his lips, a faint green glow emanating from his fingertips. A wave of astonishment washed over him, the sheer power he had just unleashed left him breathless. He turned away, a thoughtful expression on his face. What a fanciful ending, he mused, to such a chaotic day. From above, a figure in grey robes observed the scene. It's quite rare for him to use that much strength, they noted, their voice laced with concern. Lying on the ground, another man assessed the situation. I guess that troublemaker was pretty strong, he admitted, a hint of grudging respect in his tone. That instinct of yours is pretty good, he added, addressing the figure in grey. Two young people, a boy and a girl, conversed nearby. It's been a while since I've seen something fun, the girl giggled, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Let's get the cleanup crew to get rid of the troublemaker, the boy suggested, his expression serious. The narration box provided additional context, a note from the translator clarifying their choice of terminology. The figure in grey, observing the still unconscious man, muttered to themselves, he's a monster. That's only a bit of his strength? Nonsense, they scoffed, disbelief evident in their tone. He remains completely unaffected. The observer's eyes widened in shock. He's not even out of breath at all. They whispered, their voice filled with awe and disbelief. Two figures clashed, one in a traditional robe, the other in a vibrant Hawaiian shirt. The man in the robe delivered a swift blow, his opponent recoiling with a grimace. He commented on the speed of the attack. The observer noted the man's physical prowess, comparing it to that of a knight, but also observed a subtle hint of something more, suggesting the possibility of esper abilities. A close-up on a man's intense gaze, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. The caption read, "Exploring the target." A digital interface displayed a message, "Records of the target have been erased." Another digital interface showed, "Accessing central data." A question arose, is he really not just an ordinary hunter? The system confirmed access. The system displayed information about the target, name, Ojiho. 49 years old. Trait, can't be confirmed. A large amount of data has been erased. An individual pondered, maybe it's because his data has been erased. There's not a lot of information about him. He continued his thoughts, there's not much value in this information though. Two individuals stood on a city street, engaged in conversation. One, a young woman with vibrant red hair, pointed emphatically as she spoke. The other, a man with dark hair and a serious expression, listened intently. He responded, his words suggesting a discussion about someone's physical capabilities and classification. The man's focus shifted, he clarified that he was more interested in the person's class than their physical attributes. A subsequent text box revealed a startling detail, the subject's physical level was at the point of data erasure. The next panel showed a young man with dark hair and striking purple eyes. His expression was serious, almost defiant. A thought bubble above him revealed the shocking truth, his class was E. The man reacted with disbelief, muttering the word impossible. He continued to process this information, his internal monologue revealing his astonishment. The young man's energy level was far beyond what was expected for someone of class E. The man, seemingly regaining his composure, addressed the young man, calling him by name, Hasten. Hasten reacted with a startled cry. Immediately apologizing for startling the man. The man accepted his apology, while Hasten internally berated himself for his overreaction. A man with kind eyes and a gentle smile approached, his words carrying a hint of concern. He'd heard that Chion Haesun was assisting others, a fact that seemed to please him. He continued, mentioning Haesun's dealings with his father, and offered to facilitate a meeting. Haesun, taken aback by the unexpected offer, accepted with a surprised but grateful sure. Thank you. He admitted to himself that he was still getting used to this unexpectedly friendly side of the man. However, a shadow of doubt clouded his thoughts. He wondered if this man was truly involved in the black market. The scene shifted to a lavishly decorated room. A powerful-looking man sat on a throne-like chair, overseeing a transaction. Haesun, having just completed a deal worth 750 million won, stood observing the scene. He considered the deal to be exceptionally favorable. The wealthy man chuckled, impressed by Haesun's financial success, and remarked on his newfound ability to make significant money. Haesun, however, was clearly uncomfortable with the man's boisterous behavior and crude remarks, expressing his displeasure. He retorted that his actions were none of the man's concern, his irritation growing. He even went so far as to express a violent impulse, a dark thought of wanting to beat the man to death. The wealthy man, however, changed the subject, inquiring about Haesun's registration for the hunter exams as a healer. A powerfully built man with long, white hair and a leopard print cape sat across from Chion Haesun. His gaze was sharp, his expression a mixture of amusement and curiosity. Can you tell me why you did that? He asked, his voice a low rumble. Haesun, his face impassive, held out his hands, revealing a small, glowing orb of golden energy. He replied, well, you've probably already realized it. A viscous, purple liquid poured from the orb into a golden chalice below. But healing is just a portion of my power. I'm different from the usual hunter. Haesun continued, his voice low and thoughtful, it's because of my own personal goals. A photograph appeared, showing a young man with a playful expression, labeled top secret. K-Rail. To be disposed of. Haesun explained, but it's also because if I use my original power, I can't do much as a hunter. That is why I chose to be a healer. The powerful man leaned back, a smirk playing on his lips. Well, there are other reasons, too, but I can't tell you about them. Anything else you're curious about? Haesun shook his head slightly. That's all. Let's end today's deal here, then. The powerful man chuckled, a glint in his eyes. It's not over yet, though? Haesun's eyes narrowed, a subtle smile playing on his lips. The scene ended with a sense of unspoken tension. The chapter opens with a close-up on a man's intense gaze. His eyes, a striking yellow, pierce through the viewer, radiating an unsettling power. The man, with long, white hair and a leopard print fur coat, leans back, a smirk playing on his lips. He claims to not understand what is being said, but will play along. However, he warns that if nonsense is spoken, the other person should brace themselves. The other person, seemingly unfazed, states there is no need to intimidate them. The scene shifts to a younger woman with vibrant red hair, who is seen tugging at the older man's robe. She points out that he still hasn't given her something. He asks what it is, claiming to have already given her more than enough. The man reveals that what he owes her is an information fee. A young man with dark hair is shown, looking concerned. The older man points out that the young man missed out on the money for the information he just gave him. But the young man retorts that he already has the information. A tense negotiation unfolded. Haesun, the poisoner, challenged his counterpart with a pointed question. The other party, a man with striking white hair and piercing yellow eyes, a cruel smile playing on his lips, remained unfazed. Haesun's bold challenge was met with a dismissive retort. The older man scoffed, deeming the suggestion absurd. He emphasized his reputation for trustworthiness and his status as a significant dealer, offering Haesun a choice, pay the information fee or risk damaging their relationship. Haesun, with a mischievous grin, countered with a question of his own. Revealing his counteroffer, 95 points. The older man chuckled, acknowledging Haesun's shrewdness in leveraging his position. He expressed his admiration for Haesun's confidence. Haesun explained his deduction, citing the other man's rudeness. The negotiation continued, with the older man suggesting an increase in payment. A young woman, her fiery red hair a stark contrast to her somber expression, pointed towards a man in a long, gray robe. He stood with his back to them, his posture suggesting a quiet contemplation. That man, she declared, her voice filled with a quiet determination. Let me learn his techniques. Another young man, this one with dark hair and a concerned frown, gestured emphatically. He seemed to be reacting to the woman's statement. An elderly man with long, white hair and piercing golden eyes, clad in a leopard print coat, addressed a young man. He inquired, "You want to learn combat techniques?" The man's imposing physique was partially visible, hinting at a powerful build beneath the coat. He continued, trailing off, the fees for the combat techniques and information. The old man stroked his chin thoughtfully, a contemplative expression on his face. He murmured, A sly smile spread across his lips as he declared, "I don't think the calculations add up." His smile widened, revealing sharp, pointed teeth. The young man, his face partially visible, responded with a sigh, "Even if you cough up the 750 million you just earned, it isn't enough." He muttered to himself, As expected. He added quietly, "Although this is a bit dangerous." Shion Hae-sun, despite his financial difficulties, resolved to learn from Jiho, regardless of the debt he owed. He pointed resolutely, his determination unwavering. A sinister figure with long white hair and piercing yellow eyes emerged, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, Jiho, a man with dark hair and a somber expression, sat quietly, seemingly lost in thought. A young girl with vibrant red hair and wide, frightened eyes appeared, her expression filled with apprehension. Hae-sun, seemingly oblivious to the girl's presence, was called out by someone. The voice, sharp and urgent, questioned Hae-sun's sanity. "Hey! Shion Hae-sun. Are you crazy?" The red-haired girl, revealing herself to be Hae-sun's sister, confronted him, questioning his actions and reminding him of their father's debt. Hae-sun, in a moment of revelation, revealed a terrifying truth about their father. He was a monster that ripped people apart. The image of their father's monstrous form, his terrifying power evident, left Hae-sun speechless and horrified. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with dark hair and a hint of stubble, pondered the situation. His gaze was intense, reflecting a thoughtful concern. He mused, "This is quite dangerous, isn't it? Since it's Yacha and not someone else, I understand Baisu's reaction." He continued his internal assessment, questioning the other party's motives. "This is a personal question, but what's the reason you're going this far?" Across from him sat a powerfully built man, Baisu. Baisu had long, white hair, a muscular physique, and wore a leopard print coat. A predatory grin stretched across his face. Hae-sun, seemingly unfazed by Baisu's imposing presence, calmly responded, "Still, the more weapons, the better, right? Although I only saw it for a moment, it looks pretty useful." Hae-sun's focus shifted inward. He silently resolved, "I need to invest here." Baisu, his expression now serious, leaned forward. "A poisoner's lethality is amazing by itself, but I'm lacking a lot." Hae-sun, his face contorted in exertion, recalled a past battle. He reflected, "This goes for all the times I've fought up until now." He remembered the overwhelming mobility of his poison techniques, explaining, "I subdued them because of the overwhelming mobility of poison steps." But acknowledged his limitations, "But I only know how to swing and attack, so I'm no different to a newbie. An attack pattern like this won't last." Despite his shortcomings, Hae-sun recognized the rarity of his abilities. The narration box stated, however, Jiho's ability. When most hunters awaken, it's rare for a huge change in rank to happen. Two figures stood in a stark, gray room. One, older, with weary eyes and dark hair streaked with gray, wore a long, light gray robe. The other, younger, with dark hair and a haunted expression, was dressed in simple, dark green clothing. The older man spoke, his words carrying a weight of experience. It was highly likely that Jiho's physical capabilities were at least on par with an E-rank hunter. The older man continued, his voice low but firm, Jiho's martial arts were so exceptionally dangerous that they transcended the usual ranking system. The younger man, his face etched with determination, declared that he would do anything to repay his outstanding debt. A shadowy figure, partially obscured, spoke urgently. There was no time to waste, they needed to proceed quickly. The younger man, his expression a mixture of apprehension and resolve, was asked if he would accept the deal. He responded that learning this particular skill would be immensely beneficial to him. A close-up revealed a sinister smile, sharp teeth glinting in the dim light. The smile belonged to a man with long, silver hair. The silver-haired man, his eyes gleaming with malevolent intent, stated plainly, "You're desperate." The silver-haired man opened a briefcase, the contents unseen. The younger man, his face bruised and weary, stared ahead, his expression unreadable. Shion Hae-sun, a young man marked by his unusual appearance, found himself in a desperate situation. He was dying from an unknown illness, a fact that had cast a long shadow over his life, already burdened by societal ostracization. Now, facing a life-or-death proposition, he uttered a single, resolute phrase. "All right. I'll take the deal." His decision, born of desperation and a flicker of hope, was met by the enigmatic figure before him, a powerful man with a leopard print coat and piercing gaze. The man, a seasoned monster hunter, smirked, a knowing glint in his eyes. "It's a bit hard right now, but when the time's right, I'll call for you. Since we need to make our own preparations too." The hunter's words hinted at a complex plan, a carefully orchestrated strategy. Meanwhile, Hae-sun's younger sister, her face etched with worry, spoke up. Juicy, something's happening over there without you. Is that okay?" Her question revealed a growing unease, a sense of impending danger. The hunter simply replied. "I just follow his orders." The scene shifted to Hae-sun, his eyes wide with a mixture of apprehension and disbelief as the hunter offered him a briefcase. "You can take the money." Hae-sun's initial reaction was one of stunned surprise. "Eh? For real?" He seemed hesitant, unsure of the hunter's motives. The hunter, however, remained impassive. "I don't gain anything by taking this chump change anyway. I'll tell you the price after we finish the training." The hunter's words revealed a deeper strategy, suggesting a long-term plan beyond a simple monetary transaction. The scene then cuts to a final statement from the hunter. "Till our next deal." With that, the hunter, Hae-sun's sister, and Hae-sun himself departed, leaving the immediate threat behind, but not the underlying tension. The weight of their impending confrontation with the monsters, and Hae-sun's own uncertain future, hung heavy in the air. An older man with striking, golden eyes and a leopard print scarf addressed Shion Hae-sun, his words laced with a hint of caution. He inquired about Hae-sun's intentions, adding a disclaimer that his question was purely precautionary. The man's lips curled into a predatory grin, his expression shifting from cautious to expectant. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with dark hair, firmly responded with a single word, nope. The older man erupted into laughter, encouraging Hae-sun to do his best, referring to him as a rookie. Hae-sun, amidst a bustling scene of people, clutched his suitcase, a look of dread washing over his face. He silently confessed his fear of death. He reflected on completing a task he had been unable to finish before. Hae-sun pondered whether the upcoming exam was the only thing left for him to do. A voice called out to Cheon Hae-sun. A young person with vibrant red hair and sharp teeth, a mischievous glint in their eyes, greeted Hae-sun enthusiastically. A young woman, her face partially obscured, offered a hushed farewell. Take care, she whispered, her hand briefly resting on the arm of a cloaked figure. Meanwhile, a girl with vibrant red hair and piercing blue eyes glared menacingly. Her words were a chilling threat, I'll kill you if you fail the exam. The red-haired girl clenched her fist, her determination palpable. A young man with dark hair and a subtle smirk watched the scene unfold. A quiet chuckle escaped his lips. Pfft. He spoke confidently, his words carrying an air of assurance, just wait for me. Because I'll be in first place. The young man's gaze drifted to a flashback, showing the red-haired girl and the cloaked figure from earlier, now engaged in a tense confrontation. A man in a beanie, his face partially obscured by shadow, addressed the reader directly. His words were a call to action, crimes committed by metahumans are becoming more serious along with the dungeons. Please don't stand by and watch anymore. His gaze shifted to a pair of figures, a man and a woman, standing back to back, their weapons at the ready. You, who possess strength. A woman, clad in a long white coat over a black and gold uniform, stood poised, a gleaming sword held at her side. Her long pink hair cascaded down her back. Beside her, a figure in dark blue armor was partially visible. An older man, his face etched with lines of experience, addressed her with a confident smile. He pointed a finger, emphasizing his words. The words Hunter Qualification Exam appeared, dramatically presented against a dark background. A list of names scrolled into view, each marked with either pass or fail. The list continued, highlighting the rigorous nature of the exam. Many candidates had failed, but one name stood out, marked with a clear pass. The text explained that the exam was notoriously difficult, held only once a year, and that becoming a successful hunter brought more fame than even celebrities. Online comments about the upcoming hunter exam filled the screen. Sun Irium wondered aloud if an S-rank hunter would emerge this year. Several other comments followed, expressing doubt about Korea producing an S-rank hunter, while others noted that Japan had already produced 2 this year. The conversation highlighted the intense national competition and the rarity of S-rank hunters. More comments continued, with some arguing that S-rank hunters don't just appear out of nowhere, and others reminiscing about Maria, a previous Korean S-rank hunter, and the hope she inspired. Amidst the excitement and anxiety, the narration stated that this year's hunter exam had begun. The final panel showed the hunter exam's emblem, a stylized H flanked by 2 crossed swords, signifying the start of the competition. The scene opens on a bustling city square, the imposing Hunters Association building looming in the background. A large sword is displayed prominently on the building's exterior, a symbol of the organization's power and the heroes it represents. A crowd of people milled about, their faces a mixture of curiosity and anticipation. Meanwhile, a person's hand scrolled through a phone screen, the blurred comments section hinting at the public's fascination with the hunter's activities and the constant threat of monster attacks. Inside, 2 sharply dressed men stood in a hallway. One addressed the other, using the informal term Magneya, indicating a close relationship. The younger man, Magne, responded with a respectful yes, Sunbeam, confirming the hierarchical nature of their bond. He held a phone, his attention focused on its screen. Sunbae, the elder, asked, do you think an S-rank hunter will appear today? His tone suggested a mixture of hope and doubt. Magne's expression turned thoughtful as he considered the question. He continued to look at his phone. Magne responded, stating that while an S-rank hunter's appearance is undoubtedly important, it's also highly unlikely. Sunbae chuckled, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He seemed unconvinced by Magne's assessment. And pressed further, reminding Magne of the hunter's primary purpose, protecting civilians. 2 men in suits stood in what appeared to be a brightly lit office. One, with a broad, almost predatory grin, exclaimed that lately, only gangsters seem to be applying as monster hunters. He continued, emphasizing the need for a hunter the public could truly admire and support, not just someone with abilities. The grinning man turned to his companion, suggesting that this year, there would be an amazing star hunter. His companion, however, only offered a nervous, non-committal response. In a different scene, 2 women watched with excitement as a young man with light brown hair was interviewed. One of the women called him a lucky bastard. The other woman identified him as Yu Jaiwan, a pre-hunter. They discussed his qualifications, noting his high rank, good looks, and gentle disposition, highlighting that he was someone the entire nation was looking forward to. A reporter, Kang Goen from Hooray Daily, approached Yu Jaiwan to conduct an interview. She noted that he had applied as a healer and asked if he had a reason for doing so. Yu Jaiwan confidently replied that he certainly did. A reporter, his face partially obscured, vehemently denied any ulterior motive. He insisted that his actions were purely selfless. He continued, a slight smile playing on his lips, that ultimately, his work was about protecting the innocent. His declaration was simple, he wanted to save people, and that was all that mattered to him. Meanwhile, a young woman with glasses, surrounded by colleagues, expressed her admiration for his healing abilities, marveling at their brilliance. Another woman, equally impressed, whispered about how perfect he seemed. However, a man observing from afar, his face partially obscured by shadows, reacted with skepticism, a single word escaping his lips, no. He dismissed the reporter's claims, judging him to be lacking in both duty and responsibility. In his view, the reporter was just another gangster hunter, motivated by self-interest. He scoffed at the notion that the reporter genuinely wanted to save people. The man's perspective was clear, to the reporter, being a hunter was merely a stepping stone to greater power and influence. 2 men are shown in close proximity. One, with a look of disbelief, exclaims, is that so? The other, calm and composed, responds, of course. Move your face. The scene shifts to a conversation between 2 individuals. One informs the other, the president of the association is sick, Kang Hyun is corrupt, and there are dirty rumors about Gu Gun Ai. However, the second person counters, since his image is good and his enterprise is quite large, on the outside, there's nothing. The first person continues, but the reality now is that people don't trust him as a hunter. The only one is Maria? A smartphone screen displays a news article with the headline, "Why was Glory Guild's silence abandoned?" The second person, now looking thoughtful, says, "Now that I think about it, there was one person a long time ago." He continues, although they're forgotten because of that incident. The narration emphasizes, the only one in the world, the one that everyone can trust, the strongest and best hunter. A powerful woman, dressed in a lab coat, is shown. A purple aura surrounds her. A young man, walking away, is shown. He says, "Oh, so there was a hunter like that. Don't say that in public. You're going to get sent to prison." Two young people, a boy and a girl, stood outside a building. The boy, seemingly pessimistic, wondered aloud if there would be any good hunters around today. The girl, however, disagreed, playfully chiding him for his negativity. The boy insisted he wasn't pessimistic, rather, he felt the world itself was bleak. Despite his outlook, he stated his purpose for being there, to apply as a healer. He presented his application form to a receptionist. She simply responded with a quiet yes. The boy, now inside, expressed his anticipation for the day ahead. A receptionist, reviewing his documents, asked for his name for verification purposes. The receptionist's expression changed as she reviewed his application. She was clearly impressed. Her thoughts revealed her assessment: the applicant possessed significant potential and a selfless nature, focused on helping others. The scene shifted to a dramatic announcement: the birth of an S-rank hero. The boy, Cheon Hae-sun, looked surprised by this sudden proclamation. A hand reached for a document, its owner unseen. The name written on the paper was clearly visible: Cheon Hae-sun. The photo shoot began. Someone off-panel instructed Jaewon to prepare for his photo. Jaewon, a young man with neatly styled brown hair, struck a pose, a pleased expression on his face. And the photographer complimented his handsome features and the quality of the photos. The photographer signaled that it was time for the final shot. The photographer, a young man with dark hair, took the last picture of Jaewon. And then asked if they should end the photo shoot there. The photographer expressed his satisfaction with the results, unsure which photo to choose. He showed Jaewon the photos, who was equally impressed. Jaewon boasted about his skills and fame in the industry. A young man with light brown hair and a neatly trimmed beard grinned, a triumphant gleam in his eyes. He pointed a finger upward, a sparkle of excitement emanating from his gesture. "Aha! I knew it." He continued to beam, his smile widening. It wasn't just skill, the subject of his excitement was something far more impressive. "It's not because you're good, your model was just too amazing." His enthusiasm only grew as he added, "Shouldn't that photo be called monumental? This is why people who are mid are annoying." The young man's companion, a darker-haired individual with a more subdued expression, responded with a simple, The light-haired man, undeterred, continued his excited monologue. "I can use what I want for the article's title, right?" His companion, however, voiced a mild concern. "Can I hear what you're planning on using? Aren't there any great titles?" The darker-haired young man stroked his chin thoughtfully, a contemplative expression on his face. A sudden burst of inspiration struck him. "Yes. This is it." A dramatic image appeared, showcasing two figures bathed in golden light. One, a man with blonde hair, smiled confidently. The other, a woman with long, flowing blonde hair, stood with her hands clasped in prayer. A radiant halo of swords and roses surrounded them. The man, pointing towards the image, exclaimed, "What about a title like this? Isn't it clever?" A photographer, his face alight with amusement, complimented his subject, Cheon Hae-sun, on his quick wit and striking features, suggesting they delay uploading the photos until Hae-sun achieves a higher ranking among metahumans. The photographer readily agreed, finding the idea of a delayed release far more dramatic. Proposing a new photoshoot with a different concept. Hae-sun, seemingly compliant, nodded in agreement. The photographer, preparing to take more pictures, explained that he would be shooting from a greater distance this time, instructing Hae-sun to move slightly further back. Suddenly, Hae-sun's eyes widened in alarm as he noticed something behind the photographer. A desperate shout escaped his lips. Confused, the photographer asked what was wrong. Hae-sun, his gaze fixed on something unseen, urgently warned the photographer about something lurking behind him. The photographer, his expression shifting to one of disbelief, let out a questioning "huh?" A sudden, violent impact rocked the street. The force of the collision sent a shockwave through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A young man, his face pale with shock, stammered an apology. He seemed genuinely distressed by the incident. He anxiously inquired if the other person was all right, his concern evident in his voice. A blurry figure, presumably the person he had collided with, remained silent, only muttering an excuse. The young man clutched his head, groaning in pain. "Ugh, my head," he mumbled, clearly disoriented. He then snapped at the other person, irritated by the collision, telling them to watch where they were going. A young woman with purple hair gasped, her eyes wide with alarm. Beside her, an older man covered his mouth in shock, muttering "oh my," clearly distressed by the scene unfolding before them. A man with a camera, seemingly a photographer, looked on in surprise, his lens capturing the moment. He seemed confused, questioning what was happening. The young man from the earlier collision lay on the ground, seemingly unconscious, surrounded by falling rose petals. Another young man, with dark hair, knelt beside him, gently cradling his head. The scene was surreal, the falling petals adding to the strange atmosphere. The question hung heavy in the air: what is happening right now? A young woman, her face partially obscured, looked down at a young man lying on the floor. Concern etched her features as she softly asked, "Are you okay?" The young man, Cheon Hae-sun, his dark hair tousled, glared up at her with a mixture of anger and pain. His sister, Hae-jin, knelt beside him, her expression one of worry. Hae-jin's inner thoughts were sharp and resentful. Why am I getting photographed with a bastard like him? Hae-sun, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and uncertainty, looked up at his sister. He asked, hesitantly, "Do you want me to heal you?" Hae-sun, his expression apologetic, spoke softly, "Excuse me." He looked at Hae-jin, his gaze questioning. He wondered, "You're okay, right?" Hae-jin's face contorted in a grimace as she adjusted her clothing, clearly agitated. A wave of anger washed over her. Heijin's internal monologue was filled with confusion. Why is he so angry? The scene opens with a question hanging in the air. Seriously, why? One of the men, seemingly unconcerned, suggests that the reason might be the dry cleaning fee, and offers to give his number so they can discuss it later. Suddenly, a hand reaches out, and the phone slips from the man's grasp, falling to the ground and shattering. The man with the brown hair apologizes profusely, claiming his hand slipped. He looks worried, wondering what he should do. The other man calmly states, "Your mobile phone." The man with brown hair smiles and assures him that he will send the money for the repair fee later. He adds, if it's not too rude to ask. He would appreciate it if the other man would stop drawing attention to himself. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an air of quiet defiance, stood before another individual. His expression was one of subtle annoyance as he stated that the spotlight should be on him, implying that the other's presence was unwelcome. He paused, a slight frown playing on his lips, before adding a pointed remark. A seemingly innocuous comment about the other's attire, laced with subtle mockery. The other person, clearly irritated, retorted with a sharp rebuke. Hae-sun, unfazed, simply stated that he assumed the other understood the situation. He then suggested they part ways, adding a dismissive, almost mockingly polite farewell. With a cheerful wave, Hae-sun turned and left, leaving the other person standing alone. The other person, left alone, brooded in silence. Until Hae-sun's sudden reappearance startled him. Hae-sun's return was marked by a sharp, cutting remark. A clear sign of his growing irritation and a hint of something darker simmering beneath the surface. His eyes glowed with an unnatural purple light, hinting at a hidden power. A man, his face obscured, questioned someone off-panel, inquiring if they knew who made the clothes he was wearing. The clothes, it was revealed, were made by Songhwa, Hae-sun's sister. Suddenly, a hand violently grabbed the man's shirt. And a voice, filled with barely contained rage, demanded an apology. The man's eyes glowed with an unnatural purple light as he retorted with a venomous insult. The scene shifted to show the man, Hae-sun, and a woman, presumably Songhwa, standing in what appeared to be a public space. Tension hung heavy in the air between them. Hae-sun grabbed Songhwa by the throat, his anger escalating. Hae-sun's face showed a mixture of pain and barely controlled fury. He muttered something barely audible. Songhwa, however, wore a chillingly calm smile. Songhwa spoke, her voice laced with a hint of amusement, before stating that the first test would begin. The final panel showed a gymnasium, hinting at the upcoming test. A large group of applicants assembled in a hall, awaiting instructions. An official's voice boomed across the room, "Applicants, please gather in front of the meta-human score measuring instrument." Among the crowd, two young people watched the proceedings. One, with blonde hair, excitedly whispered, "Oh, is it finally starting?" The other, with darker hair, responded, "Hey, but who was that just now?" A young woman with purple hair observed a tense interaction between two individuals. She questioned, "The person who was picking a fight with Jaiwan Nim?" She continued, speculating, "He probably got heated because he wanted to bring attention to himself." Jaiwan, the subject of the previous discussion, felt a surge of anxiety. His internal monologue revealed his apprehension. Jaiwan Nim seems to be nervous. What should I do? Suddenly, a young man with light brown hair approached Jaiwan, his eyes sharp and intense. He challenged, "Do you want to bet with me?" Jaiwan, taken aback, could only stammer, "What?" Jaiwan's inner thoughts turned to anger. He silently cursed, "This bastard." Another young man intervened, attempting to calm the situation. He urged, now calm down a little." He gently restrained Jaiwan, whose eyes narrowed in a mixture of anger and determination. A young man with a smirk confidently stated that the rules were simple. He explained the game's mechanics. A higher score meant victory, while a lower score resulted in defeat. He then asked if his opponent thought the rules were simple. The loser, he added, would have to give the winner 10 million won. The young man, still smirking, pointed a finger and added a condition. That if his opponent won, he would give them the money and apologize. He then questioned whether his opponent was scared because of the large sum of money involved, adding a dismissive comment about poverty not being a sin. A cracked phone screen was shown, displaying a recording timer. The opponent threatened to kill the young man if he changed his story later. The opponent, holding the cracked phone, showed the recording timer, which now displayed a much shorter time. The final panel showed a stark warning: the opponent had messed with the wrong person. The scene opens on a bustling hallway, three figures standing out amongst the indistinct crowd. Xion Jaiwan, a young man with brown hair, stands with a concerned expression, his gaze fixed on a woman with silver hair and intense purple eyes. She is Maria, a member of the Glory Guild, and her expression is one of deep contemplation. Maria's thoughts drifted to Jaiwan. She found it peculiar that Jaiwan possessed so much ether. Maria recalled their first meeting. At that time, Jaiwan was only an E-rank hunter. However, judging by the ether she sensed now, his current rank was far higher than before. This was unusual, as Jaiwan wasn't an official hunter and shouldn't have access to dungeons. Jaiwan, feeling Maria's intense gaze, felt a growing unease. He found the situation abnormal. Maria turned to Gu Gunai, another member of the Glory Guild, seeking his opinion on the matter. A man with dark hair and a serious expression sat alone, a single thought clouding his mind: I don't know. He was speaking to someone named Ria, explaining, I'm not as sensitive to ether as you, Ria. Ria responded thoughtfully, is that so? He's speaking vaguely again. A narration box provided additional context. A few months ago, there were rumors that Jaiwan SSI was visiting our research lab a lot. The scene shifted to a research lab, showing Jaiwan speaking with a scientist. The scientist commented, it'd be good if he was just here to see new products and tour around. Ria's thoughts turned to a more concerning possibility, but what if there was some sort of experiment? A subsequent panel showed Jaiwan strapped to a machine in the lab. And a narration box revealed the results. After visiting the research lab, Jaiwan SSI gained a surprising amount of ether. But I need to investigate. A final narration box displayed a Stark assessment. Applicant number 7, 998 points. Fail. Applicant number 99 failed the hunter's exam, scoring only 562 points. Meanwhile, another applicant walked down the hallway. Applicant number 602 also failed, with a score of 609 points. A man with brown hair sneered at another applicant, saying that if he begged, he might let him off, implying he had bribed his way through the exam. The other applicant, with short black hair, looked surprised and concerned. The brown-haired man internally scoffed, thinking that the other applicant was happy without realizing he had dug his own grave. The announcer then called out the next applicants, numbers 117, Shion Hae-sun, and 272, Yu Ji-won. The announcer instructed the applicants to stand in front of the measuring instrument. Shion Hae-sun and Yu Ji-won stood before the device, awaiting their assessment. Applicant numbers 117, Shion Hae-sun, and 272, Yu Ji-won, were called for evaluation. A stern-faced evaluator instructed Yu Ji-won to stand before the measuring instrument. Shion Hae-sun, his expression unreadable, waited his turn. Meanwhile, two other evaluators expressed their anticipation for Hae-sun's evaluation, one of them remarking that he was finally here. One evaluator noted that Ji-won was the top prospect this time around. And it was his turn to be evaluated. The evaluators wondered what score Ji-won would receive, noting that as the vice chairman's son, he was expected to show some talent. One evaluator commented that most newcomers were quite awful. Another evaluator pointed out that even a level D rating would be enough to get accepted by most guilds. Ji-won scoffed at this. The murmurs of the crowd reached Ji-won's ears, a low hum of speculation and doubt. The announcement cut through the air, silencing the whispers. A young man with striking red hair and intense eyes leaned in close to another, whose hair was a stark white, partially obscured by a dark blue scarf. The red-haired man's expression was one of concern, his brow furrowed slightly as he asked his companion, Hyung, did you see that? The white-haired man, his face partially visible, responded calmly, yeah, I saw it clearly, little bro. The white-haired man continued, his tone conveying a sense of awe, it said 100,000 points, Hyung. The red-haired man, identified as Ga Yolkan, crossed his arms, a thoughtful expression on his face. He then stated, that means. Nobody knows what that guy's limit is. Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair, his face etched with worry and tears streaming down his cheeks, clutched his hand to his mouth, overwhelmed by emotion. Ga Yolkan turned to his companion, Ga Hanchan, and said, you already know this, but we need to recruit that guy. Two figures, a woman and a man in a puffy jacket, stood in what appeared to be a hallway. The man confirmed something, stating simply, yeah, that's right. The close-up shifted to a man with striking blue eyes and silver hair. His expression was grim as he reflected, especially because all the good prospects were snatched from us last year. This year, whatever it takes. Another man, this one with fiery orange hair and eyes that glowed with an inner light, spoke, his voice laced with weariness. Don't even talk about that incident. It makes me feel sick. You need to stay focused, little bro. The orange-haired man's gaze hardened, his concern evident. He looked at the man in the suit, who was leaning against a wall. The man in the suit responded, this time, we can't let that guy get snatched from us. His resolve was clear. The man in the suit's hands gripped a metallic lever. He mused, I thought he was just an earthworm. But I see that he is, in fact, a dragon. The man in the suit's face was fully revealed, his eyes glowing an eerie green as a sinister smile spread across his lips. Atop a large, grid table, several figures observed various test subjects. The first test was complete. And one of the observers asked if the second test was next. The scene shifted to a young man's feet, clad in simple sneakers. He stood before a large, injured beast. A large white tiger, its body marred by deep wounds, lay before him, a single, brilliant blue crystal adorning its forehead. The young man, his expression a mixture of apprehension and disbelief, stared at the enormous creature. He questioned the instructions, incredulous that he was expected to heal such a massive beast. The observers explained that the first test measured his potential, while the second would evaluate his true healing abilities. He contemplated the task ahead, muttering about the size of the tiger. The final instructions were given, the second test would comprehensively evaluate his healing abilities using injured monsters as subjects. Several small, injured monsters lay on examination tables in a sterile room. A voice, seemingly from an unseen examiner, stated that healing one of them was the only way to pass a test. A young woman and a young man, both appearing to be observers, watched the scene unfold. The woman pointed out a particularly dirty-looking monster, questioning its nature. The young man agreed, noting that the test given to applicant 117 seemed unusually difficult, given the size of the monster assigned to him. The observers watched as a massive, injured tiger-like monster was shown, chained to the floor. The woman expressed concern over the difficulty of the test, questioning how such a large monster could be given to a single applicant. The young man agreed, stating that he wasn't the only one who found the situation strange. The woman pondered aloud about the monster's strength and how it was captured, noting it seemed stronger than a centipede monster they had seen before. The young man observed the monster more closely, noting that it looked different from other monsters they had encountered. He wondered aloud where such a creature could have come from. A close-up of the monster revealed its unique features. The woman stated that she couldn't identify the monster's type. The young man then recognized the applicant as the vice chairman's son and surmised that he was responsible for the unusual test. Shion Hae-sun, a young man marked by his unusual appearance, found himself facing a daunting challenge. He had been deemed unfit for the normal life he craved, and now, a critical test loomed before him. The hurdles were far too great for a simple trial, even a cursory glance at the other candidates' healing targets revealed the immense difficulty ahead. The other entrance targets were not what he expected. They were classified as small, weakening monsters. These were monsters easily healed by most who passed the first test. Hae-sun's apprehension grew. This test was proving far more challenging than anticipated. He pondered his approach to healing this creature. How could he possibly proceed? A voice echoed in his mind, a chilling whisper, human. He looked up, startled. The question hung heavy in the air. Is it you? The man who will kill me. The chained creature before him was revealed to be a magnificent white tiger, its eyes burning with an intense, predatory light. Shion Hae-sun, a young man of unusual appearance, stood dwarfed by a colossal, chained white tiger. The beast's fur was stained with blood, its massive paws heavy with the weight of its chains. Hae-sun's brow furrowed in confusion. He could hear the tiger speaking, a low growl that seemed to resonate only within his mind. He wondered if he was the only one who could understand it. The tiger's words unnerved him. It spoke of Hae-sun killing it, a claim that left him bewildered. Then, the tiger's voice boomed, revealing its cynical assessment of humanity. The tiger's enraged snarl filled the panel. Its words a searing accusation, Hae-sun and his kind had destroyed its core. The revelation left Hae-sun contemplating the gravity of the situation. Hae-sun, outwardly calm, addressed the injured beast. He declared his intentions, surprising both himself and the tiger. He wasn't there to kill it, he was there to save it. The tiger scoffed at Haesun's claim, deeming it an outrageous bluff. Haesun challenged the tiger to witness the truth for itself, revealing a glowing energy emanating from his palm. His actions were not merely a bluff, his survival, and perhaps the tiger's, depended on his success. He explained his motivation, revealing a shared stake in the outcome. Cheon Haesun, a young man with an unusual appearance, stood amidst a swirling golden aura. His expression was determined as he muttered to himself, the words a desperate plea for survival. He needed to save himself. The golden light intensified, engulfing him completely, revealing a massive, chained white tiger before him. Its fur was matted with dirt and blood, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Haesun, seemingly unafraid, reached out a hand towards the wounded beast. Meanwhile, in a separate location, two individuals observed a monitor displaying Haesun's actions. One, with vibrant red hair, smirked, the other, cloaked in shadow, watched with a neutral expression. The red-haired man commented that applicant 117 had begun the test. The cloaked figure questioned Haesun's suitability, noting his unusual approach and lack of healing experience. Haesun, seemingly oblivious to the observer's concerns, focused intently on the tiger. He realized this wasn't his first time performing this kind of healing. The cloaked figure, however, was astonished by the speed and proficiency of Haesun's healing, remarking that it looked like the work of someone who had practiced for hours on end. The white tiger, its wounds rapidly closing, let out a pained roar. The cloaked figure warned Haesun that such powerful healing could be dangerous for him as well. Haesun, unfazed, simply stated that it was not a big deal. If the tiger died, he would fail the test. With a confident smirk, Haesun declared, that's all. A monstrous, wolf-like creature lunged at Cheon Haesun, its eyes blazing with predatory intent. Haesun, already weakened by his mysterious illness, braced himself for the inevitable impact. But before the creature could strike, Haesun retorted, questioning the creature's motives. He challenged the beast, daring it to end his life if it was so inclined. Haesun's expression hardened. He wondered why the creature's actions mattered to him, even in his weakened state. A subtle shift in his demeanor suggested a dawning realization. He wasn't as helpless as he appeared. A confident smirk played on his lips as he declared himself not a bad guy. A golden aura emanated from Haesun's outstretched hand, a clear indication of his newfound power. The wolf's single, glowing blue eye reflected the intensity of the energy. Haesun reassured the creature, claiming to be tougher than he looked, and asked it to remain still while he healed its wounds. The creature seemed to understand, its expression softening slightly as it waited patiently. The creature questioned Haesun's ability to heal its grievous wounds, its gaze fixed on the deep gashes across its chest. Cheon Haesun, a young man with an unusual appearance, felt a strange sensation. A question formed on his lips, barely a whisper, heal? His eyes glowed with an unnatural purple light as a surge of energy pulsed through him. A sinister smile stretched across his face as he muttered, Wani. He clenched his fist, a newfound power coursing through his veins. He thought, I can do better than that. The narrator observed, what a peculiar person. Suddenly, a large white tiger-like monster appeared, its eyes burning with intensity. It spoke, its voice echoing with a strange mixture of anger and disdain, you're treating me almost as if I'm a human. The monster continued, its words laced with a hint of confusion, aren't humans hostile toward monsters? Haesun, seemingly unfazed, calmly manipulated a glowing orb of energy in his hands. He replied, usually, that's true. He explained, because monsters commonly kill humans to fill up their bellies, we can't help but hate them. Haesun paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He murmured, but that's. He trailed off, lost in thought. A sharply dressed man with piercing green eyes appeared, observing the scene with a calculating gaze. He thought, such a peculiar case. Each is different from the other. A young man with dark hair pondered aloud, so, on the other hand, wouldn't there also be monsters that can save humans? He looked up, a smirk playing on his lips as he exclaimed, Kuang. A large, white tiger-like creature with piercing blue eyes responded skeptically, is that so? The young man reached out towards the creature. And a bright light enveloped them both. The young man grinned, announcing, great. The healing's done. The tiger, still chained, questioned, bonus service? What is that? The young man explained, before I started, I told you I do something better than just healing, didn't I? He continued, I secretly corroded the chains on your body. The young man concluded, I tried it out just in case, but it really worked. A large, chained tiger, its fur a striking blend of white and blue, filled the panel. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural light, and its expression was one of both pain and defiance. The text above it read, corroded. But you're certainly a healer, hinting at a paradoxical nature to its condition. The scene shifted to a young man with dark hair, his face partially obscured. He spoke, though his words were not directly shown, but rather summarized as, I can't tell you about that. When the time feels right, escape from here. The young man's face was now fully visible, a small, almost mischievous smile playing on his lips. He seemed to be deep in thought, his expression hinting at a plan forming in his mind. A single word floated below him, truly. The focus returned to the tiger, its face now dominating the panel. Its eyes burned with intensity, and its teeth were bared in a silent snarl. A clear threat in its posture. The text bubble above it stated, it's my first time seeing such a clueless fool as yourself. The young man stood before the chained tiger, his expression calm despite the obvious danger. He responded with a nonchalant, I'll take that as a compliment. The young man's face showed a hint of uncertainty, a question mark appearing above his head. He thought, however, I somehow find myself believing you. The young man's internal monologue continued, after that woman, this is my second time feeling this feeling. The tiger, now glowing with blue energy, spoke, human, I am not a monster. I am what you humans call a spirit, and I am a guardian spirit of the great spirit world. A powerful aura emanated from the tiger, confirming its claim. A monstrous, white tiger, its eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, loomed before Cheon Haesun. Its massive form filled the panel, its fangs bared in a ferocious snarl. The creature's power palpable in the way the lines of the image seemed to vibrate with energy. A speech bubble identified it as an imperial tiger. The imperial tiger's gaze locked onto Haesun. What is your name, human? It demanded, its voice echoing in Haesun's mind. Haesun, despite the fear gripping him, responded with quiet determination. My name is Cheon Haesun, he stated. and I will become the strongest hunter. His voice, though calm, held a fierce resolve. The imperial tiger considered Hasun's words, a thoughtful expression crossing its features. Cheon Hasun. What a good name, it mused. A promise forming in its eyes. Half of my life is yours. The sheer size difference between the colossal tiger and the small human was stark. Hasun stood before the creature, his expression a mixture of awe and apprehension. A weight of unspoken understanding hanging in the air between them. Thank you for saying that, Hasun replied, his voice barely a whisper. Cheon Hasun, a young man with an unremarkable appearance, stood silently, his thoughts hidden behind a calm exterior. Suddenly, a colossal white tiger materialized before him, its presence both awe-inspiring and slightly unsettling. Hasun's internal monologue reflected his confusion. He questioned the tiger's sudden appearance and the strange way it addressed him. The enormous tiger explained its choice of words, stating that since Hasun was both a tiger and very large, huge tiger was an appropriate moniker. Hasun, unimpressed, retorted that the title was far too long and unnecessarily elaborate. He expressed his annoyance at the tiger's presumptuousness. The tiger, seemingly unfazed by Hasun's criticism, declared it was time to conclude their meeting. Before adding a cryptic farewell message, expressing anticipation for their future encounters. The scene shifted to a formal setting, where an official announced the results of a test. Applicant number 117, Cheon Hasun, had passed. Hasun reacted with a triumphant fist pump, a clear sign of his elation at the news. The final panel showed Hasun walking away, the word little hero appearing ominously in the thought bubble. Cheon Hasun, a young man with an unusual appearance, cursed under his breath. His face was etched with frustration and desperation. He urged himself to hurry, focusing intently on the glowing, swirling energy forming in his palm. But his brow furrowed in concern as the healing process proved unexpectedly difficult. He muttered in agitation, his frustration growing as the healing energy failed to fully take effect. A small, injured bird lay on the table before him. With a surge of impatience, he urged the bird to get up, using harsh words in his desperation. His gaze fell upon his watch, time was running out. He addressed the bird, referring to it by the name Yu Jaiwan. A grim realization washed over him, his time was up, and he needed to leave immediately. A man in a suit, seemingly his companion, looked on in alarm as Hasun received this news. He reacted with disbelief and a desperate plea for more time. Hasun, though clearly distressed, conceded, agreeing to wait just one more minute, a desperate gamble against the clock. The exam hall buzzed with the energy of numerous participants, each testing their unique abilities against various monsters confined within designated testing areas. One young man, noticeably distressed, lay on the floor, seemingly overwhelmed. Suddenly, a crisp announcement echoed through the hall, silencing the commotion. All entrants were to immediately cease using their abilities. A young man with light brown hair, witnessing the abrupt halt, reacted with disbelief and anger. What? Stop? Who's that bastard? He glared, a surge of defiance in his eyes as he calmly responded, yes, it's me. A voice, seemingly from a nearby monitor, responded with concern, this is no good, entrant Yu Jaiwan. The speaker, a man in a suit, adjusted his headset, his expression unreadable. The young man, Yu Jaiwan, argued, the test needs to be fair for everyone. The suited man countered, that's what Chairman Gu always told me. But to think you would expect special treatment. Yu Jaiwan pressed further, disrespecting Chairman Gu, are you? The man's expression hardened. What? Cheon Hasun, a young man with an air of quiet desperation, clutched at his chest. His face was etched with worry as he voiced his concerns. His father, a figure of significant importance, might be dead. Meanwhile, a man named Gangjun, his face partially obscured by glasses, listened intently. A sharply dressed man, exuding confidence, ordered that Hasun be escorted out. He was forcefully removed, his protests muffled as he was dragged away. Hasun struggled against his captors, demanding to be released. But his pleas were ignored as the man held him firmly, his grip tightening. I said let go, you bastard. Hasun shouted, his anger flaring. The man, seemingly unfazed, warned Hasun about the risk of injury. Gangjun watched, surprised by Hasun's unexpected strength. Arg. How is he this strong, he wondered. Another man, seemingly in authority, intervened, ordering Hasun to calm down and return to his designated area. He explained that while fairness was important, Hasun's current state, showing signs of ether exhaustion, was cause for concern. A medical report appeared, stating that Cheon Hasun was suffering from ether exhaustion, a condition caused by the excessive use of his abilities. Hasun's nose began to bleed profusely. A concerned individual asked if he should take Hasun away. Hasun, however, urged them to wait, determined to push himself a little further. Straining his body to its limits. A man in glasses observed Hasun, commenting that he had barely passed the test and was lucky to survive. Another young man, seemingly surprised, reacted with a simple huh? The young man's attention was immediately drawn to someone, muttering about that guy. Just as the man in glasses stated that the young man had arrived just in time. The man in glasses explained that he was looking forward to having a chat with Hasun. Cheon Hasun, a young man with an unsettlingly charming smile, touched his chin thoughtfully. His expression hinted at a secret amusement, a knowing glint in his eyes. A manic grin spread across Hasun's face as he pointed at someone unseen, his laughter echoing with unrestrained glee. He seemed utterly delighted by something. A disheveled man with a cut lip stared back, utterly bewildered. You can't even do that, he sputtered, incredulous. Hasun's laughter only intensified. The disheveled man, clearly agitated, tried to stand, demanding to be released. Hey, aren't you going to let me go? Hasun, still chuckling, pointed a finger at his own nose. See? I remember exactly what you look like. He smirked, a cruel amusement in his eyes. That punk, you like it. A hand knocked on a wooden door, a sharp, confident rap. Inside, a man with neatly styled brown hair looked up, his expression calm and expectant. Come in. A large, imposing figure sat behind a desk, his considerable girth emphasized by his double-breasted suit. His expression was one of quiet contemplation, a slight furrow in his brow hinting at some underlying concern. A scattered array of papers and writing implements lay on the desk before him, the scene suggesting a recent flurry of activity. He muttered to himself, a question hanging in the air, Referee Pyo? His thoughts turned to his son, a wave of worry washing over him as he recalled a recent piece of troubling news. I heard my son, Jaiwan, was ranked as a level E. The man, identified as Yuinwan, Jaiwan's father, sat rigidly, his hands clenched on the desk. His face was a mask of barely controlled anger. Another man, dressed in a sharp suit and glasses, responded, his tone carefully measured. Yes, he got a good score on the first test, but... He continued, revealing a critical flaw in Jaiwan's performance. He didn't show good results in the practical test. This news sparked an immediate, furious reaction from Yuinwan. What the hell are you saying? Yuinwan roared, his anger erupting violently. Papers scattered as he reacted to the shocking news. The man in the suit remained calm, stating the facts as he knew them. From what I've heard, you obstructed Jaiwan's test. Yuinwan's anger intensified. He slammed his fist on the desk, his fury palpable. I heard it all from Jaiwan already, but you dare lie to my face? The man in glasses warned him, his voice low but firm. If you think I'll let this fly because the chairman likes you, then you're wrong. The scene opens with a title card announcing the arrival of Chairman Gu. Shion Hae-sun, a man with glasses and neatly combed hair, stands with his back to the viewer in the Hunter Association office. A stout man behind a counter gestures animatedly, his words inaudible but clearly expressing displeasure. The text states that Hae-sun's presence is being missed. The scene shifts to Chairman Gu, his face contorted in anger. He accuses Hae-sun of breaking the gold core. And then berates him for the expense incurred. Hae-sun, maintaining his composure, explains that he was simply following procedure. Chairman Gu explodes, his anger escalating as he repeats the word procedures with increasing intensity. The chairman throws his hands up in frustration, questioning the efficacy of the procedures. He points out that the procedures failed after Hae-sun took the test. Hae-sun accepts responsibility, stating that he has no excuses. A man in a sharp suit, his face partially obscured, pondered aloud, then, how should we deal with the broken gold core? Another voice, impatient and dismissive, retorted, what does it matter? You said the core completely deteriorated. A large, glowing orb, cracked and damaged, dominated the panel. The first voice, now exasperated, declared, throw it away, or drill holes in it and put it in a bowling alley. I don't care. The suited man simply replied, I see, understood. A voice, seemingly authoritative, began, good work, entrant Cheon Hae-sun, no. Hunter Cheon Hae-sun. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with dark hair, stood bathed in a bright light, a look of quiet contemplation on his face. A hand reached out to him, seemingly in congratulation. Beside him, a woman with long blonde hair watched him, her expression a mixture of awe and sorrow. The authoritative voice concluded, I hope you save many people from now on. The hunter exam was finally over. Cheon Hae-sun, examining his hunter's badge, confirmed his rank, level S. As expected. His thoughts turned to another candidate. Hae-sun scoffed, that other candidate had barely passed his level E. What an idiot, he thought. He had way too much ether for his skill level. Hae-sun left the examination hall. He should have just kept it to himself, Hae-sun mused, a sense of shame washing over him. A satisfied smile touched his lips. Suddenly, he noticed an unusual amount of noise outside. And then he saw the reporters, excitedly announcing his arrival. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man whose unusual appearance had always set him apart, was completely unaware of the media frenzy unfolding around him. He had just discovered he was terminally ill, a fact that overshadowed everything else in his life. But the sudden appearance of a swarm of reporters outside the Hunters Association building caught him completely off guard. He stood there, a mixture of confusion and apprehension etched on his face, as the buzz of cameras and drones filled the air. The crowd surged forward, their excitement palpable. Hae-sun, now the center of attention, was hailed as the next Messiah and the second Maria, a testament to his unexpected success in the Hunter's exam. A wave of whispers and shouts washed over him as the reporters scrambled for a better view, their cameras flashing incessantly. The news of his exceptional performance had spread like wildfire. Hae-sun's mind raced. He had just passed the exam, but the sheer scale of the public reaction was overwhelming. How can rumors spread this fast, he wondered, a bewildered expression on his face. The unexpected attention was a stark contrast to his previous life as an outcast. He felt a surge of disbelief and confusion. A reporter from the People's Daily, Kim Ji-seok, approached Hae-sun, microphone in hand, ready to conduct an interview. He was eager to learn more about the young hunter's extraordinary abilities. And the first question was about his incredible score, which had surpassed even the legendary Maria's. Kim Ji-seok, brimming with excitement, pressed on with his questions, his enthusiasm infectious. He was clearly captivated by Hae-sun's sudden rise to fame. And the final question confirmed the rumors. Hae-sun's score had indeed surpassed Maria's, solidifying his status as a rising star in the world of monster hunters. Surrounded by reporters and microphones, Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unremarkable appearance, insisted, no, that's not true on nothing special. A reporter, cutting him off, pressed, I heard you're close to Gugarai. Is that true? Hae-sun, his face contorted in a comical expression, retorted, hey, I asked a question first. Another reporter, clearly impatient, snapped back, I've been waiting 2 hours longer than you. Hae-sun's expression turned furious. What? How dare you? He spat, I have nothing to say to someone with no morals. The reporter, taken aback, stammered, why, a hunter? He then addressed the crowd, everyone. A sudden, powerful energy erupted from Hae-sun, causing a shockwave that sent the reporters scattering. Quiet. The scene shifted to a wide shot, showing Hae-sun standing amidst a chaotic scene of fleeing reporters and onlookers. Addressing a large crowd of reporters and onlookers, Cheon Hae-sun began his statement with a calm, measured tone. There were too many of them to address individually. He continued, his words carrying a hint of weariness despite the bright smile plastered on his face. Expressing his sincere joy at achieving level S hunter status. He paused, a subtle shift in his demeanor, before adding a final, cryptic remark. A simple goodbye that hung heavy in the air. Suddenly, a purple energy erupted from Hae-sun's body, engulfing him in a blinding flash. Leaving behind only the lingering scent of ozone and stunned silence. The reporters, mouths agape, could only stare in disbelief as the young man vanished before their eyes. A wave of confusion and panic rippled through the crowd. Hae-sun reappeared several blocks away, a smirk playing on his lips as he casually strolled down the street. He muttered to himself, a confident glint in his eyes, even if they searched for 100 days, they would never find him. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with a pleasant expression, announced his intention to head home. He seemed oblivious to the imposing figure standing beside him. The other man, however, was far from ready to let him go, confidently asserting that finding Hae-sun wouldn't take long. A brief introduction followed, revealing the man's name. The scene shifted to reveal two individuals, Ga Hanchan, a muscular man with vibrant red hair, and another, whose face was partially obscured by a scarf, introduced himself as Ga Yulkan. Their appearance suggested a powerful presence. Ga Yulkan completed his introduction, emphasizing his name. Ga Yulkan then stated his intention to get straight to the point with Cheon Hae-sun. A game-like interface suddenly appeared, identifying the two as powerful hunter siblings. Hae-sun's surprised expression was evident as they extended an invitation to join their ranks. Ga Yulkan mentioned the Bishop Guild, a powerful organization. Ga Hanchan emphasized their willingness to meet Hae-sun's demands. Hae-sun, however, seemed confused and stated his lack of interest in joining any guild. Someone dismissed the idea of joining a guild, stating that there was no need to do so. He elaborated, specifying that this was because the guild in question was worthless. The scene shifts to Cheon Hae-sun and his sister, who appear to be having a conversation. Hae-sun looks concerned. A man with piercing green eyes extended an invitation to join the Glory Guild. News of Yu Jaiwan's rank assessment spread, a disappointment to those who expected more. In a sleek limousine, two figures discussed Jaiwan's shortcomings. His inherent defects made improvement unlikely, they concluded. One of them mused about Jaiwan's luck in joining the Glory Guild despite his limited talent. Considering his potential could have been much greater if not for his carelessness. The driver, a man with sharp features and dark hair, asked his companion if anything good had happened to him that day. He was dressed in a sharp, dark suit, his posture suggesting confidence. The driver responded vaguely, mentioning something interesting had occurred. His companion, intrigued, pressed for details, prompting a cryptic response. The driver simply confirmed that it was indeed very interesting. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, stared at his reflection in a bus window. His expression was one of quiet contemplation, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. A question hanging heavy in the air. He had just been offered a position with the prestigious Glory Guild. Hae-sun's brow furrowed. Why him? He wondered, a sense of disbelief washing over him. His interlocutor, a sharply dressed man, seemed to anticipate his reaction. He spoke, his tone suggesting a certain formality, pointing out the unusual nature of the offer. It wasn't a typical recruitment. The man continued, explaining that the Bishop Guild had made the first move, creating a situation where this offer was necessary. But Hae-sun, clearly agitated, rebuffed the man's advances, his discomfort palpable. He demanded the man remove his hand. The man, unfazed, issued a chilling threat, highlighting the potential consequences of Hae-sun's refusal. A sudden interruption arrived in the form of a masked individual, their voice laced with irritation. The newcomer's arrival was marked by a flurry of ice shards, a clear demonstration of power. The tension in the scene escalated sharply. A man in a sharp suit stood amidst a flurry of ice shards, his expression unreadable. The blue crystalline fragments crackled with energy, swirling around him like a miniature blizzard. A menacing voice boomed from above, the words "wanna die," echoing through the air. The speaker, a figure with striking white hair and piercing blue eyes, revealed a grim determination, their hand outstretched as if to unleash some terrible power. The man in the suit paused, a moment of quiet contemplation washing over him. Let me think, he muttered to himself. More ice shards erupted from his body, this time propelled with greater force. The crystalline projectiles arcing through the air with deadly precision. He moved with surprising speed, his icy assault aimed at a man with fiery orange hair. The fiery-haired man smirked, his words a challenge. Do you want me to try to go all out for once? The suited man responded with a display of power, green energy erupting from his body, a stark contrast to the ice. He continued, explaining, because even if your whole body is frozen, she'll be able to heal you. An unseen voice, laced with disdain, cuts through the air, impertinent fool. A sharply dressed man, his expression grim, confronts a figure shrouded in swirling, icy energy. He lunges forward. A blinding flash of light erupts as the two clash, the force of their confrontation shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Leaving the man standing alone amidst the wreckage, a faint green aura shimmering around him. He surveys the scene, shards of ice scattered across the street, the remnants of a powerful magical attack. The air crackles with residual energy. His eyes, now glowing with an unnatural green light, narrow in thought. He murmurs, I see. A surge of green energy flows from within him, a visible manifestation of his newfound power. He reflects on the Bishop Guild's strength, confirming his assessment. The Bishop Guild is as strong as I've heard. Suddenly, a figure engulfed in flames appears, confronting him with a fiery fist. The fiery figure challenges him, you think you're good enough to catch up to the Glory Guild? Is that what you're saying? A fiery conflict raged, the air thick with the smell of burning flesh and ozone. Amidst the chaos, a voice, laced with concern, cut through the roar of battle. Someone cautioned against escalating the situation further. The source of the warning was revealed, Ga Yulkan, a figure wreathed in flames, his eyes burning with an intense, almost supernatural light. His words, though partially obscured, seemed directed at Ga Hanchan. Meanwhile, a contrasting scene unfolded. A figure cloaked in an icy aura launched a powerful attack of crystalline shards, a stark counterpoint to the fiery spectacle. The icy attack was a whirlwind of sharp, blue fragments, hurtling towards the fiery figure with deadly precision. The attacker, a young man with long, silver hair, seemed calm and collected amidst the chaos. The impact was immediate and violent. Ga Yulkan, despite his fiery power, was sent sprawling by the force of the icy assault. A testament to the raw power of his opponent. The silver-haired man, however, seemed less than pleased with the collateral damage caused by his attack, expressing concern over the residential area. He offered a quick apology to Ga Hanchan, his tone laced with regret. Ga Yulkan, still recovering from the attack, lamented the failed recruitment attempt, his words tinged with disappointment. Despite the setback, he extended another invitation to Cheon Hae-sun, hoping for a second chance at recruitment. His refusal left Ga Yulkan visibly frustrated, underscoring the existing power imbalance between the two guilds. Cheon Hae-sun, his face etched with grim determination, silently contemplated his dire situation. The words too far echoed in his mind, a stark reminder of the precipice he stood upon. He considered his options, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. The information that the Bishop Guild was in Busan gave him a new lead to pursue. He decided, if I can work from home, then I'll think about it. Hae-sun's two friends, one with fiery orange hair and the other with icy blue hair, reacted with visible surprise to his statement. The orange-haired friend voiced their incredulity. What kind of hunter works from home? The orange-haired friend pressed further. Then, are you planning on joining the Glory Guild? Hae-sun's expression hardened. A look of steely determination settled on his face. He firmly stated, even if I die and am born again, I won't go there. A subtle smile played on Hae-sun's lips. He added, you won't join for now, that is. Someone stated that, eventually, the listener would realize they couldn't relate to such pathetic people. And that, ultimately, the Glory Guild was the only place that suited them. A sharply dressed man sat in a luxurious car, a self-satisfied smirk playing on his lips. His legs were crossed, his posture exuding confidence and power. The stark image of a bloody scene flashed across the page, the words the death of a hunter emblazoned across it. Death, a familiar concept to those who hunt monsters. A wounded hunter lay on a blood-soaked bed. The question arose, which dungeon had claimed the most lives? Were they poisoned dungeons, filled with deadly toxins? Or perhaps high-level dungeons, home to incredibly powerful bosses? Neither. The answer was far more unexpected. The image depicts a young man lying dead in the dirt, blood staining his clothes. The narration boxes explain that while beginner dungeons are considered easy, they are not without danger. Many novice hunters underestimated this danger, paying for their recklessness with their lives. In response to the high mortality rate among new hunters, the Hunters Association implemented a new rule. A press conference was held to announce the new hunter probation period system. The new system mandates that all new hunters must complete 5 3-star or lower-ranked dungeons in groups of 5 before they can independently tackle dungeons matching their skill level. This measure led to the creation of the hunter probation period system. Even the narrator, now officially eligible to enter dungeons, couldn't escape the new regulations. A young man, seemingly the narrator, is shown walking towards a meeting point, expressing his displeasure at the new system. Meanwhile, 2 other young people spot someone in the distance. Cheon Hae-sun, a healer known for his unusual appearance, found himself the object of surprised recognition. Wow. It's really Cheon Hae-sun, someone exclaimed, followed by a more formal greeting. Hello, Hunter Cheon Hae-sun. 2 young people, brimming with youthful energy, approached Hae-sun, their excitement palpable. They ran towards him, their joyful greetings echoing in the air. Hae-sun responded with a simple, yes. Hello. The boy, introducing himself as Yuchan, beamed a bright smile. He was clearly delighted to see Hae-sun. Yuchan's companion, Yuzeong, followed suit, revealing a shared identity. I'm Yuzeong. We're both espers. Hae-sun, in turn, introduced himself, stating his profession. Nice to meet you. I'm Cheon Hae-sun, and I'm a healer. A shift in the conversation occurred as Hae-sun inquired about the whereabouts of his companions. Do you happen to know where the other 2 people are? He asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Yuchan responded, huh? They were here just a minute ago. As Yuchan scanned the area, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Ah, there they are. However, the newly arrived individuals were not friendly. One of them casually suggested, anyways, let's just kill him. LMAO. His companion responded with a chilling laugh, are you crazy? Ha ha. Observing the scene unfold, Hae-sun calmly stated, hey, I guess they're here now. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an air of quiet determination, walked alongside a taller, more muscular companion. His attire was simple yet functional, suggesting a life of action and practicality. As his companion, Park Hyesang, greeted him with an enthusiastic tone. The contrast between their appearances was striking. Hae-sun's features were softer, while Hyesang possessed a more rugged build. Their conversation continued as they walked, their steps brisk and purposeful. Park Hyesang's words, though intended as compliments, carried a hint of unsettling familiarity. He remarked on Hae-sun's appearance, suggesting a level of scrutiny that made the latter uncomfortable. A feeling Hae-sun openly expressed with a quiet, internal sigh. His discomfort was palpable, a subtle grimace played on his lips as he internally questioned the intentions of his companions. Hyesang, seemingly oblivious to Hae-sun's unease, suggested they hold a meeting, his tone suggesting a matter of some importance. And immediately shifted the focus to the upcoming dungeon raid, indicating the purpose of their gathering. Hyesang apologized for his earlier comments, his tone softening slightly as he inquired about Hae-sun's experience with dungeons. A question that revealed a key detail about Hae-sun's inexperience. Hae-sun confirmed that this would be his first dungeon raid, a nervous smile playing on his lips as he acknowledged the truth. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, smiled faintly. His eyes, though, held a hint of weariness. He casually mentioned that he had unofficially explored over 10 dungeons. Another, younger man with purple hair, responded with interest, suggesting that he carry Hae-sun. Hae-sun, surprised, questioned the offer of being carried. An older, bald man with a stern expression cleared his throat, explaining that despite their appearance, they were veteran monster hunters. The older hunter pointed out that while Hae-sun might be a level 5 hunter, his role as a healer would make monster slaying difficult for him. The purple-haired man interjected, emphasizing that they assist individuals facing such challenges. He proposed a business arrangement. For a predetermined sum, about 1,000,000, they would accompany Hae-sun wherever he needed to go. Hae-sun contemplated the word carrying. A purple portal opened before them, the purple-haired man and the bald man standing ready to depart with Hae-sun, while other onlookers watched from a distance. Hae-sun's expression turned serious as he considered the implications of refusing their offer. He wondered about the consequences of saying no. Cheon Hae-sun, his face etched with worry, silently contemplated the gravity of the situation. His inner voice declared, then, of course, we won't do it. He found himself surrounded by 2 companions, their jovial expressions contrasting sharply with his own apprehension. One of them, a muscular man, explained, because we're just trying to help out beginner hunters. Their jovial demeanor continued, one adding, honestly, those 2 already paid us money. Meanwhile, Hae-sun's sister, her face a picture of concern, urged him, you should try too, Cheon Hae-sun. We won't let you down. Hae-sun's gaze sharpened, his eyes gleaming with a newfound intensity. He thought, honestly, it's just because it's you guys that we're doing this. His thoughts continued, analyzing the situation. They're both knights with physical levels of D, and if they have a lot of experience, this level of dungeon would look really easy. But why? The muscular man grinned, stating, level D knights could go into any guild. Hae-sun's suspicion grew, questioning, those people are accepting small amounts of money and carrying people, saying they're helping us? His suspicion solidified into certainty. The single word, lies, hung heavy in the air. He concluded, it's obvious what their deal is. They got kicked out of their guild and have become vagabonds. Two figures, their faces partially obscured, engaged in a hushed conversation. The words, barely audible, spoke of the precarious nature of their work. Since going in alone is scary, they are taking money from beginner hunters to make a living. The scene shifted to reveal three figures confronting a young man. Two of them, seasoned hunters, exuded an air of confidence, while the third, a hulking brute, stood silently behind them. The young man, however, seemed unfazed by their presence. A sense of unease permeated the air as the narration box revealed their audacious plan, doing this kind of business against a level-less hunter. The young man's back was to the viewer, his posture suggesting a mixture of apprehension and calculation. His thoughts, however, betrayed a hint of suspicion. Do they have something up their sleeves? One of the hunters, a smirk playing on his lips, broke the silence. His suggestion, though seemingly casual, held a hint of menace. Anyway, shall we go inside? The young man's gaze shifted, his expression unreadable. He seemed to be weighing the situation, his internal monologue revealing his uncertainty. Or are they not taking me seriously enough? His silent contemplation continued, a subtle shift in his demeanor hinting at a decision made. He muttered to himself, a quiet resolve hardening his features. Well, it's none of my. The young man's face lit up with a confident grin. His words, though seemingly lighthearted, carried an undercurrent of steel. Yeah. Let's go. A chilling threat hung in the air, a stark contrast to the young man's cheerful demeanor. His unspoken warning echoed in the silence. If you cross the line, I'll kill you. A monstrous, oversized nutria, its eyes glowing menacingly, scurried through a field of wildflowers. Its presence marked by a caption detailing its classification as a battle-type monster with a low difficulty rating. With surprising speed, a swift blow struck the creature, sending it sprawling to the ground, its lifeblood staining the vibrant green grass. A triumphant laugh echoed through the clearing. Two figures, a bald man wielding a large axe and a young man with purple hair brandishing a sword, stood over their fallen foe. Their movements a blur of coordinated strikes. The purple-haired youth scoffed at the ease of their victory. He complained about the fight's lack of challenge, urging his companion to try harder, finding the whole affair incredibly boring. Observing from a distance, Shion Hae-sun, the poison-eating healer, watched the two hunters with a thoughtful expression. He noted their excessive confidence and lack of seriousness, muttering to himself about the need for proper combat. A muscular man, wielding a staff, confronts a young man with vibrant purple hair. His expression is one of accusation, his words sharp. He's been pretending to fight hard, but he's been letting his opponent slip by on purpose. The purple-haired young man smirks, a glint in his eye. He casually observes a defeated monster on the ground. The other man's accusation hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. He presses further, suggesting it's due to lack of payment. The scene shifts. A young man with short, dark hair stands before a monstrous rodent, its red eyes gleaming menacingly. He thinks to himself, focusing on the creature's mobility. The rodent lunges, its teeth bared. The young man's internal monologue reveals his irritation. If he didn't intervene, someone else could get hurt. The rodent leaps towards him. But the young man effortlessly dodges, his movements precise and controlled. With a swift, clean motion, he draws a dark blade, its edge glowing faintly purple, and strikes the rodent, killing it instantly. He sheathes his weapon, his expression serious. He observes the situation, noting that the attacks are becoming more serious. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, clutched a strange, dark object in his hand. A pained groan escaped his lips. Yua. Nearby, two young monster hunters, a boy and a girl, watched a battle unfold in the distance. The boy commented, they fight really well. Level D hunters really are something different. Hae-sun, still grappling with the mysterious object in his hand, let out a weary sigh. HA. A voice called out to the young hunters, hey. Are you two not going to hunt? The girl, startled, hesitantly replied, H-ha. Hae-sun, observing the exchange, thought to himself, you spent a lot of money, right? He continued his internal monologue, the knights said they'd carry you, but you should at least use this opportunity to hunt some small fries. The boy nervously fidgeted with his hands, muttering, only our first time, so we have no confidence. Hae-sun's internal voice grew sharper, so you're just not going to do anything? Hae-sun looked on with a mixture of concern and exasperation. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, stood with his hands in his pockets, a subtle unease etched onto his features. He was already aware of his failing health, a secret burden weighing heavily on his heart. Nearby, his sister, Hae-jin, expressed her bewilderment at the recent monster attacks. What's so scary about those monsters that are basically just big rats? She questioned, her voice laced with a mixture of fear and disbelief. Hae-sun, however, remained calm, a strange glow emanating from his hand. He muttered to himself, and even if you get hurt, so what? A surge of power coursed through him, a stark contrast to his usual frail demeanor. He challenged his sister, have you forgotten who I am? A sinister smile crept across Hae-sun's lips as his eyes gleamed with newfound power. His transformation had begun. Hae-jin, witnessing her brother's sudden change, clenched her fist in a mixture of fear and awe. She then offered a shaky but grateful response, you're right, Mr. Hunter. Thank you. Hae-jin's voice, though still trembling, held a newfound resolve. We were acting too weak, she declared. It was a relief to Hae-sun that his sister had finally found some motivation. He calmly replied, it's nothing. However, Hae-sun's eyes, now glowing with an unnatural purple hue, revealed a deeper concern. The real problem, he realized, lay elsewhere. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, found himself in a desperate struggle for survival. A pack of monstrous creatures attacked his neighborhood, their snarls echoing through the air as they lunged at him. And he reacted instinctively, his body moving with a speed he didn't know he possessed. A guttural cry escaped his lips as he lashed out with a strange, glowing energy. A wave of power coursing through his veins. He paused, momentarily stunned by the unexpected surge of energy, a question forming in his mind, what was happening? The answer came swiftly. A beam of brilliant blue energy erupted from his hand, striking one of the monsters with devastating force. The creature shrieked, its body dissolving into dust as the energy washed over it, leaving behind only a skeletal husk. Hae-sun stared, his mind reeling from the display of power. He muttered to himself, utterly bewildered by the sudden manifestation of his newfound abilities. Nearby, two other figures watched the scene unfold, their expressions a mixture of surprise and concern. One of them, a man with dark skin and a serious expression, spoke, his voice low and measured. He assessed the situation, concluding that the attack was the work of an esper. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air, addressing Hae-sun directly. The question hung heavy in the air, did he cause this? Meanwhile, a young woman with pink hair approached Hae-sun, her own hands glowing with a similar blue energy. She explained that they felt compelled to act, attributing their actions to their unusual nature. A muscular man with a shaved head chuckled, it's good to hunt, but you need to manage your stamina. He continued, explaining, a rodent the size of a house will appear behind there. The man's eyes widened in disbelief as a monstrous rodent, easily the size of a house, appeared behind him. He gasped, a house. A loud, excited shout echoed through the air. The monstrous rodent charged, its massive form a blur of motion. A low, guttural sound escaping its gaping maw as it crashed through the trees. A young man with purple hair smirked, it's finally getting started. A young man and woman, seemingly a couple, stood nearby. The young woman nervously commented, you already know this, but bosses are really tough. The purple-haired young man stated plainly, I'll tell it to you straight up, pay us an extra 1 million won. He added with a cold stare, if you don't want to, then whatever happens from now on is your responsibility. Cheon Hae-sun and his sister, Hae-jin, reacted with shock and disbelief as they witnessed an unexpected event. Hae-jin, bewildered, questioned the unfolding situation, pointing out a critical discrepancy, what are you talking about? That wasn't in the contract. A young man with purple hair, seemingly unfazed by the chaos, nonchalantly plugged his ear, muttering something about the nearby dungeon. The purple-haired man's dismissive attitude escalated as he angrily retorted, shut your mouth, you pieces of shit. His expression hardened, and he issued a blunt challenge, fuck, then just fight it yourself. He then directed them to seek help elsewhere, stating, if you have any complaints, then take that to the healer in the back. Another man, seemingly a companion to the purple-haired youth, voiced his opinion on the situation, blaming the lack of funds for their current predicament. He then turned to Hae-sun, pressing him for a decision, so, will you do it? What are you going to do, Cheon Hae-sun? A new character, seemingly an authority figure, appeared, commenting on the appeal of a high rank while emphasizing the accompanying responsibilities. He pressed Hae-sun further, highlighting the public's expectation of a perfect dungeon clear. The narration box establishes a crucial point, even high-level hunters in this world cannot escape public attention. A monstrous creature, a large rodent with glowing red eyes and bared fangs, is shown in the foreground, its saliva dripping menacingly. This observation is further emphasized as the narration continues, highlighting the inescapable nature of such scrutiny for anyone who dares to enter this world of monster hunters. The scene shifts to online comments regarding Cheon Hae-sun's upcoming first dungeon challenge. The comments reveal a mix of anticipation and skepticism, with some users questioning his abilities as a healer entering a level S dungeon. The narrative then focuses on the unfairness of the situation, emphasizing that Hae-sun, unlike other hunters, is not accustomed to this level of attention and scrutiny. The panel depicts a chibi-style illustration of Cheon Hae-sun and two other characters, seemingly in a game-like setting. Hae-sun appears to be preparing for a confrontation, while the others look on with a mix of apprehension and concern. The narration highlights Hae-sun's lack of experience and weak skills, emphasizing the difficulty he will face in protecting others while fighting. Further compounding the challenge, it is pointed out that he is merely a healer with no serious combat experience. Cheon Hae-sun is shown in a dramatic close-up, a sinister smile playing on his lips. His expression suggests a hidden confidence or a concealed power. The narration emphasizes his lack of serious combat experience against monsters. The final panel shows Cheon Hae-sun's sister, looking worried, alongside another character who seems equally concerned. The narration box defends Hae-sun, stating that he has done nothing wrong. A group of monster hunters discuss the potential repercussions of allowing Cheon Hae-sun to become a hunter. They questioned whether the backlash from such a decision would be worth it. One of the hunters scoffed at the idea of backlash, dismissing Hae-sun as a weakling without the backing of a guild. They reasoned that a powerless individual like him posed no threat. Another hunter impatiently urged Cheon Hae-sun to pay them to leave the dungeon, threatening to leave otherwise. Hae-sun, his body riddled with self-inflicted wounds, quietly agreed to their demands. A female hunter, witnessing the scene, was shocked to discover that Hae-sun, a healer, had attempted to kill them. Hae-sun wondered if anyone would believe his explanation for his actions. Another hunter assured him that people would believe him, albeit for the wrong reasons. They would believe him because people crave heroes and are envious of their power. The final panel showed Hae-sun standing alone, surrounded by shadowy eyes, symbolizing the weight and envy associated with being a high-level hunter. A monstrous figure loomed over the scene, its features obscured by shadow, but its menacing presence palpable. A voice, gravelly and low, echoed through the air. Meanwhile, a young man with short, dark hair stood nearby, his expression unreadable. He watched the scene unfold, a silent observer. His thoughts, however, were far from calm. He wondered how the events would affect the man before him. Would he be angry? Or perhaps feel it was unfair? The young man's internal monologue continued, revealing a more calculating side. A different young man, this one with vibrant purple hair and a mischievous grin, appeared, holding a smartphone. He was clearly recording the scene. He mused about the potential for profit from this unexpected encounter. The purple-haired young man continued his internal monologue, reflecting on his cynical view of professional hunters. He recalled his childhood admiration for them, now replaced by disillusionment. The dark-haired young man's eyes glowed with an unnatural purple light, a stark contrast to his otherwise calm demeanor. He spoke, his voice laced with a chilling certainty. The purple-haired young man, initially amused, found himself taken aback by the intensity of the other's statement. He was clearly surprised by the unexpected turn of events. A young man, his face obscured, stumbled through a crowd, a purple aura faintly emanating from his body. A look of confusion and pain etched onto his features as he muttered to himself, questioning the strange energy coursing through him. Suddenly, a young man with vibrant purple hair confronted him, his voice sharp with anger. He demanded to know who was in charge. The purple-haired youth continued his tirade, threatening to expose the young man's actions to the media. The young man with the purple aura, seemingly unfazed, calmly asked if the other had ever heard of what was happening to him. As he walked away, purple energy pulsed from his feet, leaving trails in the grass. A narration box revealed a past event. On the day of the Hunter applications, there was an entrant that Gu Gunai himself gave a lesson to. The young man, now clearly visible, stood amidst the purple energy, his expression unreadable. The purple-haired youth and his companions watched him, their faces filled with a mixture of fear and anger. The young man, internally, reflected that while he disliked using the name, it was indeed him they were referring to. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with striking purple eyes and dark hair, stood alone, a grim expression etched onto his face. His features were sharp, almost gaunt, and a deep weariness seemed to emanate from him. A bitter curse escaped his lips, "You stupid bastards." He clenched his jaw, his eyes burning with a fierce determination. He resolved to use every means at his disposal. His resolve faltered slightly as a new thought struck him. He muttered, "Is that true? Wait, I think I've seen that news article." A wave of panic washed over him as the implications of the news article sank in. He cursed again, "Damn it. If that's true, then forget about the media. I'm fucked." Suddenly, a voice cut through his despair. It was cold, disdainful, and laced with contempt. "How dare you, a lowly healer?" Hae-sun's eyes narrowed as he saw the figure approaching, a sword gripped tightly in their hand. He responded sharply, "Don't act up." A desperate thought flashed through his mind. Even if he killed this person, he needed to cover it up. Hae-sun's face contorted in a grimace of fear and determination. A cold sweat beaded on his brow. Another voice called out, this one laced with confusion, "Hae-sang, why did you stop attacking?" Hae-sun looked up to see a young man with a glowing blue sword, seemingly unfazed by the tense situation. The scene ended with a sense of impending conflict. A voice, laced with impatience, cuts through the air. "Aren't you moving?" It's a question, but the tone suggests an accusation. A second voice, heavy with disdain, follows. "It's really a shame." The focus shifts to Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with striking purple eyes and a smirk playing on his lips. He holds a glowing, ethereal sword, its energy humming faintly. He seems unfazed by the previous comments. The ethereal glow of Hae-sun's sword intensifies as a voice, sharp and accusatory, cuts through the scene. The healer is incompetent, so he can't heal. The words hang in the air, followed by a whispered question, "Hae-sang, Chuho?" Two figures, Hae-sang and Chuho, are shown, their faces etched with worry. One asks, "Are you still able to speak?" The other adds, "From your guy's point of view." A monstrous rodent, its eyes glowing menacingly red, looms large. Its voice, a guttural growl, booms, "Who do you think is in charge now?" Hae-sun stands defiantly before the enormous beast, his sword held ready. Two other figures, seemingly allies, watch from behind him, their expressions a mixture of fear and determination. The monstrous rodent lunges, its massive claws aimed at Hae-sun and his companions. The scene is filled with motion lines, indicating a swift and powerful attack. Hae-sun's eyes flash with determination as he prepares to counter the attack. A bald man's eyes widen in shock, his expression a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror. His mouth agape as a torrent of sweat beaded on his brow. A young man with purple hair, his face contorted in a grimace, cursed under his breath, "This son of a bitch." He was visibly distressed, sweat dripping from his jaw as his teeth gritted. A clear sign of his mounting fear and desperation. Cheon Hae-sun, the protagonist, scoffed, "What are you saying, you third-rate villains?" His expression hardened, a hint of defiance in his eyes. As he challenged the attackers. Hae-sun's eyes glowed with an unnatural purple light, a stark contrast to the fear in the villain's eyes. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, stared in disbelief. The words, "the eyes of the world?" "You're kidding me," echoed his incredulity. He scoffed, a hint of defiance in his posture. Internally, he reasoned, if I was afraid of something like that, I wouldn't have gotten level south in the first place. His confidence, however, was met with skepticism. Another young man, with vibrant purple hair, questioned him sharply, "What are you guys believing that makes you so confident?" The purple-haired youth pressed further, his tone laced with impatience, "What the hell? Why aren't you answering me?" Hae-sun, seemingly unfazed, pondered the question. A thought bubble above his head read, "Tongue been paralyzed?" He considered the situation, a thoughtful escaping his lips. Despite his momentary hesitation, Hae-sun reached a decision. He mused, "But still, it's better to go after them hard, right?" Turning to his companions, he announced, "Friends, I have an offer for you." He continued, his expression serious, "Even if your voice doesn't come out, answer it." Hae-sun revealed a startling piece of information. As of now, 2 knights are out of action due to an unknown phenomenon. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an air of quiet desperation, addressed his companions. He explained the gravity of their situation, emphasizing the extreme urgency of the moment. His words, however, were met with confusion. 2 other young men, one with dark skin and a worried expression, the other with purple hair, stared at him, questioning his unusual demeanor. The purple-haired youth voiced his disbelief, finding it illogical that a healer could be involved in such dangerous activities. He expressed his bewilderment with a slang term, highlighting the absurdity of the situation. Hae-sun, ignoring their skepticism, knelt down, a sudden wave of weakness washing over him. He felt a profound sense of exhaustion. A quiet offer of help was extended. Would he accept assistance? As Hae-sun took a step, a dark purple energy pulsed from his feet, spreading across the ground. The energy surged outwards, revealing a monstrous rat-like creature emerging from the undergrowth. The creature lunged at Hae-sun's companion. The creature attacked, but Hae-sun's companion, a young woman with pink hair, was caught off guard. A sign appeared, advertising Hae-sun's carrying service, a humorous juxtaposition to the unfolding chaos. Hae-sun, now visibly empowered by a dark aura, fled from a colossal, monstrous eye that appeared before him. A monstrous shadow loomed over the city, its presence heralded by a chilling gust of wind. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, found himself dodging a swift, powerful attack from the creature. His movements surprisingly agile despite the dire circumstances. A purple energy pulsed from his fingertips as he countered. Hae-sun unleashed a wave of toxic energy. A violent eruption of purple that struck the monster with brutal force, leaving the beast reeling. A smirk played on Hae-sun's lips as he declared, "However, I charge a small fee." A bystander, incredulous, questioned the amount, about 2 million won? 2 other figures, witnessing the exchange, reacted with outrage. "That son of a bitch." One of them hissed, "Is he joking around with us?" He looked at a barely injured monster, muttering to himself, "Damn it. If things go this way. Shion Hae-sun, a young man marked by an unusual appearance, stumbled, his hand scraping against the earth. A wave of nausea washed over him, a chilling premonition of his impending death. Suddenly, a monstrous rodent, its eyes blazing with malevolent red light, emerged from the shadows. Its massive jaws snapping open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. A clear threat to Hae-sun's already fragile life. A voice warned, "You'll only end up making it angrier." Kim Hyo-san, a young boy, watched in terror, a twig clutched in his hand. He cried out, "You idiot!" Hyo-san's thoughts raced. This is why healers are no good. Wait a second. A young man with vibrant purple hair, his eyes wide with disbelief, questioned, "Since when can healers move like that?" He muttered, "Hey, rat," as an uneasy thought crossed his mind. The monstrous rodent, its eyes still burning with rage, trembled slightly. It thought, what if? Hae-sun, seemingly defying death, struck the creature with surprising speed and force. He shouted, "Here. Here. I hate you. I hate you real hard." Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, stood in a field, striking a playful pose. His movements were exaggerated, almost comical, as if he were trying to provoke something. A thought bubble above him revealed the inner workings of his mind. What if he's intentionally making it angry? Hae-sun's actions seemed to have worked. A monstrous rabbit-like creature emerged, its eyes glowing red with fury. A guttural growl, grrrrrr, escaped its jaws. And it lunged forward. Hae-sun, unfazed, smirked, "Kamo. I guess you're really angry now? I understand your anger. Come over here." Hae-sun continued to taunt the enraged beast, This. That's right. Over here. He continued his provocative dance, oblivious to the danger, as two onlookers watched in disbelief. One of them muttering, "This crazy son of a bitch." The other, a young woman with pink hair, questioned, "Hunter Chion Hae-sun, he's not being serious, is he?" Her companion, a young man with reddish blonde hair, chuckled, "HAA." And offered a dismissive comment, "No way, he's probably just scaring them, and then he'll stop." "You really think so?" Chion Hae-sun, a young man with striking purple hair, stood beside his brother, his face etched with worry. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, his breath hitched in his throat. His brother, his expression unreadable, remained silent. Hae-sun's inner turmoil manifested as a bitter thought, "I hate people who toy with others' lives." He continued, his voice laced with venom, "I don't even consider those kinds of bastards human." His brother's quiet question hung in the air, "Do you think I'm being too mean?" Hae-sun's brother retorted, his voice sharp and edged with frustration, "Don't say such stupid things." In the end, Hae-sun admitted, his voice barely a whisper, "But I can't tell the difference between monsters and you guys." A heavy silence settled between the brothers as they stood close, the unspoken tension palpable. Hae-sun's brother broke the silence, his voice low but firm, "Will you accept my proposal or not?" His brother's question hung in the air, unanswered. Then, a sudden outburst, "Who the hell are you?" Hae-sun's face contorted in pain, a guttural sound escaping his lips. A beggar from Gabangdong who doesn't know anything? The scene opens with two questions posed in bold, blue text against a black background. The first asks, incredulously, if it's possible for a hunter to reach S level at only 20 years old. The second question wonders if this young hunter will become the next Maria, a figure known for helping people. The next panel continues the questioning tone, this time focusing on the protagonist's lack of hunting experience. The text, again in bold blue, highlights the absurdity of a complete beginner facing such a challenge. A speech bubble appears, containing the words, "It's almost here." This suggests an impending event of great significance. The panel shows another question, this time regarding a paralysis ability. The implication is that this ability is unexpected or unusual, adding to the sense of uncertainty and danger. A speech bubble below expresses concern, this monster might really hit us. The scene shifts to a dynamic action sequence. A young man is suddenly attacked by a monstrous creature. The impact is shown through motion lines and sound effects, indicating a swift and violent assault. The attack continues, with the creature's claws raking across the young man's back. Another young man with purple hair rushes to his aid, but the ferocity of the attack leaves little room for defense. The young man with purple hair lets out a pained gasp, Meanwhile, the other young man, the one initially attacked, displays a strange, almost amused expression. A musical note floats near his face, hinting at a possible internal shift or change in his state. The monster lunges forward, its attack depicted with dynamic motion lines. The attack is shown from above, revealing the three young men facing the monstrous creature. The scale of the monster is emphasized, highlighting the danger they are in. One of the young men lets out a desperate cry, "Ah! Ah!" A wave of searing pain washed over Chion Hae-sun as he gasped, "Ha!" His companion, a muscular man with dark skin, looked on with concern. He stumbled back, his body racked with agony. A guttural cry of "Ayak" escaping his lips as he collapsed to the ground. The dark-skinned man rushed to his side, his face etched with worry. A monstrous figure loomed over them, its voice a chilling whisper, "If you don't beg." The monster continued, "Okay, that's it for reflecting on your mistakes." It then asked, "Do we have a deal?" With a swift, brutal movement, the monster kicked Hae-sun, sending him flying through the air, leaving him bleeding and unconscious on the ground. He muttered, "Ha!" Chion Hae-sun, a young man with an air of quiet determination, stood amidst a field of wildflowers. He raised a hand, a faint purple glow emanating from his palm. And a monstrous rat, larger than any he'd ever seen, hurtled towards him. With a swift, powerful kick, Hae-sun sent the creature flying high into the air. Two onlookers, a young man and woman, watched in stunned silence. What's that?" the young man stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief. The woman, equally shocked, whispered, "A healer did that." The rat plummeted back to earth, its body convulsing. Hae-sun, his face grim, muttered to himself, "I know, right." The creature let out a final, pained shriek as a purple energy pulsed from Hae-sun's body. Hae-sun leaped back as the rat, now grotesquely swollen, lunged at him. He moved with surprising speed and agility, easily dodging the attack. He observed, level S hunters really are different. Even healers? Hae-sun landed heavily on the ground, purple energy still radiating from him. He thought, I haven't officially gone into a dungeon yet, so I mostly just subdue the dungeon bosses and finish it. It's several times easier. A purplish-black energy pulsed from Cheon Hae-sun's fingertips, swirling and coalescing into a sphere of ominous power. He muttered to himself, a grim determination etched on his face, when I'm not holding back. Hae-sun's hand tightened around a dark, almost obsidian-like weapon, its surface shimmering with the same purple energy. His gaze narrowed, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Compared to the centipede, this is. He smirked, a chilling confidence replacing his doubt. No, the goblins that ran away might have even been stronger than this, he thought, his eyes gleaming with a newfound power. A wave of dark energy erupted from him, a violent surge that tore through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Hae-sun grinned, his eyes alight with a dangerous thrill. He shouted, "Hiya," as he launched himself forward. The impact was brutal. A monstrous figure was sent flying, its body shattering into a bloody mess. The remaining monsters watched in horror as their comrade was obliterated. One of them whispered, "We're dead." Healer. That's a healer? A bead of sweat trickled down Cheon Hae-sun's temple as he stared off into the distance, his expression etched with worry. He was grappling with a profound internal struggle. A silent scream of disbelief escaping him as he muttered, "Bullshit. How the hell is that a healer dash?" A concerned voice broke through Hae-sun's turmoil. "You look like you have a lot on your mind," his companion observed. Hae-sun's younger sister, Cheon Hae-jin, placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, her expression gentle despite the gravity of the situation. Explaining, "I stopped the paralysis, so your body should slowly be able to start to move." Hae-jin's words were followed by a more self-serving statement, "So that you can send me the money." A flicker of movement returned to Hae-sun's body. I am moving," he whispered, a hint of surprise in his voice. But their brief moment of respite was shattered by a sudden outburst. A gruff voice boomed, "You son of a bitch." The source of the interruption was revealed, a muscular man, his face contorted in fury, confronted the siblings. He roared, "Where are you going, you son of a bitch? We need to finish this," his fist clenched tight. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with a shaved head and a serious expression, stood amidst the greenery. A furrow in his brow hinted at his troubled thoughts. He muttered to himself, a question hanging in the air, "What?" Two figures, one with purple hair and the other with dark skin, engaged in a heated argument. The purple-haired man exclaimed angrily, "That son of a bitch ruined our deal." "How can you say that?" The dark-skinned man interrupted, shouting, "I said, quit it." The purple-haired man's face contorted in frustration. He thought, "Damn it, even if we jump him, we'll be the ones to get beat up." But he added, still worried, "But still, he's just a healer. If the two of us." Hae-sun watched the scene unfold from a distance, his expression a mixture of confusion and annoyance. He muttered to himself, "What the hell are they doing? Whatever, I'm gonna stop doing this stupid shit from now on." The purple-haired man called out to someone named Park Hyasang, but Hae-sun remained unimpressed, thinking, they look like kids fighting like that. A woman with pink hair approached Hae-sun, calling out, "Hunter Cheon Hae-sun." She complimented him, "That was amazing. Even though you're strong, you didn't brag about it." Two young people, a girl with pink hair and a boy with reddish-brown hair, expressed their admiration for a certain hunter. The girl, particularly, praised his kindness towards the weak and his tolerance, even for his enemies, while the boy enthusiastically declared him to be his hero. Cheon Hae-sun, the subject of their praise, appeared confused by their sudden outburst. He wondered what they were talking about. The name Hunter Cheon Hae-sun was mentioned, confirming their subject. Hae-sun chuckled, downplaying the situation and assuring them that it was nothing to worry about. The girl, still impressed, exclaimed, "Wow." Hae-sun responded with a nonchalant, "Ah, whatever." The scene shifts to show Hae-sun walking away from the two admirers, who continue to celebrate him. Hae-sun lets out a hearty laugh, alone in his thoughts. Two young people, a boy and a girl, approached a young man, their voices hushed with respect. The boy stammered, addressing him as Mr. Hunter. The girl, her eyes wide with disbelief, questioned whether he was truly giving them something. The young man, slightly taken aback by their question, tilted his head in mild confusion, a single word escaping his lips, "Huh?" He then offered a reassuring response, stating, "Ah, of course." The screen of the young man's phone displayed a recent transaction. A large sum of money had been deposited into his account, followed by an equally large withdrawal to the girl's account. A question mark and exclamation point hovered above the screen, reflecting his surprise. The girl, however, insisted that the money was rightfully his, earned through his own efforts as a hunter. She explained that they had only received help from him and caused him trouble. The young man interrupted, a small smile playing on his lips as he simply stated, "No." He calmly explained that he had received his fair share and simply returned their portion of the money, reassuring them not to worry. An unseen individual addressed someone, their words laced with a subtle warning, "If you can keep what happened today a secret, that is." The scene shifted to two young people, a boy and a girl, walking side by side. The boy, with a thoughtful expression, stated, "Besides, I have lots of ways to earn money." The boy's face, now visible, showed a determined expression as he firmly declared, "I respectfully refuse this money." A subtle sparkle of light seemed to emanate from him as he spoke, adding an almost ethereal quality to his resolute stance. The image transitioned to a breathtaking vista of a sun setting over a mountain range, a serene and peaceful scene. The girl's face, close up, showed a mixture of surprise and slight amusement. The boy's lips curled into a sly smile as he admitted, "I lost." He chuckled lightly, a hint of mischief in his eyes. The girl, looking at him, asked, "Do I need to call you Mr. Hunter? Anyway, even if we talk you to it, you're too stubborn to change your mind." Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with striking purple hair, declared that he had no intention of accepting anything further, adding that they should get going. Despite Hae-sun's wishes, another young man, whose face is not fully visible, insisted that he couldn't just let Hae-sun leave like this. The second young man, with bright pink hair, stated that he couldn't let his savior leave. Since Hae-sun claimed not to need money, the pink-haired young man offered him something else. He offered Hae-sun a card, saying it wasn't much, but to take it. Hae-sun looked at the card with a questioning expression, unsure of what it was. The pink-haired young man handed Hae-sun the card. Hae-sun examined the card, noticing the name Umbrella Industry printed on it. Realizing it was a business card of the CEO. Hae-sun, having heard of the umbrella industry before, wondered why the CEO would give him his business card. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, stared at a business card someone had given him. His expression was one of quiet contemplation, a slight furrow in his brow as he silently questioned the card's purpose. He internally mused about the implications of receiving such a card, wondering why it had been given to him. A younger boy, his features softer and more youthful than Hae-sun's, urged him to examine the card more closely, pointing excitedly at a specific detail on the card. Hae-sun's eyes widened in surprise as he finally understood the significance of the name printed on the card. A silent "huh" escaped his lips as he registered the implications. His thoughts raced, the names on the card, Du Isu, Du Yuzion, and Du Yuchan echoing in his mind. He recognized the family name, a wave of realization washing over him. The younger boy's eyes widened, a mixture of shock and excitement evident in his expression. He was clearly anticipating Hae-sun's reaction. He confirmed the identity of the card's owner, his voice filled with a mix of awe and disbelief. The younger boy, now identified as Du Yuchan, excitedly introduced his sister, Du Yuzion, and revealed that the card belonged to their father, the CEO of Umbrella Industry. The siblings' faces were alight with a mixture of pride and anticipation. Hae-sun, though surprised, acknowledged the significance of the connection, understanding the potential help this connection could provide. Chion Hae-sun and his sister, brimming with excitement, celebrated their recent success. Their joy was interrupted by a question. You guys have a lot of money? Mr. Hunter? Hae-sun, however, was troubled by something else entirely. A look of confusion and concern washed over his face as he muttered to himself, what is this? His sister's cheerful demeanor contrasted sharply with his internal turmoil. He chuckled nervously, explaining that he was a level S hunter, making the offered 1 million won insignificant to him, and that he would have to politely decline. Hae-sun felt the weight of his embarrassment as he internally confessed, the embarrassment building up inside of me. Let's split up now. He parted ways with his sister, who cheerfully agreed. His sister, still smiling, bid him farewell with a polite, it was a pleasure, Mr. Hunter. Alone, Hae-sun examined his spoils from a recent hunt, noting that he had collected 14 cores from a 1-star dungeon, which he considered weak. A sudden realization struck him, wait, can I only absorb black cores? Chion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, sat on the floor, a troubled expression etched on his face. He was deep in thought, his hand resting on his chin, as if grappling with a difficult problem. A caption box below explained the concept of a black core, a unique type of core extracted only from poison monsters, too toxic for regular hunters to absorb. A notification appeared before him, a stark white text on a dark background. He had no limits on absorbing cores. The message continued, informing him that he could also absorb regular cores without issue. A look of relief washed over Hae-sun's features. He breathed a sigh of relief, muttering to himself about what a relief this was. He realized that this meant he wouldn't be limited to only hunting in poison dungeons. Suddenly, a faint blue glow emanated from a nearby core, which Hae-sun instinctively absorbed. He looked at his hand in surprise. He was astonished, the absorption was already complete. He questioned what had just happened. Despite their weakness, he had absorbed 14 cores at once. The sheer number surprised him. He then decided to check his status window. Upon reviewing his status, Hae-sun noted that the effect was weaker than he anticipated. Chion Hae-sun's status screen appeared, displaying his current level, stats, and skills. His class was listed as metahuman, level 1, with a BP of 2458. His physical level was D, healing level was S, and he possessed 2 skills, poison steps at level 2 and commune at level 1. A notification clarified the commune skill. It allowed communication with monsters, though only limited communication with sapient creatures was possible. Hae-sun looked thoughtful, a slight O escaping his lips. He mused that this new skill would be useful, but wondered why it had suddenly appeared. A small, bat-like monster with bright yellow eyes flew towards Hae-sun, chirping happily. Hae-sun looked at the creature with a mixture of curiosity and mild surprise. The creature spoke, its voice a soft kuon, and then explained that its presence was the reason for Hae-sun's new skill. Hae-sun then saw a large, chained white tiger in the distance. He wondered if the tiger had escaped, but decided not to worry about it. He felt a sense of relief wash over him. Hae-sun sat on the ground, the bat-like monster perched on his shoulder. He reflected on his progress as a poisoner, noting that it was slowing down because he was still weak. He considered going to poison dungeons in secret to accelerate his training. Hae-sun realized his slow progress was due to a lack of black cores, which contain significantly more ether than other cores. A dark purple sphere pulsed with an ominous energy, its surface swirling with toxic fumes. The narration box explained, because of their toxicity, these dark cores could not be used as an energy source, let alone absorbed. Despite their inherent danger, the cores were incredibly tempting due to their high ether content. This led to numerous experiments, all of which ultimately failed. Nowadays, these black cores were considered worthless waste, discarded and labeled as such. However, a rare breed of monster hunters known as poisoners possessed the unique ability to absorb these black cores without issue. This unusual trait allowed them to grow in power at an exceptional rate. Even among monster hunters, core absorption was an uncommon practice. A young man with dark hair and a playful smirk looked at a small, bat-like creature. The creature, Pori, seemed to be tickling him. He mused that while core absorption was costly and had a low success rate, less than 50%, it was still a highly inefficient use of funds. Paradoxically, core absorption was the most effective method for enhancing abilities, far surpassing the gains from item usage or training. A visual comparison showed the significant differences in ability gains between core absorption, item usage, and training. The young man reflected on this fact. He quietly acknowledged the reality of the situation. Most hunters remained at their initial power level due to the difficulty of core absorption. Chion Hae-sun, his face pale but resolute, offered a grateful nod to Dr. Jean. He mumbled his thanks, the words barely audible above the doctor's jovial chuckle. Dr. Jean, a kindly man with a mischievous glint in his eye, teased Hae-sun about looking like a ghost, his words laced with playful concern. Leaving the doctor's office, Hae-sun walked with a determined gait, his small, black familiar, Pori, perched comfortably on his shoulder. A sense of quiet resolve settled over him as he placed a hand over his heart, a gesture of respect and quiet contemplation. Despite his outward calm, Hae-sun felt the weight of his slow progress. A sigh escaped his lips, a silent testament to his inner turmoil. He knew his current rate of healing was far too slow. His thoughts turned to the probation period he was currently undergoing. He wondered if he should focus all his energy on completing it as quickly as possible. Hae-sun's gaze fell upon a glowing orb, reminiscent of the golden core he'd seen during his ordeal. He imagined absorbing something similar, believing it might be the key to a breakthrough in his healing. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Was he being too greedy in his pursuit of a cure? He affirmed his conviction, this was the right place to find what he needed. His resolve hardened. But a new question arose, how could he possibly obtain such a rare and powerful substance? Suddenly, Hae-sun felt a presence. Pori, sensing the danger, stirred restlessly on his shoulder. He was certain that no one should be around at this time of day. He quickly instructed Pori to hide. A figure stood silhouetted against the dim light, their identity obscured. A voice, filled with apprehension, whispered, "Who is it?" The door creaked open, revealing a hand reaching for the handle. A sly smile spreading across the face of a man who stepped into the room. He chuckled, "Oh, you're here." The man in the room adjusted his glasses, a calm demeanor settling upon his features. He introduced himself, "I'm the former head referee, Pyo Hyakyu." He gestured towards the other man, "You'd better introduce yourself too, Gangjun." The other man, Choi Gangjun, let out a boisterous shout, "I'm Choi Gangjun." Pyo Hyakyu sighed, a hint of exasperation in his voice. He admonished, "Don't scream in a residential house." Gangjun quieted down, a sheepish grin on his face. He nodded, "Yes." Pyo Hyakyu smiled warmly, "You're full of energy. Congratulations on becoming level 5. Hunter Cheon Hae-sun, a man whose unusual appearance has set him apart from the hero-worshipping society of monster hunters, found himself in an unexpected encounter. Two sharply dressed men approached him, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and something else, something that hinted at a hidden agenda. One of them extended a hand, a gesture of greeting, but the words that followed held a subtle undercurrent of inquiry. "But what are you doing here?" Hae-sun, his brow furrowed in a slight frown, stood before them. The question hung in the air, unspoken but palpable. What were these men's intentions? He felt a prickle of unease, a sense of being observed, judged. The other man spoke, his words laced with a veiled accusation. "Isn't your growth a bit slow these days?" The subtle threat in their words was not lost on Hae-sun. He understood the implication, his recent lack of activity as a hunter was being scrutinized. A wave of apprehension washed over him as he braced himself for whatever was to come. One of the men continued, his tone shifting to a more formal, almost conspiratorial air. "It seems we have a lot to talk about." And to soften the potentially tense conversation, one of the men produced a gift, a bag of dove tea. The gesture was a small attempt at conciliation, a subtle way to ease the tension before revealing whatever information they possessed. The other man, equally prepared, presented a bag of cookies, a simple yet thoughtful addition to the peace offering. The small act of kindness, however, did little to alleviate Hae-sun's growing unease. He remained wary, his senses alert, anticipating the true purpose of this meeting. The men's smiles, though pleasant, couldn't quite mask the underlying seriousness of their intentions. Hae-sun remained silent, his gaze unwavering as he waited for them to speak. One of them spoke again, his words a polite invitation, "I brought some good tea." The man's smile widened, a subtle shift in demeanor that suggested a change in the conversation's trajectory. He extended the tea and cookies once more, his words a formal request, "May we come inside?" A plate of cookies and 2 cups of tea sat on a small table. A voice, calm and gentle, invited, "Go ahead and eat." Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with dark hair, sat opposite the table, observing his surroundings. He commented, "The house is a bit shabby, but..." He continued, his gaze lingering on a childish drawing on the wall. "My older sister isn't here right now, so it'll make a good place to talk." His visitor, a sharply dressed man with glasses, questioned, "What do you mean shabby?" The man leaned forward, a thoughtful expression on his face. He replied, "On the other hand, it feels nice and cozy." Hae-sun offered a small smile. "Thank you, even if it's just an empty compliment." The man chuckled, taking another bite of his cookie. Hae-sun stated, his tone serious now, "I want to hear about what you have to say." A subtle, almost imperceptible smirk played on Hae-sun's lips. The man, his expression shifting to one of apology, said, "I'm sorry. I should have spoken earlier." Hunter Cheon Hae-sun was approached with a question regarding the recent appearance of new dungeons. A swirling vortex of purple energy filled the screen, a foreboding sign of the new dungeon's arrival. Hae-sun, seated before a desk, listened intently. He responded that he wasn't particularly interested in anything unrelated to his personal affairs. Another man, observing Hae-sun, commented on his disinterest, suggesting that most people would react similarly. He added that there was no harm in saying you don't know. The man continued, explaining that even if new dungeons appeared, they were managed by the Hunter Association or guilds. However, he posed a critical question, what happens if a dungeon becomes unmanageable? Hae-sun, slightly perplexed, questioned the implications of this scenario. The man, reiterating his previous statement, mentioned the location Sujindong. Simultaneously, in Changsindong, a cat observed a new dungeon opening up, mirroring the events in Sujindong, as Cheon Hae-sun and his sister witnessed the ominous portal. A dark, swirling vortex of energy appeared on a smartphone screen. A man, seemingly unfazed, finished his report, adding a final detail, and lastly, I am Idong. The vortex expanded rapidly, materializing into a full-blown dimensional rift in the middle of a busy city street. Traffic came to a standstill as police officers rushed to secure the area. Inside a dimly lit office, a man reviewed a document. The report detailed a recent event. Just yesterday, new dungeons appeared in 3 different places. He muttered to himself, his voice laced with disbelief, 3 places. The man, meticulously reviewing the report, frowned. His expression suggested a growing unease. His fingers traced the stamped urgent marking on the document, a sense of urgency settling upon him. In a separate meeting, a different man revealed a startling piece of information. Recently, a code yellow emergency warning was raised in North America. He presented a classified document, highlighting a pyramid-shaped symbol associated with the warning. The document was clearly marked top secret. Back in his office, the first man read the new report with growing concern. He whispered, "Code." His eyes widened as he saw the word yellow on the document, a wave of apprehension washing over him. An emergency alert blared, code yellow. A diagram showed a tiered pyramid representing the severity of emergency warnings. Code yellow was the 3rd level from the bottom, indicating a serious threat. The recent incidents in Gupadong and Gabangdong, involving the appearance of double gates, were also classified as code yellow. A young man, Cheon Hae-sun, anxiously reviewed the report, a question forming in his mind, how many people died? Hae-sun's face was etched with worry and concern. He was sitting with another man, who reassured him, don't worry about that. Because there weren't any casualties. Hae-sun, however, remained skeptical. It was a code yellow, but nobody died? The other man explained, the warning this time was more about the peculiarity than the danger of the incident. For example, Hae-sun's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you just say? The narration boxes explained the difference between dungeons and gates, clarifying that dungeons are essentially monster lairs. A dark purple portal opened in the sky, surrounded by flying monsters, as a large red dragon emerged from the depths of the forest. The narration box highlighted that monsters typically reside within dungeons and do not venture out. However, the narration box continued, explaining that if a dungeon becomes overcrowded with monsters, the entrance, usually accessible only to hunters, transforms into a gate, and monsters begin pouring out. This phenomenon is known as gate flooding. Gate flooding always results in numerous casualties, while the world actively works to detect gates. If monsters emerge while it's still a dungeon, there's no way to effectively counter the situation. A man, seemingly concerned, pondered this grim reality. Another man, dressed in a suit, agreed, confirming the gravity of the situation. Two men sat across a table, sipping tea and eating cookies. One, in a sharp suit, calmly explained that while the recent monster incident had caused minimal damage, the situation was far more serious than it appeared. Had the incident occurred in a dungeon, the damage would have been immeasurable. The man in the suit paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He continued, his tone shifting slightly, noting the unusual silence from the World Hunter Protection Organization regarding the incident's true nature. A title card appeared, introducing the World Hunter Protection Organization, WHPO, a powerful global group with immense influence over matters concerning hunters and dungeons. The other man, younger and dressed more casually, let out a sigh, his expression one of concern. The suited man steepled his fingers, a thoughtful silence falling between them. He apologized, stating he had no excuses for the situation. The younger man responded, assuring him it wasn't his fault. He expressed his gratitude for the other man's understanding. The current state of affairs within the Hunter Association was dire. A severe labor shortage plagued the organization. As evidenced by the chaotic scene in the office, several employees frantically worked their phones and shuffled papers, a palpable sense of urgency hanging in the air. The situation was only worsening. More dungeons were appearing than there were people to handle them, and the threat of monsters emerging from these dungeons loomed large. Amidst this chaos, a piece of intriguing information reached a key individual within the association. News that sent shockwaves through the organization, the Imperial Tiger, previously considered beyond saving, had been completely cured. Two researchers, their faces etched with disbelief, discussed the implications of this miraculous recovery. The external wounds were one thing, but the complete eradication of the poison within the tiger's body was truly astounding. It was a medical marvel, a feat previously thought impossible. The tiger's complete healing was a testament to the power of the unknown cure. The massive Imperial Tiger, now fully healed, roared, a sound that echoed the disbelief and wonder of those witnessing its recovery. The researchers and a suited man observed the magnificent creature, its size dwarfing them. The implications of this event were far-reaching. The suited man's eyes gleamed with ambition. He recognized the potential of this miraculous cure and the hunter responsible for it. This hunter was a valuable asset, one that he intended to acquire. A voice, smooth and calculating, echoed in the darkness. He was the one they had been searching for, a key piece in their plans. His affiliation with the association would prove invaluable. The speaker, a man in a sharp suit and glasses, a headset perched on his ear, was clearly someone of authority. His expression was one of quiet confidence, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Newspaper clippings showcased Cheon Hae-sun's meteoric rise from poverty to fame. His ether, a boundless source of power, was unparalleled. He possessed healing abilities befitting such immense strength. Despite his own independent investigation, all Hae-sun found was more praise for his actions. The public perception of him was overwhelmingly positive, fueling the man's desire to recruit him even further. His interest in Hae-sun had only intensified. Hae-sun, it seemed, was not yet affiliated with any guild, nor involved in any other activities. This made him an even more attractive prospect. The question hung in the air, what did Hae-sun think about poison dungeons? The man's gaze was intense, expectant. The man sat patiently, his hands clasped together, awaiting Hae-sun's response. The weight of the question hung heavy in the room. The man's conviction was unwavering, no one was better suited for this task than Hae-sun. His unique abilities made him the ideal candidate. Hae-sun considered the man's words. It was true that a healer of his caliber should be able to clear low-level poison dungeons without issue. A thoughtful expression crossed his face. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, reflected on his unique circumstances. For him, being a monster hunter wasn't just a job, it was a necessity. Poison dungeons, he mused, were even easier for him to navigate than regular ones. His thoughts drifted to the hunter who had found him. He must have exceptionally sharp eyes to have located Hae-sun so effectively. But a question lingered in his mind, why was he even doing this? He chuckled, a light-hearted sound that belied his inner turmoil. Poison dungeons, he reminded himself, were often underestimated, even by seasoned hunters. A group of chibi-style hunters huddled together, their expressions a mixture of worry and apprehension. The request before them was a difficult one. Hae-sun disliked seeing people get hurt, but this request felt like another problem entirely. He was being pressured by the Hunters Association. He questioned the benefit of complying with their demands. What was in it for him? Hae-sun's expression hardened. He was clearly considering his options. Two representatives from the Hunters Association approached him, one of them speaking. They wouldn't be so bold as to ask for his help without offering some form of compensation. But one of them expressed uncertainty about whether Hae-sun even needed the reward. A man in a suit presented a gift, a small, turquoise bundle, hoping it would meet the recipient's expectations. He opened the package, his eyes widening in surprise, revealing a glowing, golden orb. A gold core. The golden sphere pulsed with an inner light, its surface shimmering with an ethereal glow. Despite its impressive appearance, the man noted something unusual about the core's status. It seemed the core's ether levels were too low to function properly. He wondered if the recipient was the cause, but dismissed the idea as impossible. The man, a professional with a calm demeanor, smiled knowingly. The recipient, however, confessed to being the culprit. He explained that he had seen something. The image depicts a swirling vortex of dark purple and gold, resembling a celestial body. The text below reads, "The Black Ether." The scene shifts to a young man, his expression a mix of curiosity and apprehension. He thinks to himself about the black ether getting mixed inside him while it was healing him, wondering who did that. He also worries about becoming a slave of the Hunter Association. He resolves to teach others a lesson, no matter what happens, and to pretend he knows nothing. The panel shows a close-up of a man's face, partially obscured, wearing glasses. Only his eyes are visible, hinting at a thoughtful expression. A man in a suit explains that they were planning on disposing of the black ether, but he thought it was a waste. He continues, suggesting that the young man from earlier might be able to make use of it. The man admits that this is just his gut feeling. Another man in a suit suggests selling the black ether if they don't need it. The first man jokingly suggests drilling holes in it and using it for bowling, as someone he knows suggested. The young man observes the conversation, noting that the man speaking calmly still makes him uneasy. Shion Haesun, a young man grappling with a mysterious illness, found himself in a conversation with another man. Haesun's internal monologue revealed his understanding of the situation. Even a powerful gold core, if stripped of its abilities, becomes worthless. He could absorb the black ether along with the ether, but for other hunters, such a process would be harmful. This realization led him to understand why the man was asking him this specific question. The man was asking if Haesun could make use of this. The scene shifted to show Haesun sitting across from a man in a suit. The man's intense gaze dominated the panel. Haesun contemplated the situation, questioning whether the man's actions were a provocation, information gathering, or something else entirely. Haesun's thoughts continued. One of the certainties of this trade was to satisfy Kyo Hyokia's curiosity. But the mention of poison dungeons caused a flicker of interest in Haesun's eyes. He wondered where he should start. Haesun held a glowing orb in his hands. The reward was too tempting to refuse. He decided to accept the offer. A woman, her face obscured by shadow, offered a pail of water to a weary traveler, a single willow leaf floating serenely on the surface. Gently placing the willow leaf on top of the water. This thoughtful act allowed the traveler to slowly drink the water without upsetting his stomach. The traveler, now somewhat refreshed, sat on the steps of a small house, a horse patiently waiting nearby. The woman, despite her initial nervousness, realized that preventing an upset stomach was far more important than her own anxieties. The relief of avoiding a stomachache outweighing her own unease. Meanwhile, a willow leaf drifted on the water's surface, its gentle movement mirroring the inner turmoil of another individual. Even with a circulatory device, he still needed to take his time with the gold core. He knew the gold core's power was not that of a simple pail of water, but rather, the immense force of an ocean storm. A stylized depiction of a swirling, toxic substance, possibly poison, filled the panel. Dark, ominous energy pulsed within its depths. A digital readout appeared, stark against the black background. Core absorption rate is 2%. The image transitioned to a dark gradient, suggesting a shift in the scene or a passage of time. Shion Haesun, a young man with dark hair, let out a quiet, almost sinister chuckle. A hint of mischief played on his lips. If I can just absorb the gold core, just how powerful will I become? He mused, a glint of ambition in his eyes. Suddenly, a powerful energy erupted from within him, depicted by a series of intense, radiating lines. A violent surge of power overwhelmed him, causing a blinding flash of light. A woman with dark hair approached Haesun cautiously. "Mr. Haesun, did something good happen to you?" she asked, concern etched on her face. She added, "It's not like you to be distracted during training like this." Bound and helpless, Shion Haesun, a young man with an unusual appearance, sat on the floor. His pale skin and dark circles under his eyes hinted at a prolonged illness. A woman's hand reached out to him, offering comfort in his dire situation. But Haesun could only offer a weak, apologetic chuckle, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and resignation. He was dying, and there seemed to be no escape. Meanwhile, a man named Ojiho, 49 years old, was introduced. His kind demeanor belied his true nature. Haesun's sister, narrating his thoughts, noted that Jiho, despite his black market connections, was surprisingly kind to everyone. However, a sinister glint appeared in Jiho's eyes, his smile turning cruel, revealing his true, wicked nature. Haesun's sister knew that once the training began, Jiho would become violent. Despite this knowledge, Haesun's sister was still confused by Jiho's initial kindness. She realized, with a growing sense of dread, that she had made a terrible mistake by trusting him. The scene opens with a dramatic declaration: "The most insane person is right here." Shion Haesun, a young man with an intense gaze, is shown. He appears to be in a tense situation, his body language suggesting alertness and readiness for action. Haesun's expression shifts to one of frustration and exertion as he mutters, "Damn it." A surge of purple energy erupts from his body, signaling the awakening of his unique, poisonous abilities. A spectral figure, seemingly ethereal, appears before Haesun, its form partially obscured by the purple energy emanating from Haesun. The purple energy flows around Haesun, forming a protective barrier as he braces himself against the spectral figure. He unleashes a wave of dark, shadowy energy, countering the spectral attack. Haesun is shown gasping, "Ah." A wave of blue energy washes over him, seemingly healing his wounds. Shion Haesun, a young man marked by his unusual appearance, unleashed a powerful blow against one of the monsters attacking his neighborhood. The force of his strike sending shockwaves through the creature's body. Elsewhere, another monster lunged at Haesun's sister, its claws extended. But Haesun, fueled by adrenaline and desperation, intercepted the attack with a swift maneuver, leaving the monster vulnerable to his counterattack. A nearby observer, witnessing Haesun's surprisingly effective combat, commented on his unexpected strength, noting that he had surpassed expectations despite his apparent lack of training. He had defeated the hyena-like monster with surprising ease. The observer continued, pointing out Haesun's significant shortcomings in his fighting foundation. He questioned Haesun's ability to properly learn advanced combat skills, given his current limitations. Haesun, visibly shaken and sweating, silently contemplated the observer's words. A bead of sweat trickled down Shion Haesun's face as he clenched his jaw. He muttered to himself, determined to continue, no matter the cost. His feet landed heavily on the ground, leaving a trail of purple energy in their wake. A stark reminder of the power coursing through him. He reflected on the deal he made with Yacha to acquire this ability. He couldn't afford to waste such a hard-won gift, giving up was not an option. Hae-sun's body tensed, his muscles coiling as a surge of purple energy enveloped his arm. Readying himself for action. He gripped a dark, wicked-looking blade. Meanwhile, a figure in a long gray coat appeared, moving with surprising speed. His arrival marked by a blur of motion. A question formed on his lips. He questioned if the skill before him was the same one used to defeat the hyena. Purple energy swirled around him as he pondered the implications of this revelation. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, reflected on his rapid but incomplete recovery. His thoughts trailed off, leaving a sense of uncertainty hanging in the air. A lingering question mark in his mind. A surge of energy coursed through him, a strange and unexpected development. He felt a shift within, a change he couldn't quite grasp. A subtle yet powerful alteration to his very being. A burst of purple energy erupted from Hae-sun, a visual representation of his newfound power. The energy pulsed with an almost tangible intensity. A stark contrast to his previous frail state. A nearby figure observed this transformation, their thoughts revealing their assessment of the situation. The observer, a man wielding a dark weapon, approached Hae-sun cautiously. He moved with a practiced ease, his movements suggesting years of experience. A seasoned warrior assessing the potential of the newly awakened power. Hae-sun, still reeling from the sudden shift in his abilities, reacted with surprise and a touch of fear. His internal monologue revealed his astonishment. But the observer's words offered a glimmer of hope and guidance. Shion Hae-sun, the poisoner, watched as his teacher reacted to his poison with an almost casual indifference. His attempts to harm the man proved utterly ineffective. The teacher, unimpressed, observed that Hae-sun seemed to possess the abilities of a knight, a class of warrior known for their unique ether manipulation techniques. He explained that this meant Hae-sun could learn to use rigid body, a powerful defensive technique. To demonstrate, the teacher showed Hae-sun the basic movements of the technique, emphasizing the need for repetition to activate it. A narration box explained that rigid body is a unique ether utilization method used by knights to strengthen their bodies by spreading ether around themselves. Hae-sun, diligently, began practicing. After a moment of intense concentration, Hae-sun declared that he understood. He then addressed his teacher, calling him teacher. The teacher, slightly taken aback, considered his student's choice of address. He then politely inquired if Hae-sun would prefer a more formal title, such as master. Hae-sun simply requested to be called teacher, a title reflecting his respect and the student-teacher dynamic. With that settled, Hae-sun proceeded to ask his teacher a question. A young woman with dark hair tied back in a ponytail questioned Shion Hae-sun, her voice laced with curiosity. How long did it take you to learn the skill? Hae-sun, visibly nervous, beads of sweat forming on his brow, remained silent for a moment. Before finally answering. The effort of mastering the movements alone had taken him 10 years. The woman simply replied, I see. A smirk played on Hae-sun's lips as a subtle sense of pride flickered in his eyes. He then apologized to someone named Kirill, explaining that he would be late. Elsewhere, a young person with vibrant red hair and noticeable fangs was seen eating a snack, their expression one of surprise. They wondered aloud, wow, who is this? As the red-haired individual continued to eat their snack, they were interrupted by a voice asking what they were doing and if it wasn't training time. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an air of quiet desperation, practiced basic movements, his face etched with frustration. He lacked any inherent talent, and the plates balanced precariously on his head were a testament to his struggle. I don't have any talents, so I'm practicing basic movements, he muttered, his voice thick with self-doubt, sobs escaping his lips. He was about to take a break when someone interrupted him. His sister, Ojiho, entered the room, her vibrant red hair a stark contrast to Hae-sun's somber mood. How is it? Does it feel like you're making some progress? She asked, her tone laced with concern. Hae-sun hesitated, a cookie halfway to his mouth. To be honest, he began, his voice trailing off. He stared into a bowl of water, the ripples reflecting his inner turmoil. The lack of progress weighed heavily on him. He sighed, his thoughts turning inward. Maybe if I got some kind of feel for it, I'd know, but there's nothing, he mused, a sense of hopelessness settling over him. Ojiho watched him, a bag of snacks in her hand. She observed his struggle with a mixture of empathy and understanding. I see, she said softly. Should she offer some advice? She considered her options, a thoughtful expression on her face. There was something unique about Hae-sun's approach. A sudden realization struck her. There's something to Ojiho's techniques. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, felt a sudden jolt of fear. His eyes widened, reflecting a deep-seated anxiety. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat, a premonition of something terrible about to happen washed over him. Hae-sun explained his current state to his sister, his voice laced with frustration. I'm like this right now because I don't know what that something is. His sister, offering a comforting yet unconvincing apology, replied, is that so? Sorry. However, she continued, thoughtfully, but still, every time Ojiho uses his skills. You might say that there's a peculiar scent, more than a scent, there's a particular feeling? If I had to say, I'd say it's quite similar to poison poppy. The image shifted to Ojiho, a man with dark hair tied back, exuding an aura of power. His fist glowed with a faint blue energy. Poison poppy. Was it not just pure martial arts ability? Abilities that are almost like a hallucinatory, mysterious movement. Hae-sun pondered, why was I so certain from the start that Ojiho was a knight? It certainly exists. A shadowy figure, their form barely visible amidst swirling, ethereal energy, is shown. The energy pulses with a vibrant, teal glow, fragments of light scattering around them like shattered glass. The text clarifies that these are espers, hunters who wield a force invisible to the naked eye, akin to psychokinesis. A young man with short, dark hair and a thoughtful expression observes something. A subtle smile plays on his lips as he murmurs to himself. He reflects on the rarity of espers, a factor he hadn't initially considered in his investigation. The mystery deepens. The young man's hand is shown, palm up, as if presenting something. His thoughts are revealed. He realizes the individual in question possesses multiple abilities, a multiple ability holder. The young man's thoughts continue, focusing on the significance of telekinesis in unraveling the mystery. He looks up, a knowing smile on his face, as the pieces of the puzzle fall into place. The young man's fist clenches, a clear indication of his understanding. The narration box confirms his deduction, the subject is using two distinct abilities. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an air of quiet contemplation, stood amidst a desolate landscape. His eyes, dark and intense, focused on something unseen, a faint whisper of power stirring within him. He muttered to himself, the word telekinesis. Hanging in the air, a revelation dawning on him. The realization settled upon him, he had found the clue he'd been searching for. However, a wave of uncertainty washed over him as he questioned how he had suddenly gained the ability to use telekinesis. A narration box explained that the form and characteristics of telekinesis varied greatly depending on the user. The following panels showcased examples of this variation. 1 Esper, a young man with fiery red hair, demonstrated a telekinetic ability manifested as intense flames. While another, a man with long, flowing silver hair, displayed control over ice and snow. Hae-sun pondered this information, noting the versatility of telekinesis despite its fundamental nature. He mused that while a knight's attacks were powerful, they were less effective against multiple opponents simultaneously. He then focused his newfound ability, a surge of energy emanating from his hand. Releasing a powerful electrical discharge, measured at 220 volts. The sheer power of his newfound ability left him awestruck. It was on a completely different level. A surge of energy crackled through the air, a brilliant blue streak of lightning arcing across the dark sky. The electric current intensified, growing brighter and more powerful, culminating in a blinding flash that illuminated the surroundings before dissipating into nothingness. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with short, silver hair, stood amidst the lingering energy, his back to the viewer, one arm raised as if directing the power. A faint glow emanating from his hand as he slowly lowered it to his side. The scene shifted, revealing a desolate landscape under a purple sky, where 3 wyverns, creatures of fire and smoke, lay defeated on the ground. Hae-sun turned, his expression unreadable, a faint smirk playing on his lips as he surveyed the scene. 2 figures approached Hae-sun, their voices filled with awe and disbelief. They marveled at his incredible feat of taking down the wyverns with a single attack. 2 figures, one in a dark teal jacket and the other partially obscured, observed a display of power. Even at level C, espers really are flashy, huh? Is this the up-and-coming hunter, Lee Yachen? Lee Yachen, the hunter in question, appeared unimpressed. He thought, you're in awe at just this much. The other hunter, whose face was still hidden, asked, how was it, Hunter Shion Hae-sun? The panel focused on Lee Yachen's face, highlighting his smug expression. A thought bubble appeared, Lee Yachen's ability. Lee Yachen spoke, his tone nonchalant. Ah, you must have been surprised, but you need to get used to it. Why? Because I'm no other than the hunter Lee Yachen. Shion Hae-sun looked on, clearly surprised by Lee Yachen's boastful attitude. Shion Hae-sun and Lee Yachen continued their conversation. Shion Hae-sun commented on Lee Yachen's guild, right now, although I may be in the small Ornaten guild, looking at past examples, I think it's better to be the strong one in a less reputable guild than a follower in a more prestigious one. Ah, of course, it's a bit of a shame that it's a no glory guild. Shion Hae-sun explained his current rank and ambitions. I got C rank on the test, but I'm planning on not saving money and investing it in cores to absorb instead and aiming for B rank on the next test. I'm still far from your level, but if I keep working hard, the day when I can stand shoulder to shoulder with you might just come. Ah, was that a bit arrogant? A young man's voice, filled with a strange mix of excitement and calculation, echoed in the air. He expressed his eagerness to meet someone, emphasizing his unexpected good fortune. He continued, speculating that this meeting, perhaps during a training period, might be fated, even the start of a grand destiny. A bloody injury marred his face, yet his expression remained one of manic glee. A warning arrived, interrupting his self-congratulatory musings. Hunter Lee Seikan was informed of wyverns approaching. Lee Seikan, startled by the news, reacted with a mix of apprehension and determination. He braced himself for another confrontation. Reassurance followed swiftly. Another voice, confident and strong, declared their imminent arrival to assist. The scene shifted to show a figure sprinting across a desolate landscape, a blur of motion against the purple-tinged sky. A swift and determined approach. A voiceover commented that this particular mission would be easier thanks to the newcomer's assistance. The newcomer arrived, his expression calm and almost serene, a stark contrast to the urgency of the situation. A single word, D, echoed in the air. The scene shifts to show a group of people walking towards the horizon, their forms partially obscured by the distance and the purple sky. The atmosphere is tense, hinting at the challenges that lie ahead. Shion Hae-sun and his sister, Hae-jin, walked along a desolate path, their conversation focused on a fellow hunter. Hae-sun questioned whether Hunter Lee Yachen held the same guild rank as himself. Hae-jin confirmed that he was a rising star, explaining that considerable effort had been invested in recruiting him. She added that his abilities were undeniably impressive. Hae-sun, intrigued, pondered the implications of this information regarding the guild. Hae-jin noted that Hae-sun seemed to be showing respect for Lee Yachen. Hae-jin blushed, a smile playing on her lips, revealing that her respect stemmed from a simple fondness for Lee Yachen. The scene shifted to a celebratory gathering, where a group of young people expressed their admiration for Lee Yachen, hailing him as the strongest hunter. One of them expressed a desire to become the strongest esper, surpassing Ga Hanchan. Another enthusiastically declared Lee Yachen to be incredibly cool. A banner celebrating Lee Yachen's victory over the wyverns was prominently displayed, further emphasizing his heroic status. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with striking silver hair, stood amidst the chaos, his face etched with a mixture of shock and dawning realization. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. A wide, almost manic grin spread across his face as a surge of energy coursed through his veins. His eyes gleamed with an unnatural light. A powerful, blue energy erupted from within him, radiating outwards in a dazzling display of raw power. A gasp escaped his lips as he felt the full extent of his newfound abilities. He stood tall, a triumphant figure bathed in the electric blue glow, his laughter echoing through the air. 2 onlookers, Lee Yachen and another man, watched in stunned silence. Lee Yachen, his eyes wide with astonishment, exclaimed at the sheer power Hae-sun was displaying. The other man, equally awestruck, muttered about his own lack of talent. Meanwhile, 2 other figures, a man and a woman, observed the scene from a distance. The man, amused, commented on the simplicity of the situation. The woman, echoing his sentiment, agreed that the situation was indeed quite simple. Their conversation was light and casual, a stark contrast to the awe displayed by the others. The man turned to the woman, inquiring about her plans after the current situation resolved. He seemed genuinely interested in spending time with her. She responded that she had plans for a company dinner, extending an invitation to him if he was available. He politely declined, citing further training commitments for the day. A hint of disappointment flickered across his features, but he maintained a pleasant demeanor. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, stood in his apartment, his expression grim. He muttered to himself, lamenting his inability to take a day off from his rigorous training. His sister, Lee Ye-chan, a level S hunter, entered, her eyes wide with surprise as she questioned his dedication to training even after a dungeon raid. She commented on his unwavering commitment, implying that his high skill level wasn't accidental. Hae-sun, in his thoughts, attributed his strength to his consistent practice of basic movements. Lee Ye-chan then offered Hae-sun the opportunity to learn taekwondo. Hae-sun, demonstrating his skills, performed a taekwondo stance. His sister watched him intently. Suddenly, Ye-chan called out to Hae-sun, drawing his attention. He turned to see his sister pointing towards something in the distance. Another hunter, Lee Ye-chan, approached them, excitedly announcing a surprise. He urged them to look at something, building anticipation. A beam of light erupted from the ground, catching the attention of a man nearby. He exclaimed in surprise, light is coming out of the ground. His eyes widened, a thought forming in his mind, could this be treasure? A nearby woman added, they also say that if you dig in certain forests, money comes. The man and woman exchanged worried glances. Their expressions reflected a shared apprehension. The woman then asked, why are your expressions like that? Suddenly, a guttural roar echoed through the air. The man's face contorted in fear. He shouted a warning, everyone, take cover. The source of the disturbance became clear, it was the second dungeon. A massive fissure split the earth open, revealing a dark chasm below. From the depths of the newly formed chasm, monstrous figures emerged. A cracked spider webbed across the desolate landscape, its center glowing with an ominous, purplish light. Several figures, silhouetted against the eerie luminescence, stood poised around the epicenter of the disturbance. The air itself thrumming with unseen energy. The scene pulsed with a palpable tension, a silent scream held captive within the heart of the strange phenomenon. A man, his face etched with worry, watched the unfolding event. Damn it! It started? Protect Hunter Cheon Hae-sun first and foremost. He urged another individual, a woman with fiery red hair, into action. Ye-chan. The woman, Ye-chan, responded, you run to the entrance too. Ye-chan cried out in alarm, you ah. The man's face twisted in grim determination. Damn it. Did Yeonjun fall in? He yelled at Ye-chan, Lee Ye-chan. Stop daydreaming. Hurry up. The silver-haired man's face fell. A narration box declared, the guild members will die. His eyes narrowed, a grim resolve hardening his features. He muttered to himself, I need to save them. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with striking silver hair, stood amidst the chaos, his face etched with worry. He desperately vowed to save his brother, Yeonjun, uttering the words, Hyung. I'll save Yeonjun Hyung. Just wait for me, Hyung. His dark suit contrasted sharply with the vibrant purple hues of the magical energy swirling around him, a testament to the ongoing monster attack. Hae-sun continued his desperate dash, his eyes fixed on his brother's retreating form. A single, anxious question echoed in his mind, Hyung? A guttural scream ripped from Hae-sun's throat, waff. His face contorted in agony, a stark contrast to his previous determination. He thought, now dying because of bad luck? I don't want to die. Hae-sun turned his back to the viewer, his shoulders slumped in despair as he stumbled through the ravaged landscape. A desperate plea escaped his lips, save me. The panel focuses on Hae-sun's boots, stained with blood, as he reflects, if I already knew about that hole. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man marked by his unusual appearance, found himself questioning his decision to venture into this perilous dungeon. A gnawing doubt twisted in his gut. Wondering if things might have turned out differently had he chosen a different path. Hae-sun stood amidst a desolate, purplish landscape, the remnants of a recent battle strewn around him. His expression was grim, his eyes filled with a profound sorrow. The scene shifted, showing the aftermath of a brutal conflict. Crimson stains marred the rocky terrain. A stark reminder of the heavy price paid. Tears streamed down Hae-sun's face as the weight of his actions crashed down upon him. It was all his fault. He urged himself to pull himself together, to find the strength to face what lay ahead. But a harsh voice echoed in his mind, questioning his inaction in the face of such loss. The internal conflict intensified, a wave of purple energy erupting around him as he grappled with his grief and guilt. Hae-sun's body trembled, the purple energy swirling around him like a tempest. A powerful surge of energy, a sign of his transformation. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, stood resolute. His expression was grim, his jaw clenched. A single thought dominated his mind, to pursue the fleeing monsters. He knew the stakes. If the monsters weren't killed instantly, there was still a chance to save the others. Hae-sun arrived at the scene of the attack, a desolate landscape marred by a large, glowing purple crater. The air crackled with residual energy. He was recognized immediately. A voice boomed out, identifying him as Hunter Cheon Hae-sun. Tears welled in Hae-sun's eyes as he was questioned about his actions. He had entered the crater, a place of immense danger. Hae-sun was bewildered. He wondered how he had survived such a perilous situation. Standing on the edge of the crater, Hae-sun gazed at the devastated landscape. A sense of unease washed over him. The sheer scale of the destruction was terrifying. Their fear was palpable, the situation was clearly terrifying. A man's fist clenched, knuckles white, his body tense with barely suppressed anxiety. It was terrifying, yet he couldn't stand idly by, not after what he just witnessed. He had to act, even if it meant facing his own fear. He had just met this person, yet he felt compelled to intervene. The man plummeted into a chasm, the ground giving way beneath him. The loss of his guild members was far more frightening than the immediate danger. Another man, falling alongside him, looked up in alarm. As the two hurtled towards the abyss. The first man braced himself for impact. But the second man spoke, explaining that the area was interconnected. He asked if the other could create a protective barrier for the guild members. It was possible, but a young woman, her brown hair a fiery contrast to the crimson energy swirling around her, strained against the overwhelming force. She lamented, unable to reach her brother, who was too far away. Even disregarding that limitation, she realized her ability to create a protective shield to mitigate the fall was limited to only 4 people. Her gaze hardened. 4 people, that was enough, she decided. Meanwhile, a man with dark hair, his expression grim, moved with purpose amidst the chaos. The young woman, however, was concerned. She questioned her companion about her brother's fate, worried he was being abandoned. He responded curtly, assuring her that he wasn't giving up on him. With a burst of dark energy, the man launched himself forward. A dark, swirling vortex forming around him as he moved with incredible speed. The vortex propelled him towards his target with immense power. The young woman watched, a mixture of hope and apprehension in her eyes. A surge of determination filled Cheon Hae-sun as he resolved to save himself. He clenched his jaw, his eyes burning with a fierce resolve. A crimson energy erupted from within him, radiating outwards in a wave of intense power. A man in white, his face etched with grim determination, stood amidst a chaotic scene. He muttered to himself that it had all been a mistake. He continued, explaining that he had only recently learned about dungeons, this being his first experience, and that his slow reaction time was to blame. His gaze fell upon the injured around him, most had fainted from the dungeon's collapse. A grim resolve hardened his features. He knew he needed to focus if he wanted to save them. A barely audible exhale escaped his lips, Axa. His eyes, now glowing with an unnatural purple light, reflected his desperate need for a solution. He realized he needed stepping stones to proceed. But there was nothing to stand on in this situation. Unless a figure, shrouded in shadow, commanded, spread them out wide. He obeyed, his body enveloped in a crimson aura as dark, shard-like objects materialized around him. Then a thought struck him, then I can just make them myself. With a determined step, he landed on a platform. The crimson energy pulsed around him, intensifying. And he launched himself forward, propelled by the dark energy. He muttered to himself, all I need to do is catch 2 people. His eyes, glowing with an unnatural violet light, focused intently. And he resolved, let's do this with no mistakes. From his body, several violet beams shot out, striking their targets with precision. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man marked by an unusual appearance, found himself caught in a desperate struggle for survival. A wave of monstrous attacks had engulfed his neighborhood, and he braced himself against the onslaught. The monstrous claws tearing through the air, narrowly missing him as he dodged with practiced agility. But his sister, Hae-jin, was not so fortunate. She was thrown back, falling into the chaos below. A desperate cry escaping her lips as she plummeted towards the ground. Hae-sun watched, horror etched on his face. Then, a surge of purple energy erupted from within him, a blinding flash that momentarily obscured the scene. Hae-sun found himself staring at his hands, a look of utter bewilderment on his face. What's? He wondered, his mind reeling from the sudden, inexplicable event. What did he just see? He looked down to see his sister, seemingly unharmed, cradled in his arms. He had somehow saved her. But the purple energy still pulsed beneath his skin, a strange, new power coursing through his veins. He felt different. As he carried his sister to safety, a question formed in his mind. Have we almost arrived? A sudden gust of wind swept through the area, causing Cheon Hae-sun to pause, a look of discomfort washing over his face. He muttered something about the wind's sudden change. A sharp pain lanced through his chest, causing him to clutch at his side. His eyes widening in alarm as a cold sweat beaded on his brow. He was clearly in distress. The scene shifted to a dark, ominous landscape. A narration box explained that the atmosphere of a collapsed dungeon was drastically different from a normal one. From the darkened sky, a bright, white light streaked downwards. The light descending towards a forest below, revealing the location to be the inside of a second dungeon. The scene shifted again, this time to a distant view of a dark, purplish sky. Someone called out to a Mr. Hunter. The voice identified the hunter as Cheon Hae-sun. A figure, his face obscured by shadow, is approached by another man who asks, "Are you alright, Hunter Cheon Hae-sun?" Cheon Hae-sun, the hunter in question, is shown from the neck up, his expression one of shock and disbelief. He mutters, holy shit." The other man, his face etched with worry, watches Hae-sun with concern. Sweat beads on his brow. Hae-sun's full figure is revealed, he appears completely unharmed. The other man states, "You're completely unscathed." He stands calmly, seemingly unaffected by the recent attack. The other man, still visibly shaken, questions, "Are you really human?" Hae-sun responds with confusion, "What are you saying all of a sudden?" The other man continues, his voice laced with urgency, "Did you see any of the other guild members?" Hae-sun explains, "I fell by myself in a different place, so..." He finishes his sentence, "The other members are asleep over there." Cheon Hae-sun's sister lay unconscious beside him, the aftermath of a brutal monster attack. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he watched her, his breath hitching in his throat. He was told that she should wake up soon. Relief washed over Hae-sun as he registered his sister's survival. He felt a surge of gratitude, tears welling in his eyes. "Hyung, you saved them all," he exclaimed, his voice choked with emotion. His gaze shifted to his sister, a wave of tenderness washing over him. "Nuna," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. Suddenly, a cold resolve hardened Hae-sun's features. His eyes, now glowing with an unnatural purple light, fixed on something beyond his sister. "Wait. Your tearful reunion can wait till later," he stated, his voice devoid of emotion. A surge of dark energy pulsed from within him, a stark contrast to the warmth of his previous emotions. Hae-sun's senses sharpened, picking up on a new threat. In the distance, a flock of monstrous harpies descended, their presence a chilling omen. Shouldn't we deal with those things first, he thought, his focus shifting to the immediate danger. The harpies, their wings a blur of motion, swooped down, their sharp talons glinting menacingly in the fading light. A data box appeared, providing key information about the harpies, their type, physical and other levels, and difficulty rating. "Harpy, a tricky monster has appeared," Hae-sun muttered, a grim expression settling on his face. Hae-sun's brother, still visibly shaken, voiced his concern. This could be a difficult fight. Hae-sun, however, remained surprisingly calm. "Is it difficult?" "It seems doable to me," he replied, a hint of confidence in his tone. A voice, cold and devoid of emotion, cut through the air. They declared that any who opposed them would be swiftly and easily killed. Two figures stood silhouetted against a fiery sunset. One, with dark hair, watched the other, a younger man with silver hair, nervously fidgeting. The younger man seemed agitated. The silver-haired man's internal monologue revealed his keen observation skills. Despite the other's attempt to mask his feelings, he knew his rival was shaken. The close-up on the silver-haired man's face highlighted his intense gaze, a mixture of concern and suspicion etched upon his features. He reflected on the recent events, acknowledging the significant impact of their near-fall. He voiced the need to avoid further conflict if at all possible. Suddenly, someone called out to the dark-haired man, addressing him as Mr. Hunter. The dark-haired man responded with a simple, questioning "Yeah?" The silver-haired man, despite his earlier concerns, expressed admiration for the dark-haired man's courage, but added a significant caveat. As he unleashed a surge of electrical energy from his hand. With a final, resolute statement, the silver-haired man declared that he would handle the situation. Shion Hae-sun, a young man marked by his unusual appearance, found himself inexplicably agitated. He wondered why such a sudden surge of excitement had overtaken him. His confusion was evident in his wide, questioning eyes. The source of his sudden arousal remained a mystery. Then, a name pierced through his thoughts, Lee Yachin. A sudden, sharp intake of breath escaped Lee Yachin's lips, his expression one of utter shock and disbelief. A voice, familiar yet somehow altered, reached his ears. He recognized it instantly, a wave of recognition washing over him. The voice announced, with a hint of triumph, that everyone had awakened. Lee Yachin, along with a group of other monster hunters, emerged from the shadows, their faces grim but determined. They were ready for battle. One of the hunters, clearly agitated, lashed out at Lee Yachin, accusing him of trying to act cool and aloof. Another hunter, however, stepped forward to express gratitude, acknowledging Lee Yachin's crucial role in ensuring everyone's survival. With the immediate danger seemingly averted, the hunters began to discuss their next steps, focusing on the upcoming confrontation. The battle was far from over. Despite his condition, Shion Hae-sun's healing abilities were still highly valued. A voice, though unseen, expressed their gratitude for his continued assistance. Hae-sun, however, was far from reassured. A worried frown creased his brow as he anxiously considered the upcoming battle. He silently questioned their chances of success. A commanding voice cut through his apprehension, issuing a sharp order to the assembled hunters. The hunters prepared for battle, their backs to the viewer, as a flock of monstrous winged creatures descended upon them from the fiery sky. The scene was one of impending chaos. The ominous shadows of the approaching monsters loomed large, casting a pall over the tense scene. Despite the looming danger, Hae-sun remained confident. He declared his readiness to face the threat alone. He held a mysterious, glowing scroll, a symbol of his unique abilities and his determination to overcome his illness. With a flourish, Hae-sun unleashed a wave of energy from the scroll, a powerful display of his newfound abilities. The energy surged outwards, a vibrant display of power, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Observers noted the immense power of his attack, estimating his abilities to be at a level B. A cryptic message appeared, written in a language unknown to the reader, accompanied by swirling, golden energy. The final words, however, were in English. He really is a poisoner. A monstrous harpy, its wings spanning the width of the night sky, descended upon Shion Hae-sun's neighborhood, accompanied by smaller, winged creatures. 2 orbs of potent energy pulsed in its clawed hands. As Hae-sun, seemingly caught off guard, watched from below, a scroll in his hand beginning to burn. A sinister smile stretched across Hae-sun's face as he muttered, "Mind detonation." The scroll ignited, unleashing a torrent of fiery energy. A wave of intense heat and light engulfing the harpy and its minions. The resulting explosion obliterating them in a blinding flash. The narrator's voice boomed, insanely strong. The aftermath of the blast left only smoke and debris. A nearby observer, seemingly unfazed, commented, "Phew." 2 other figures appeared, their expressions a mix of awe and excitement. One of them exclaimed, "Great. This dungeon will be easier than expected." A faint, ethereal glow emanated from Shion Hae-sun's fingertips as he subtly gestured, a look of confusion clouding his features. He murmured a single word, barely audible, "Huh?" His sister, her face etched with strain and worry, watched him with wide, fearful eyes. A cold sweat beaded on her brow as she whispered, "Wait, there's no way." Meanwhile, a monstrous harpy, its wings spread wide, loomed over them. The creature's voice echoed with a hint of disbelief, "I used the majority of my strength, but..." The harpy's attack faltered, its powerful assault seemingly thwarted by an unseen force. Another harpy swooped down, its sharp talons extended, aiming for Hae-sun's sister. As the harpies closed in, a man with short brown hair and a grim expression shouted, "Damn it. They're coming." Hae-sun, his face pale, spoke in a strained voice, "I need more time until my next ability." The man beside him replied urgently, "We need to hold out a bit longer." The man, observing the scene, explained, "The Esper went overboard trying to reduce the number of harpies right from the start, but..." He had exhausted all his strength without inflicting any significant damage. Despite the dire situation, a sense of grim determination settled over Hae-sun's face as he observed the ongoing battle. He muttered, "They're doing well holding up until now." A group of monster hunters, their faces grim, cautiously advanced through a desolate landscape. One of them, a young man with short brown hair, mused that their success must be due to their extensive experience. But he questioned whether their success would last, considering the nature of their profession. Suddenly, a horrifying scene unfolded before them. A pack of grotesque monsters descended upon the hunters, their claws tearing into flesh. One hunter, a woman with long brown hair, was brutally attacked, blood splattering across the ground. The others desperately fighting back, but clearly overwhelmed. The young man watched, horrified, as the woman, gravely wounded, urged him to flee. She lamented that this battle was unwinnable from the start, before collapsing. The young man, seemingly unmoved, simply stared at her, muttering a confused "Huh?" Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusually intense gaze, stood amidst the chaos. His muscular physique was accentuated by a tactical vest, hinting at a life lived on the edge. Behind him, his sister, her face etched with worry and her body bandaged, stumbled away from the scene. He was a monster hunter, though his appearance had always set him apart, making him an outcast in his own community. A purplish aura pulsed around his feet, emanating from a hidden source of power. The faint glow illuminated a wickedly sharp blade, partially concealed in his hand, suggesting a recent, violent encounter. A young woman, her face etched with worry and bearing visible wounds, hesitantly addressed a figure in the distance. "And Mr. Hunter," she stammered, her voice barely a whisper. The woman's gaze followed the retreating figure, her shoulders slumped in defeat. A single, uncertain "ah" escaped her lips. She voiced her disbelief. "You're going to go there, you're joking, right?" The man, his back turned, remained silent, his resolve unwavering as he continued his journey. A sigh escaped the woman's lips as she spoke. "You know it too." She sadly concluded that this fight has already been lost. The man, now facing the reader, recalled a past encounter. "A weird person I know once said this." He continued, "Giving up without even trying is a laughable thing. So if I fight with you, we might just be able to win." A sharp, desperate cry interrupted him. "You." A woman's face, contorted in a grimace of pain, filled the panel. Her mouth was open in a silent scream, her eyes squeezed shut. A cold sweat beaded on her brow as her breath hitched in her throat. Jian Hae-sun, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, stood before her. He looked at her with a mixture of concern and something else, something harder to define. "You," he began, his voice unspoken but heavy with meaning. "But you're a healer." Hae-sun stood silhouetted against a fiery sunset, a lone figure amidst the chaos. The unspoken words hung in the air, heavy with implication. The woman, her arm heavily bandaged, sat on the ground, her head bowed. Hae-sun stood over her, his expression unreadable. The scene was stark, the silence between them thick with unspoken tension. "I'm not looking down on healers, but what we need in this situation is a damage dealer," she cried, tears streaming down her face. Her words were a harsh indictment, a desperate plea for help in the face of overwhelming odds. "Even if you're level S, what can you do here?" The unspoken question hung in the air, a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding around them. A flock of monstrous creatures filled the sky, their silhouettes menacing against the fiery backdrop. Hae-sun stood defiant, his gaze unwavering. The monstrous creatures loomed in the background, but his expression remained resolute. The woman's hand trembled as she touched the ground, her body racked with pain and exhaustion. "I'm sorry. That wasn't what I wanted to say," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "No, it's only true that healers tend to depend on their teammates a lot." Her words, though apologetic, hinted at a deeper truth about the limitations of her role. Jian Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, stared intently ahead, his expression a mixture of worry and determination. A faint purple aura pulsed around him, hinting at the extraordinary power within. He held a strange weapon, its dark surface gleaming faintly. Despite their importance, poisoners like him mostly functioned in support roles, a fact that weighed heavily on his mind. But Hae-sun's circumstances were anything but ordinary. He gripped the weapon tightly, a surge of resolve coursing through him. It all depended on the person, didn't it? With a sudden, swift motion, Hae-sun launched a projectile from his weapon. It streaked across the sky, leaving a purple trail in its wake. The projectile hurtled towards its target, a group of monsters that had attacked his neighborhood. A man with a sword and shield stood ready to defend against the incoming attack. Alongside other monster hunters, their expressions grim and determined. The projectile impacted, unleashing a wave of purple energy that engulfed the monsters. The blast subsided, revealing the aftermath of Hae-sun's attack. A monstrous figure emerged from the smoke, its features grotesque and menacing. A purplish beam of energy erupted from within the body of a fallen monster, its form contorted in death. The energy pulsed with an unnatural light, expanding outward in a swirling vortex of power. The scene was one of chaotic energy and destruction. A blinding flash of light momentarily obscuring the scene before fading to reveal a landscape scarred by battle. The air crackled with residual energy. A young woman with long brown hair, her face etched with worry, surveyed the aftermath. "Ah, only a few of them died," she murmured, her voice barely a whisper. A young man with short dark hair, his expression grim, stood amidst the devastation. He looked up at the sky, a question forming in his mind. "I guess this isn't nearly enough?" He adjusted the straps of his harness, his movements sharp and decisive. He was clearly preparing for more combat. Turning to the woman, he spoke, "Then I'll be right back." The young man dashed across the battlefield, leaving trails of purple energy in his wake. His speed was astonishing. He stopped abruptly, his breath catching in his throat. He looked around, his voice laced with uncertainty. "Yachin, this isn't a dream, right?" Two figures, one with a muscular build and the other more slender, walked side by side. The muscular man seemed unconvinced by something the other had said, his expression skeptical as he replied, "Yeah. I don't think so." Then, a monstrous creature emerged from the shadows, its grotesque features and sharp teeth bared in a menacing grin. "What's going on right now?" one of the men exclaimed, his voice laced with alarm. The creature unleashed a flurry of attacks, its movements swift and deadly. A young man, seemingly caught off guard, found himself dodging a barrage of blows as he desperately tried to escape the onslaught. One of the men, seemingly caught in the fray, was struck down by the monster's attack, falling to the ground, bleeding profusely. Another monstrous creature, this one with long, white hair and sharp claws, descended from above, adding to the chaos. The young man, now armed with a sword, prepared himself for battle, his eyes narrowed in determination. He lunged forward, his blade flashing as he engaged the monstrous creatures in a desperate fight for survival. With a swift and precise movement, he sliced through the air, creating a powerful shockwave that sent several of the creatures flying backward. He then used his momentum to impale one of the creatures, ending its life with a decisive blow. Jian Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, found himself in a desperate struggle for survival. He was already battling a mysterious illness, and now, a swarm of monstrous harpies descended upon his neighborhood, their sharp talons glinting menacingly in the fading light. He fought back with a determined spirit, his movements agile despite his weakened state. "This is really annoying," he thought, his frustration growing with each passing moment. "Slicing the harpies isn't a problem," Hae-sun muttered, his blade flashing through the air with deadly precision. But the sheer number of them was overwhelming. "The problem is that there are too many of them. I won't be able to go home today at this rate," he realized, a grim determination hardening his gaze. He wished for a more efficient solution. "I wish I could use an ability like Poison Rain," he thought, his mind racing for a way to turn the tide of the battle. A new power, a desperate hope flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. "What are you doing? Hurry up and transform," the voice urged, sharp and insistent. Hae-sun focused, drawing on a hidden reservoir of strength. "There are a lot of them, so make the covered space as large as possible," he instructed himself, his mind already strategizing. Visualizing the scope of his upcoming attack. The ones in the air are irritating, so it would be nice if it was long distance, he added, refining his plan. For example, he thought, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he prepared to unleash his newfound power. Cheon Hae-sun, his face partially obscured by shadow, gripped a futuristic shotgun, its barrel glowing with an ominous purple energy. He muttered to himself, comparing the weapon to a familiar tool, something like a shotgun. He shouldered the weapon, its sleek lines contrasting sharply with his simple white shirt and dark pants. A determined set to his jaw hinted at the gravity of the situation. Hae-sun walked purposefully forward, his footsteps echoing in the desolate landscape. The ground beneath him was cracked and barren, reflecting the harshness of his world. A sinister grin spread across Hae-sun's face as he activated his weapon. A surge of purple energy erupted from the gun's muzzle, illuminating his features in an eerie glow. He declared, with a confident smirk, that it was time to begin. The energy intensified, forming a blinding light that obscured his actions for a moment. In the distance, a monstrous creature, its form partially visible, was thrown back by the force of the blast. Its movements were erratic and violent. More creatures emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing menacingly. They were fast and agile, their movements a blur. Hae-sun, his expression grim, aimed his weapon once more, preparing for the onslaught. He was ready. A young man, his face etched with disbelief, stared at the scene unfolding before him. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "A shotgun?" Beside him, another young man, equally shocked, muttered, "Where did that come from?" The second man's question hung in the air, unanswered for only a moment. Then, a monstrous figure with gray hair and wolf-like features appeared, its voice filled with grim determination. "The harpies are still unscathed." The image showed two harpies, their bodies riddled with bullet holes, yet still moving, their expressions of malice undiminished. The first young man's face fell. He groaned, "At this rate, we have to go back to killing them one at a time." But the second young man cut him off with a confident smirk. "No way." He explained, "If they were ordinary bullets, they would be useless, but this shotgun's bullets." Two glowing purple cartridges floated into view, their sleek, futuristic design hinting at their unusual nature. Revealing their true nature, are black ether. The black ether bullets impacted the harpies with devastating effect, causing them to collapse in a flurry of feathers and purple energy. A voice, laced with satisfaction, announced, "Great. Since the poison's starting to spread, they're dying." A young man, clad in tactical gear and wielding a futuristic weapon, stood amidst a battlefield. He offered a nonchalant salute, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he murmured, "Oh." He continued to observe the scene, a pleased expression on his face as he commented, "A lot of them sure are falling." Suddenly, the young man clutched his head, groaning, "Ow, my head." He then muttered to himself, "This is powerful, but it sure uses a lot of ether." He stumbled slightly, his hand still pressed to his temple as he struggled to regain his balance. The exertion clearly taking its toll. He muttered, "This isn't an ability I can use too often." As he spoke, a monstrous figure swooped down from the sky, its menacing presence filling the panel. A warning cry echoed, "Hunter! Watch out!" A powerful, monstrous creature, radiating an intense blue energy, appeared before the young man. Its terrifying visage a stark contrast to the young man's stunned expression. He seemed to be bracing himself for an attack. A young man, sweat beading on his brow, weakly uttered his thanks. His companion observed, noting his strength. Li Yachin, the young man's rival, reassured him, dismissing his concerns. A confident smirk played on Li Yachin's lips as he casually conjured a small, blue flame in his palm. Li Yachin pointed out their precarious situation, emphasizing the timing of their predicament. Just as the young man's energy reserves depleted, a monstrous harpy descended from the sky, its arrival heralded by a flurry of feathers. The young man, his back to the viewer, stared up at the approaching harpy. The harpy, a fearsome creature with vibrant plumage and sharp talons, revealed itself fully. A detailed description of the singing harpy appeared, outlining its abilities and difficulty rating. Li Yachin, despite his companion's doubt, offered reassurance. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, stood amidst a desolate landscape. His breath hitched in his throat, a cold sweat beaded on his brow. He had barely enough energy to move, a grim realization dawning on him. His back was to the viewer, revealing a body weakened by illness, yet somehow still holding a strange, purple-tinged weapon. The weapon pulsed with an unnatural energy. He knew this was his only chance, a desperate gamble fueled by his dwindling strength. This one time, he had to succeed. With a surge of adrenaline, Hae-sun channeled the last of his energy into his weapon. A wave of purple energy erupted from the blade. The energy sliced through the air, leaving a trail of crimson destruction in its wake. Hae-sun stood, his body trembling, a deep wound marring his arm. He had done it, but at a terrible cost. Purple ichor dripped from his wound, staining the earth. He felt a strange power coursing through him. The power was more than enough to kill the monster, but the victory felt hollow. His body was failing him. A voice echoed in his mind, a cruel reminder of his fate. He was dying, and even this victory wouldn't change that. Despite the pain, a flicker of defiance ignited within him. He would not give up. Not yet. A voice, laced with uncertainty, questioned, "But you understand, right?" A surge of dark purple energy erupted from below, rapidly ascending. As Cheon Hae-sun, eyes wide with determination, clenched his fist. A monstrous figure with pink hair, sharp teeth, and a predatory grin emerged from the darkness, wielding a similar beam of purple energy. Her expression shifted, a hint of calculation in her eyes. Hae-sun launched himself forward, a blur of motion, his blade aimed at the monster. But the impact left him wounded, blood staining his arm. He gritted his teeth, muttering, "No, just understand me." The impact causing a devastating explosion. As the dust settled, Hae-sun resolved to activate the black ether hidden within his blood. Cheon Hae-sun's blood, soaked in a mysterious black ether, marked a turning point in his life. He looked down at his wounded hand, a grim realization dawning on him. After all, we're enemies, right? The purple energy pulsed around the wound, a stark contrast to the crimson blood. A power that could kill anyone. An official report detailed unusual events from the previous week, specifically mentioning a significant incident at the Ornaten dungeon. The report stated that around 2:34 on X-Day, several hundred monsters emerged during the Ornaten Guild's expedition. The monsters were of average difficulty, rated 4 stars, but the boss monster was speculated to be a 6-star. Despite the intensity of the battle, which included critically wounded individuals, the report concluded that everyone survived. 0 deaths were reported, everyone survived the encounter. A young man with short dark hair, dressed in casual attire, stood amidst the aftermath, a purple energy emanating from him and his weapon. The Ornaton Guild successfully cleared the dungeon. A man's voice echoed, expressing disbelief at the situation. His mouth gaped open in shock, a silent scream implied by the intense lines radiating from his face. A young man, his face etched with frustration, cried out, "This is unfair." 2 figures hurried across a desolate landscape, the setting sun casting long shadows behind them. One, older and more muscular, wore a grim expression, the other, younger and slight, was visibly terrified, his eyes wide with fear. The older man scoffed, "That's right. Do you think we'll accept that?" The younger man's internal monologue revealed his uncertainty, "Am I asking for too much?" He then muttered to himself, "Isn't it obvious?" A towering, monstrous figure loomed over the younger man, its features monstrous and grotesque. The older man's voice boomed, "You don't want any reward?" Several other monstrous creatures lay slain around them. The older man's voice was filled with disbelief, "How are we supposed to accept that?" The younger man, Shion Hei-sun, calmly replied, "I'm really fine with that, though." The older man's jaw dropped in shock. "What?" Hei-sun explained, "I created weapons midair and annihilated the enemy alone." No one said anything, but everyone must have thought that was strange, right? A mysterious figure, his face obscured, spoke only 2 words, "I don't expect anything less than complete secrecy." He continued, adding, "Don't ask about who I am." The man said, a finger pressed to his lips, his expression enigmatic. His dark eyes held a hint of mischief. Instead, he instructed, "And just say that the Ornaton Guild cleared the dungeon." 2 individuals, a young woman with blonde hair and a taller man with a stern expression, listened intently. The setting sun cast long shadows behind them. The woman responded simply, "I'm fine with that." The man, however, seemed unconvinced. A Korean word, roughly translating to why, appeared in a thought bubble above his head. He questioned, "Why? How would this benefit you?" The mysterious figure hesitated, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He mumbled something unintelligible. Meanwhile, the blonde woman and the stern man exchanged worried glances, their concern palpable. A Korean word suggesting doubt appeared above the woman's head. 2 men stood in a dusty landscape, their conversation strained. One, powerfully built, listened impassively as the other, leaner and with a noticeable injury on his arm, gestured dismissively. He shrugged, his expression one of weary annoyance. "Because it's annoying," he said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Nearby, 2 young women huddled together, one with her arm bandaged. They watched the exchange with a mixture of apprehension and exasperation. The younger woman sighed, her voice barely a whisper. "Getting attention is really tiring." A third young person, with bright orange hair, chuckled, their amusement palpable. Their laughter echoed the sentiment of the other 2. The leaner man, however, reacted with sharp irritation. "What are you talking about?" he snapped, his voice sharp and edged with frustration. Suddenly, the scene shifted. The leaner man was now on the ground, his face contorted in pain. A young man with dark hair and a concerned expression rushed to his side, while another, older man with gray hair looked on in alarm. The scene was chaotic and urgent. The man on the ground groaned, his eyes squeezed shut. He was clearly in distress. I can't hear you." The young man assisting him urged him to stop, his voice laced with worry. "Ugh. Stop, stop." Ignoring the pleas, the man on the ground pushed himself up, his face grim. He announced his departure with a curt statement. "I'm going home now." The others watched in stunned silence as he turned and walked away. He paused, a strange smile playing on his lips, and offered a curt farewell. "Good job, everyone." As he began to leave, the others realized his intention and shouted after him. "He's running away. Get him." Observers noted Shion Hei-sun's unusually rapid movements, questioning his speed. It was clear to anyone watching that Hei-sun was not benefiting from this. However, a hidden truth remained unknown to all those present. Shion Hei-sun was secretly absorbing the core of the monster he had just defeated. A notification appeared, informing Hei-sun that he had absorbed the singing harpy's core. The absorption of the core resulted in a significant increase of 250 BA in Hei-sun's black ether. Another notification appeared, indicating that Hei-sun had acquired a new skill. The new skill was called Lion's Roar, a level 1 ability allowing Hei-sun to seize his opponent's mind by infusing his voice with ether. Hei-sun's telekinesis sensitivity had exponentially increased. Hei-sun, having secretly absorbed the core and gained a new skill, decided to keep this a secret. Shion Hei-sun, his face etched with remorse, mumbled an apology. He admitted to succumbing to greed, though he knew it wasn't right. He continued, however, that the monster's core was unexpectedly delicious. A wide, grateful smile spread across Hei-sun's face as he gave a thumbs up. He expressed his thanks. And then excitedly ran off, shouting his gratitude to the Ornaton Guild. A few days after the second dungeon's successful clearing, Hei-sun found himself in an unfamiliar place. He looked around at the bustling city streets, completely disoriented. Hei-sun checked his phone, muttering to himself about his current location. Consulting a map on his phone, he realized he was close to his destination. Only 30 meters away. Shion Hei-sun, a young man marked by an unusual appearance, had been searching tirelessly. He finally found something, a sense of hope flickering in his eyes. The Cleanup Clan. His only lead in a desperate race against time. Hei-sun stood before the imposing building, the name Cleanup Clan emblazoned across its facade. He had heard whispers of this organization, a group of monster hunters. But he wasn't sure if this was the right place to find the cure he desperately needed. He muttered to himself, questioning if he had exhausted all other options. A flicker of determination crossed his face. He decided to enter. Inside, the scene was chaotic. Empty beer cans littered a table, a testament to a recent gathering. A sense of unease settled over Hei-sun, as he noticed small, iridescent insects flitting around the room. A man with dark hair and a beard was drinking from a can. He seemed oblivious to the strange insects. He grimaced, the taste clearly unpleasant. It tastes awful, he thought. Yuk Kielwon, the Cleanup Clan's leader, sat alone in his dimly lit apartment, nursing a can of beer. A wistful expression crossed his face as he muttered to himself about his lack of funds. He checked the can, realizing it was the last one. Despite his financial woes, a hint of a smile played on his lips. He felt fortunate. Because he had recently received authorization to enter the poison dungeon. He hoped this time he would find what he was looking for. Kielwin looked at a newspaper article about himself, highlighting his status as a young genius. A thought crossed his mind. This success allowed him to return to his old life. He considered contacting his old friends. He wondered what they were up to these days. Kielwin made a call, asking for Youngho. A phone call begins. A voice inquires about Kielwin Hyung's well-being. The caller expresses surprise at the difficulty of contacting him. Kielwin, a muscular man with dark hair, sits on a couch amidst a scattering of empty cans. He explains his recent busyness, attributing it to the high demand for monster hunters in the newly popular hiring markets. The caller reacts with disbelief. Kielwin's voice cracks slightly as he's asked about his recent activities. He denies doing anything significant. The caller, concerned, informs Kielwin of something important, asking if he's still involved with the low-paying cleanup clan. Kielwin's caller expresses disappointment that he hasn't moved on from that. Kielwin, his back to the viewer, questions why he should return to the cleanup clan. A jarring command echoed in the darkness, "Wake up." A man with short, dark hair sat slumped on a couch, his face etched with weariness as he spoke on the phone. His voice heavy with reluctance. "I don't want to do that dirty job again." He ended the call, a frustrated sigh escaping his lips. He muttered to himself, "That rascal." A question forming in his mind as he stared at his phone, "Do you think I want to believe in it?" He had little choice but to accept the truth, it was real. A knock at the door startled him. He turned, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. "Oh. A customer?" A man with a broad smile and dark hair bounded into the room. "Hello. I'm Yuk Kielwin from the cleanup clan." A muscular figure, his back to the viewer, stood in a dimly lit room. He casually asked, "What brings you here?" The question hung in the air, unanswered for a moment, before the camera focused on a pair of striking blue eyes belonging to Cheon Hae-sun. A thoughtful expression crossed the muscular man's face as he observed Hae-sun. He mused, "It's bigger than I thought." His gaze lingered on Hae-sun, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Suddenly, a voice, filled with shock and disbelief, exclaimed, "CHCHCH Cheon Hae-sun?" Hae-sun, surprised by the outburst, tilted his head slightly. He responded with a playful tone, "Oh? You know who I am?" The other man's eyes widened. He replied, "How can I not know you? You were recently the most famous person in South Korea." Hae-sun's expression shifted to one of mild confusion. He questioned, "Am I?" A voiceover explained, "A new ranker that showed up after 10 years. A healer who was acknowledged by the Imperial Tiger." A close-up on Cheon Hae-sun's face revealed his striking features and intense purple eyes. A radiant glow emanated from his hands, hinting at the extraordinary power within him. The narration box above declared him a genius healer who will succeed Maria. The glow intensified as Hae-sun's hand moved, the narration box below labeling him a mysterious hunter. The scene shifted to show two men, one with dark hair and a goatee, excitedly exclaiming, "You're so damn famous." A younger man, with dark hair, responded with a slightly embarrassed, "Too much." "Who said that last line?" The goateed man gestured towards a seat, saying, "Please take a seat over there." He then added, in a more thoughtful tone, "A drink, an open can of beer won't do." He continued, "Ah, but what brings you here?" Hae-sun, sitting down, asked, "What? Isn't this place a clan?" The goateed man replied, "You're right, but then it's obvious." The goateed man sighed, confessing, "I hate getting attention and being restricted. But I heard that with clans, you can freely join and quit." A voice, unseen, cuts through the silence, posing a question that hangs heavy in the air. "Do you perhaps like things like the greatest rookie of all time?" The camera focuses on Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with striking features and an enigmatic smirk playing on his lips. He sits casually, his posture radiating confidence despite his unusual appearance. He seems to be considering the question. Hae-sun responds, his voice laced with quiet self-assurance, "I'm pretty good with work." Yuk Kielwin was deep in thought. He wondered if what he was experiencing was a dream. Or perhaps he had simply fallen asleep while drinking beer. It seemed plausible. His thoughts were understandable given the circumstances. A surge of purple energy enveloped Cheon Hae-sun. A powerful, otherworldly aura emanating from within him. He was stopped, however, by a companion who urged him to wait a minute. Cheon Hae-sun, eyes gleaming with newfound power, responded that he was planning to show them the enthusiasm of a newcomer. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, stood amidst the chaos. A gas mask concealed most of his face, but his eyes reflected a mixture of apprehension and determination. He muttered to himself, unconvinced that his current state of mind was appropriate for the situation. Hae-sun's sister, her face etched with worry, addressed him. She pointed out his casual attire, a stark contrast to the danger they were about to face. She explained their imminent trip to a poison dungeon, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Despite her concerns, Hae-sun's sister acknowledged the unusual circumstances. She conceded that, under normal conditions, her warning would be completely valid. Hae-sun, however, responded with a playful smirk, seemingly unfazed by the risk. He declared his willingness to accept any consequences, showing a surprising level of resolve. With a confident grin, Hae-sun urged his sister onward, ready to face whatever dangers lay ahead. He walked forward, his sister following close behind. As they ventured deeper, a voice called out to them, a mixture of urgency and concern. The scene opens with a close-up on Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with a somewhat gaunt appearance, his face partially obscured by the shadow of his dark teal hoodie. He seems lost in thought. A pensive expression crosses his features as he seems to be contemplating something. He then smiles, a genuine expression of relief washing over his face. Beside him stands another figure, a man clad in dark clothing and a gas mask, his face completely hidden. Hae-sun remarks on the fresh air, a stark contrast to his usual surroundings. The masked man, seemingly unfazed, responds curtly, asking Hae-sun if he feels the same. The focus shifts to the masked man, a flicker of unease in his eyes, though hidden behind the mask. He admits to himself that he doesn't understand what went wrong. His companion, Hae-sun, offers a non-committal agreement, a subtle tension hanging between them, prompting the masked man to ask if they should begin collecting the monster remains. Hae-sun, armed with a pickaxe, explains that the monsters are still in the nearby forest, suggesting they hurry before the creatures return. Hae-sun begins digging, nervously admitting that this is his first time using a pickaxe. A close-up on Hae-sun's face reveals a determined expression, hinting at a hidden strength and resolve. A voice, seemingly internal, echoed in Cheon Hae-sun's mind, "The time to mine." Hae-sun, a young man with dark hair and a worried expression, stood amidst a flurry of crimson, as if he had just been struck. A small, dark object, possibly a projectile, lay near his feet, the impact leaving a trail of blood and a lingering question mark in the air. A frantic voice called out to him, "Mr. Hunter. Look at those." Two monstrous, dark-colored creatures, resembling horses with horns and glowing red eyes, thundered towards Hae-sun, their hooves kicking up dust. A nearby man in a gas mask, seemingly a fellow hunter, explained, "It's a monster that doesn't attack if you don't cross its territory." He urged Hae-sun, "Pull yourself together. Let's fight first." Hae-sun, despite his injuries and fear, nodded, "Yes, understood." He then looked more closely at the approaching monsters, counting at least 10, and wondered aloud, "I can see 10 of them, are there more than that?" A grim determination settled on Hae-sun's face as he replied, "I'm certain." Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, felt a strange pull towards something unseen. He muttered to himself, urging some unseen force to come closer, his words hinting at a desperate need for something he called experience points. Suddenly, a pack of monstrous, equine creatures burst from the nearby woods, their dark forms a stark contrast to the vibrant green of the field. Hae-sun reacted instinctively, his body tensing as he braced for impact. A surge of energy coursed through him, the black market medicine he'd taken was working. He felt a strange power awakening within him. A grim smile stretched across Hae-sun's face as he prepared to face the oncoming threat. The monsters were closing in, but he felt a thrill, not fear. He observed the approaching monsters, a calculating glint in his eyes. He noted their arrival as a stroke of luck, a convenient opportunity. With a swift, precise movement, Hae-sun drew his weapon, a sleek, dark blade that pulsed with an inner light. He launched a devastating attack, severing the head of one of the monstrous horses with ease. Another of the creatures lunged at him, its snarl echoing through the air. But Hae-sun was ready. He was no longer the outcast, he was a hunter. Another monster appeared on the horizon, its presence a chilling reminder that the battle was far from over. Hae-sun, however, remained calm, a self-assured smirk playing on his lips. He seemed to relish the challenge, his worries seemingly non-existent. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man marked by an unusual appearance, found himself facing a desperate situation. A pack of monstrous creatures had attacked his neighborhood, and now, wielding a glowing, purple-tinged blade, he moved with a deadly grace. The blade arcing through the air in a blur of motion, cleaving through one of the beasts with brutal efficiency. Blood sprayed as the monster was sent flying, its form dissolving into dark smoke. Hae-sun continued his assault, his movements precise and deadly, dispatching the remaining monsters with swift, decisive strikes. The ground was littered with the remnants of his foes. And Hae-sun, panting slightly, allowed himself a grim smile. Now things are almost wrapped up. His relief was short-lived. A sudden, sharp sound pierced the air. A chilling premonition washing over him as he braced himself for the unexpected. A world of motion blurring around him as he reacted instinctively. Two more monsters, previously unseen, lunged at him. He barely managed to dodge their attack. He warned the unseen clan leader of the approaching danger, his voice filled with urgency. "Clan leader, watch out." Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, felt a surge of determination. He needed to reach someone injured, and heal them, a desperate need driving his every step. A blinding flash of purple energy erupted from him as he moved with surprising speed, a stark contrast to his frail appearance, leaving a trail of shimmering energy in his wake. His focus was absolute. Meanwhile, a bystander watched the scene unfold, a mixture of awe and apprehension evident on his face. He wondered what was happening. The scene shifted to reveal Hae-sun confronting a monstrous creature, its dark form smoldering with an infernal glow. He stood his ground, facing the beast. And after a fierce struggle, the monster lay defeated, its body still radiating heat. Hae-sun's skill surprised even his opponent. A figure emerged from the shadows, their voice laced with disbelief. They questioned Hae-sun's identity, his unexpected prowess in combat, wondering aloud if he was truly a healer, given his impressive fighting skills. The newcomer, Yuk Kielwon, leader of the cleaning clan, was clearly impressed. Kielwon's profile was revealed, a Knight-type hunter, with a B-level physical rating and fortitude skills. Hae-sun humbly deflected the praise. But Kielwon's surprise grew when he learned Hae-sun's actual hunter level was B, not C, as initially assumed. A young man, his face obscured by a gas mask, stood pensively. He wore a dark jacket and his dark hair peeked out from under the mask. Someone off-panel commented on his unusual talent within a clan. He modestly dismissed the compliment, downplaying his abilities. The unseen speaker pressed further, questioning if his clan was a specialized one focused on dungeon byproduct harvesting. The unseen speaker then declared that with distractions removed, gathering would be much easier. The scene shifted to show another young man, this one with dark hair and a dark hoodie, standing in a field. He appeared to be observing the masked youth from a distance. The observer wondered aloud if the masked youth had a compelling backstory. He began to demonstrate a unique technique using a pickaxe, his movements suggesting a peculiar method. The observer watched, confused, as the masked youth continued his unusual demonstration with the pickaxe. The observer asked what was wrong, addressing the masked youth as Mr. Hunter. The masked youth's response was terse, their boss was watching them. The panel focuses on the masked youth's worried expression as he reveals that their boss is observing them. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, squinted, his gaze searching the distance. "Ha? I don't see anything at all," he muttered, his voice laced with uncertainty. His sister, whose face was obscured by a gas mask, responded, "It's quite far away, so if you don't focus, it'll be difficult to feel its gaze." Hae-sun's sister continued, her voice a low murmur behind the mask, "Can you continue gathering alone?" Concern etched itself onto Hae-sun's features as he replied, "Are you thinking of fighting it by yourself?" Hae-sun's sister shook her head slightly, her eyes visible through the mask's lenses. "Isn't that too dangerous?" she whispered, a hint of worry in her tone. A sudden change swept over her expression. Ah. A small, almost childlike laugh escaped her lips. Who am I worrying about right now? With a burst of speed, she vanished, leaving Hae-sun alone. If you need help, call me anytime. Hae-sun nodded, a slight smile playing on his lips. Okay, I'll be back in a bit. His sister watched from afar, a look of astonishment on her face. What's with that incredible speed? Cheon Hae-sun, his face obscured by a respirator and his attire practical, stood amidst a desolate landscape, a pickaxe resting on his shoulder. He gazed out at the barren hills, a grim determination etched in his posture. Even he couldn't accomplish what lay ahead. A blur of motion carried him forward, a green landscape rushing past. He felt it, a surge of power, a sensation he couldn't quite grasp. If he pressed on, he believed he could understand this newfound ability. He was determined to uncover the source of this power. He collapsed to his knees, his hands clenched, a surge of energy coursing through him. This was his chance to finally understand his condition. A voice, calm and amused, broke through his concentration. Fantastic, the voice observed, the speaker's face partially obscured by shadow. The figure emerged fully, revealing a man with dark hair, neatly dressed in traditional garb. He spoke, his tone laced with genuine admiration. You've shown so much progress after just a month. To the point where I envy you, he continued, a smile playing on his lips. Hae-sun, flustered and surprised, stammered, what? But, I just barely touched your collar. The man chuckled. It's not good to be overly modest, Cheon Hae-sun. For some people, it may be simply touching my collar, but that simple feat took me 10 years. Cheon Hae-sun's teacher, a man with dark hair tied back in a ponytail and a serious expression, looked at him with a mixture of appraisal and something akin to regret. He seemed to be reconsidering his earlier assessment. He mumbled an apology, embarrassed by his previous harsh words. Hae-sun, however, seemed to take it in stride. Hae-sun, in a moment of youthful bravado, attributed his progress to his teacher's excellent tutelage, a slight blush rising on his cheeks as he spoke. A comment that was met with a subtle, approving smile from his teacher. The teacher then warned Hae-sun that the next stage of his training would be significantly more challenging. With a sudden burst of energy, the teacher demonstrated a powerful technique, swirling teal energy emanating from his hands. Hae-sun, initially surprised by the display of power, questioned his teacher about the second level. His eyes wide with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Hae-sun confidently declared that he had already surpassed the previous stage of training, a claim based on his teacher's earlier assessment. Elsewhere, a young man with blonde hair and distinctive facial markings overheard the conversation, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man marked by his unusual appearance, stood resolute. He had recently discovered a fatal illness, but a recent event had changed everything. Now, he needed to test the limits of his newfound abilities. A monstrous wolf-like creature emerged from the trees, its eyes glowing menacingly. Hae-sun, however, felt a surge of excitement rather than fear. This unexpected encounter presented the perfect opportunity to test his newly acquired powers. A surge of purple energy enveloped Hae-sun as he prepared for battle. Come here, training wolf, he shouted, confident in his newfound strength. The information box revealed the creature's identity, a D-color wolf, a poison warrior-type monster with a difficulty rating of 3 stars. Hae-sun's focus remained unwavering. The manga opens with a title card announcing round 1. A young man with short, dark hair, wearing a dark blue hoodie, grins confidently. He taunts an unseen opponent, Ho-ho, are you trembling in fear? He continues, even more self-assured, even without using poison, you're no match for me. A sudden, intense roar of fight erupts from the page. The young man is suddenly confronted by a monstrous, bipedal wolf-like creature wielding a flaming weapon. The creature lunges forward. The wolf-like creature's attack is swift and brutal, sending him sprawling to the ground. The wolf-like creature stands triumphantly over its fallen opponent. A title card appears, round 2. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, grinned, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He seemed to be enjoying himself, relishing the moment. The thought bubble above him revealed his inner confidence, he knew how to fight. But his expression shifted subtly as he added, a hint of foreboding coloring his tone, that from now on, things would be quite different. Suddenly, a monstrous creature lunged at him, its claws extended. Hae-sun braced himself, shouting a battle cry as he prepared to fight back. The impact of the attack sent a shockwave through the air. Hae-sun fell to the ground, his body battered and bruised. His sister, appearing worried, rushed to his side. He lay there, eyes closed, seemingly unconscious, a small, ethereal image of himself floating above him, suggesting a separation of his consciousness. A figure in a gas mask appeared, holding up a sign that read round 3. He seemed surprised by the sudden turn of events, calling out in a questioning tone. Another person, unseen except for their jacket, asked what was going on. The gas-masked figure explained that the gathering was over and that he hadn't wanted to interrupt the fight. He decided to do something else instead. A young man with dark hair and a worried expression was interrupted during a fight. He was clearly outmatched, his opponent's fist a blur as it approached. He braced himself for another blow, resigned to his fate. A masked figure, holding a sign reading round 3, appeared, signaling the continuation of the fight. The masked figure launched a swift attack, landing a powerful blow that sent the young man reeling. The young man winced, clutching his side in pain. He questioned his ability to continue fighting hand to hand. Suddenly, a monstrous wolf-like creature appeared, its presence radiating immense power. The young man realized that this opponent was far beyond his capabilities, requiring more than just normal combat skills to defeat. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusually intense gaze, sweat beading on his brow, muttered to himself. He concluded that his current technique was impossible without a significant power boost, a technique known as snapback. The narration box explained that Hae-sun's mastery of this technique was unparalleled, it would take others 10 years to reach his current level. Hae-sun, his expression hardening, stood poised in a fighting stance. A figure watched him from the background, their expression unreadable. Yet, he had achieved this mastery in mere months. The narration box highlighted the key attributes of his skill, power, reaction speed, agility, and balance, all superior to the average. Hae-sun demonstrated his exceptional abilities with a powerful, swirling kick, a display of his superior physical prowess. He unleashed a fierce, rapid-fire series of strikes, a blur of motion against a crimson backdrop. The narration box revealed that this martial art, known as snapback, was created by a monster, Yacha, and was intentionally designed to be exceptionally difficult to master. It required exceptional talent to even begin to learn it. Talent was a fundamental prerequisite for performing snapback. Hae-sun, pursued by a large, wolf-like creature, fled down a narrow path. Dust and debris flew up behind him as he ran. A concerned voice called out to him, asking if he was all right. Shion Hae-sun lay on the ground, unconscious. A man knelt beside him, his hand resting gently on Hae-sun's chest, a look of concern etched on his face. Hae-sun stirred, his eyes fluttering open. He weakly warned the man to stay away, fearing the spread of a mysterious poison. He wondered what he was missing, a sense of unease settling over him. Elsewhere, a man reflected on the nature of snapback, a martial art that was more illusion than physical combat. He described it as a trick that blended the real body with a phantom image. Hae-sun, still recovering, questioned whether he could perform this technique without psychic energy. Even if poisoners could freely manipulate ether, there were still limitations. A voiceover explained that Hae-sun's sensitivity to psychic energy had increased significantly. Hae-sun, confused, wondered what sensitivity to psychic energy meant. The question hung in the air as a monstrous wolf emerged from the shadows, its eyes glowing menacingly. Shion Hae-sun, a young man marked by his unusual appearance, found himself grappling with a newfound power. A cryptic message flashed before his eyes. He recognized it as the same message that appeared when he absorbed the harpy. At that time, however, he hadn't understood its meaning, dismissing it without a second thought. Now, though, as he walked through a forest, a chilling realization washed over him. He was walking, a faint purple energy swirling around him, a subtle yet ominous aura. He clenched his fist. A sudden insight struck him. This power, this poison, might be the key to his survival. To a technique known as snapback, a skill of immense difficulty. Hae-sun, however, was far from mastering this technique. He was struggling, sweat beading on his brow as he knelt on the ground, overwhelmed by the sheer complexity of snapback. A mysterious, imposing figure with long silver hair and piercing yellow eyes appeared, his smirk hinting at a dark knowledge of snapback's dangers. He spoke of those who had attempted the technique before, all falling into despair. A figure, his hands clasped together, sat pensively. The narration box above him declared, "It truly is a haunted martial art." An older man, his expression one of keen observation, addressed the seated figure. He commented on the figure's reaction to his attack, calling it amazing. The older man continued, his tone slightly more measured, that it was impressive enough that the figure had reacted at all to his attack. This, he implied, meant the figure had grasped the essence of the technique. The older man, however, cautioned that merely having a feel for it was far from sufficient mastery. He emphasized that true proficiency required a much deeper understanding. The seated figure, now standing, spoke of the technique as involving the spreading of ether widely around oneself. He admitted that while he had grasped the basics, he was still far from mastering it. The word impossible echoed in Shion Hae-sun's mind, a stark reminder of his seemingly hopeless situation. He despaired, realizing that despite his best efforts, he could only poorly imitate the abilities he so desperately needed to survive. His reflection showed the grim reality of his failing attempts. His attempts to control his newfound, toxic powers remained frustratingly incomplete. The word impossible looming large in his consciousness. Suddenly, a blood-curdling roar shattered the silence. A monstrous wolf, its eyes burning with malevolent fire, emerged from the shadows. Hae-sun found himself face to face with the terrifying beast. The creature's massive form looming over him, a terrifying predator ready to strike. Just as the wolf lunged, a masked figure appeared, shouting, "Mr. Hunter." A warning cry pierced the air, "Watch out." A blur of motion heralded the approaching danger. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusually gaunt appearance, found himself face to face with a monstrous wolf-like creature. Its eyes glowed with malevolent intent. The beast lunged, its claws extended, but Hae-sun reacted instantly, narrowly avoiding the attack. Someone shouted, "Mr. Hunter." A chilling narration box appeared, the result of maximum utilization is death. A figure emerged, clad in dark clothing and a gas mask, their eyes hidden behind the protective gear. Hae-sun, surprised, could only manage a weak, "Huh? Mr. Hunter." The wolf bared its fangs, its eyes burning with predatory hunger. The masked figure spoke calmly, "Don't make a fuss." A close-up revealed the masked figure's eyes, glowing with an unnatural, golden light. A voice, laced with disbelief, echoed through the air, "Why are you looking at a perfectly healthy person as a corpse?" The figure in question, Shion Hae-sun, stood calmly amidst a field, seemingly unaffected by the purple energy swirling around him. A stark contrast to the monstrous canine form emerging from the undergrowth. "Unless you're curious pupil," the voice continued, adding a chilling clarification. Hae-sun's eyes glowed with an unnatural purple light as a sinister smile stretched across his face. "Come here, doggy," he hissed, his voice dripping with menace. With a sudden burst of speed, Hae-sun launched himself forward. A crimson energy trail blazing behind him as he closed the distance to the beast. The impact of his attack leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. It's not over yet. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unremarkable appearance, found himself dodging a sudden explosion in his neighborhood. Debris flew everywhere as he stumbled backward, his eyes wide with alarm. A stark reminder of the dangers lurking in his world, a world where monster hunters were celebrated heroes, but he, because of his unusual looks, was an outcast. Later, an older man with dark hair and a serious expression began instructing Hae-sun on the fundamentals of combat. "Everything starts with the basic stance," he stated, his voice firm and measured, emphasizing the importance of a solid foundation. "Fancy techniques are great," he continued, "but you can't forget the basics." He demonstrated the proper footwork, stressing the need for agility and stability. "Make sure your feet can move comfortably no matter what," he advised. But cautioned against sacrificing strength for speed. "But that doesn't mean they should be light," he added, his gaze unwavering. Hae-sun listened intently, his expression focused. The instructor then explained that precision in posture wasn't the key element, but rather the perfect integration of speed, balance, elasticity, recoil, rotation, and the direction of force. What's important is that speed, balance, elasticity, recoil, rotation, and direction of force are all combined in one place, he clarified. With a swift, graceful movement, the instructor demonstrated a powerful strike, revealing his mastery of the technique. His confident smile hinted at years of dedicated training. A voice, seemingly disembodied, explained the core principle: it's about reflecting the opponent's force back at them. The strategy was simple, yet effective: trick your opponent and counterattack. Shion Hae-sun, the poisoner, moved with a determined stride, his eyes fixed on the approaching threat. He faced a monstrous wolf, its maw open in a ferocious snarl, ready to strike. Hae-sun prepared to test his new technique. The narration box emphasized a key element of the technique: the stronger the opponent's attack, the more powerful the reflected force would be. The wolf lunged, its claws extended. The narration box continued, highlighting the proportional relationship: the stronger the snapback is. Hae-sun braced himself, a look of intense concentration on his face as he prepared to receive the full force of the wolf's attack. The impact was immense. Hae-sun staggered back, groaning in pain. But he managed to redirect the energy, the wolf's own power turning against it. A wave of crimson energy erupted from Hae-sun, engulfing the beast. The monstrous claws descended, a terrifying shadow against the crimson backdrop of a brutal attack. A blur of motion leaving only streaks of blood in their wake. Shion Hae-sun, a young man of unusual appearance, found himself desperately fighting a monstrous wolf-like creature in a field. The beast's savage attack leaving a pool of blood staining the grass. The wolf-like monster lunged, its massive form towering over Hae-sun. Its claws inches from his face. A masked figure watched from afar, his eyes wide with disbelief. No way. Another man, his face partially obscured, looked on in astonishment. He muttered, Hae-sun, and even if a healer can defeat monsters like that. Even if all of that is true, a doubt lingered in the air. Suddenly, a monstrous wolf-like creature emerged from the shadows. Its eyes burning with a fierce, predatory light. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusually pale complexion, found himself face to face with the beast, his hand instinctively reaching out to the creature's bleeding wound. He thought, that technique is too unrealistic. News of the cleanup clan's successful first dungeon raid spread quickly. Shion Hae-sun, a member of the cleanup clan, was particularly pleased. The raid had yielded a crucial clue about Snapback, a significant threat. With the initial success behind them, the two members of the cleanup clan prepared to continue their dungeon raid. Shion Hae-sun's presence in the clan had unexpectedly opened doors, leading to a surge in dungeon permits. Meanwhile, Pyo Hyakyo, the association's head referee, observed Hae-sun's actions with a thoughtful gaze. Wondering at the capabilities of someone who could achieve such feats. Deep within the dungeon, Hae-sun and his partner proceeded cautiously, still uncertain of Pyo Hyakyo's true intentions. Despite Hyakyo's assistance, Hae-sun remained wary of the head referee. Hae-sun's suspicions were further fueled by the realization that Hyakyo was far from an ordinary association employee. A sudden, monstrous roar confirmed his suspicions. The monstrous shadow of a creature, its leathery wings partially visible, loomed over the scene. Casting a long shadow over Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an air of quiet contemplation, and his companion, a figure clad in protective gear, their face obscured by a gas mask. A small, cat-like creature, Pori, perched on Hae-sun's shoulder, seemed oblivious to the looming danger. The masked figure urgently called out to Pori. The close-up on the masked figure's face revealed a slight blush beneath the gas mask, hinting at a hidden nervousness. Hae-sun, however, seemed irritated, muttering about Pori's constant attention-seeking behavior. The narrative then shifted, revealing that Pori's existence had been exposed not long after a previous incident. It had been when Pori cried out to warn them about an approaching monster. The masked figure and Hae-sun reacted with alarm to the mention of the monster, their expressions reflecting a shared memory of a near-death experience. A question arose regarding Hae-sun's unawareness of the near-fatal encounter with a powerful monster hunter, Yuk Kielwon. Meanwhile, the masked figure, seemingly the leader of their group, was busy dealing with the aftermath of their monster hunt, inquiring about the processing of the monster's remains. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an air of quiet weariness, sat amidst the rubble of a cave-in. He was surrounded by the aftermath of a monster hunt, the air thick with the scent of dust and something else, something acrid and unsettling. A burly figure loomed over him, clad in protective gear and wielding a pickaxe. This was his team leader, a B-rank knight. The leader announced that they were finished with the boss monster. Hae-sun, however, had a question of his own. Hae-sun, his gaze intense, addressed his leader directly. He inquired about the leader's motivations for undertaking such dangerous work. The leader, though a B-rank knight, admitted to a lack of popularity and strength, offering that as his reason for the job. He elaborated, explaining that his lack of strength was the primary reason he took on such dangerous work. Hae-sun, however, found this explanation unconvincing. He pointed out that a B-rank knight shouldn't be considered weak. But then offered a different observation. Hae-sun sensed an obsession with poison dungeons. A subtle shift in Hae-sun's posture hinted at a growing suspicion. The leader, seemingly unfazed, simply stated that it seemed Hae-sun was looking for something specific. The image shows a close-up of a person's hands, clad in dark gloves, resting on a wooden staff. They are wearing a light beige jacket. I guess I can't fool you. Have you heard of the legendary flower? A young man with dark hair listened intently, a question mark hovering above his head. He appeared uncertain. It sounds like something fancy, but it's just a flower that only exists as a rumor. It's an urban myth that's said to cure any disease. Is he talking about the gold sunflower? Well, it makes sense that it'd be called a legendary flower. Ordinary hunters would never come across it. But I'm certain that it exists. Is there a reason? A man's voice, soft yet tinged with melancholy, echoed in the silence. He stated simply, I have a wife. The speaker, partially obscured by a gas mask, was revealed to have dark blue hair. His expression was unreadable behind the protective gear, but a hint of sadness lingered in the air. As he continued, the prettiest and kindest wife in the world. The scene shifted. A narration box appeared, explaining, there are two types of people who search for the sunflower, exceptional hunters who know of its existence. And those who need to believe in its existence. Back to the man in the gas mask. His voice, now heavier with regret, confessed, I failed as a husband. I always boasted. But when she actually needed me, I wasn't there. He sat alone, a pickaxe resting beside him, his shoulders slumped in despair. The weight of his failure pressed heavily upon him. If only I were there. Is it guilt, he wondered, his face etched with self-reproach. He chuckled humorlessly, a self-deprecating sound muffled by the gas mask. Am I talking too much? The scene opens with a close-up on a young man's back, his dark hair partially visible. He wears a simple, muted-tone jacket. A speech bubble above him reads, "You already know the rest of the story." The focus shifts to a young man with dark hair, his face etched with weariness. He sits slumped against a rough stone wall, his expression heavy with unspoken burdens. He recounts his arduous journey. "I went around all kinds of poison dungeons looking for it. And did all kinds of labor." The weight of his actions becomes clear as he continues. "Thanks to that, all the clan members left." The young man's face is partially obscured, his gaze downcast. He speaks, his voice laced with self-reproach. "It's just the consequences of my act. It's the gold sunflower, right? What you're looking for." A figure in protective gear stands behind him, their presence adding to the scene's tension. The figure in protective gear explains, their voice calm but firm. "It's obvious why you haven't found it. Sunflowers die with the dungeon bosses. That's their special feature." The figure continues, emphasizing the crucial detail, "You need to find it before killing the dungeon's boss. There are 3 types, gold, silver, and bronze." The young man listens intently as the figure explains further. "The higher the rank of the dungeon, the higher the rank of the flower, and the higher the rank, the higher the difficulty of acquiring it. I haven't seen the gold one yet either." Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, stood beside his companion near a dark, muddy puddle. His companion explained that the rare herbs Hae-sun sought were only found in high-level poison dungeons, level 70 and above. He continued, explaining that to acquire them, one would need to overpower the dungeon bosses. The specific herb they needed was the gold sunflower. Hae-sun's name was called out. The two stood in a dark, cavernous dungeon. Hae-sun, weary and resigned, told his companion to stop trying to comfort him. He appreciated the consideration, but any more attempts at comfort would be unwelcome. His companion, however, insisted he wasn't trying to comfort him. He was simply telling the truth. Hae-sun smiled faintly as he held out a bronze sunflower, a treasure from the dungeon. He identified it as a bronze sunflower from the dungeon. Suddenly, the bronze flower in Hae-sun's hands began to glow intensely, transforming into a magnificent golden sunflower. Hae-sun looked up in surprise, questioning if this was the leader of the dungeon. The narration box declared a simple yet profound truth: the sunflower exists. The close-up revealed a young man, his face partially obscured by a dark gas mask, only one eye visible, reflecting a mixture of apprehension and determination. Beside him stood another young man, his expression a confident smirk, seemingly unfazed by the situation. The second young man confidently stated, "And this is proof of it." The panel shifted to show a small, red and black centipede crawling on the ground, with the name Hae-sun appearing below it. Hae-sun, still masked, reacted with a single, breathless exclamation point. He seemed to be examining something small and glowing in his hands, a faint light illuminating his face. His thoughts continued, a reflection on his past actions, all the things I've done till now. The scene shifted to a map covered in X marks, indicating numerous incidents, a possible pattern emerging. The second young man pondered, his thoughts echoing the weight of the situation, weren't for nothing. Shion Hae-sun, a young man marked by an unusual appearance, found himself grappling with a life-threatening illness. His reflection in the mirror showed a face etched with worry. A grim diagnosis that cast a long shadow over his dreams of a normal life. He affirmed to himself that his sister's sacrifice had not been in vain. As the weight of his impending death pressed heavily upon him. Suddenly, a masked figure appeared, their presence hinting at a turning point. A mysterious individual whose motives remained shrouded in secrecy. Their arrival marked a shift in Hae-sun's desperate situation. A wave of pain washed over Hae-sun as he collapsed to his knees. His body racked with agony. The blurry image hinted at a struggle, a desperate fight for survival. The masked figure moved swiftly, their actions precise and purposeful. Their presence a stark contrast to Hae-sun's helpless state. They reached out, their touch imbued with an unknown energy. A surge of power coursing through Hae-sun's veins. A desperate cry escaped his lips. A raw, primal scream that echoed the intensity of the transformation unfolding within him. The initial impression of the man was that of a seasoned hunter, weathered and possibly an alcoholic. He grumbled that he only joined this chaotic clan for convenience. Someone urged him to get up, reminding him of his position as clan leader. But then, a significant detail emerged. The man, clad in a gas mask, was asked if he was searching for the gold sunflower. He was then told that his sincerity kept him there, and an invitation to search together was extended. A genuine smile spread across his face. Tears welled up in the eyes of the man in the gas mask. He uttered a heartfelt thank you. Night falls over the city of glory. The neon lights cast a vibrant glow on the towering buildings. A report is being discussed. The number of dungeons has increased by 38% compared to the previous month. Inside a brightly lit office, 2 men are having a serious conversation. One of them is reporting on the recent increase in dungeon activity. The research lab's doctor shares the same opinion, but he has something to show, so the meeting should be anticipated. A man reviews documents, noting that teams 1, 2, and 3 haven't had any problems. He concludes his report with a simple "that's it." The man, who appears to be a chief secretary, looks concerned despite the positive report. He notes that one thing is bothering him. He asks his chief secretary about Shion Hae-sun's whereabouts. The chief secretary, a man with sharp features and intense green eyes, sits with a serious expression. A scar is visible on his temple. The scene opens on a dark, polished surface, reflecting the dim light of the room. A nameplate reads, CEO Gu Gunai. A significant amount of time has passed. A man, head bowed, sits before a desk. He mutters an apology. He explains that their previous method must have been wrong. Another man, seated opposite, questions whether the subject has joined any other guilds. He receives confirmation that this is not the case. The first man nods in acknowledgement. He proposes a change in strategy, they will cease sending people and try a different approach. The other man inquires about the specifics of this new plan. The first man instructs him to have the journalists on standby. He explains that media attention will likely elicit a response from the subject. A man in glasses relayed information about someone to his team manager. He then paused, seemingly remembering something important. A sharply dressed man with dark hair and piercing eyes looked up, intrigued. He inquired about Maria's whereabouts, noting he hadn't seen her in a while. The man in glasses responded that Maria was preoccupied these days. The sharply dressed man showed concern, finding this unusual for Maria. He dismissed the man in glasses, allowing him to leave. but then added that Maria had been going out frequently. He found this slightly concerning but assumed everything would be alright. He expressed confidence in Maria, stating she had never disappointed him before. An unseen speaker trailed off, leaving their thought unfinished. Other than that, a man in a sharp suit observed someone, a thoughtful expression on his face. He mused, "What a peculiar guy." A narration box explained a common occurrence. Plenty of hunters have rejected the Glory Guild because of their arrogance. The narration continued, highlighting a known hunter trait. Hunters are known for being arrogant, after all. CEO Gugunai stood before a panoramic city view, seemingly unfazed. The narration box revealed his perspective. CEO Gugunai was also used to this kind of situation. The narration box continued, providing statistical context. Last year, a total of 3 people were judged to be A ranks by the hunter exam. 3 individuals, their faces obscured, were shown in discussion. The narration box explained the initial guild assignments. Originally, the Glory Guild was supposed to take in 1 and the Bishop Guild would take in 2, but a change of plans occurred. The narration box detailed the unexpected shift, but the Bishop Guild's new hunters changed their minds and joined the Glory Guild instead. The scene shifted to show the 3 hunters, now clearly in the Glory Guild's territory. The narration box revealed the public's perception. It wasn't revealed to the public, but everyone assumed that the Glory Guild had done something. The narration box provided further context. That was around the time the Glory Guild and the Bishop Guild's relationship took a turn for the worse. A furious voice boomed, "Gugunai, you bastard." A fiery explosion erupted from the top of a skyscraper, its orange and yellow flames contrasting sharply with the icy blue shards that rained down from above. The city below was caught in the crossfire of this monstrous battle. In a stark, white room, a man in a sharp suit sat regally in a leather armchair. Surrounding him, several figures lay prostrate on the floor, their faces hidden. The man mused, "Ego? A promise?" All of that was nothing in front of the Glory Guild's power and money. The prostrate figures remained motionless, their silent obeisance a testament to the man's overwhelming authority. A single word echoed in the oppressive silence, "Nothing." The man, his expression unreadable, continued his internal monologue. He thought, wealth and power. That's what anyone in a capitalistic society strives for. The very existence of the Glory Guild proves that. His thoughts drifted to broader concepts, guild, ego, faith and religion, ideas. None of these are good enough to stand in the way of desire. He concluded his internal assessment with a chilling statement, being worthless is enough reason to be abandoned. The camera pans to a city street, the setting sun casting long shadows. The scene is one of quiet decay, hinting at a society teetering on the brink. He then posed a question, his voice laced with a hint of something dark. "Then what is it that you want?" A beat of silence followed, then a single, almost inaudible word, "Huh?" A thought bubble appeared above a character's head. Does he want a genuine apology from me? Another character scoffed, "No way. He's a winner. I know because I walked a path similar to his." He continued, "Nothing good will come from making me an enemy." Why? Because we have a thing called desire. I want to become stronger. The words echoed in his mind. Observing him, the other character mused, he must have hit a wall on growth right about now. The panel showed a close-up of the determined character. The observer questioned, doesn't he want to go beyond S rank? He answered his own question, why not? When you want water, then naturally, you have a desire for water. He continued, and that desire can only be resolved by the Glory Guild. You are human and a hunter. The final panel showed the Glory Guild building at night, the question so why, looming large. A close-up revealed a man with striking emerald eyes, his gaze intense and unwavering. The question hung in the air, unspoken yet heavy with implication, why do you reject the Glory Guild? He stroked his chin thoughtfully, a silent contemplation etched on his face. What is it that you have? The scene shifted to a bright, sunny day. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with a brooding expression, stood amidst the bustling city. Nearby, his sister, Hae-jin, was seen hiding her face under a pink cap, her movements furtive. A wave of unease washed over Hae-jin. She wondered, how many people are watching me? 3 figures, seemingly observing Hae-jin, were shown in a dynamic sequence. One of them tripped, causing a small commotion. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an air of quiet determination, walked briskly along the city's elevated walkway. His dark hair and somewhat somber expression hinted at the burdens he carried. Beside him, a blonde woman with a pink cap, seemingly carefree, strolled with a lighter gait. Her bright demeanor contrasted sharply with Hae-sun's reserved nature. But a sudden, sharp sound pierced the relative calm. The woman stopped abruptly, her eyes widening in alarm as she looked around nervously. Hae-sun, ever vigilant, turned to face the unseen threat, his senses heightened. The woman, her face etched with concern, approached Hae-sun, her voice laced with a mixture of apology and urgency. She stammered an excuse, her words barely audible above the rising tension. He recognized the insignia on her clothing. It belonged to the Glory Guild, a notorious monster hunting organization. A wave of unease washed over him as he realized the implications of her presence. Was this another attack? The woman's voice, though strained, carried a hint of annoyance. She reminded him of their previous agreement, her words sharp and pointed. She had explicitly told him not to seek her out. Her tone shifted, revealing a hint of fear and confusion. She mentioned something about sorcery, a phenomenon seemingly outside the scope of their previous understanding. Hae-sun, his curiosity piqued, pressed for answers. He demanded to know her identity and the reason for her unexpected appearance. He wanted to understand the situation, to know if he was in danger. The woman, her eyes betraying a mixture of apprehension and regret, offered a hesitant explanation. She admitted to following him, but insisted it wasn't her intention to deceive him. A blonde woman, her face mostly obscured, announced her intention to introduce herself. The woman's face was now visible. She wore sunglasses and a casual outfit, holding a pink baseball cap. She identified herself as Maria, a member of the Glory Guild. A young man, startled, reacted to the name Maria with a mixture of surprise and confusion. He questioned her presence, his curiosity piqued. Maria apologized for the lack of prior notice, but insisted on meeting him. The young man looked even more perplexed. Maria removed her sunglasses, and he recognized something familiar. Maria stated her desire to learn more about him. Hunter Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, stood alongside his sister. A casual observer might not notice anything out of the ordinary, but the unspoken tension between them hinted at a deeper, unspoken worry. Shion Hae-sun's face was etched with a quiet contemplation. The words in the narration box reflected his inner state. He felt like a flower emerging from a long winter, only to find that life had moved on without him. His sister, with her bright blonde hair, looked on with a mixture of concern and hope. She, too, seemed to share in his quiet reflection, her expression mirroring his own sense of emerging from a difficult period. The narration box continued, emphasizing the feeling of being late to the party, of having missed out on the blossoming of life around him. A small insect crawled on a tree branch, a tiny detail that underscored the passage of time. The siblings stood together, silhouetted against the backdrop of a bustling city. The summer sky above them was a stark contrast to the quiet contemplation in their hearts. Hae-sun hesitated, his uncertainty evident in his posture. He mumbled something barely audible to his sister. His sister responded with a questioning yes, her tone suggesting a mixture of concern and readiness to help. A young woman, Maria, stood trembling slightly, her blonde hair falling around her shoulders. A hand rested gently on her shoulder, offering a silent comfort. Close up on a young man's mouth, his lips slightly parted, a bead of sweat trickling down his cheek. He seemed to be in a state of shock. His gaze was fixed on Maria, a mixture of concern and disbelief in his eyes. A single word escaped his lips, barely a whisper, Maria. The young man's expression shifted to one of anger and suspicion. What the hell kind of trickery is this, he demanded. He grabbed Maria's shoulder firmly, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. Don't bullshit me and tell me the real reason you're here. Maria looked down, speechless. A question mark floated above her head. The scene opens in Gabangdong Park, a seemingly ordinary playground. A young boy, Shion Hae-sun, sits quietly, his gaze fixed on a small mound of sand he is carefully shaping. Nearby, a young woman with blonde hair approaches Hae-sun and his sister. She asks, so, a huge tiger broke its chains and ran away? She continues, questioning the circumstances. Huge tiger? And that's why you came to find me, the one who healed him? The woman explains, the one that ran away is the imperial tiger. A majestic, ethereal white tiger with striking blue markings is shown briefly, its presence looming large. Leaving Hae-sun visibly concerned. He thinks, I guess the huge tiger succeeded in running away. I'm glad things turned out alright. Later, Hae-sun and the blonde woman sit together on a park bench. She remarks, I assume it's not to tell me how cool it was that huge tiger got to escape. The woman's tone shifts, becoming more serious. She asks pointedly, did you need someone to be the scapegoat? Hae-sun vehemently denies this, insisting, no, I swear that's not the purpose. A young woman with blonde hair, dressed in casual attire, approached Shion Hae-sun. Her expression was serious, almost solemn, as she stated her purpose. She explained that she had only witnessed Hae-sun's healing abilities once, but that single instance was enough to convince her of his extraordinary power. A nearby scene showed a large, chained white tiger, suggesting the context of Hae-sun's healing abilities. The woman continued, emphasizing the exceptional nature of his healing, capable of repairing even a severely damaged core. Her gaze held a hint of awe and respect as she observed Hae-sun. She proposed a conversation, believing it would benefit them both as healers. Hae-sun, however, responded curtly, his expression suggesting skepticism. He simply stated, that's all. The woman's expression shifted, a hint of challenge in her eyes as she questioned his doubt. Hae-sun's response was immediate and defiant. He clearly didn't believe her. The woman, undeterred, revealed that Hae-sun's reputation precedes him, known throughout South Korea. Shion Hae-sun and his sister, Shion Hae-jin, sat on a park bench. A wistful expression crossed Hae-jin's face as she reflected on the past. Hae-sun, however, seemed lost in thought, his gaze distant. The siblings sat in silence for a moment, the weight of unspoken words hanging heavy in the air. Hae-jin voiced her concerns, questioning whether her actions had been too narrow-minded. Hae-sun responded, acknowledging the possibility but also highlighting the fact that she had tried to save Gabangdong. Despite his words, Hae-sun expressed regret that she had followed him into danger. His voice was low, filled with a mixture of guilt and gratitude. A flashback showed a younger Hae-sun playing in a park. He was engrossed in building a sandcastle. His mother would often watch him play from a nearby bench, capturing his joyful moments with her camera. The narration box explained that she enjoyed taking pictures and always carried a camera with her. A young woman, Maria, sat on a park bench, a contented smile playing on her lips as she reviewed pictures on her camera. She often took photos of herself, finding solace in the simple act. Someone addressed her, the single word cutting through her quiet moment, now, Maria. Maria's perspective shifted, her blonde hair partially visible as she looked towards something unseen. The question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication, what do you see? The camera angle dropped to show an empty park bench, the scene peaceful but subtly unsettling. A young boy, his face etched with worry, approached. He spoke of compensation, his words hinting at a prior agreement. The boy's question hung in the air, a stark contrast to the idyllic setting. What kind of compensation do you think you can give that child? He considered the options, the mundane possibilities failing to address the gravity of the situation, money, a house, a stable future. A man's fist clenched, his anger barely contained. The reason for his presence in this desolate place, a crater in the road, became clear. The scene was far from idyllic. Shion Hae-sun, his face etched with a mixture of resentment and weariness, silently reflected on the events that led to this moment. He thought, it shouldn't have been necessary, his presence wasn't requested. His dark eyes, filled with unspoken emotions, hinted at a deeper turmoil within. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from Hae-sun, a violent surge of energy that shook the very ground beneath him. His rage, a potent cocktail of grief and fury, boiled over. He roared, those bastards. A wave of bitter resentment washed over him as he cursed those responsible for his sister's sacrifice. News reports detailed the disappearance of Shion Hae-sun, an S-rank hunter, sparking public concern and debate. The article highlighted the prioritization of privacy over the immediate need for his return. Despite the official statement from Chairman Gugan acknowledging the situation's complexity, a news reporter voiced concerns about the lack of action taken to protect the citizens. And resolved to take action, stating, I can't let this go on any longer. Shion Hae-sun, a man whose unusual appearance has made him an outcast, was shown in close-up. His dark, intense eyes reflected a mixture of apprehension and determination. He silently vowed, it may not be much, but I'm not one to forget to return one's favors. A voice boomed, you can reflect on your actions in hell, glory. A monstrous hand reached out from the darkness. Its grotesque fingers clawing at the air. As a nearby observer, seemingly unfazed, commented, "Ilme Ojo Gunai's forehead is like the Pacific Ocean. Man's got a six head." Another voice, this one filled with admiration, chimed in, "Cheon Haesun's so handsome and rational and takes care of everyone." Haesun's face contorted into a grimace as he muttered, "You Keelwon, you scary man." He frantically typed on his keyboard. A desperate flurry of keystrokes culminating in a final, decisive action. Cheon Haesun, a young man with an unusual appearance, received a text message from someone identified only as clan leader. The message simply read, "Leave it all to me." Haesun, puzzled by the cryptic message, tilted his head slightly, a question mark forming above his head as he wondered what the clan leader could possibly mean. Meanwhile, a young woman with blonde hair, presumably Haesun's sister, was seen walking away from him, her expression unreadable. Haesun sat on a park bench, his phone in his lap, seemingly lost in thought. His sister stood behind him, her presence subtly suggesting a silent conversation. His sister then asked him, "Are you leaving?" Haesun responded, "Yes, as you said, my purpose was self-serving." His sister, with a hint of sadness in her eyes, apologized, saying, "I'm very sorry." Haesun simply replied with a questioning mm. He sat alone on the bench, a subtle glow emanating from his form, as his sister, wearing a pink cap, approached him from behind. The sister's expression was obscured by her cap, but her hand covered her mouth, suggesting a mixture of apprehension and regret. Cheon Haesun's hand, ravaged by an unknown illness, trembled. A dark, ashen dust clung to his decaying flesh. His sister, Maria, watched him with a mixture of sorrow and determination. She couldn't make an excuse for his condition. Maria reflected on her own failings. She blamed her own laziness for the dire circumstances they faced. Suddenly, a monstrous roar shattered the quiet. Haesun's eyes widened in terror as he cried out for help. Maria, despite her own fear, felt a surge of protective instinct. She desperately called out to Haesun. But as the darkness threatened to consume them, a glimmer of hope appeared. Haesun saw Maria, seemingly unharmed, standing before him. He pleaded with her, believing in a miracle, a salvation only she could provide. Maria, radiant and ethereal, descended, promising to save them all. As her hands touched Haesun, a surge of energy coursed through him, a transformation beginning. The scene opens with a stark declaration, "The indolence of a powerful person is a crime." Below, a figure, presumably Cheon Haesun, whispers in horror, "She's dead." A woman with blonde hair, her face partially obscured, cries out in anguish, "Why? You could have done it." The woman continues, her voice laced with disbelief, "You're an S rank. I thought you were a miracle." A pool of blood spreads across the ground below her. Haesun, seemingly overwhelmed by grief and guilt, cries out, "Ah. Why? You." His feet are shown submerged in the spreading pool of blood. The woman's voice cuts through his despair, "Murderer. Don't ever show yourself again. Leave." The narration box states, "The blood spilled because of my inadequacy could form a river, but I, on the other hand, don't have even a cut." Despite the accusation, a voice, presumably his sister's, soothes him, "Ria, you didn't do anything wrong." Another narration box appears, stating, "You can't save everyone." Below, Haesun responds simply, "No." The woman's face is shown again, her eyes filled with fear. She pleads, "Save me. I'm scared. Maria." A young woman with long blonde hair, her body covered in cuts and bruises, stood amidst a pool of blood. Her red eyes stared blankly ahead, a chilling stillness in her expression. A stark contrast to the horror of her surroundings. A desperate question echoed in the silence, "Where is she?" The answer, a grim whisper, followed, "She's abandoned us." The words hung heavy in the air, "I'm a healer, yet I can't even understand pain." A confession of profound helplessness. The accusation cut through the silence like a knife, "You killed them, Maria." The woman's eyes, wide and bloodshot, reflected the weight of the accusation. A confession hanging heavy in the air. "I was the one that killed them," she admitted, her voice barely a whisper. The question echoed in her mind, a bitter self-reproach, "How more useless can I be?" A hand reached out, a desperate plea for connection amidst the despair. A wounded hand accepting the offered comfort. "I deserve to be judged," she thought, accepting the consequences of her actions. A young couple, hand in hand, strolled through a park, their carefree demeanor a stark contrast to the preceding events. Cheon Haesun, a young man with an unusual appearance, felt a strange tingling sensation behind his eyes. A vision of vibrant purple pulsed before him as he whispered, "I can see." Suddenly, a young woman with blonde hair, wearing a pink cap, appeared, her face and clothes stained with blood. She glared at him, her eyes filled with a mixture of anger and sorrow, and spat out, "Your bloody appearance." Hiding underneath the exterior of a saintess. That evening, an unsettling quiet descended upon Cheon Haesun's neighborhood. Haesun's sister, Maria, had left their home. He couldn't understand why, her face had been pale, as if she were fleeing from something. Later, Haesun sat on a park bench with his younger brother, sharing a drink. He noticed his brother's concerned gaze and wondered what was wrong. His brother simply said nothing was wrong. But Haesun's brother's concern was evident as he urged him to eat slower, lest he get sick. Haesun, preoccupied, merely hummed in response. His brother then thanked him for spending time with him. Cheon Haesun, a young man with an air of quiet contemplation, sat alone on a park bench. He idly held a small, clear vial, his gaze distant. When asked why he was there, he simply replied that he had nothing else to do. His arms were crossed, a subtle defensiveness in his posture. Suddenly, Haesun's attention was caught by a familiar figure in the distance. He recognized her instantly, it was Maria. A question formed in his mind, was she his girlfriend? The thought was quickly dismissed with a scoff. As if, he muttered to himself. Haesun let out a small sigh, a hint of frustration in his expression. He was clearly annoyed. He then asked himself if he should scold her for running off. He pondered why she had left so abruptly. Perhaps he had been too harsh. A sudden, sharp pain interrupted his thoughts. He cried out in surprise and pain, quickly apologizing for his unintentional actions. Later, Haesun and a younger boy were seen playing together in the park, building a small sandcastle. A sense of peace and normalcy hung in the air. A man in a lab coat stood pensively in a sterile, modern hallway, the words "and now, last but not least," echoing in the silence. He addressed a boardroom of serious-faced individuals. I believe this is an item that will cause quite the stir, he stated, his voice carrying a hint of anticipation. He continued, well, it'd be faster to show you. With a decisive movement, he activated a device, a sleek, dark controller in his hand. The words the item that will take Lori on a new route appearing on screen as he did so. The name Poison Poppy was then displayed, stark and ominous against a backdrop of red. The man stood before a large screen, the logo of a plant-like symbol behind him. His presentation was met with shock and disbelief. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the room. Poison Poppy. Jesus. Doctor, are you out of your mind? One of the board members exclaimed. The man in the lab coat calmly responded, calm down, everyone. I know that it's the worst illegal drug out there. A sharply dressed man, his face etched with concern, exclaimed, you know that and you're still suggesting that we deal with such a dangerous item? He gestured emphatically, his words hanging heavy in the air. A doctor, his expression inscrutable, simply replied, well, yes. The doctor's face, partially obscured by his glasses, held a knowing smirk. The doctor calmly asked, do you have any complaints? The sharply dressed man's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, Doctor. You're absolutely insane. The man protested, Poison Poppy is not something we should easily. Suddenly, a fiery trail erupted from the doctor's hand, engulfing the sharply dressed man's arm in flames, sending him reeling back in pain. A blinding flash of light erupted from the center of the chaos, engulfing everything in its fiery embrace, leaving behind only the lingering scent of smoke and destruction. A man, his face obscured, let out a relieved sigh, extinguishing a cigarette. The scene shifted to a formal meeting, a stern voice commanded silence. A woman with long, blonde hair sat impassively, seemingly unfazed by the order. The tension in the room was palpable as the attendees remained rigidly seated around a large, dark table. Papers lay scattered, and the air crackled with unspoken words. The blonde woman's gaze hardened, a single word escaping her lips, how arrogant. She nonchalantly took another drag from her cigarette, her expression betraying no hint of remorse. A man with neatly combed blonde hair, seated nearby, stammered, that's. His face was a mask of apprehension, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Another man, his face partially obscured by shadow, calmly interrupted. It's fine. Sit back down, he said, his voice smooth and reassuring. A man in a suit, his expression calm and collected, sat listening intently. He seemed unperturbed by the tension in the room, his gaze steady and assured. He gestured subtly, encouraging the speaker to continue. Another man, this one with glasses and graying hair, stood at a podium. He exuded an air of nervous energy, his hands gesturing emphatically as he spoke. He urged them to focus on the drug's practical applications, regardless of its inherent danger. A symbol, resembling a stylized poppy, was displayed prominently. The image was stark against the red background. His confidence was unwavering as he declared its potential to outweigh its drawbacks. A close-up of the man with glasses revealed a sinister grin spreading across his face. His eyes gleamed with a chilling certainty. The man in the suit questioned the validity of the claims, demanding proof. The man with glasses, unfazed, revealed the hidden effect of the poison poppy, a significant enhancement of healing abilities. He explained that this hidden property made the drug incredibly valuable, especially considering the high demand for skilled healers. The scene opens with a pair of feet clad in simple slippers, standing on a dark, blood-stained floor. A sense of unease permeates the image. A stark red speech bubble cuts through the darkness, declaring, it's easy to disregard the danger of it. Below, a crimson symbol, resembling stylized leaves, is partially visible against a blood-red background. The image shifts to a shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, standing against the same blood-red wall. The figure's features are obscured, but a sense of foreboding hangs in the air. A conversation unfolds. Question. Then are we gonna use it on Maria? The setting changes to a dimly lit conference room. A blonde-haired individual sits, observing a presentation on a large screen. A firm no is spoken, followed by the explanation, Maria's existence itself is Glory's symbol. A man in a suit speaks, his words carrying weight, giving her poison poppies pose too big of a risk. The blonde-haired individual presses further, questioning, then any healer? A response follows, there's someone who's a great candidate. The scene shifts back to the conference room. A woman with short, dark hair sits across from the blonde-haired individual. The woman suggests, we can get our story straight with the association's vice president if we offer you Jaiwan. The blonde-haired individual agrees, adding, I think it'll be great for our public image too since we'll be able to raid poison dungeons. The image showcases Yun Jisuan, a prominent figure within the Glory Guild, holding the esteemed position of third rank. A conversation unfolds between two individuals. One of them, expressing uncertainty, questions whether a project, seemingly still in its testing phase, is ready for deployment. Despite his perceived shortcomings, the discussion turns to the fact that the individual in question is the vice president's son, adding a layer of complexity to the situation. Concerns about the inherent risks involved are also voiced. A counter-argument emerges, emphasizing the importance of maintaining internal stability within the organization. However, the need to expand their operations is also highlighted, creating a tension between risk and reward. Concerns are raised about the dangerous nature of poison poppy, suggesting it poses a significant threat. A dismissive response follows, expressing disdain for the concerns raised and labeling those who voice them as idiots. A single word, quiet, commands silence, ending the discussion. An order is given to shut down all poison dungeons immediately. The panel shows a man with a confident smirk, suggesting a sense of control and anticipation. A plan is put in motion. If another guild or clan has already acquired something, it should be taken from them. A clandestine meeting unfolded in a dimly lit room. Three figures sat around a large table, a stern-looking man in a suit, a woman with long green hair covering her mouth, and another man with a more relaxed demeanor. The suited man spoke, his voice low and serious, we need to carry this out without Maria finding out. The scene shifted to a large conference room, the question hanging heavy in the air. A long table filled with serious-faced individuals. The air crackled with unspoken tension. The question, any objections, echoed in the silence. The camera angle shifted, focusing on the polished table. Then panned to a group of men in suits, their expressions unreadable. The weight of the decision pressed down on them. The focus shifted again, this time to a man with glasses and a serious expression. And then to a man with a mustache, his gaze fixed on the documents before him. The silence remained unbroken, a testament to the gravity of the situation. A single word, sharp and decisive, broke the tension. No. The scene abruptly changed to a man working diligently at his computer. His concentration broken by a sudden alert. He looked up, confusion etched on his face. What? What's going on? A message appeared on his screen, revealing a shocking development. The district was taking care of the dungeon. His jaw dropped in disbelief. There's no way. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an air of quiet contemplation, lay on his couch, scrolling through his phone. A question formed on his lips, barely a whisper. Was something amiss? He received a message that sent a wave of concern through him. All permits for the poison dungeons had been rejected. A fact that seemed to surprise his colleague, who exclaimed that no one would dare take on those dangerous locations. Hae-sun's attention was drawn to another news report. The district was dealing with another incident in the Glory District. The district would be handling the dungeon situation. A message flashed on the screen. His colleague voiced his concern about the potential for further issues if they ventured outside the city limits. Hae-sun's eyes widened as he checked his phone again, a question mark forming on his face. What was happening? He paused, a glimmer of understanding dawning on him. He thought he could resolve this. With a confident air, Hae-sun reassured someone on the phone, telling them not to worry. He continued his phone call, a determined expression settling on his face. The call continued, Hae-sun's focus unwavering. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with striking features and a worried expression, sat alone, lost in thought. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple, betraying his inner turmoil. He picked up his phone, a sense of apprehension evident in his posture as he initiated a call. He hesitantly spoke into the device. The voice on the other end of the line greeted him, expressing surprise at the unexpected call from the reclusive hunter. The person on the other end of the call, a man in a sharp suit and glasses, responded with polite curiosity, eager to assist. A man with neatly combed dark hair and glasses spoke on his phone, his expression serious. He reported that all the planned dungeon explorations had been suddenly cancelled. He suspected that the Glory organization was responsible. The man on the phone confirmed his suspicions, stating that the district would handle the situation, making it likely that Glory was involved. He simply replied, I see. The man's notes listed the names Cheon Hae-sun and Gu Gunai, along with the word Glory. He stated that he would take care of the matter immediately. He then inquired about the time it would take to resolve the issue. The response was that it would be resolved quickly. The man, seemingly reassured, stated that it was nothing difficult. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusually pleasant expression despite his apparent illness, spoke on his phone, a wide smile illuminating his face. He happily declared that everything was going well. He listened to the other person's response and replied, relieved, that he would consider the matter settled. Hae-sun hung up, only to be immediately questioned by a masked individual who appeared suddenly beside him. The masked figure demanded to know who Hae-sun had been speaking with. Hae-sun, slightly startled, responded vaguely that it was simply an acquaintance, someone with a dark aura. A digital clock displayed 1:06 a.m. The masked individual commented that the opponent was powerful, making the task challenging. They suggested an alternative plan, to head to the outer city areas if necessary. Hae-sun seemed to agree, but then the clock ticked to 1:07 a.m. The masked individual began to excitedly mention a restaurant he frequented with his wife, but was interrupted by Hae-sun's sudden, confused reaction. Hae-sun's eyes widened in alarm as he frantically searched the computer screen. He asked what was wrong. The computer screen displayed a message, poison dungeon entry has been confirmed. Hae-sun realized that the cancelled dungeons had been reactivated. The masked individual confirmed that all cancellations had been reversed. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an air of quiet intensity, sat at his desk, a faint smile playing on his lips. He observed something moving with impressive speed, his thoughts a silent commentary on the scene. He mused that this was faster than fast, a good thing indeed. With a chuckle, he declared he would get packing right away. Outside, Hae-sun's sister offered to help him, but he declined, thanking her for the offer as he prepared to leave. Hae-sun, exhausted, lay down on his couch to rest. He lay there, his mind drifting, a quiet contemplation settling over him. A wave of energy, a surge of power, coursed through Cheon Hae-sun's body. The numbers 94, 95, 96, 97, and 98 flashed before his eyes, each one marking a surge of his newfound abilities. As he found himself facing a group of attackers, their movements blurred by his enhanced senses. The numbers 99, 101, 105, 106, 107, 108, and 109 continued to flash, each representing a different aspect of his power. A man with intense eyes and a determined expression stood among them, his movements sharp and precise. Hae-sun's new abilities allowed him to perceive the flow of battle with uncanny accuracy. He moved with a speed that defied the limitations of his human form. A swift kick connected with his opponent, sending them flying. The man with intense eyes watched, his expression unreadable. A powerful punch landed, the force of the blow echoing through the air. A swift attack launched from the left, a blur of motion as a powerful blow aimed for Cheon Hae-sun. A simple attack, seemingly easy to evade. But Hae-sun's eyes narrowed, a flicker of determination in his gaze as he braced himself for the impact. He deflected the blow with surprising ease, the surge of energy coursing through his body as he countered with a move of his own. The attacker, momentarily stunned, stumbled back. Only to find Hae-sun's counterattack already aimed at his vulnerable side. He's clearly underestimated his opponent. The attacker, visibly surprised, unleashed a flurry of attacks, a total of 112 in rapid succession. Yet Hae-sun, with incredible skill and precision, blocked them all. A grim smile played on his lips. But even his impressive defense proved insufficient against the relentless onslaught. Another blow landed, sending Hae-sun reeling. It's not enough to simply defend, he needs a new strategy. A man in a gray robe moved with surprising speed, his strikes a blur as he effortlessly deflected the attacks of two younger men. His movements were precise, each blow aimed with deadly accuracy. A blinding flash of energy erupted from him, momentarily obscuring the scene in a dazzling white light. The light subsided, revealing the two younger men sprawled on the ground, clearly incapacitated. A faint purple glow emanated from the ground where they had fallen, a subtle indication of the power unleashed. Suddenly, another figure appeared, launching a swift attack. The younger man, still recovering, barely managed to dodge. leaving him breathless and sweating profusely as he struggled to catch his breath. He was clearly outmatched. The older man, observing the younger man's struggle, questioned his actions with a sharp, "What are you doing?" He moved with a speed that defied the eye, his movements a blur of motion as he closed the distance between them, landing a powerful blow that sent the younger man reeling. His superior skill was undeniable. The older man, his expression grim, delivered a final, cutting remark, "Your reactions are too slow. Do you not want to do this anymore?" Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, gasped for air, his face pale and streaked with sweat. A deep cough racked his body, each breath a painful struggle. His hands trembled as he clutched at his chest, the pain intensifying with each passing second. A single drop of sweat trickling down his chin. A desperate thought flickered in his mind, I can still do it. Hae-sun's eyes hardened with determination, a newfound resolve replacing the earlier despair. A gruff voice cut through the silence. A man, his face etched with concern and authority, commanded, "Then, get in position." Hae-sun clenched his fists, his body tensing as he prepared himself. He was ready. The man's eyes narrowed, a hint of grim determination in their depths. He stated, "I'm going to start again." With a powerful surge of energy, Hae-sun launched himself forward. His body a blur of motion as he moved with surprising speed and agility. The impact of his landing shaking the very ground beneath his feet. Shion Hae-sun and his sister engaged in a fierce arm wrestling match. His sister's face was set in determination, while Hae-sun's expression was one of grim resolve. The strain evident in the bulging muscles of both their arms. His sister leaned in close, a mischievous glint in her eyes as she whispered a playful taunt. She hoped he'd get a chance to use his strength today. Suddenly, a violent energy erupted from Hae-sun, a surge of purple and teal light. A powerful shockwave radiating outwards, shattering the surrounding environment. A gruff voice interrupted the aftermath. Someone asked if Hae-sun was still training, reminding him that the time for their deal was fast approaching. A large, imposing man with gray hair and a leopard print jacket appeared, accompanied by a small, cheerful girl who wished him good luck in Korean. He responded that his time was precious. The man warned Hae-sun that there would be extra fees for every minute he was late. His eyes glowed with an unsettling intensity. A predatory grin spreading across his face as he added, "Anyway." The man questioned when Hae-sun had become so strong. A purple energy pulsed from Hae-sun's hand, and he unleashed a powerful blast of energy, striking his sister. A young man, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, strained against an unseen force. Purple energy crackled around him, a visual manifestation of his inner struggle. The energy intensifying as he pushed his limits. His body trembled, but he refused to yield. Meanwhile, a figure with long dark hair moved with practiced grace, his sword a blur of motion. He easily deflected the young man's attacks, his voice laced with disdain as he commented, "Too slow." Again. His sword flashed, a streak of teal light slicing through the air. A swift counterattack that left the young man reeling. "Utilize your speed better," the swordsman advised, his tone still dismissive. The young man gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with fierce determination. A close-up of his mouth revealed a clenched jaw and bared teeth, a silent promise of defiance. He muttered, "Today." The swordsman continued his assault, his movements precise and deadly. "My body is worse off than yours," he stated, his voice a low growl. He added, "If you saw through my moves, I would have already fallen." He vowed, "I'll for sure get a hit in." Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, found himself in a desperate situation. A surge of violet energy pulsed from within him, a stark contrast to the sweat beading on his brow as he roared in defiance. The raw power emanating from his body a terrifying display of newfound strength. His eyes burned with an intensity that mirrored the violet flames consuming him. Meanwhile, a figure emerged from the shadows, his face partially obscured by the ethereal teal energy swirling around him. He watched Hae-sun with a calculating gaze, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips as he muttered, "Of course." His fists clenched, a silent promise of action hanging in the air. The mysterious figure's words echoed in Hae-sun's mind, "If you can find me, that is." Hae-sun, now seemingly empowered by a strange, new energy, found himself facing a group of ghostly apparitions in what appeared to be a gymnasium. He moved with surprising speed and agility, a stark contrast to his previous frail state. Easily dodging their attacks. A confident smirk spread across Hae-sun's face as he declared, "That's a piece of cake." The scene shifted, revealing two figures lying on the ground, seemingly unconscious. One was Hae-sun, the other a person with similar dark hair, their faces obscured by the shadows, leaving the reader to wonder about their fate. A blinding purple energy erupted from Shion Hae-sun, a violent surge that ripped through the air. The raw power of his newfound abilities coursing through him as he unleashed a devastating attack, sending his opponent sprawling to the ground, defeated. He watched the aftermath, a grim expression settling on his face as he muttered to himself, "I've gotten used to it." The purple energy still pulsed faintly in his hand. With a final surge of power, Hae-sun unleashed another wave of toxic energy. A blinding purple explosion that consumed everything in its path, leaving behind only a silent, smoking crater. A sudden, violent storm of dark purple energy erupted in the middle of what looked like an abandoned warehouse. The air crackled with raw power as monstrous figures clashed, leaving behind only swirling smoke and the lingering scent of ozone. A man with long, white hair and a leopard print jacket watched from the sidelines, his brow furrowed in concern. He anxiously wondered who had won the chaotic battle. A young girl with vibrant red hair, wide-eyed and clearly distressed, stood beside the man, her small hands clenched into fists. She anxiously awaited the outcome. Meanwhile, a young man with short, dark hair, his face etched with strain and sweat, clutched his arms. A faint purple glow emanated from his hands, hinting at a hidden power. The man with white hair announced the result of the fight, his voice carrying a hint of surprise. It was a tie. A wave of relief washed over the young man as he heard the news. But his relief quickly turned to confusion as he processed the implications of a tie in such a fierce battle. He muttered to himself, incredulous. He breathed heavily, still grappling with the unexpected outcome. The man with white hair offered a sardonic comment, noting that a tie was quite a compliment, given the circumstances. The man revealed a startling statistic, 178 attacks in total during the fight. The sheer number underscored the intensity of the battle. Shion Hae-sun, despite his abnormal appearance, was a dedicated monster hunter in training. Dodging a flurry of attacks, he effortlessly evaded each blow. None of the attacks landed. Sweat beaded on his brow as he clenched his fist, the exertion evident in his trembling muscles. His trainer, observing Hae-sun's impressive display, commented, "I trained so hard, too." "Shion Hae-sun, you," his voice laced with a mix of pride and something else. "Amazing. Amazing bastard." Hae-sun, panting from the exertion, was confused by his trainer's words. He questioned, "What are you talking about?" The trainer, a man with a knowing smirk, simply replied, "Just as I said." He then declared, "There's nothing more for me to teach." Hae-sun and his sister stood in a dilapidated building, the silence heavy between them. His sister, looking at him with a mixture of pride and concern, offered a final piece of advice, "Congratulations on having mastered snapback." Hae-sun, still sweating, processed her words, his expression unreadable. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with a weary expression and traces of sweat on his brow, firmly shook his head. His features reflected exhaustion and a hint of defiance. His teacher's voice echoed in his mind. From this point on, he would have to figure things out on his own. Hae-sun stood before his teacher, a stern-looking man in traditional robes. The teacher's words hung heavy in the air. He explained that further instruction would be a hindrance, a sentiment that seemed to weigh heavily on Hae-sun. The teacher turned, his gaze distant and contemplative. He muttered that Hae-sun's talent was exceptionally dangerous. Hae-sun's protest was cut short. As his teacher continued, acknowledging Hae-sun's rare abilities but emphasizing that his own surpassed even his students. The teacher's words softened slightly as he praised Hae-sun's hard work. He declared that their lessons were at an end, his role as teacher complete. A final warning was given, Hae-sun would soon become involved with many people, and he must be careful. The ominous words hung in the air, "Those who desire you." A young man with striking green eyes and dark hair, dressed in a sharp suit, contemplated the implications. "And those who envy you." A voiceover continued, foreshadowing the challenges ahead. Many different types of people would come into his life and harass him. A calm, older man with dark hair tied back in a ponytail observed the scene with a serene expression. He offered a reassuring message, "I hope you won't forget that there are also many people on your side." A young woman with vibrant red hair and a mischievous grin appeared, exclaiming, "A juicy. Good job." The older man, however, declared it was time for them to return to where they came from. A young woman with red hair and the older man prepared to leave, while a large, imposing figure with white hair and leopard print clothing stood beside them. Meanwhile, another man, seen from behind, walked away, reflecting on the brevity of the encounter. The older man's face was shown again, a thoughtful expression on his face. The aftermath of a brutal attack was evident in the shattered brickwork and dust-filled air. A figure, his back to the viewer, stood amidst the debris, his dark hair, pulled back in a ponytail, hinted at a weariness that belied his stoic posture. The scene spoke volumes of the violence that had recently transpired. Light streamed through the broken windows, illuminating the devastation. A young woman, her face obscured, walked through the ruins, her footsteps echoing in the silence. Her simple attire and determined gait suggested a purposefulness that belied the chaos around her. She moved with a quiet resolve, her gaze fixed on something unseen beyond the panel's edge. Two hands met in a gesture of farewell, one a firm fist, the other a gentle palm resting atop it. A golden glow emanated from the point of contact. A silent exchange of unspoken words, heavy with emotion. "Thank you for everything," one of them seemed to say. A young man knelt on the ground, his chest heaving, his posture suggesting exhaustion. Above him, a woman watched, her expression unreadable. Her gaze intense, focused on him. The scene was one of quiet contemplation, a moment of shared grief and unspoken understanding. A man in a long, gray robe, his face partially obscured by shadow, observed the scene from a distance, his expression inscrutable. The young man, now alone, sat in a meditative pose, his hands clasped together. His expression was one of quiet determination, a resolve hardening in his eyes. The scene opens with a close-up of Shion Hae-sun's back, his dark hair tied in a ponytail. His expression is unreadable, but a sense of weariness hangs in the air. He slowly rises to his feet, his movements stiff and labored. A voice, seemingly from an unseen presence, commands him, "Stand up." The camera shifts to reveal a monstrous figure, its skin patterned like a leopard's. The creature observes Hae-sun with a mixture of amusement and disdain. A young girl, presumably Hae-sun's sister, watches with wide, frightened eyes. The monster comments, "A name fitting for just anyone." The girl exclaims, her voice laced with fear, "Ch Shion Hae-sun's kneeling." The monster dismisses her concern with a dismissive wave of its hand. "I was just playing teacher." The focus returns to Hae-sun, who is now seated on the ground, his hands clasped together. A subtle smile plays on his lips. His expression shifts subtly, a hint of determination hardening his features. As the monster speaks again, "You're stubborn until the end." Hae-sun responds calmly, "I had a lot of fun." The final panel shows Hae-sun in a meditative pose, his eyes closed, a serene expression on his face. He seems to be gathering his strength. A close-up on a person's back, partially obscured by shadow, with the word student in a speech bubble below. A speech bubble containing the message, "I wish you luck in war." The scene shifts to a hospital room. A heart monitor displays vital signs, with the Korean word for pain prominently displayed above it. A medical professional prepares an injection, muttering to themselves about the dosage. About 7 milliliters for the injection. A gloved hand carefully holds a test tube containing a dark purple liquid. Another medical professional cautions them to be careful. The second medical professional warns that the patient might break if they are not careful. A young man, identified as G01, lies strapped to a medical table, surrounded by medical personnel. One of them apologizes, noting there is no change in ether amount within the body. The young man cries out in pain, "It hurts." A medical professional reassures him that everyone makes mistakes, and he just needs to take responsibility for them. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, lay on a cold, metallic surface, his eyes covered by a blindfold. A single word, "Okay," escaped his lips, a quiet affirmation in the sterile environment. A faint memory flickering in his mind. Right. I remember. This is an experiment, he thought, the words a fragile anchor in the swirling darkness. A chilling realization dawning as he felt a strange, pulsating tube inserted into his body. The doctor, it seemed, was quite pleased with his new ingredient. A wave of despair washed over him. Is there any point in this, he wondered, the question hanging heavy in the suffocating silence? A question that echoed the emptiness in his soul. A voice, sharp and inquisitive, cut through his thoughts, "HM? Is he awake?" The voice belonged to a man with pink-tinged hair, wearing glasses, his expression a mixture of curiosity and clinical detachment. He observed Hae-sun with a calculating gaze. As the effects of the procedure began to wear off. Well, it's about time for the drug to wear off, he muttered, his tone suggesting a sense of completion. His gaze shifted, a hint of regret in his eyes. A shame, but we'll have to finish up here, he sighed, the weight of his words heavy with unspoken implications. Addressing his unseen assistants. Guys, let's wrap it up, he instructed, his voice laced with a weary finality. An unseen hand reached out, removing the tubes from Hae-sun's body. Yeah, take those out too, a voice confirmed, the casual tone belying the gravity of the situation. A young man, his skin pale and marred by numerous small wounds, lay on a medical table. Intravenous tubes, thick and pulsating with a dark purple liquid, were inserted into his arms. A doctor, his face unseen, adjusted the tubes with a detached air, muttering, Here, everyone, smile. The young man sat up, his torso bare, revealing a lean but well-muscled physique. Two doctors in white coats stood behind him, clapping politely. An announcement echoed in the room, an applause for our young master for his endurance. One of the doctors approached, his expression carefully neutral. He asked, How do you feel, young master? Don't you feel super strong? The young man's eyes, however, betrayed his true feelings. He thought, he's out of his mind. The doctor continued, We've made you strong enough for your satisfaction. If you do a little bit more, you'll easily be A rank, the doctor added, his voice laced with encouragement. The young man, his face etched with exhaustion and a dawning horror, responded, That's enough. I don't want to do any more experiments. His whispered words hung in the air. The doctor's response was a single, almost inaudible word, sorry? Shion Hae-sun, his face etched with worry, trembled. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead as he whispered, I don't know what kind of experiment this is, all I can think of is that I'm scared. He silently wished for an end to the ordeal, a desperate plea echoing in his heart, I don't want to do anything like this anymore. An older man, his face kind but firm, approached Hae-sun. He spoke gently, Young master, you better rest up a bit. His concern was evident as he continued, You're not in a good state. We can continue tomorrow. A young woman with fiery orange hair entered the room, her expression a mixture of anger and sorrow. She accused, Why you're doing this out of greed. She explained, I heard it all from Dad. He said you were a skilled scientist, but that you were always in second place. Your ingenuity was undeniable, but you were kicked out of the association due to ethical problems, and you even tried to kill the scientist in first place. Hae-sun, his body bearing the marks of numerous injuries, sat silently, a faint smirk playing on his lips. He countered, There's no way either of us can be winners in the first place. I don't want to be a pawn of your twisted greed. The young woman protested, her voice laced with alarm, Hey. You shouldn't say something like that. He coldly replied, Shut up. The tension escalated into a sudden, violent confrontation. The older man tried to intervene, but the young woman's rage was uncontainable. A young man, Yu Jaiwan, lay on a medical table, his chest bloodied. A doctor, irritated, injected him with something, muttering about his annoyance. Jiwon's face was shown in close-up, his expression was one of pained confusion. The doctor then asked him what he wanted to do. The doctor, holding a bloody scalpel, questioned Jaiwan's intentions, implying he had previously planned to kill Cheon Hae-sun. He pressed Jaiwan, suspecting that his claim of wanting to quit was a lie. Jiwon, enraged, shouted at the doctor, demanding to know what he had done. The doctor calmly responded, I asked you. The doctor, his face grim, asked Jaiwan what he wanted to do. He then questioned why Cheon Hae-sun had died. The doctor coldly stated that Hae-sun died because he was weaker. The doctor concluded his thoughts, stating that the weak die, and that this is simply how things work. He then admitted to sometimes wondering about this. A doctor, his face streaked with blood, leaned over a young man, his eyes filled with unshed tears. He asked, Are you serious about your desires? The young man, his body pale and vulnerable, responded, I genuinely wanted to kill him. He continued, explaining, I hated that guy in the first place. Hated him enough to want to kill him. The doctor listened intently as the young man confessed, no matter how hard I tried, I was always in his shadow. He tried to rationalize his feelings, telling himself that the other man was simply better, but deep down, he felt defeated. Then, a chilling realization dawned on him. That he needed to kill him. The scene shifted. A voiceover mused, Isn't it funny? An incredible talent is erased from the world just because of a murder threat. Where is he now? Is he even alive? No one knows. But then, a sinister smile appeared, and a voice declared, But I'm here. The voice, filled with triumphant confidence, shouted, Yes. I'm here. The doctor, his body contorted in a triumphant pose, declared, No one knows where he even is. I'm the one that will go down in history as the best scientist. The sterile environment of a hospital room was starkly contrasted by the crimson pool spreading across the floor. A young man, pale and thin, lay on a surgical table, and foredrip attached to his arm. A doctor, his face obscured by shadow, stood over him, his back to the viewer, a grim expression etched onto his features. The young man's thoughts drifted to a philosophical reflection. Countless geniuses had been born and died, their achievements often forgotten by the world. Tears welled in his eyes as he contemplated the fleeting nature of even the greatest accomplishments, even the best engineers and hunters eventually fading into obscurity. His memories flickered, bringing forth the sounds of joyous shouts directed at him. A vivid recollection of faces and voices, filled with laughter and camaraderie. But then, a jarring contrast emerged, the memory of a cruel, mocking grin, a stark reminder of the bitterness that lay beneath the surface of those seemingly joyful moments. A voice, sharp and accusatory, cut through his memories, Why isn't it yours? Don't be deceived by the grin, he's just laughing at you. He's sneering at your powerlessness. The first place winner was a hero, brimming with arrogance and smugly confident in his own abilities. But he was an enemy that had to be eliminated. Do you have a villain who has usurped your position, your glory, everything from you? I can help. Show him reality. And take his place. A close-up shows a pale arm, seemingly lifeless, with dark purple, vein-like tendrils wrapping around it. A group of young adventurers, brimming with excitement, decided to head towards a nearby dungeon. Their energy was palpable as they eagerly anticipated the thrill of the dungeon's depths. A small, curious creature accompanied them, its presence adding to the lighthearted atmosphere. One of the adventurers, a girl with vibrant red hair, expressed her enthusiasm with unrestrained glee. Suddenly, a figure emerged, their face obscured by a gas mask, questioning the group's identity. The red-haired girl, undeterred, greeted the masked individual with a casual, almost teasing tone. She introduced herself as Baisu, revealing her role as guardian to a certain hunter Cheon Hae-sun. The masked figure seemed surprised by this revelation, questioning the nature of Baisu's guardianship. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, stood warily before a masked figure. The air crackled with unspoken tension. A sudden, sharp pain shot through Hae-sun's chest, his breath hitched in his throat as he gasped in agony. Ms. Baisu, a monster hunter, approached Hae-sun, introducing herself as a colleague of his sister's. Her words were polite, but her presence felt intrusive. The masked hunter, impatient with pleasantries, demanded Hae-sun's cooperation. Hae-sun, confused and wary, questioned the hunter's motives. He needed to understand why she was there. He assumed that she wasn't there simply to observe him again. Ms. Baisu's response was hesitant and evasive. Hae-sun's eyes narrowed, suspicion hardening his expression. A scoff escaped his lips as he grew more impatient with her cryptic behavior. Ms. Baisu, flustered, insisted they had their reasons for being there, but Hae-sun remained unconvinced. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man whose unusual appearance has made him an outcast, vehemently rejected the attempts of several individuals to detain him. He angrily retorted that his privacy was more important than their reasons, his words laced with defiance. The aggressors, undeterred, attacked him, shouting threats of death. One of the attackers, Baisu, threw a punch at Hae-sun, but the young man easily dodged the blow. This unexpected display of agility surprised an onlooker, who noted that this was the first time they had seen this side of Hae-sun. Meanwhile, a young boy and girl were playing nearby, oblivious to the unfolding conflict. The boy asked why they were there that day. As a monstrous creature emerged from the nearby woods, its terrifying presence immediately disrupting their innocent game. The masked figure explained their presence, they were there to clear the dungeon. Hae-sun, seemingly unfazed by the monster's appearance, gave a thumbs up, expressing his eagerness to engage. His sister, however, expressed concern and confusion, questioning their sudden decision to enter the dungeon. Despite his sister's apprehension, Hae-sun insisted they proceed with their plan to clear the dungeon. The three of them approached the dungeon entrance. The masked figure, observing Hae-sun's behavior, noted that he had been working too hard lately and that the stress had caused him to begin hallucinating. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, stood patiently beside his sister. He reassured her, saying he was fine and to simply wait. The time, he noted, was 37 minutes past. The appointed time. He checked his phone, a nervous expression on his face. He muttered to himself that if his prediction was correct, something should appear soon. His sister, looking concerned, questioned his prediction. Suddenly, a strange purple energy erupted from Hae-sun's backpack, spreading rapidly. He looked on in surprise, muttering about what kind of phenomenon this was. He realized with dawning horror that it was here. The purple energy intensified, swirling around Hae-sun, forming a vortex of immense power. From within, a figure emerged, clad in dark clothing and a gas mask. The vortex pulsed with energy, expanding outwards. As the figure stepped out completely, the portal fully opened, revealing a dark void beyond. Hae-sun, his sister, and the masked figure stood before it, the ominous gateway a stark contrast to the serene landscape. A young man with vibrant purple hair, partially obscured by a dark mask, stood amidst a hazy, purplish-blue landscape. His expression was unreadable, hidden behind the respirator. He wore a gas mask, sweat beading on his forehead as a gasp escaped his lips, a silent question hung in the air. What? He seemed to wonder. A young woman with vibrant red hair and a noticeable scar on her face appeared, her eyes wide with astonishment. Wow, you were right, she exclaimed. She continued, her voice laced with satisfaction, hey, that arrogant bastard won't be able to do anything now. The purple-haired young man, his face still hidden, spoke, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. Yeah, Yacha's information was right. He nodded slowly, a thoughtful expression replacing the smirk. The prediction was spot on. We'll have to inspect a bit more, but it sure is cool. The purple-haired young man tilted his head, a question forming in his mind. Why Yacha? Is that person a prophet, he wondered? The red-haired woman responded, her tone dismissive. He's not a prophet. He's just a professional. The red-haired woman pointed emphatically at a pile of papers scattered on a table, her expression animated. The papers were covered in complex symbols and arcane writings. She explained, there were a lot of contents in the negotiation, but it had info about the poison dungeons. The proposal had things about being able to predict the poison dungeons, and we came here to check that. A young man, his face obscured by a gas mask, stood amidst a swirling purple energy. He pondered aloud, questioning whether what he was witnessing was something humans could possibly achieve. Normally, no. The thought hung heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the vibrant energy surrounding him. But considering the current circumstances, he realized it was a success. A faint smile played on his lips, hidden behind the mask. Cheon Hae-sun, the young man in question, declared that he would proceed alone, drawing a dark, violet-tinged blade. He instructed his companion to rest and remove their equipment, emphasizing the importance of recovery. His companion, a man with blue hair, simply replied with an acknowledgement. But the masked man's focus remained on the task ahead, questioning the true significance of their success. Hae-sun's lips curled into a subtle, knowing smile as he contemplated the next step. A 7-star dungeon awaited. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with striking purple eyes and dark hair, is shown from the shoulders up. His expression is intense, hinting at a hidden strength and determination. His hand, clad in a simple blue hoodie, grips a dark, sleek weapon, its hilt glowing with a faint purple light. The image focuses on the weapon and his determined grip. A clear indication of his readiness for a dangerous task ahead. Team manager Hwon, a woman with dark hair and elegant earrings, sits at her desk, her expression one of polite inquiry. She asks for clarification on a previously stated fact. Hae-sun, visibly nervous, apologizes, his voice trembling slightly. He seems to be struggling to explain something difficult. A weight of unspoken information heavy on his shoulders. Sweat beads on Hae-sun's brow as he struggles to find the words. He is clearly under immense pressure. He reveals that their dungeon entry permits have been taken by a group known as the Cleanup Clan. The revelation leaves Yun Jisoo stunned. Cheon Hae-sun's eyes, usually dull and lifeless, now glowed with an unnatural crimson light. A faint tremor ran through his body. A silent understanding dawning within him. He saw it, the path forward. However, he knew that reclaiming what was lost would be a difficult task. Hae-sun sat across from Manager Huang, a man whose face was etched with worry and frustration. The air crackled with unspoken tension. Manager Huang explained the situation, his voice tight with anger. The failure of their recent operation was not their fault, the Hunters Association had broken its promises. Hae-sun sighed, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. He understood the implications of the association's betrayal. Manager Huang continued, revealing that the project had been doomed from the start. The irony of their failure, given the circumstances, was not lost on him. He voiced his concerns about the potential damage to their reputation if they attempted to reclaim what was lost. The risk was immense. Manager Huang's eyes flashed with anger. The thought of the cleanup crew mocking their failure fueled her frustration. The unspoken truth hung heavy in the air, they were being ridiculed by a superior force. Despite the bleak outlook, Manager Huang pleaded for another chance, his desperation palpable. He believed he could still redeem himself. Team Manager Huang sat at his desk, a grim expression etched onto his face. His hands clenched, betraying his inner turmoil. He listened to the report, his posture stiff. The news was clearly unwelcome, a sharp wrong answer echoed in the silence. Huang's eyes, sharp and intense, focused on the speaker. He didn't want pleas for mercy, he needed a precise diagnosis and a solution to the problem. He dismissed the subordinate with a curt, dismissive statement, you should do some self-reflection. The subordinate stumbled back, a look of shock and fear on his face. A scream escaping his lips as he recoiled from an unseen force. A shadowy hand reaching out from the darkness, grasping at him. Huang watched the scene unfold, his expression unreadable. His own hand reaching out, seemingly to intervene. But then he paused, a subtle shift in his demeanor. Don't worry, he murmured, a chilling calm in his voice. Shion Hae-sun, a man of unusual appearance, stood in the middle of the street, his face contorted in a silent scream. His eyes were wide with terror, his mouth agape, as if he had just witnessed something horrifying. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. He stumbled, his knees buckling beneath him. Collapsing to the ground as a wave of nausea washed over him. Meanwhile, in a sleek, modern office, a woman reviewed documents, her expression grim. She muttered to herself about the boldness of the monster clans, now daring to attack head-on. She questioned how such small groups could sustain their attacks, showing a hint of amusement. A sly smile played on her lips as she mused that such a comment was only something someone who had their dungeons taken away would say. The woman, seemingly unfazed by the recent attacks, leaned back in her chair, a picture of calm amidst the chaos. Elsewhere, the aftermath of the attack was evident. A body lay sprawled on the ground, a grim testament to the ferocity of the encounter. The woman from the office appeared again, this time referring to a cleanup clan, her expression suggesting a sense of control and anticipation. A woman with meticulously manicured nails smirked, her words dripping with a casual disdain. You guys are fun. Her tone shifted, a subtle edge of uncertainty creeping into her voice. She questioned, no one has forgotten anything, right? Elsewhere, a man addressed someone named Baisu. He instructed, Baisu, make sure to eat that black market special antidote, or whatever it's called. The gravity of the situation became clear. A voice warned, a 7-star dungeon has very potent poisons, so it's a big problem if we forget even one thing. Make sure to check everything. Baisu, seemingly unfazed, reported, all fine here. A question followed, Baisu? He responded confidently, no problem. A brief exchange concluded with a simple, yeah? Then. The man, along with Baisu and another woman with red hair, stood poised and ready to enter a dangerous location. A desolate, snow-covered landscape stretched out under a pale sky. A faint, almost imperceptible vibration pulsed through the air, accompanied by a murky, unsettling scent. From the snow, a monstrous, clawed foot emerged. Followed by another, and another, as a pack of grotesque creatures burst from the ground. A young woman with fiery red hair, her face marred by a jagged scar, watched in horror as the monsters approached. A tall figure in a gas mask stood beside her, seemingly unfazed by the impending threat. The masked figure instructed her to inhale. A horde of monstrous, spear-wielding figures emerged from the forest, their forms vaguely humanoid yet undeniably terrifying. They advanced on the two figures, their movements swift and deadly. A wave of nausea washed over him, but as the poison coursed through his veins, a strange sense of refreshment settled in its wake. He breathed deeply, a sigh escaping his lips, refreshing. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, a stark contrast to the typical image of a hero, revealed a predatory grin. His eyes, sharp and intense, hinted at a hidden strength. Suddenly, a monstrous roar shattered the silence. A hulking figure, wielding a golden spear, emerged from the shadows. Its terrifying visage a testament to its savage nature. The creature lunged forward, spear poised to strike. With surprising speed, Hae-sun met the monster's attack, encountering with a burst of energy, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The chapter opens with a dramatic close-up of a powerful figure, their back to the viewer. Muscular and imposing, they are clad in a form-fitting white suit, their long black hair flowing behind them. Dark, almost ethereal, energy crackles around their hands, hinting at immense power. Suddenly, the scene shifts to Shion Hae-sun, a young man with short, dark hair, dressed in a sharp black suit. He moves with a swift, determined grace, a blade glinting in his hand as he navigates a chaotic scene filled with purple, otherworldly energy. He is facing a monstrous foe, its face partially obscured by a jagged, mask-like feature. Piercing blue eyes glare from behind the mask, and purple energy streams from its body, adding to the scene's intensity. A narration box appears, revealing a numerical update. Hae-sun's black ether has increased by 34 BA. His expression is one of grim determination, his gaze fixed on the ongoing battle. He observes the effects of his poison, muttering to himself that it still works on the 7-star monsters, but they are much faster and stronger than he anticipated. Hae-sun notes there are many monsters, and it would be dangerous if they get surrounded. The panel shows 3 imposing figures, their demonic features and weaponry clearly visible. They are powerful and numerous, posing a significant threat. Fortunately, Hae-sun reflects that they cannot keep up with the speed of his poison steps. He smirks confidently, mentioning his poison steps again, highlighting his advantage in speed. The final panel shows Hae-sun in action, moving with incredible speed, leaving a trail of white energy as he engages the monsters. The scene is dynamic and action-packed. The scene opens with a dramatic close-up on a powerful fist, clad in dark, armored gloves, poised to strike. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with dark hair, stands silhouetted against a snowy landscape, his back to the viewer. Beside him stands his younger sister, her vibrant red hair a stark contrast to the cold surroundings. Hae-sun's sister observes his fighting style, commenting that he fights boldly, relying on his own healing abilities. She notes that even the highest-ranked knights have never fought like him. The focus returns to Hae-sun's powerful fist, emphasizing the intensity of his combat. Hae-sun's sister reflects on his efforts, feeling helpless and pathetic that she cannot assist him in the battle. Hae-sun's sister's thoughts are interrupted by Hae-sun, who calls her soft-hearted. Hae-sun's sister questions whether it bothers him that much that he has to do everything on his own. Hae-sun, wearing a gas mask, is shown reacting to his sister's words. Hae-sun's sister asks him if he wants to die out there. She advises him that it's better to do nothing if he can't help. Hae-sun's sister, her face marred by a jagged scar across her cheek, stared back with wide, frightened eyes. A silent scream seemed to hang in the air, unspoken but palpable. Meanwhile, a masked figure, his back to the viewer, gazed out at a snow-capped mountain range. His shoulders slumped, conveying a sense of defeat. He muttered, resigned to his fate, that there was nothing they could do. Another voice, calm and measured, suggested they simply wait for now. A swirling purple energy coalesced into a blade, hinting at a hidden power. The blade, a shimmering obsidian, pulsed with an otherworldly light. Hae-sun, his violet eyes blazing, reached out a hand, the same purple energy now crackling around his fingertips. He muttered the word mobility. Then, form conversion. Finally, greatsword. The energy solidified into a massive, purple blade, far larger than any normal weapon. With a surge of power, Hae-sun launched himself into the air, the greatsword held aloft. Facing him were two grotesque monsters, their faces a horrifying blend of bone and shadow, their eyes empty pits of darkness. They hissed, a sound that spoke of malice and hunger. Two monstrous figures, their dark forms silhouetted against a stormy sky, clashed in a brutal confrontation. A purple blade, glowing with an unnatural energy, flashed between them. Suddenly, a smaller figure, Shion Hae-sun, launched himself into the fray, his movements impossibly fast and precise. He wielded a glowing purple blade, its energy mirroring the strange power coursing through his veins. His eyes burned with a newfound intensity. A desperate, almost frantic energy fueled his every strike. The blade sliced through the air, leaving trails of purple energy in its wake. He moved with a blur of motion, a whirlwind of deadly strikes against the towering monsters. His movements were a blur, a deadly dance of precision and power. Hae-sun, despite his frail appearance, fought with the ferocity of a cornered beast. He was fueled by a desperate need to survive. One of the monsters lunged, its claws outstretched, but Hae-sun was ready. The monster roared in pain, its body convulsing as the poison within it began to take effect. Shion Hae-sun, a young man marked by an unusual appearance, felt a familiar weariness settle over him. His body, already burdened by a mysterious illness, now throbbed with a new, unfamiliar energy. A surge of violet power coursed through his veins, radiating outwards in a breathtaking display of raw energy. His eyes, usually dull, now glowed with an unnatural violet light, transforming him into something more than human. He stood, a figure of immense power, wielding a weapon of dark energy that crackled with lethal potential. With newfound agility, Hae-sun launched himself into the air, the dark energy weapon trailing behind him like a comet's tail, leaving a trail of violet energy in his wake as he effortlessly navigated the chaotic battlefield. A blur of motion against the backdrop of a raging storm. His movements were precise, deadly, each strike imbued with the power of his newfound abilities. Observing the battle from a distance, Hae-sun noted the monster's strengths and weaknesses. They're great at destruction, but they're very bad when it comes to teamwork, he mused. He assessed his own capabilities. I can probably win without any injuries if I watch out, he thought, a hint of confidence in his voice. Hae-sun checked his energy reserves. I still have enough ether, he muttered, a grim determination hardening his gaze. He prepared for his next move, a surge of violet energy erupting from his boots as he propelled himself forward. A monstrous figure, its skin a sickly blue, lunged forward, its grotesque grin a terrifying sight. Shion Hae-sun, despite his weakened state, braced himself, muttering, here I go again. A wave of purple energy erupted from Hae-sun, meeting the monster's attack head-on. The force of the collision sending shockwaves through the air. Hae-sun's power manifested as a series of dark, crystalline shards, forming a weapon in his hand. He muttered, mobility. The shards launched themselves at the monster, striking with surprising speed and precision. He then stated, form conversion. With a surge of purple energy, Hae-sun propelled himself forward. His movements blurring as he closed the distance to his foe. The crystalline shards reforming into a massive, glowing purple greatsword in his grasp. A grim determination set upon his face. The greatsword pulsed with power, ready to unleash its deadly might. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, leaped through the air, wielding a strange, purple-tinged weapon that resembled a large, bladed staff. His movements were swift and precise, a stark contrast to the desperate situation unfolding around him. The weapon itself seemed to crackle with energy, its surface shimmering with an unnatural purple glow. A powerful force emanated from it, hinting at the extraordinary abilities it possessed. Hae-sun's violet eyes gleamed with determination as he prepared to face whatever threat lay ahead. His expression was a mixture of grim resolve and underlying fear, a testament to the perilous circumstances he found himself in. With a sudden burst of speed, Hae-sun unleashed a wave of purple energy from his weapon. The energy arced through the air, forming two powerful crescent-shaped blades of pure toxic power. The twin blades of energy sliced through the air with terrifying speed and precision, leaving trails of shimmering purple light in their wake. The power of his attack was evident in the sheer force of the energy blades, a testament to his newfound abilities as a poisoner. He had awakened a power far beyond his comprehension. He moved with a renewed sense of purpose, his movements fluid and deadly. The near-death experience had unlocked something within him, a power that both terrified and exhilarated him. A voice echoed in his mind, a silent command urging him to act. The timing, it seemed, was now. Two monstrous figures emerged from the shadows, their grotesque forms a chilling testament to the dangers Hae-sun faced. Their eyes burned with malevolent intent, promising a brutal confrontation. Right now, a monstrous figure loomed over the scene, its pale face and piercing blue eyes a stark contrast to the crimson backdrop. Its presence filled the frame, a terrifying omen. A chilling prelude to the chaos that was about to unfold. The air crackled with anticipation. As monstrous figures descended, their movements blurring into streaks of motion. A desperate thought pierced through the protagonist's mind. This was his only chance to fight back. Cheon Hae-sun, despite his frail appearance, braced himself. He was dying, but he would not go down without a fight. Leaping into action with surprising agility, he wielded a weapon of violet energy, a stark contrast to the grim situation. Swinging it with a power that belied his weakened state. The clash of his weapon against the monsters was deafening. A blinding flash of light erupting as the two forces collided. Hae-sun's eyes glowed with an unnatural light, a sign of his newfound power. A moment of intense focus, a snapback to reality. The monster, wounded but not defeated, stood defiant, its gaze fixed on Hae-sun. A monstrous figure, its skin shimmering with an unnatural blue luminescence, lunged forward. Its attack a blur of motion as Cheon Hae-sun, the poisoner, found himself thrust into a desperate flight through a snow-covered forest. Hae-sun, despite his frail appearance, reacted with surprising speed. He drew two wicked sides, crackling with dark energy, preparing to meet the oncoming assault. He planted his feet, bracing himself against the impact as he prepared to counterattack. A grim smile stretched across Hae-sun's face. It's not an illusion this time, he thought, a chilling certainty in his eyes. His gaze locked onto the monstrous creature, its single, malevolent eye burning with a cold fire. The battle began, a whirlwind of motion and toxic energy. Hae-sun's sides danced, leaving trails of purple energy as he moved with lethal grace. The clash of weapons echoed through the snowy forest as Hae-sun unleashed his poisonous abilities. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an air of quiet determination, walked through a snow-covered forest. His footsteps crunched softly on the pristine white blanket. Each step measured and deliberate as he navigated the unfamiliar terrain. The silence of the winter woods was broken only by the rhythmic crunch of his boots against the snow. He came across the scene of a recent struggle. A monstrous, skeletal creature lay broken and lifeless in the snow. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. A chilling realization washing over him. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that what his sister had told him before her death was true. Hae-sun's thoughts raced. He recalled his sister's words, that his impending death was inevitable, but that he would awaken to a new power, a power that would allow him to sense the legendary gold sunflower. He had always dismissed it as a fanciful tale, something impossible to believe. Yet, now, a strange tingling sensation began to spread through his body. A feeling so profound and intense that it defied logic. He knew, instinctively, that he could sense the presence of the gold sunflower, even from a great distance. His senses, heightened and amplified, were guiding him towards its location. A gasp escaped his lips. A breathtaking beauty of the legendary flower, a sight that was almost too much to bear, filled his vision. It was, indeed, worth being called legendary. A luminescent, flower-like plant bloomed in the snow. Its ethereal glow pulsed with an otherworldly light. A young man with dark hair, dressed in a dark coat, observed the glowing plant. He wondered aloud about the absence of the creature he was hunting, suspecting it to be near the unusual flora. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. The young man braced himself as the tremors intensified. Realizing the shaking was an earthquake. He considered the possibility of a second dungeon forming nearby, a common occurrence in this world. However, he quickly dismissed that idea. The feeling was different from the usual dungeon formation. Two other figures appeared in the distance, a woman with red hair and a man wearing a gas mask, both noticing the unusual disturbance. They sensed something massive moving beneath the earth. A large, blue crystal suddenly launched into the air, striking the young man. A violet energy bolt streaked across the sky, impacting the ground with a violent explosion. The resulting shockwave sending tremors through the snow-covered landscape. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with dark hair and an unusually gaunt appearance, found himself caught in the blast's periphery. He braced himself, his body tensing as he prepared for the impact. But the force of the explosion sent him sprawling, a large rock crumbling beneath his feet. Hae-sun's eyes widened in shock as he looked around, his breath catching in his throat. He muttered to himself, a mixture of fear and disbelief evident in his tone. A monstrous creature, its form partially obscured by the dust and snow, collapsed nearby. Hae-sun, despite his fear, felt a strange sense of relief. It wasn't that the monster's leader didn't exist, it was that the ground Hae-sun was standing on was unstable. A massive, shadowy figure emerged from the ground, its glowing blue eyes fixed on Hae-sun. The young man's eyes widened in terror as he realized the true scale of the threat. A colossal figure loomed over the landscape, its form a grotesque amalgamation of ice and rock. The creature, a monstrous giant treasure, towered over the surrounding area, its icy gaze piercing the desolate scene. Its massive legs, encased in glacial armor, planted firmly on the ground. The sheer scale of the beast was overwhelming, dwarfing everything in its path. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with dark hair and an air of weariness, ran a hand through his hair, his expression one of grim determination. He was clearly troubled. His internal monologue reflecting his despair, there seemed to be no end to his troubles. The monster before him was unlike any he had ever encountered. Hae-sun's eyes glowed with an unnatural purple light as he mentally requested information. He needed to understand the threat before him. A notification appeared, startling him. It had been a long time since he'd seen such a message. The notification detailed the giant treasure's abilities, revealing a crucial weakness: its rigidity skill blocked physical attacks. Hae-sun's face registered shock and dawning comprehension. Attacks wouldn't work against this monster's defenses. A colossal, fractured arm, seemingly made of stone, loomed over Cheon Hae-sun. A notification appeared, explaining that the boss monster's body was composed of pranium. Causing Hae-sun to question, pranium? His face was a mask of confusion and curiosity. Another notification clarified that pranium was a deformed material formed in poisonous regions, considered the strongest substance in the otherworld. A final notification stated that pranium's form couldn't be altered by conventional methods. The image showed a glowing blue pranium crystal. A notification instructed that skills were required to melt the material. Hae-sun realized there was a way to kill the monster. He mused that he had about half his ether left, and if he used it wisely. A notification informed him that the boss monster had just activated a skill. Hae-sun's expression turned grim. He braced himself, preparing for action. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, stood alone in a desolate, snow-covered landscape. Before him loomed a colossal, crystalline monster, its icy form radiating an aura of immense power. The monster unleashed a devastating blast of energy, a blinding white explosion that rocked the very ground beneath Haesun's feet. A voice, strained but determined, cut through the chaos. Hunter Nim. The source of the voice was revealed, a figure clad in protective gear, a gas mask obscuring their face, emerged from the swirling dust and debris. Their eyes, however, held a keen intensity. A chilling gust of wind swept across the battlefield, carrying with it the faint scent of something acrid and dangerous. The camera pulls back, revealing the full extent of the devastation. The landscape was scarred by the monster's attack, the snow stained with a strange, dark residue. Another explosion rocked the ground, this time emanating from the monster itself, as it seemed to be self-destructing. Haesun, battered but alive, stumbled through the ravaged landscape, his boots crunching on the icy ground. He was clearly injured, but his eyes held a flicker of determination. He muttered to himself, "Ouch, that hurt. I thought I was dead." Observing the remains of the monster, Haesun analyzed its attack pattern. He thought, does it attack by exploding its own body parts? That's going to be difficult. It even regenerates. A colossal stone golem loomed over the battlefield, its body shimmering with an unnatural blue energy. Crystalline shards rained down from the sky, remnants of a previous attack. From a distance, a figure, partially obscured, voiced their concern. They didn't think it was wise to continue fighting from afar. Meanwhile, another figure, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, observed the scene. He spoke to someone unseen, his words a confident assessment. "Alright, V1, that's good enough." The unseen V1 seemed to be using its own body to channel a powerful energy. A dark, glowing weapon materialized in the young man's hand, crackling with purple energy. The golem roared, its stone body trembling with power, as the young man charged forward. The ground shook with each heavy step of the approaching giant. The young man's attack struck the golem's arm, causing large chunks of stone to break away and crumble into dust. He stood before the golem, his dual weapons held high, ready for battle. He declared his intention simply, "Let's just fight." He assessed the situation calmly, his thoughts revealing his strategy. "It's an 8-star boss, so it'll fall eventually if I just keep beating it up." The young man gripped his weapon tightly, his expression resolute. He prepared for a sustained assault. A beam of violet energy erupted from an unseen source, striking a foe with immense force. The impact echoing across the desolate landscape. The attack was swift, decisive, leaving no room for doubt. A figure, clad in a tan coat and a gas mask, stood amidst a snowy landscape. He was a veteran knight, despite leading a small clan. He observed the aftermath of the violet energy blast, his thoughts turning to the attacker's superior strength. He wondered if the attacker held a hidden advantage. The knight's reflection in his gas mask showed a pensive gaze. He contemplated his own fighting capabilities. He questioned whether he could currently match the attacker's prowess. A young woman with vibrant red hair appeared, her expression unreadable. A scar marred her cheek. She watched the scene unfold, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon. A monstrous figure, vaguely humanoid but composed of jagged stone, loomed over the city. Its movements were slow, deliberate, yet the sheer scale of its form instilled a sense of impending doom. A wave of purple energy erupted from the monster's core, radiating outwards in a destructive shockwave. Shion Haesun, a young man with dark hair and a haunted look in his eyes, stood his ground, his back to the approaching monster. He seemed to sense the approaching danger, but his expression remained stoic. A purple energy, now taking the form of a blade, materialized in his hand. Haesun, now wielding the purple energy blade, prepared himself. His posture was tense, but his eyes held a newfound determination. He was ready. A purple energy pulsed, radiating from the blade, as if alive. The stone monster lunged, its massive fist aimed at Haesun. A look of surprise crossed the monster's face. As Haesun met the attack with a furious counterstrike, his purple blade flashing. A roar escaped Haesun's lips as he channeled his power, the purple energy intensifying around him. The resulting impact sent a shockwave through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A monstrous figure, vaguely humanoid but composed of jagged stone, loomed over the landscape. From its clawed hand, a beam of energy shot forth, leaving a trail of shimmering destruction in its wake. The energy blast impacting the ground with a concussive force, sending tremors through the earth. The scene shifted to a tranquil, snow-covered forest, a stark contrast to the previous chaos. A sense of quiet permeated the air. A momentary peace before the storm. Shion Haesun, his face grim, gripped a dark purple object, his knuckles white. He muttered to himself, his voice barely audible. He was testing the limits of his new power, the substance feeling strangely familiar yet alien. Hard, so this is what pranium feels like, he thought, a mixture of determination and apprehension in his eyes. He continued his assessment, his internal monologue revealing his strategy. It might break if I keep beating down on it with Exa, he mused, considering the risks. But a new challenge emerged. But it regenerates too fast, he exclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. Haesun's face was set in concentration as he formulated a new plan. He needed a more effective approach. He thought, I need to pierce through the pranium and use White Dream to really damage him. However, a significant obstacle remained. But he regenerates in the time it takes me to change modes, he realized, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Shion Haesun, his face partially obscured by a sickly sister, muttered to himself, wishing for someone to help him remove the pranium. He was clearly burdened by this task. He quickly dismissed the idea of relying on others, concluding that he would have to handle the situation alone. A sinister chuckle escaped Haesun's lips as an unexpected development unfolded before him. A surge of purple energy erupted from him, radiating outwards in a powerful display of raw power. The raw energy was overwhelming, and the text "EXA is breaking" appeared, indicating a system failure. The announcer's voice boomed across the auditorium, next up is this year's rising star. The hunter who was evaluated as B rank because of his low ether, but has skills that are said to be above A rank. Hunter Yuk Kielwon. At first, things were great. A companion urgently warned Kielwon Hyungnim. A strong monster just went your way. Another companion scoffed, hey, you idiot. He's already fighting for right now. Kielwon insisted, no. I'm okay. The scene shifted to Kielwon effortlessly dispatching the monsters. He confidently stated, you can leave the strong ones to me next time too. No, honestly, things were the best. I wasn't an S-rank hunter, but I was still acknowledged, and I was pretty popular too. Shion Hae-sun walked confidently, a figure amongst a group of other monster hunters. He was surrounded by colleagues, their sharp, professional attire a stark contrast to his more casual clothes. It was a life of relative comfort and success, a far cry from the outcast status his unusual appearance had once relegated him to. But this seemingly idyllic existence was about to be shattered. A soft smile played on the lips of his wife, Sang-ah, as she greeted him at their home. Her cheerful greeting, a simple honey, hinted at the deep affection that bound them together. A warmth that would soon be tested by unforeseen tragedy. "Welcome back. How was your day?" she asked, her voice full of genuine care and concern for her husband. Hae-sun reflected on his life, a life he cherished deeply. "I had a wife more precious than anything in the world," he thought, a profound sense of love and gratitude filling his heart. This simple truth, however, would soon be challenged by fate. As the date, May 14th, loomed large in his mind. It was their anniversary, a day he had looked forward to with eager anticipation. Suddenly, an emergency call disrupted the peaceful atmosphere. Hae-sun's face fell as he received the news. "There's an emergency call for me. I think I have to go to the city by US." He muttered, a sense of foreboding settling upon him. A shadow of regret darkening his features. "I'm sorry, Sang-ah. I should be with you on a day like this," he apologized, his voice heavy with remorse. But Sang-ah's response was filled with unwavering support. "It's okay, you're going to save people," she reassured him, her smile a beacon of strength and understanding in the face of adversity. A poignant reminder of the life he was about to risk to save others. He promised to return as soon as possible. "I'll be back as soon as I can," he said, embracing his wife one last time before rushing off to face the emergency. The image of their embrace, a testament to their enduring love, lingered in the air. In the dead of night, a chilling scene unfolded. A swarm of monstrous figures, their forms barely visible in the oppressive darkness, descended upon a quiet neighborhood. Amidst the chaos, Shion Hae-sun, a young man marked by an unusual appearance, desperately cradled his injured sister. Blood stained his clothes, mirroring the crimson chaos surrounding them. From that day forward, his life took an unexpected turn. Hae-sun resolved to hunt the creatures responsible for his sister's fate, seeking out the most dangerous of lairs. Months later, Hae-sun, now possessing strange new abilities, stood poised for battle. A surge of purple energy crackled around him as he wielded a formidable weapon. He launched a swift, powerful attack, the purple energy forming a deadly arc as he moved with surprising speed. The force of the blow shattering the enemy's defenses with a blinding flash, leaving behind only scattered debris in its wake. He smirked, a hint of grim satisfaction in his eyes. The battle was far from over, but for now, he had prevailed. A figure, only partially visible, fell from the sky, a faint purple glow trailing behind him. The word "white dream" escaped his lips. He shouted fire, as a brilliant beam of light shot upwards from his hand. The resulting explosion engulfing the area in a blinding flash. The dust settled, revealing the aftermath of the attack. He muttered, "It went in this time." A confident smirk spread across his face as he declared, 100% for sure. He plunged a weapon into a shimmering blue barrier, but the protective layer had regenerated. He sighed, "Right. It's my fault for being so optimistic." A look of frustration and disappointment washed over his features. He groaned, "Ugh." He looked at his weapon, a dark blade with purple energy coursing through it. He thought, "I have about 2 more chances left." He muttered to himself, "That's not a lot. I'll have to be careful." Shion Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, found himself dodging a massive, stone-like monster's attack. The creature's blow sent a shockwave through the ground, cracking the pavement around him. He cursed under his breath, his face contorted in a grimace as he braced himself against the impact. He gripped his weapon, a dark, purplish staff, its tip glowing faintly. The monster lunged again, its massive fist aimed directly at Hae-sun's head. Hae-sun parried the blow with his staff, the impact sending a shockwave through his body. He was clearly outmatched in terms of raw strength. He was forced back, stumbling as the monster continued its relentless assault. Hae-sun's eyes narrowed as he realized the monster's speed was far greater than he anticipated. "This monster, it's faster than I expected," he thought grimly. He knew each attack drained his already limited energy. "Damn it, not when each attack is so precious," he muttered, desperation creeping into his voice. He knew he was running out of time and options. "Now I just have one chance left," he realized, his mind racing. A grim determination settled on his face as he resolved to find a way to win this fight. "I need to think of a way to," he thought, his eyes fixed on the approaching monster. 2 purple energy blades clashed, shattering into fragments as a powerful shockwave rippled outwards. The text below declared, "Turn the tables." Shion Hae-sun, a young man with dark hair, gazed inward, a nebula swirling within his mind's eye. He silently questioned, "How's my condition right now?" He grimly assessed his internal state, muttering to himself, "I don't have much ether left in my body." Further complicating matters, he realized, Exa can only activate White Dream once right now. Leaving him to wonder, then how am I supposed to get through that protective layer? I can't go so hard that I kill it. He considered his options, a growing sense of doubt creeping in. The narration box below stated, "No, in the first place." Hae-sun's golden eyes widened, reflecting his inner turmoil. His thoughts turned to a more fundamental question. He questioned his capabilities, can I even beat it alone? A massive, fiery explosion erupted around him, engulfing Hae-sun in a blinding light. Hae-sun ascended, silhouetted against the radiant burst, sweat beading on his brow as he looked towards the sky. Shion Hae-sun, the poisoner, found himself in a desperate situation. A monstrous attack was underway, and he knew he couldn't afford to hold back. He resolved to endure the onslaught, his thoughts grimly focused on survival. The monstrous assault began with a terrifying roar, the ground shaking under the sheer force of the attack. Hae-sun's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized the leader of the monstrous pack. Clan leader, he wondered, a knot of apprehension tightening in his stomach. A hulking monster, its form obscured by shadow, hefted a massive tree trunk with terrifying ease. What? Hae-sun thought, his breath catching in his throat. The monster charged, its massive form a blur of motion. A bystander watched in horror, shouting, "He's way too close to the monster." Observing the unfolding chaos, Hae-sun felt a surge of urgency. He wasn't sure what the monster was doing, but he knew he had to warn him to get out of there. With a guttural roar, the monster unleashed a devastating attack, a powerful blow aimed directly at Hae-sun. But Hae-sun reacted instantly, dodging the blow with incredible speed and agility. The force of the attack sent a shockwave through the ground, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Hae-sun watched in disbelief as the monster staggered back, seemingly dazed. He had thrown the tree, and it had actually dealt significant damage to the boss. He wondered if this was his limit. A colossal, stone-like monster loomed, its glowing blue eyes fixed on the approaching hunter. The hunter's movements were perplexing. Was he attempting to redirect the boss's arm? It seemed illogical. No, his initial target was different. A young man, his face obscured by a gas mask, braced himself, a determined glint in his eyes. Hold on a bit, even if this hurts, Hunter Nim. He continued, his voice firm despite the obvious pain. It'll be better than being hit by the boss. With a powerful surge of energy, the hunter launched himself towards the monster, a fiery trail blazing behind him. A violent impact followed, sending tremors through the ground, leaving the hunter dazed and disoriented. Is this what he wanted to do? The answer was clear, he wasn't targeting the boss. A swirling vortex of energy opened beneath the hunter, pulling him down. Because it was easier to move him than the boss. A figure plummets from the sky, a desperate fall against a backdrop of fiery sunset hues. He lands hard, the impact jarring. Shion Hae-sun, his face etched with exhaustion, acknowledges the obvious truth, he understands. His internal monologue reveals the core of his failure, he tried to fight alone. Above, a figure falls from the sky, a desperate cry for help piercing the air, clan leader. The clan leader, a man in a gas mask and tan jacket, lands heavily. His self-reproach is evident, I'm sorry. I thought I could do it alone, but I was wrong. His gaze shifts to Hae-sun, a renewed determination hardening his features. He shouts, fight with me. Hae-sun's face breaks into a relieved smile, a glimmer of hope replacing the despair. The clan leader, his face partially obscured by the gas mask, calmly responds, I was waiting for you to say that. A diagram appears, illustrating a complex plan involving Yuk Kielwon. The clan leader explains that adding Yuk Kielwon to the plan adds infinite choices. However, given the urgency of the situation, he needs to eliminate all inefficient options. A title card appeared, stark against the black background. The words, and the one remaining method, glowed in a vibrant, electric blue, hinting at a desperate, last resort solution. A swirling vortex of purple energy coalesced into a sharp, obsidian blade, pulsating with an inner light. The weapon seemed both beautiful and dangerous, radiating power. The purple energy trailed off, leaving behind only the dark, gleaming blade. Shion Hae-sun, a young man with dark hair partially obscured by a gas mask, knelt on the ground, his brow furrowed in concentration. He clutched the newly formed weapon, a question forming in his mind, is this how I do it? His gloved hand tightened around the hilt of the blade, the purple energy still faintly clinging to its surface. A narration box appeared, stating a grim fact, him taking damage is inevitable. The implication was clear, using this weapon would come at a cost. Hae-sun gripped the blade tighter, his knuckles white. The purple energy pulsed around the weapon, a visual representation of the risk he was about to take. Another narration box explained the weapon's history, it's a broken blade now, but it still once held black ether. The weapon was clearly powerful, but damaged. Hae-sun, sweat beading on his forehead, muttered to himself, questioning the weapon's use, it's hot. Does he use this weapon all the time, A man with dark hair, his face contorted in alarm, shouted a warning, watch out. The boss leg. A surge of power coursed through Shion Hae-sun's veins, he felt a newfound strength, a potent energy that filled him with purpose. He could finally help. With a roar, Hae-sun unleashed a devastating blast of energy, a wave of toxic power erupting from his body. The force of the blast sending a shockwave through the air, completely obliterating the monster's arm. The impact was so powerful that even the monster's leg exploded, a testament to the raw, destructive force of Hae-sun's newfound abilities. It wasn't just its arm. But as the dust settled, Hae-sun sensed something was amiss. A lingering feeling that something was still missing from his attack. A feeling that intensified as he watched the monster's remains. He realized there's still something missing. Another wave of energy erupted from Hae-sun, a final, desperate surge of power. The resulting explosion was earth-shattering, leaving behind only a massive crater and a lingering cloud of toxic smoke. A purple energy wave surged through the scene, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A desperate shout pierced the air, clan leader. Shion Hae-sun, his face etched with worry, knelt beside a fallen monster hunter, his body emitting a faint purple glow. The hunter wore a gas mask, his breathing labored. Hae-sun anxiously asked if the hunter was alright and if he could move. A strange energy pulsed around Hae-sun. He then questioned if the hunter was truly fine. Hae-sun continued to check on the injured hunter, his concern evident in his expression. He pressed the hunter, asking if he was sure he was alright. The hunter, though shaken, insisted he was fine, adding that it was strange because he felt perfectly fine. Hae-sun's hand glowed faintly as he felt his body becoming lighter. He noted this strange sensation. A young woman with fiery red hair, perched atop a snow-covered peak, bellowed down at unseen figures below. Hey, you idiots, she roared, her voice echoing across the wintry landscape. The camera swooped down, following her gaze towards a dense forest blanketed in snow. The perspective shifted, giving a sense of dizzying speed as it plunged into the trees. Another figure, this one a young man with dark hair, appeared, his face etched with worry. Even if you're an S rank, he shouted, how can you fight so recklessly? And what if you die? Then what about the gold sunflower, he continued, his voice laced with urgency. He turned to address another individual, partially obscured by a gas mask. You too, Juicy, you need to know how to keep calm if you're an adult. The masked figure, a man with dark hair, spoke, his voice low and thoughtful. Stealth is a difficult skill used often by top-tier psychics, but it's not that useful in dungeons, so not many look to use it unless they're spies. A radiant, ethereal figure materialized, its form shimmering with blue energy. It helps you win in a fight where you were certain to lose. It makes the weak strong. The figure continued, its voice echoing with power. It levels up another's ether by multiple levels and enhances the mind. A close-up on a glowing brain emphasized the point. A power that turns the tables. The red-haired woman glared, a determined glint in her eyes. You should care for yourself a bit when fighting. The image shows a close-up of a young man's legs, clad in athletic wear, light blue shorts, dark leggings, and fingerless gloves. He stands with a hand on his hip, exuding an air of casual confidence. The camera focuses on the young man's head and shoulders. His dark hair partially obscures his eyes, but a faint smile plays on his lips as he utters a single word, okay. A wide, almost predatory grin spreads across his face as he declares, that completes the puzzle. A young woman with vibrant red hair and a determined expression warns someone off-panel to be careful during combat. The woman, who appeared to be a skilled fighter, stood defiantly, her posture radiating confidence and readiness for battle. A small scar marred her cheek, a testament to past battles. A man, seemingly responding to the woman's warning, simply replied with a curt, buffs. The man's face was partially visible, a smirk played on his lips, hinting at a hidden confidence and perhaps a touch of arrogance. The red-haired woman, seemingly surprised by something, exclaimed in confusion, what is this rainbow? Her expression shifted from confusion to disgust as she added, it's so tacky. Ugly. The man from earlier observed the woman's unexpected display of power, a question forming in his mind, did she just use her power without meaning to? He seemed both surprised and impressed, whispering, she's amazing in some ways. A colossal stone monster loomed over Cheon Haesun and his masked companion. Haesun, despite his frail appearance, stood defiant, a faint glow emanating from within him. His companion, his breath hitched in his throat, muttered, ah, right. The narration box declared, the fight's not over yet. The scene shifted to a panoramic view of a snowy, mountainous landscape, emphasizing the scale of the battle to come. The immense stone golem dominated the panel, its massive form dwarfing the two figures in the distance. The cold, harsh environment of the snowy plains was a stark contrast to the vibrant energy surrounding Haesun. The masked figure, observing Haesun, internally noted the time difference created by swinging a weapon. The implication was clear, Haesun's speed was exceptional. The masked figure continued his internal analysis, explaining, the essence of team play is to make up for that time lost. This highlighted the strategic importance of their partnership. A narration box emphasized Haesun's remarkable agility. Cheon Haesun's mobility is beyond imagination. Haesun, his face partially obscured by shadow, declared, I'll open up a path. His masked companion responded, you just need to keep going forward. Close up on Haesun's hand, gripping a dark, energy-charged rod, a purple energy crackling along its length. The masked figure, now more clearly visible, smirked and said, simple. I like it. Cheon Haesun, a young man marked by his unusual appearance, found himself in a desperate situation. He knew he was dying from a mysterious illness, and now, a monstrous attack threatened his neighborhood. His thoughts raced, he needed to keep up with the unfolding chaos, to survive this onslaught. A colossal, stone-like monster emerged from the shadows, its presence filling the scene with an oppressive aura. The creature unleashed a devastating attack, a furious barrage of energy that tore through the earth, sending chunks of rock hurtling through the air. The sheer force of the blow was staggering. Haesun, despite his illness, reacted with surprising speed and agility, dodging the deadly debris with practiced ease. He moved with a newfound power, a purple energy coursing through his veins as he weaved through the chaos, leaving a trail of shimmering energy in his wake. His movements were fluid, almost supernatural. With a burst of speed, he launched a counterattack, a wave of purple energy striking the monster's leg. The impact causing a visible tremor in the creature's massive frame. This was no ordinary man. A fierce battle raged, the air thick with the smell of ozone and destruction. A blinding flash of light erupted from the heart of the conflict, as a young man with striking purple eyes urged his comrades onward. Clan leader, don't stop. Keep going, he roared, his voice filled with desperate determination. Another wave of energy pulsed outwards, culminating in a massive explosion that shook the very ground. The dust settled, revealing a scene of utter devastation. A single thought echoed in the mind of one observer, no way. He stood there, silhouetted against the fiery aftermath, a young man with dark hair and a determined gaze. Beside him, another figure, clad in a gas mask, watched with wide eyes. The masked figure's thoughts were clear, the buff's effect is unbelievable. I never thought a skill I've only heard of would be this overpowered. Cheon Haesun, his face etched with grim determination, muttered to himself that the temporary power boost wouldn't last long. He continued, explaining that this was possible because his sister, Baisu, had only recently awakened her own abilities. Haesun compared Baisu's volatile power to a candle, its flame flickering precariously, its lifespan uncertain. A comparison he further illustrated by recalling the time he summoned the Red Viper, a similarly unpredictable force. As evidence of this instability, Baisu's condition visibly worsened, her breathing grew ragged, and a pained expression contorted her features. Haesun surmised that she was struggling to control her newfound strength. A surge of purple energy crackled around Haesun as he lamented his lack of a new skill to help his sister. With a determined expression, Haesun focused his energy, his foot glowing with purple light, and declared that he would accelerate his progress even further. Haesun, though acknowledging the effectiveness of his poison steps, expressed reservations about their limitations. A chaotic scene unfolded, debris raining down from the sky as a powerful force ravaged the area. Large, jagged rocks, imbued with a strange, ethereal glow, plummeted towards the ground. A voice, strained with exertion, cut through the din. They were close, but the relentless barrage of falling rocks threatened to overwhelm them. A figure, partially obscured by motion blur, moved with determined speed, a gas mask concealing their face. The intensity of the attack increased, the source of the chaos, whatever it was growing more violent. The masked figure's eyes narrowed, concern etched in the visible portion of their face. The situation was rapidly deteriorating. He realized the gravity of the situation, they were still in the dark about the true nature of the threat. A masked individual's gaze hardened with resolve. Despite the uncertainty, they would act. He launched himself forward, a burst of energy propelling him through the falling rocks. A trail of purplish energy snaked through the air, deflecting the falling rocks. Cheon Haesun, a young man marked by an unusual appearance, fled from a monstrous horde. The creatures, towering and menacing, loomed over him as he desperately tried to escape their grasp. But as the monsters unleashed a barrage of stone projectiles, Haesun found himself surrounded by a deadly hail of rocks. Yet, instead of succumbing to the attack, a surge of energy erupted from within him. The rocks, hurtling towards him, were instantly pulverized by an unseen force. Haesun, utterly astonished, could only stare in disbelief at the aftermath. All the stones were gone, leaving only a silent, empty space. He wondered, what just happened? An observer, witnessing the scene from afar, marveled at the display of power. They thought, did he grow stronger than earlier? Another individual, seemingly unaffected by the chaos, calmly observed Hae-sun's actions. They noted, how amazing. I only feel awe. I see, he's trying his best to clear what I must do. A powerful energy surged from the observer, a beam of light cutting through the air with incredible speed. It was a clear sign of their resolve. They thought, it's because he wants me to do what I must do. With newfound determination, the observer prepared for action. They declared, then, I'll use all of my. Cheon Hae-sun, his face obscured by a gas mask, stood poised, a dark blade held aloft. The air crackled with energy as he prepared to strike, a faint blue glow emanating from the weapon. A desperate shout echoed through the air, protective barrier. A wave of blue energy erupted from Hae-sun's blade, forming a shimmering, protective barrier that expanded rapidly. But the force of the impact was immense, causing the barrier to crack and shatter. Hae-sun braced himself for the oncoming attack, his body tensing. The impact sent a shockwave through the air, the ground trembling beneath his feet. Despite the force of the blow, Hae-sun remained standing, his resolve unwavering. A powerful surge of energy coursed through his body, a reaction to the attack. He looked down at his hands, a strange purple glow emanating from his fingertips. A new power was awakening within him. A surge of purplish energy pulsed through the air, leaving trails of shimmering light in its wake. The source of which was a young man, his face obscured by a gas mask, his eyes reflecting a mixture of exhaustion and determination. He clutched at his chest, his breathing ragged. The aftermath of a fierce battle was evident in his disheveled clothing. The sky above was a clear, unblemished blue, a stark contrast to the recent chaos. A moment of peace before the storm. He reflected on his recent victory, a quiet pride welling up inside him. He never expected to conquer a 7-star dungeon, but the accomplishment felt undeniably good. Suddenly, a wave of nausea washed over him. He stumbled, his knees buckling as a young woman with vibrant red hair lay collapsed nearby, a faint glow emanating from her. A young man in a dark coat watched over them both, concern etched on his face. The woman groaned, muttering about feeling sick. He tried to downplay the significance of her sacrifice, but the young man insisted that her actions were far from insignificant. He chuckled, commenting on the boss's threatening presence. The young man then revealed a shocking truth: the dagger the woman had used was deadly, capable of killing anyone who touched it. A chilling realization washed over Hae-sun as he witnessed the aftermath of the battle. The monsters had been completely incinerated. No wonder the poison felt so incredibly potent. He looked down at his hands, still slightly trembling. He then turned to his sister, Bai-su, his voice laced with a mixture of awe and apprehension, and you gave me that to use? Bai-su smiled, a serene expression on her face. Because I believed in you, she said, her voice soft yet firm. Despite the danger, she had faith in him. Although it had been a dangerous gamble, at least their mission was a success. Hae-sun, still wearing his gas mask, nodded slowly, well, at least we cleared the dungeon. A sudden realization dawned on Hae-sun as he looked around the desolate landscape. He spoke, his voice barely a whisper behind the mask. What do you mean? We haven't killed the boss yet. A burst of laughter escaped Hae-sun's lips, a sound both incredulous and slightly hysterical. Ha ha ha. What a joke. He looked up, his eyes widening in disbelief as he saw a figure standing atop a distant cliff. Are you serious? He muttered, his voice filled with a mixture of shock and dawning horror. He wondered how the figure had gotten there so quickly. The figure on the cliff simply replied, of course. A sinister smile spread across Hae-sun's face as he licked a drop of blood from his finger. Since we're the first ones to discover it, too. Hae-sun's eyes gleamed with a newfound power, a chilling premonition of the challenges and rewards that lay ahead. A single drop of viscous, dark purple blood fell to the ground, splattering on the snow-covered earth. From a high-angle perspective, a colossal monster lay broken and defeated, its chest cavity ripped open, revealing a glowing purple core. The monster's massive, fractured arm lay outstretched, its icy grip loosening on the snowy landscape below. The remains of the creature began to crumble and disintegrate, leaving behind only a lingering purple aura. A nearby figure whispered, it's dead. The clan leader, a man in a gas mask, watched the scene unfold, remarking on the surprising ease with which the seemingly invincible boss monster had been defeated by a single drop of blood. The clan leader's gaze shifted, a mixture of awe and gratitude evident in his eyes as he reflected on the hunter's life-saving intervention. He thought, he's a savior who's changed my life. But sometimes. A voice, laced with urgency, commanded someone to leave immediately. The words, hurry out of here, echoed in the air. The scene shifted to reveal Cheon Hae-sun, his eyes glowing with an unnatural purple light. A sinister smile played on his lips as he resolved to prevent a tragedy. He couldn't let his sister wither. A decision was made. Jo Sang-a's choice, reached after 5 years of deliberation, was to stop. A decision that would have far-reaching consequences. Jo Sang-a lay in a hospital bed, her breathing labored, a picture of her and her brother, Cheon Hae-sun, resting on the bedside table. The doctors at Korea Hospital had delivered a grim prognosis. They didn't know the cause of Jo Sang-a's illness. Hae-sun, witnessing his sister's suffering, felt a surge of anger and frustration. He considered the doctor's words irresponsible, especially given the recent chaotic events plaguing the world. The frequency of dungeon breakouts and other unexplained phenomena had become commonplace in the news. Just like him. Cheon Hae-sun's sister, Hae-jin, lay in a hospital bed, her face obscured by an oxygen mask. Her breathing was shallow, her eyes heavy-lidded with exhaustion. Hae-sun found himself paralyzed, his body unresponsive, yet fully aware of his surroundings. He could hear and see everything, trapped within his own immobile form. Unable to react, Hae-sun was privy to the desperate efforts being made to save him, the weight of his clan's precarious situation pressing heavily on his mind. He witnessed his sister's silent grief, her shoulders shaking with barely suppressed sobs. Even from his helpless state, Hae-sun sensed the unspoken anxiety surrounding his impending death. Hae-jin's silent tears spoke volumes, a depth of despair Hae-sun had never seen before. Her grief was palpable, a silent testament to the bond they shared. A sudden interruption broke the heavy silence. A man's voice, hesitant and nervous, cut through the air. A young man, Sang-a, nervously approached Hae-jin's bedside, his words a jarring contrast to the somber atmosphere. He awkwardly attempted to initiate a conversation, his attempt at casualness failing to mask his underlying nervousness. Cheon Hae-sun, a young man with an unusual appearance, walked hand in hand with his sister, Sang-ah, their steps light and carefree. A smile played on Sang-ah's lips as she pointed excitedly ahead, her joy infectious. The scene shifted. Hae-sun, now wielding a pair of scissors, grinned as he playfully gave Sang-ah a haircut, her expression a mix of amusement and slight apprehension. A stark contrast to the somber tone that followed. Hae-sun, his back to the viewer, stood alone in a dimly lit room. The words Sang-ah. Wake up! Sang-ah echoed in the silence, a desperate plea. His internal monologue revealed a poignant truth. I don't resent you. I know how hard you've tried for my sake. But a lingering thought clouded his mind. But, if I could. The scene shifted again, showing Hae-sun gently cradling Sang-ah in his arms, a tender moment of affection amidst the growing tension. A digital clock displayed 2:17 a.m. A conversation ensued. Sang-ah questioned, is that really all we have to do? Hae-sun simply replied, yes. Her apprehension grew. What if things go wrong? Hae-sun reassured her, didn't you call me here in case things went wrong? Ah, right. Then we'll start right away. As you wish. The final panel showed Sang-ah lying in a hospital bed, hooked up to a respirator. Her eyes were closed, her face pale. A sense of foreboding hung in the air. A heartfelt message filled the empty space, but I didn't deserve you. Thank you for being there for me. The final words hung in the air, followed by a panoramic view of a city hospital, its helipad visible on the rooftop. The camera angle shifted, offering a wider perspective of the city hospital, emphasizing its imposing size and location within the urban landscape. A sudden flash of light illuminated the building, signaling a significant event unfolding within its walls. The scene then transitioned to the interior of a hospital room, focusing on a hospital bed and medical equipment. A man with dark blue hair, his face etched with grief, wept openly as he held a woman close. Tears streamed down his face, reflecting the profound sorrow he felt. A palpable sense of loss permeated the scene. His eyes, wide with shock, darted around the room as if searching for something. A whisper escaped his lips, huh? He continued to hold her close, his sorrow evident in his posture and expression. The scene shifted again, showing the man and woman in a tighter embrace. A choked sob escaped the man's lips. I should have come earlier, but I'm 5 years late. His words were filled with regret and self-reproach. Tears streamed down her face as she embraced him, her body trembling with a mix of relief and sorrow. A choked sob escaped her lips as she whispered, why? Why did it take you so long? She cried out, her voice laced with desperation and exhaustion. Two men stood nearby, observing the emotional scene. One, with dark hair and a calm expression, simply smiled faintly. The other, with longer brown hair tied back, chuckled softly, muttering something unintelligible. I'm glad, one of them said, his tone even and reassuring. The other man nodded in agreement, replying, indeed. The brown-haired man's expression shifted, a thoughtful look replacing his previous amusement. He murmured to himself, what a lucky man. His companion questioned him, you think so? Of course, he replied, his voice low and serious. There are many things people try their best to protect but ultimately fail. The focus shifted to a young man with short, dark hair. A confident smirk played on his lips as he looked directly at the reader. The caption below his image read, Hae-sun. The scene then shifted to a tender moment between Hae-sun and his sister, who was smiling radiantly as she embraced him. Hae-sun responded quietly, I'll keep that in mind. Two crows perched on a branch, their obsidian feathers blending with the twilight sky. A few dark feathers drifted down from above, carried by a gentle breeze, slowly descending against a backdrop of pale clouds. A man with silver hair stood before a large stone monument, its surface covered in indecipherable inscriptions. He turned, his gaze meeting that of his son, who had approached silently. I was wondering where you were. His son, with vibrant red hair, retorted, you like to tour monuments? You found a rather strange hobby, father. The father's golden eyes narrowed, a hint of something unreadable flickering within their depths. His daughter, returning from her excursion, announced, I'm back. She then posed a question, her voice laced with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Father, was the 7-star real? The father calmly replied, yes. I sent you a video, so you can see it for yourself later. A man, dressed in dark clothing and wearing a simple circular pendant, reached into his coat pocket. His expression was unreadable, but a single word escaped his lips, I see. The man's thoughts were revealed in a stark black thought bubble, I'll forgive 32 million for this mission. The scene shifted to show a young woman with vibrant red hair. A glowing crystal rested on her outstretched hand. A voice, seemingly belonging to an older man, boomed, good work paying off your father's debt all this time. The older man, with his silver hair and dark coat, gently touched the young woman's forehead. A soft glow emanated from his fingertip. He spoke again, his tone softer this time, you can live freely now. The young woman blinked, her eyes wide with confusion. A single word escaped her lips, huh? A faint image of a crystal, similar to the one she held earlier, shimmered and faded away. Her voice, barely a whisper, trailed off, father. What? The older man's face hardened, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. His voice was cold and devoid of warmth as he stated, I'm not your father. He revealed a simple circular pendant, identical to the one the man from the earlier panels wore. His voice, though still cold, held a hint of something else, I'm Yacha. The young woman's face paled. She stammered, then, it's all. Her eyes widened, a glimmer of hope replacing the confusion and fear. She asked, a hint of disbelief in her voice, really, over? A young man, his face obscured, muttered a single word, yes. He placed a hand over his chest, a contemplative expression on his face. He thought, she's just like him, both in ability and appearance. A woman with vibrant red hair offered him something, saying, take this. It has a long history with you. The red-haired woman examined the object with a mixture of surprise and curiosity, exclaiming, what's this? She continued, questioning, and what's the reason for setting me free? Did you already have the gold sunflower? An older man with white hair appeared in the distance, his voice carrying across the scene as he asked, have you already lost your touch? He stated his terms, if you want information, then pay me first. The red-haired woman responded, well, the information is priceless. A young man with dark hair and striking eyes rested his head on his hand, a spoon halfway to his mouth. He seemed lost in thought, a quiet awe washing over him. He continued to gaze at the spoon, a look of wonder on his face. As his sister, a young woman with dark hair, watched him with amusement. He confessed that while he'd always eaten by Bibic, a cheap sweet red bean ice cream, he was now trying a better ice cream, and he couldn't stop, it was so good. He continued to savor the ice cream, his eyes glowing with delight. He mumbled something about how good it tasted. Suddenly, a small, cheerful-looking drone with wings appeared in the room, catching his attention. The drone displayed a user certification complete message on a nearby screen. The young man and his sister watched, a mixture of curiosity and apprehension on their faces. He noted that the device was turning on, expressing nervousness about what might happen next. His sister shared his apprehension, wondering if the device might be dangerous. Suddenly, a voice called out Hae-sun's name. A close-up revealed a startled expression on Hae-sun's face as a figure, seemingly a doctor, appeared, shouting in alarm. The scene shifted to a narration box, noting that the camera setup was unusual. A young woman, her expression a mixture of curiosity and concern, sat on a couch, watching a man. She questioned aloud who he was, describing him as dumpling-like. Her companion responded that he was the one who had helped her previously. The conversation continued, the woman expressing confusion about the current situation. She mentioned hearing that the location of the lab had changed. The man, seemingly surprised, appeared on a video call with the doctor. The doctor's image was displayed on a screen. The doctor, jovial and slightly plump, chuckled, stating that he had been keeping up with the news about the man. He then commented on the man's increased strength. The man humbly attributed his progress to the doctor and Kirill. He then added that the communication was a recorded video. The doctor explained that the video was rushed in its creation and likely nearing its breaking point. A small, cartoonish cat-like creature appeared on the screen beside the doctor, who then stated that he assumed the man had many questions. The doctor concluded the video by inviting the man to visit him sometime. The scene opens with a close-up of a person's legs and a portion of their torso, suggesting they are seated. The background is a deep, star-studded night sky, hinting at a nighttime setting. A narration box appears, stating, in order to move on to the next level. This suggests a progression or advancement in a larger narrative. The view shifts to a sprawling cityscape at night, dominated by a tall, futuristic building. A lone figure stands on a rooftop, silhouetted against the vibrant lights of the city. The individual appears to be looking out at the city, possibly in contemplation or anticipation. The figure, revealed to be a man, exclaims, "Ah. It's so nice to be in Korea after such a long time." He then reflects, when was the last time I smelled this scent? Two uniformed officers are shown rushing through the city streets. One shouts, a test specimen has escaped. Block the roads. The man from the rooftop observes the scene unfolding below, noting, and the smell of blood. That building is definitely the Glory Guild's lab. He then hears a voice asking, did something happen? The man responds, I don't have the time to resolve things. He continues his internal monologue, I wonder if that kid will be able to handle it. The panel shows a woman with short, stylish hair and piercing yellow eyes, a confident smirk playing on her lips. She is dressed in a smart, light-colored coat.